Bobby, good morning, firefighters.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We're coming to you live from the Allen Firehouse as the 2024 Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour continues on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy, Bobby Roberto Bell. We got Ruben running things out there. Peyton and Ryan back home. 11th Floor Studios live on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. And, of course, it would not be a Firehouse Tour if we did not have some events taking place before we come on the air live, including a police traffic stop and Bobby screwing up the address.
Yeah, Bobby screwed up the address here. That's nothing wrong. He did the promo for this 24 hours ago.
Only one of us broke the law, though, Chop.
I didn't break the law.
Was your license plate light out or not?
Yep.
Okay.
That's not breaking the law.
There we go.
I didn't do anything wrong. That's what I said to her.
You sound like your hero.
I said,
What were you doing speed-wise at the time, and how did the officer not bring that up?
It was right on the road at my house. So, I just pulled out of the neighborhood. And I know on that road, they
neighborhood watch in Roanoke.
Yeah, they give you.
No one's worse than that in Sunnyvale, and even I don't have cops just sitting there at 4 o'clock in the morning.
I've never seen a cop on this road at this time of day, ever. They're on that road all the time at night, in the afternoon and everything. But I know that road they never give you more than 5 over, ever. You go 6 over, done. So I was right at about 7 over at that point. But I know there's probably not going to be cops there. Well, I pull over, and she comes to the other side, which always freaks me out. She goes to the other side. So it always freaks me out because now, first thing you do, I roll all 4 windows down. Rule number 1: when you get pulled over, all 4 go down.
Why?
That's what cops will tell you to do. Take all 4 windows down.
But why?
So they feel safe.
Literally never heard that before.
Yeah. So a cop told me, my neighbor's a cop. He said, roll all 4 windows down when we pull you over. It's a safety thing for us. That way we're not because I have tint, can't see the back of the windows.
Wow, tint.
What a flex.
I know, right?
Over here.
It was a used car. I got a used car where I bought it.
You didn't add the tint.
I didn't add the tint. I would have, but I didn't. So she says, hey, just want to let you know your license plate light is out. I didn't even know that was a thing. I knew about the license plate light. I didn't know that was something that I had to have, checked. And I was like, oh, well, I guess I could fix that. She was looking for trouble. Let's be fair. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. She was looking for trouble. And I'll tell you this. If I was a single man, she'd have found it. All right.
Attractive?
She was attractive. She was cute. She was cute.
Was she cute, or was it the uniform for you? Did the uniform and the domineering, I have power over you, did that do it for you?
That may have done it for me.
You can cuff me if you want.
That kind of does do it for me. She had the cuffs. I mean, she had a nightstick, I'm sure. She could have done things with that. You never know.
Like the Reds fan who got tased.
Yeah.
doing the front flip.
Yeah. But, no, she was bubbly, super, happy to be awake at 4 in the morning. And she was like, you going to work? And I'm like, yeah.
Did you drop the radio card? Yeah,
No,
I got to be on the radio in 40 minutes.
I said, yeah, I am. I'm going to work. And then I looked down at what I'm wearing, and I'm like, she probably thinks I'm some loot. She probably does not buy in this lie.
Right.
Who goes to work like this? But no, it was longer than it should have been.
So
she
any
got to write you a warning.
ticket or
That's what
just
she said.
warning?
It's a warning. It was a warning. So now today, just going to the auto parts store to get a little light. I have no idea. I assume it's you just unscrew it.
Well, you're the one who changes brakes and motors and everything. You watch your neighbor actually do it.
But I've never
changing
done.
a little brake light should be nothing, Al
You would
Borland.
think so.
Yeah.
Brake lights are a pain. The front headlights are a pain. The brake lights are a pain. You got to get underneath.
And you've been correcting RJ throughout the entire week on the actual address here, and you put in the wrong one.
I did. I put in 810 instead of 310, and I was like, I'm pretty positive we've been saying 810, and I looked it up, and we have not been saying 810.
What is that 810?
I was very confused because it's literally just the middle of a road. There's not even anywhere you can turn into. And I called Ruben, I was like, where is this exactly?
Set us up with your background and profile of Allen, Texas.
Well, Allen, Texas has a special place in my heart because this is where Carly Patterson's from. And that was one of my first big crushes was Olympic gold medalist Carly Patterson in 2004.
Okay.
That was just
everyone loves gymnasts.
I did. I
Yes.
was so
Never understood.
I found out Kristen did gymnastics for like a few years when she was a kid, so that made sense for me. But I did. When I was 7 years old, I was in love with Dominique Mucciano. When I was 14, it was Carly Patterson, and then a couple years after that, it was Nastia Lukin. So it is the gymnasts.
Yeah, it's
that do it for
it's
me.
the flexibility, it's the small size, it's the booties.
Yeah,
it's everything.
It was just as a teen, it was just the little bouncy ponytails and the cute smiles and stuff like that. And so, but Carly Patterson from Allen, Texas, so she's the pride of Allen. Also, Kyler Murray, of course, he's from here. We got the giant Allen football stadium. The name of I don't want to get the name of the venue wrong. I do love the venue, but where the Allen Americans play over here is the venue is the Credit Union of Texas Events Center, which is a pretty cool venue. Like I've actually gotten like Allen Americans ticket packages, which is some sort of minor league hockey. I don't know where they fall down on the list. But we've seen Disney on Ice over there, so I do enjoy Allen. Allen's a nice little place.
What a perfect morning weather-wise.
It's great.
Got the Tolos out here early on already.
This is it's got a California like Oxnard feel, like warmer Oxnard feel. There's a little breeze.
Definitely warmer.
Definitely about 20 degrees warmer, but you got a little breeze. Right, the breezeway here. It's fantastic.
310 Century Parkway, if you can make it on out. Brought to you by Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp, Firehouse Heating and Air, and Chill Boys, as RJ Choppy is rocking the Chill Boy boxers as we speak.
Yep, woke up this morning and, put the Chill Boys on because, I do sleep in the absolute nude. And I grabbed the purple ones. I have, designed ones, but got the purple Chill Boys on. These are comfy. Very stretchy, very comfy.
You got into Brian Broaddus's underwear.
Is he a purple underwear guy?
But he's LSU, so he bought the purple ones. So you and Broaddus have the same underwear.
And, of course, Broaddus would say Choppy can't wear those because he didn't go there.
Right, absolutely, yeah.
And you said you were going to wear yours, but I do not see them underneath of your shorts.
Yeah, I got them.
Okay, so why don't yours come out as long as Choppy's?
Because I wear longer shorts than Choppy.
He also may have gotten a different pair. Like I got the ones with all the funky designs on them, which I think look a little longer on the website, which I didn't know. But yeah, these stick out when I sit.
I mean, he could take his shorts off and wear those as shorts. What he's
thought about doing it.
You should.
Like Sarah dared me to do it today. I'm like, nobody wants to.
And
see
you
that.
regretted not doing it when that cute cop pulled you over.
Yeah.
All right, the big news that hit yesterday is bad news for Jerry Jones and the Cowboys. All right, Jared Goff is going to go ahead and get paid. Okay, fine. That's not going to reset the market. Is Tua eventually going to go ahead and get a deal? We'll go ahead and see. It's probably not going to be anything crazy that resets. But then the Jacksonville Jaguars step in and drop $55 million a year on the overrated, underachieving Trevor Lawrence. Ouch. Ouch to Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
That is a bad leaf that fell for Jerry.
Bad. Yeah, I do wonder. Like, was the number for Dak was probably always 60 anyway.
It's probably been with the asking, like what the target was, but now it makes it more that the Cowboys have to meet it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they can go to 56, right? I guess they can just go to that. But people on the.
I guess the Goff at 53 a year set the floor anyway for 55.
It did, but I mean, Goff has been better than Trevor Lawrence lately.
Yeah.
Like, if you look at, like, the note that was getting passed around yesterday from everybody is if you look at their first 48 starts, Trevor Lawrence has been Daniel Jones. That's the exact same numbers. It's like, I mean, he is.
Those are the Dak Mahomes stats that people passing around.
Dak is Mahomes.
Right, Dak is Mahomes.
Yeah, in the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, Lawrence has got they had a good run at the end 2 years ago. They really had. He did not have a very good first half of the year in 2022. Came on strong late, wins a playoff game in the comeback. They were down 27-zip, 24-zip, and then the next year, last year, they were 8-3, and all of a sudden the bottom falls out. So it's been a kind of a roller coaster start for him. I wonder how much the Jags gave him a pass for the Urban Meyer year, where that whole thing was a mess. That was his rookie year.
You can give me record and 8-3 and all that. In watching him, I just don't watch him, and I didn't watch him and say, whoa, oh my goodness, that is crazy physical ability. That's a nutty throw that no one else can make. That's something special. It was all about the hype. it was all about what we were supposed to believe in this being the next John Elway. I just haven't seen any of it.
Yeah, and he has turned into the literal next John Elway.
Yeah.
And which is not very good.
That's right.
And,
Oh, God.
no, what you have seen is, like, for instance, you're right. You expect when he came out, he hasn't even been Andrew Luck yet. And the thing is that when C.J. Stroud comes out and plays like C.J. Stroud played better last year than Trevor Lawrence has at any point yet. And that's something that, there was this high expectation. I don't think it's just the expectations were so high and he hasn't met it. It's just even if you gave him normal number one pick expectations, I think people would say, he hasn't quite been great.
Yes.
Like, it's been okay. And that's ultimately what he's been. It's been okay. And so it's going to be really tough for you to say, well, $55 million for Lawrence, why shouldn't I get 60? And I know some people said nobody's jumped the market by $5 million. No, but what they have done is they've jumped the market by percentages. Going up to $60 million is less than a 10% bump up.
Did Luka Doncic apologize yesterday and take accountability? Any regret for what happened with the officials and fouling out in Game 3? We'll get to that at 6 o'clock. But Corey Seager was scratched. Little worrisome. Don't worry, because the Rangers bullpen is here again, and is Connor McDavid basically Luka Doncic with what is happening in the Stanley Cup Finals. The Friday edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby live from the Allen Firehouse, 310 Bobby Century Parkway. Just getting started on the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
one strike away from taking this series. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. So Kirby Yates gets the job done. The Rangers take this series as they win here tonight by the final score of 3-1.
It took 26 pitches to get through the ninth, but Kirby Yates gets it done, and so do the Texas Rangers, winning the series in L.A. against the mighty Dodgers. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby live at the Allen Firehouse. Stop by and say what's up. 310 Century Parkway, brought to you by Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish and Shrimp, the Chill Boys, and Firehouse Heating and Air. I know I started off there with Kirby Yates because of Hicks on the highlight, but the absolute legend for the rest of his days is going to be what happened on the mound for the second straight night with David Robertson striking out Betts, Ohtani, and Freddie Freeman again. You're an all-time legend wherever you live the rest of your life.
Yeah, he's got a title. He's been a long-time closer in the league. I mean, the mound is really where you start the entire night because Lorenzen was fantastic again.
Boy, pitched a season-high 7 innings.
Yeah, so he had 7 against Cleveland in May. That was the other time. He's gone at least 6 innings in all but 2 starts this year. His first start of the year, he went 5, and then the last start he had against San Fran last week, he went 4 1/3. Other than that, he's gone at least 6 innings in every single start. Now, look, he's gotten blown up in a couple of them, 5 runs, 6 runs, but for the most part, he's been really, really solid, and he's eaten a lot of innings. This has been another, Gibby, Mike Minor, Lance Lynn, Nate Eovaldi even type pickup this team has had. And it doesn't matter if the GM is JD or Chris Young, they've been able to find him.
And, Bobby, yesterday you mentioned Wyatt Langford. Is he starting to wake up a little bit? Had 2 RBI singles as Corey Seager was scratched before this game. They said they're trying to save Corey for the Seattle series that starts tonight on the Fan, 8:30 pregame, 9:10 first pitch. Microphone.
Yeah, it'd be nice if I had my microphone on. It's nice to see Wyatt Langford bouncing back the way he has, but I am a little hesitant again. I know at the risk of angering Jared Sandler somewhere listening, me talking about injuries.
Jared has already texted. He texted about an hour ago, flying to Seattle.
Oh, well, see, so I get a little skeptical of the idea of Corey Seager's
You get
back
more
for
scared of Jared Sandler listening than Mike McCarthy.
I know, because, I know Mike McCarthy's not going to listen. Somebody else will do it for him and just relay the information, and then the game of telephone will piss him off.
I thought you were going to say, Jared, you knew Jared's going to be here longer.
Yeah, Jared has Laura Oakman listen for him. Anyway,
you know what?
But when you listen to, when you tell me we're saving him for the Seattle series, we're like, we're just going to give you're back for one game.
Yeah.
Like it's the middle of the season. Don't tell me like load management. Corey. That tells me you don't feel totally comfortable.
Well, you're in LA. You gotta pay homage to Kawhi.
Right, absolutely. Well done. And Anthony Davis and Amelia, right? But look, he may have woken up the next day and was just tight. You never know how that was because obviously it wasn't bad because they didn't need the MRI.
Yeah,
of course, right? But they're looking at it like you would look at a game late in the season against an AFC team. It's not going to kill you in the standings. They wanted the Seattle series more importantly because of who they're chasing. So I get it from that standpoint. But you're right. It doesn't give you a whole lot of faith that, hey, it's 100%. It's not close.
You just can't trust in general and look, as great as Corey Seager's been, Corey Seager has had issues the last couple of years just staying completely healthy, and so it does give you a little bit of pause. But it's nice to see that they're able to pick things up a little bit with him out. Sandler threw out yesterday, by the way, the numbers. Have you seen what Lorenzen's been doing against lefties this year? The numbers are stupid. Like this year, lefties, the OPS is 345 against Lorenzen.
It's like he's taking on the Rangers every outing.
That's exactly what it's like. And then against righties, it's 973. And Jared's like, the league still hasn't caught up to it, though. Like, the Dodgers still rolled 5 lefties out there in the lineup last night.
Rangers have won 2 straight. Everyone else in the West coming off losses. Oakland has lost 6 straight. A's 1. Astros 1 loss. And Seattle 1 loss. They're 6-4 in their last 10. We're 5.5 back. Monster series. Starting tonight on the road on this radio station. Shout out to the Tolos. Bobby went out and took attendance with Aaron, Dakota, Dawn, and Miguel.
Yeah, Miguel brought us some 1845 distilling hats, and he's got donuts over there. He's got a bunch of merch and stuff. Don had been out at Revolver Brewing when we had the hangout over there in Granbury recently. Aaron's always showing up. We've had Dakota come through before, so we got the loyalists out here.
But I heard you say whiskey.
Yeah, 1845.
Oh, my.
Yeah, 1845 distilling. This is
I need it. Yeah. I had to crack open a bottle last night.
Why wait? Let's do it right here.
With the baby.
Yeah, because of the baby. Exactly, because of the baby. I'm like, let me go ahead and just drink this Will Chambers bottle. I didn't want to choose between you and Peyton's bottle.
Oh, yeah. Mine, which was a little better. I think mine was $10 more expensive.
Yeah.
But what was that little chuckle, Peyton? That was an odd noise. But, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Use the cheaper Will Chambers bottle for the distress. And
I think Will's is supposed to be the nicest. Choppy, you would know this. Four Roses.
Four Roses is great, but it depends on which one it is.
Versus what?
Barrel Armida.
I mean, Four Roses is like renowned.
Yeah,
Barrel
mine was more
maybe
expensive.
you should be drinking pink drinks instead of Will.
No. Oh my gosh, Will. By the way, if you've ever sat with Will at the bar, especially if he's had a few to drink,
you'll hear him,
and he starts talking to the bartender about the way he will
pick him up.
It does not take long before he starts trying to. Like, let's test our knowledge of bourbon and whiskey here. Where he starts going, what is this here? I mean, look, I'm from Kentucky, so I mean,
I know, right?
What can I say?
He's from Ohio, really.
Yeah. I thought you were going to call him out for the untag.
The untag? Oh, okay. So yeah, when we tagged him in the photo of him drinking that little drink with his eyes rolling back in his head,
Kristen's like, pink drink.
Yeah, the little pink drink, the Bless Your Heart that he was drinking. Then he had left it up for a week, and then just quietly the other day, I get the notification: Will Chambers has removed the collaborator
I didn't
tag.
know that you got notifications when somebody removed
And
the tag.
I texted him the
Soft.
screenshot of it, and I said soft, and all he said back was LOL. So he knows it was soft.
I like it.
Is Connor McDavid getting his Luka Doncic moment on the ice as we speak?
The near corner, the Oilers come up with a pass to the line, and it's to nobody all the way down to our left. It rules. The final seconds tick away, and the Panthers take Game 3 by a 4-3 final score. The Panthers lead the Stanley Cup Final 3-0.
Aaron is cheering on the Edmonton Oilers down 0-3. We were talking about sweeps earlier in the playoffs in different sports. And now we're talking about sweeps again. This was a 4-1 game, and Florida is now 3-0, hanging on 4-3.
The parallels between this and the NBA Finals are stunning. You've got the best player in the sport, or arguably the best player in the sport, getting drilled by a team, like an overall avalanche of a team. And in Game 3, you had the better team have a big lead, and then the better player and his team having a furious comeback to try to make it something of a game.
Yeah.
And the fact that you're going to have a sweep, both of these series are going to be over maybe by Sunday. So it's not a good – it's baseball season already. It's baseball season already, and it's been baseball season for 3 months for me. But here we are, June 14th, and we could be in baseball season for the entire country.
64% that deserve to win-o-meter, Sean, said that the Oilers should have won this game with their opportunities, their shot opportunities.
That's
so
2 games at least that
this is just
2-1 Orioles lead.
I'm just happy that Dave Portnoy isn't going to win another $1 million as he bet on the Oilers and the Celtics. So enjoy your NBA championship, but enjoy your hopefully 6-figure loss.
It ain't over yet in the NBA Finals. Okay, Kyrie was talking about breaking out the 50 cal and everything else, all the weapons that he's going to bring.
Shouldn't he be saying
Boston.
I want to bring out my bow and arrow?
I don't know, because isn't that that's the Wesley Matthews thing? He can't steal that. That's already been used. The
Wesley
arrow.
Matthews wear moccasins?
No, but Wesley Matthews did always do the dumb little arrow celebration or whatever.
I was making a moccasin, Native American.
Look, you don't always have to top everything, okay, Sean? Yeah. Just let mine stand.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Did Luka regret what happened with 4 minutes left in Game 3. The national media continues to call him out, and the adjustments for the Mavs to stay alive. We're just getting started with the Friday edition at the Allen Firehouse. Stop by and say what's up with Sean, RJ, and Bobby right here on The Fan.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex, and shout out to the 6 a.m. club, especially all those that have shown up already here to the Allen Firehouse, 310 Century Parkway, brought to you by Chill Boys, Firehouse Heating and Air, and Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp. We have the 105.3 The Fan cooling towels. We're going to have breakfast for you as well. Thank you all for being Tolos. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. When is my stupid surprise going to get here?
I think around 8 o'clock. I would not call it a stupid surprise. I think that you're going to hate it.
I think that's
why
why
wouldn't I call it stupid?
Because I think it's pretty funny.
He told me what it was. he's broken the news to me. I don't think you're going to be happy.
Really?
Yeah.
Those little small hand things.
No,
I should have brought those though. Those are great.
It's far more. It's not about your hand size. It's more about your background.
Oh.
Yeah, far more racially
Is this
charged.
that idiot Cowboy Jeff?
I don't know.
There you go. Are you coming out here with a flute and a snake? Come up out of a bottle.
Ooh, man.
That's one of the guys I was
Getting
like,
warmer.
Getting warmer. If it's a snake, I'm leaving. If it's a snake, I'm getting in the car and leaving.
Hey, Jeff, bring a snake now.
Yeah. Let me get off early like the other shows. All right. So yesterday when I went home, I just wanted to check myself. Mm-hmm. All right. I wanted to take the national media temperature to see if they reacted to Luka Doncic the same way that we all did yesterday. Of course, we caught some heat, which you're going to do with some of the diehards. And from Dan Patrick to Colin Cowherd, of course, Brian Windhorst, they all destroyed Luka for the antics, just calling it unacceptable. And a guy who has gone at Luka in the past, of course, was very aggressive in Kendrick Perkins. Peyton, I hope you bleep this.
Luka off the game. He drained his team emotionally. Even J. Kidd. And it started from the tip, the complaining, every damn possession down, the falling on the floor, right? Not getting back in transition, not making a second effort. He didn't box out. One time he missed the box out on, I believe it was Drew Holiday. It was a timeout. He's yelling at his teammate. His teammate was nowhere involved in the damn play. Who are you mad at? The bull fouls. Yeah, that was not a charge. Why even put yourself in that position? He tapped out and he left his team hanging. By far, the worst performance I've seen for Luka in the playoffs. Lack of energy, lack of leadership, emotions wasn't there. He went to bed at the crib.
Yeah. That was he got murdered all day. He was the main character on Sports Talk Radio all day, and everyone shared basically the same opinion: is that he was a child, and like to the point where people were bringing up obviously the complaining, but hey, maybe this is a sign that he ain't ready to take over the league. Like going from think of the change in narrative over a week.
To which narrative? The Joker one? That Luka's the best player in the NBA?
He's the best player in the league.
Best backcourt ever?
Yep, best backcourt ever. To now, he's not ready for the moment or whatever. Like it's a wild turn of events.
It is weird that it's almost like they had never seen him melt down before, the national media.
Yeah.
And it's like, have you guys just not chosen to? I am stunned by Shaq. You remember during the Western Conference Finals, Shaq said, "This is my first time to really see Luka up close." And then during the NBA TV pregame show the other day, I heard Shaq say, "This is really my first time to see Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown up close." It's like, do nationally they not watch?
He's been calling for Tim Hardaway. Of course he doesn't watch.
It just seems like they haven't paid attention at all, and they're all just like,
he's busy talking to Queen Latifah on the floor.
Did you guys know Luka complains? Luka has a problem with officials. Where did this come from?
Yeah.
That whole thing is that's been the only thing that's a little odd to me, is that it's like it's almost nobody had an awareness of it. But I do hope that this mass rebuke nationally of Luka settles in to some extent.
He sat down with Malika Andrews, and I knew what he was going to say.
Just got to get better.
Let's play it, and let's ask if anyone thinks it's actually going to stick or make a difference this time. This is Luka with Malika Andrews on fouling out.
Yeah, it was tough. Probably wasn't the smartest thing. But just, it was a physical game. To get 6 fouls, I didn't expect it.
Okay, probably wasn't the smartest thing. Follow up. Do you think that you let your teammates down sitting over there on the bench?
Yeah, of course. I mean, like I say, it wasn't the smartest thing to do, especially in this situation. It's the finals. You got to give everything. We'll try out there. But yeah, Kyrie's been great for me, just having him on here.
So what did you say to your teammates afterwards?
It's my bad. Can't do that, especially in the NBA finals. Regular season is a little bit different, but can't really do that in the finals.
He continued, I just really want to win. Sometimes I don't show it the right way. At the end of the day, I really want to win. I've got to do a better job showing it in a different way. So there's Luka talking about what happened. As usual, Brian Windhorst, at least this week, taking the words right out of my mouth, reacting to Luka's comments.
I appreciate what he said, but frankly, I've heard from him before.
Thank you.
And so it's got to be actions over words. And it's not going to necessarily be just tomorrow. It's got to be going forward. He's got a lot of years in his career. Yeah. He can accomplish anything. What I want to see, Malika, is the interview 2 years from now after they win, or next year, whenever it is in the future, when he's holding the trophy and he's saying, yeah, I remember that. That's what I want to see, and I want that to start to go progress going forward.
First off, does Perk have to put in the that's right, talking the entire time over Windhorst, whatever he's talking? No, I do. Yeah, we've heard a lot of it before, a lot of the same sort of thing. I do think it does ultimately come down to that quote you just read, though. I think he does want to win really bad, and he just doesn't know how to.
Okay, I don't care.
But again, that's not.
I don't care.
That's not a that. No, but that's not. That is not any sort of a cover. It's saying he's too immature to know how to deal with the emotions of intensely wanting to win. That's not a compliment or anything. That still says you're acting like a child. It's just I do think that's the source of it. I think he is. Absolutely has this strong competitive drive, and he doesn't know how to deal with that, and he's still learning how to deal with how do you put that out there? How do you I think, for instance, we've compared Dak and Luka often. I think when you take that same, I think Dak has the same competitive drive Luka does. It's just he doesn't put it out there the same sort of way.
Yeah, I mean, who in the NBA wins a title at 25 anyway? Not. Jordan
didn't. LeBron, for sure.
Yeah, LeBron won. He wasn't 25. He was
28.
Joker was 28. Durant was much older. You don't win titles. This would have been so early in the grand scheme of things.
Do you buy any change happening soon?
Yeah, he'll in 3 years.
Okay.
No, he'll be. I guarantee he's quieter tonight. And it may be one game, but tonight I bet you he's keenly aware of it.
That's seatbelt.
What about next season? Seatbelt theory.
That's
exactly.
Seatbelt theory.
Choppy will go get his license plate fixed, and then,
he'll never look at the light again.
I'll never look at that light again. Yeah. I'll see how long I can get by with it. But it's seatbelt theory.
What about next season? Will he get 5 less texts last season?
How bad does it hurt this offseason? That's the thing.
I'm asking you. Yes.
Uh-oh.
That's Luka whining.
What do we got
the
here?
Luka alarm.
Probably not. No, he'll probably still be dealing with a lot of it. Now, look, if they lose another game in this series and his whining is talked about as a big contributing factor to them losing, and all offseason the narrative is Luka cost his team with his whining, he might, but I doubt it.
The likelihood is that, he will change over time. It won't be an overnight thing. Tonight he'll probably be much, much quieter. But over time, he'll change. Dirk had to get his, he got his nutrition under control. He gradually became a better rebounder. He was always a great offensive player. He gradually did things. Romo would always talk about working on one thing in the offseason. And maybe that's the thing Luka works on.
I need to see the Kobe protest game from Luka tonight. I need to see the Kobe boycott. Do you remember what he did against Phoenix when he sabotaged the Lakers? When they were talking about him being a gunner.
Oh, he just refused to shoot, right?
He refused to shoot.
Eddie.
And I need to see Luka just not even look or talk to an official tonight. Like, it's obvious that he just puts his head down and runs back down the floor.
Uh-oh.
What
we got movement.
You jinxed it. You told them in the 2 years you've been doing this, you've only had one firehouse call.
Yeah, we had one last time.
Yeah.
There was a call last time. It was a medic call. It was a seizure.
Do they have a scoreboard up here?
I don't see a scoreboard.
Tell you what it is?
Yeah, I don't see a scoreboard.
Like they have the little ESPN crawl.
Yes, it is.
It's an ESPN. It really is. It's a breaking news.
And the clock.
sounder.
Oh, it's over there.
Where?
That's what it is.
I can't see it.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
They got two boards up over there. And the
we're
clock.
at 48 seconds, it looks like. That's a little bit slow here, if you ask me. That's a minute 53. What are you guys doing? All right. It's supposed to be out of here in 2 minutes, right? Like fast food. You got there they go. On the 2 minute mark.
In your face.
Well done. Right
this
at
is
2
what happens
minutes.
when you talk.
Right at 2 minutes. Well done.
He got him going.
Yeah, I
It's
got
like
him
what
going.
we're trying to do for Luka. We're trying to
jumpstart him.
I'm gonna guess it's a medical. It's not a fire. I'm gonna guess it's a medical emergency.
medical emergency.
I'm gonna guess it's a good seizure.
So I would like Luka to go into it tonight and just say, no matter what happens with any call, I'm just turning around and I'm running back the other way. That would be an awesome start. No hand flails. That's all I care. I don't even care if they win. No hand flails tonight. This is the bigger picture.
Yeah, do we feel like it's ever helped him in any kid? Like, do the refs go like you see Kyle Shanahan in the NFL, like we've seen him go up to officials and go, watch this guy keeps doing this, and it helps him. Jason Kidd was a player who very rarely complained. So when he did complain, they used to talk about how officials took notice and made them go, okay, Jason's pretty fair. If he's complaining about something, maybe we got to keep a closer eye on it. Has this ever once helped Luka? That's what I don't understand, why he keeps it up. He can't see how detrimental it is.
Maybe for like a following possession where you can see him force effort and turn it up when he's mad, he's ticked off, like he'll defend or bring the ball up contested, and he's like ticked off laughing at the guy dribbling and looking at the referee as well, or he'll just go into the paint, like back down, an extra flail to try to get the call, maybe on the next possession. You have some Joe Mazzulla genius that you were referencing?
Yeah, so I do think there was some genius with Mazzulla. He noticed something at halftime in regards to what the Mavericks were trying to do versus what they were trying to do, and he found a way to use the empty corner pick and roll, which is it's common in the game. You get Tatum and Brown ISO'd on Kyrie and Luka by using this. So you find out the matchups where those two guys are, and then you bring someone up from the top, from the corner. So the corner's completely empty now. And there's a bunch of different ways you could score, but they wound up scoring. This first play out of halftime, they did it on this. And then they used it 5 other times in that third quarter surge to score 5 different ways. They used it more than 5 times, but they scored 5 different ways. Sometimes it's cuts, sometimes you get isolation, but it's all targeting Kyrie and Luka off that screen in that one area of the floor. And that's, he has not always gotten a ton of credit for his X's and O's. There's been a question like, what is his genius? Well, he showed it there. Now, he may not have come up with it, maybe one of his assistants, but S runs downhill and it all files up to him too.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely you want to hunt mismatches.
Yeah.
I would hope people would look for those. I would hope coaches would look for those. But also oftentimes it is players looking for those things. It was where we were talking about what was his name? Chopper talking about yesterday, George Solano or
Jorge Sedano.
So he had said that when he was going into the Boston huddle during timeouts, Mazzulla doesn't even talk.
Yeah. Right.
He said that it's Jaylen Brown and Al Horford leading the huddles every time.
Yeah.
And that they will talk more. And so it does make me wonder if it's just a player reaction. If whoever's running the point just says, hey, we're going to hunt these switches.
They trying to flirt around with Porzingis playing tonight?
They are, and I'm not buying into anything that I trust them about as much as I trust the Rangers with injuries, because they intentionally send out mixed messaging, it feels like. But Joe Mazzulla is saying, look, he's going to try to give it a go. He's going to try and play in Game 4 tonight. We're going to get Kristaps out there up 3-0.
Yeah, right. Brian brought us very confident that the Dallas Mavericks are winning this evening to extend this series and try to prevent banner number 18 for the mass holes. Did the Jacksonville Jaguars just screw Jerry Jones when it comes to that Dak Prescott money? Another leaf has fallen. We'll talk about it on the home of the Cowboys with the 6 a.m. Club from the Allen Firehouse, 310 Century Parkway. Come out and join us on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Frankel if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck. Call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Shout out to Mike and Nathan, the latest Tolos to stop by. The 2024 Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour this morning set up in Allen, 310 Century Parkway. Brought to you by Firehouse Heating and Air, Chill Boys, and Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp. And you're talking about drinking already?
I mean, look, if Brian Broaddus is allowed to chug a whole thing of vodka on the air, I mean, that if he's allowed to drown it in Tito's, if there's some 1845 out here,
today. Do you think that our boss has the same level of trust in you that he does in Broaddus?
No, I think our boss wishes he had a hip pocket dump button that he could carry around.
He might,
and he could
you never
remotely
know.
hit on me whether I'm on or off the air. And I think he'd like to have that. He'd probably trust Brian. It's like, it's unassuming Brian. What's he going to do? And so,
and Brian can hold his liquor much better.
Brian has never because Brian started sounding like I drowned it in Tito's after he had 2 ounces of Tito's. He's got a child's tolerance. I take full glasses and will pound 5 of them, and then I get to Brian's level.
The breaking news yesterday came from Jacksonville that Trevor Lawrence got $55 million a year from the Jaguars, 5 for $275, including $200 million guaranteed. Woo! $142 million at signing. How much does this hurt Jerry Jones with the Dak Prescott negotiation? Just waiting and waiting and waiting. Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, with the latest.
Yeah, that is to be determined, and really the ball is in the Dallas Cowboys' court. We have talked about this. We talked about it at the league meeting in March, that the Cowboys have really made no moves toward an extension for Dak. That still is where it remains. Now, you can do a new deal before training camp, you can do a new deal before the season. There is still time, but all of the leaves that our good friend Jane blew with that leaf blower a couple weeks ago, they are now falling for the Cowboys. The market is showing what it is. Judy mentioned it. Is it possible Dak Prescott gets $60 million if Trevor Lawrence and Joe Burrow are getting 55 and Dak has all the leverage on a huge number next year if they franchise him, which they can't? $60 million now becomes legitimately possible. Whether the Cowboys end up trying somehow, some way to do something for Dak, or whether he just simply plays it out, crushes it, goes to the free agent market, the number 60, as in $60 million, is no longer crazy. It's now pretty real.
I was like, who's Jane Blue? Did they add someone to the NFL Network? And then Slater texted me her buying a leaf blower and airing it to make fun of Jerry, or to reference Jerry and what they said about the leaves falling.
This is, look, Burrow and I don't know that it does anything
really
to change it.
Here are the numbers. Highest paid quarterbacks on a per year basis. Hurts 51, Lamar 52, Herbert 52.5, Goff 53, Burrow 55, Trevor 55.
Yeah, Dak was always going to ask for 60 or close to it. 55 was always going to be the number he was going to get to. That was probably the floor, right? That was probably Dak's floor,
roughly-ish.
I mean,
you might be right.
If you're talking about
it doesn't
1 or
change
2 million.
It doesn't change the ask. It changes where the Cowboys have to go.
Well, yes, but I think they always had to go to 55 anyway.
No, I think they have to go above 55.
No, I think they always had to go to that was always the floor.
I think the Cowboys thought their settle point was 55. I think the Cowboys' settle point now, best case scenario, is 57.
Because now instead of just saying, well, Burrow's making 55, reset the market, he's Joe Burrow, 55, maybe 56. Well, now you can argue, and you should argue, Trevor Lawrence is not as good as Dak Prescott, so it's like the Lamb Jefferson thing, right? If Lamb got his money first, Jefferson would be like, yo, I'm $4 million better than that. Mm-hmm. If I'm Dak's people, I'm saying it's no longer even with Burrow or Goff. It's that much more above Lawrence. Is that fair?
Yeah, and what the Cowboys would probably say in response is, you guys have sat here and told us for the last couple negotiations that the market is the market and the next guy just resets it, and it has nothing to do with who's better. That's because Dak, you you wanted to be paid like the second highest paid quarterback in the NFL, even though you weren't the second best. And so the Cowboys, that's probably their angle of what they'll do. What they'll try to say in the negotiation is, no, fine, we'll top it. You're not going a percentage above Lawrence, though, because that's not how you've told us the negotiations work for the last 4 years.
They could top it in total guarantees. They could top it in total value of the contract. They could top it in average annual.
Or there's the possibility, as someone very much in the know texted me yesterday, that
you're welcome.
It was not you. Someone informed that there may not be any offer coming.
There may not. There may not
be any deal.
And that may make Dak the happiest, because I think Dak on the open market, 60's on the table.
And that's a point to everyone who has texted us saying you guys are smoking crack. Yeah. If you think that someone else would pay Dak that, do you all change your mind now that Lawrence just got this? You better.
I mean,
you better change your mind.
Have you seen half the teams out there and what they're throwing out there at the quarterback position? You don't think the Raiders would throw out $60 million for Dak Prescott right now to be? They're in an arms race, for crying out loud, in the AFC West.
Literally.
I mean, look, the Cowboys' argument is you're not Burrow. He's been to a Super Bowl. Goff has done more in terms of like playoff performances. He's only getting 53. I mean, there's arguments that you can make if you're the Cowboys. I mean, they're not strong.
Unfortunately, it doesn't matter what you say back, because the ultimate counter in the negotiation is,
I'll wait.
Fine.
Yeah.
Let me go to the market.
Right.
And
let me go to the market. You lose.
And they have banked, I think, before. The problem is that they've always thought, well, that's fine, because he won't ultimately do that because he wants to be a Cowboy. The problem is that they've reached a point where he doesn't feel like he has to be a Cowboy anymore. He wants to. I don't think he feels like I have to have my career here anymore. I don't think that's his thought process. And they banked on that for a long time.
And the other bottom line story here is, no matter what happens, in my opinion, they effed up the negotiation by waiting again.
Yep.
If your intent is to re-sign, what are you doing? What are you doing? Every cent has to be accounted for. $1 here and a Micah that gets taken away from another player. Even if you're intending on re-signing and you're going to do it later on, you have messed up again by waiting.
Yeah.
Yep. They've cost, and it's funny because Steven has said in the last year, I think he was doing a sit down with Pat Doney, and he's like, what's the one thing you think you've learned, or the one thing you wish you could do over? And he's like, yeah, we probably wouldn't have waited as long on Dak. We learned from that. And it's like, well, have you? It doesn't feel like you have, because, again, you've let this reach the point that it has. And look, again, maybe that offer's not coming, because when Pelissero, we didn't include the audio there, but Pelissero, when he tees up Ian there for that reply, Pelissero had said something along the lines of, and there's no guarantee this money even comes from Dallas. And Pelissero, we know, is very connected to some people in Dallas. And if that's what Pelissero's thinking, that means he's at least getting some posturing at the very least, or getting some good insight that it's not a guarantee.
I mean, look, they can have a great season, and that will really be interesting what happens as the season progresses.
But that's where I think their arrogant mentality is fine, win 13 games and go to the NFC Championship, and we're fine just paying you 61. We'll pay you 61 then, and you'll re-sign and you'll take it.
Yeah.
We'll pay you top of market if you do something special, and it's another wait-and-see tactic where we would have hoped that they had made up their mind on him already, and they don't think, oh, my gosh, we could have saved $6 million or $5 million if we did it earlier. We want to see you get somewhere, and then we'll pay you top of market.
Yeah. Now, like,
uh-oh.
Yeah,
got another call.
I don't know. This is I don't know what's going on here.
Oh, they're testing. They're
just
testing. They're testing.
Dang it.
No, not dang it. We don't want calls.
Yes, we want calls.
We don't want calls for society.
Look at this. They're opening the garage door here.
Yeah. What is Chop doing? Rooting for injury? Like he's on G-bag or something?
That was loud. It's quite loud. They're moving.
Even the Allen Firehouse disrespects the Dak Prescott contract.
They liked, by the way, when we were taking our picture, they certainly liked you checking their stats, taking 2 minutes to get out of here.
Hey, listen, man. You know we gotta.
We hold everyone accountable.
We gotta hold the Cowboys accountable. We gotta hold the Allen Fire Department
accountable. Didn't you feel like I enjoyed you keeping track of our time there? Didn't you feel like that was the same energy as when people at the Cowboys say, hey, I heard your show today? Like, it was like it's trying to let you know. I heard what you said.
It kind of was like that, no doubt.
All right, guys. Like, in all seriousness, we do need to do a radio show. Like, get up out of here. Let's go. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin and Franco injury attorney text line. And then both of you guys were worked up over this Eagles-Falcons punishment.
Yeah, because this is Chop, I think, is worked up for a different reason. I mean, I also agree. The idea that they get a 5th-round pick taken away from them for tampering with 3 players, not just Kirk Cousins, but also Darnell Mooney and I think another one. But they get a 5th-round pick taken away, $250,000 fine. That right there is a slap on the wrist. My biggest issue, though...
Can anyone hear anything that Bobby's saying?
I mean, it'd be the first time in the world somebody couldn't hear me yelling. It would be, though...
Tolos are rooting for the fire truck to stay on during Bobby's segments and below the belt.
Yeah, test back at 8:40, guys. The Eagles not even getting a slap on the wrist for the Saquon Barkley thing is just... It's another bit of deference to the Eagles and Howie Roseman that annoys the hell out of me. Because the Eagles were quick on everybody else. Oh, nope, we need payback for them coming and tampering with Jonathan Gannon. We need a Cardinals draft pick. This was unacceptable. And then they essentially tamper with Saquon Barkley, get cleared, and it's just the Falcons that get slapped on the wrist.
And this is Dak Prescott loves the punishment. He is a huge fan of the punishment. This non-punishment that Atlanta, what they give up, a 5th, you said?
Yep, 5th and $250,000 fine.
Which is absolutely nothing. The risk reward for tampering and getting your quarterback, and all you have to do is give them a 5th and a $250,000 fine, or nothing if you're the Eagles, that is open season on all players. If you're the Raiders, if you're, give me a team without a quarterback, New Orleans, I mean, whoever, right?
Baltimore.
Stop it. If you're one of those teams and Dak Prescott gets to the market, because all these deals are done, what, Bobby, at the Combine? They're all done at the Combine.
Oh, yeah, like tampering goes on all the time.
All the time. If you're one of those teams, how are you not on the phone with Dak's agent right now saying, hey, go to the market. Go to the market. We got you.
Why are they making fun of RJ Choppy inside the AAC, the site of Game 4 tonight of the NBA Finals, and Jared Sandler versus Trevor Bauer on social media? That's next on the home of the World Series champs with Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Platinum.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
By Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The 3-2 is looped out into right field, and that drops for the base hit. Adolis hits the bag at third. Hayward just getting to that ball, which died in shallow right. It's almost like an approach shot in golf. He served it up onto the front of the green, and it died. It's an RBI single the other way for Wyatt Langford, and a 2-0 Ranger lead.
Hicksy with the call right here on your home for Rangers baseball, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. It turned into a great morning because of all the Tolos out here already. 310 Century Parkway, brought to you by Chill Boys, Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish and Shrimp, and Firehouse Heating and Air. We'll get back to the Rangers momentarily, taking the series against the, I can't say Dodgers without Broadus in my mind now.
Go home, Dodgers.
I just can't. But Tolo Nathan just rolled up. He was at our last Firehouse. He's going to fix some teeth now in Mesquite. And he stopped by. I thought he was RJ's twin because he had a Titleist hat and a Don't Skip Leg Day shirt. And I'm like, did Choppy create a clothing brand that I'm not aware of?
Did you see it was not a Titleist hat? It's meant to look like that, but it actually spells another T word that we're not allowed to say on the air.
Well, even more.
Even more so.
Even more so for Choppy.
He's an ass, man. We all know that.
But
that's true.
Nathan stopped by with golf balls, wine, and shirts and hats.
Yep, got me some energy drinks, wished me a happy Father's Day. I thought the golf balls were for me at first, but it turned out that it was the energy drinks. But
better than Tolo Justin, who brought golf balls for you guys, and they were range balls stuffed into a fancy box.
Yeah, Justin, the great Justin Hood gag gift, bringing us
it was
a brand new box of Pro V1s, and you open it up, and let me tell you something, those were not brand new
like
at all.
He said fake golf balls for a fake golfer, and he meant them for me.
Yes.
And so that's all. But it's been a good morning this morning. If you are coming out, they wanted us to give everybody a heads up. If you are coming out, park at the parking lot across the street at City Hall. So they're doing some shift change, so don't park on the sides. If you come on out, just park across the street from us and then walk on over. There's a lot of parking over there.
And then we were given an 1840. I'm holding it up on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. An 1845 Distilling Blue Label.
Ooh. Featured in Forbes.
Now, that's not a shot, Bobby.
That's not a shot.
No, yeah, it is.
Bobby said
way more.
Spittle,
more than a shot.
Spittle is listening, just so Bobby knows. But he is determined to go ahead and take a sip or 4 of this on air. I said I would do it with him, but that's not a shot.
Well, you can.
That is an awesome glass, too.
Yeah, you got one.
Cool
You got
glass.
one over there too.
Yeah, we got a couple in here.
He brought 3 glasses, 3 bottles. Here, you can use the styrofoam.
You had this? You know anything about this?
I have never had it before. No. I've talked to Miguel quite a bit about it, but I've never had it actually. No.
All right, so thanks to all the Tolos. I think Chef Eric is coming out here. First ever and my guy Ivan. Oh, man. This is a very disappointing moment for me. Ivan has been talking about getting a smoker. Of course, we used to work with him. Keep him away from the station vehicles, y'all.
And sand traps.
But the great Ivan, he's like, man, I want to smoke. I want to get a grill. And he finally went and got a grill. And he's cooking his first ever brisket the other weekend. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to coach you through this the entire day. And we needed to get the fire station hose out for what that brisket turned into. And I felt like I let him down. It got overcooked. He said the family liked it. I respected all the effort he put into it. He was drinking at 10 a.m. Somehow, this man is a better father than me. He's got a 1-month-old, and he's like, come on over every weekend. And I'm like sitting here miserable with my life. But he runs his house like you do, Bobby.
Look, this is ultimately why you should only ask Gavin Dawson for the tips. And get
Gavin don't smoke anymore.
No, he smokes.
Oh, he does?
He absolutely smokes.
Leave me on that one.
Vaping wings during breaks.
It's not a big green egg.
But no, man, I coached him up on the brisket and everything and the foil wrap and the temperature, and he got all the equipment and all the wood, and it didn't better than my first brisket, better than many first briskets, but I was disappointed in myself in my coaching.
I think I've never cooked a brisket. I think I want to make one now. Just without any insight from you, just to see if it would turn out better than your coach.
Well, you live in an apartment, so you can't.
Good luck with that one.
Yeah, shut it down.
We have grills over by the.
You're gonna walk all the way across the complex every 2 hours.
Every 2 hours. Yes. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin & Franco injury attorney text line. Corey Seager was scratched. They say to get him ready for the Seattle series tonight, but they beat the Dodgers 3-1. Behind your boy, Michael Lorenzen again.
Another stellar outing for Lorenzen. 7 innings, the 1 run. He's gone at least 6 in all but 2 games this year. The first start of the year back on April 15th. and then the last start that he had when against San Francisco where he got 4 1/3. Other than that, it's been 6 or more every single start. He saves the bullpen. He eats innings. And this is a big day because a big start for him because you're obviously going up to play Seattle this week for big weekend series. As big of a weekend series as you're going to find in the middle of June, right? There's still 100 games left, but it's a good starting point to be able to kick this, kind of this run off here where you're trying to get back into the swing of things within the division, and you want to be able to have your bullpen at full strength. And they only had to use Robertson and Yates following him yesterday, and same thing as the night before. So I doubt Robertson will be available tonight, right? Back-to-back games, so he's probably not available. But you wanted to get the win, so you had to use him.
Well, you bring him out if you're going to face Edgar Martinez, Griffey, and Jay Buhner.
Right, absolutely.
Because David Robertson, for the second straight night, struck out Betts, Ohtani, and Freddie Freeman in succession. The only pitcher to do that, obviously, this season that preserved the 3-1 lead. Rangers win, and now the monster matchup in the West. In Seattle, 8:30 pregame right here on the Fan.
Boy, if you can somehow find a way to take this series, you are not gonna apologize for taking back-to-back series on the road against the Dodgers and the Mariners. And look, I know the offense still is not clicking the way you want. They score no more than 3 runs in any of these games. It's not every time that you'll see you win a series and you get outscored by 10 over the course of the series, but that's exactly what happened this time. But the pitching came through, and you got clutch hitting. And that's what mattered ultimately. So if you go into Seattle and are able to do something similar, you have to feel good about the confidence you're building.
Speaking of pitching, the disgraced Trevor Bauer going at our guy Jared Sandler a little bit because Atolo asked Jared, please explain how Bauer, who said he'll sign a veteran's minimum, is not on a roster. We keep trotting out Anderson and Hernandez. Are we as fans supposed to just ignore the pitiful play the last 7 weeks and say it's still early? Sandler writes back, no one wants him around. There's a reason no one has signed him. Trevor Bauer at Bauer Outage. Good name. He writes Jared, no one wants him around. That's objectively false. Be better.
Holy smokes!
Holy smokes! Then Jared writes back, I'm not spreading anything other than the reality of what has been shared to me. I'm not the one screwing him over. I don't matter in this situation, but droves of people who do have made the decision up to this point. I bet he gets signed eventually, but that he hasn't yet is telling. And Jared's right. I mean, the reality is speaking.
Yeah, the reality is
Jared is in more Major League clubhouses every single day and week and talks to more people every single week than Trevor Bauer does. And from multiple people, and we've been advocates, by the way, of Trevor Bauer on a roster. Even the Rangers roster, you and I have had a very uncomfortable opinion of adding him. Back when the Rangers, we thought needed pitching a lot more. But we have heard from multiple people think he's a jackass.
Yeah, he's always been like a little prickly. Now listen, he basically outed a lot of things that are involved with the sport. He outed the entire spider tack stuff, the sticky stuff, right? He probably caused Tyler Glasnow to get his Tommy John. He probably caused it. He's done a lot of that stuff. He was really kind of big on the whole spin rates and what the Astros were doing and all those things. He is not afraid to speak his mind. Apparently he didn't get along with Garrett Cole in college when they were on the same team. By the way, good luck against that rotation.
Woo!
How the hell did they lose a game? But it's clear that there's been someone telling teams don't sign him. Because he is not the only jackass in the sport.
Yeah.
There's other guys who everybody hates in the sport that still get jobs.
I mean, Tommy Pham still gets jobs. And he's somebody who is really aggressive. And it's not someone. I think it is, like you talk about the things that he's outed and everything else. There's definitely, it feels like an unspoken blackballing of him.
When you guys are watching Game 4 tonight at the AAC and you hear the background noise of the PA guy, I want you to think of the KMC Masterpiece and RJ Choppy, because the great Sean Heath, the PA voice of the Dallas Mavericks, had a little message for Ralph James the other day in studio.
But I do have a bone to pick with one Mr. Robert Julia. I don't know what his name is.
Ralph James.
Whatever it is.
Ralph James.
Yeah, sure, close enough. It's been 15 years, and his impersonation of me has not improved at all. If anything, it's gotten worse. And I feel a little disrespected. I don't think he's really putting in the work to really fine-tune it. I just want to, I don't insult his inability to cook meat properly or the fact that he mows a yard like Fred Flintstone. I don't say those things. And yet, I'm just saying, put in some effort, man. I do things. He knows I do things other than just yell, right?
No, he has no clue.
Or should I just do the rest of the show like this?
That's actually what he thinks is your life.
That's what he thinks.
He thinks you do that all the time.
Okay.
And that's just the way Chop
Dating
is.
me would really suck if that's how I talked all the
Unless
time.
that was their thing, Unless
we'll have 2 margaritas.
Text in right now. Let us know. But he's been busy with his political impersonations. That's what he's really tried to fine-tune over the last 8 years or so.
I'm a polarizing figure.
Mm-hmm. I remember
Just
there was
a
a time you couldn't come on the show.
A little something for the effort. That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
Man.
Where does this stem from?
This is the Mavs PA guy. Now, Sean Heath and I go way back. He's a great dude. I love the guy. He hooked up with tickets to the Mavs games every now and then.
Oh,
he's a great guy. All right, but the Mavs PA guy, it's a voice I like to do. Let's go Mavs.
It was a great bit.
Thank you. Yeah, he has evolved. My impersonation is not involved with him. It is not. But as Hagee said, I'm more in tune right now with doing political.
When we went to the Mavs championship run, when we would go to the games, I'd be sitting next to Choppy, and I'm like, man, this PA guy is like instructing this crowd on everything. Like, get ready for the inbounds pass, Mavs fans. I'm like, do they really need to be?
They do. They do need the instruction.
Do they need the instruction? So we did RJ did some fake Mavs PA bits on like, here comes the tip-off. They're going to throw it in the air. Both guys are going to jump up and try to redirect it. So that's where Sean Heath's bitterness comes from.
Or does it come from the fact that you said he'll never be Humble Billy? Is that what you said?
Oh, yeah.
You say he'll never be Humble Billy.
I don't think I said that one.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line here on Sean and RJ. Choppy is going to bring us there is a golf major taking place. Choppy with a day 2 U.S. Open update, and we have to rename the Big 12. Say goodbye to it, local college sports fans. That's all next right here on The Fan. But let me get you set up.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Tolos are rolling deep this morning as the 2024 Firehouse Tour continues in Allen. 310 Century Parkway. They're asking you to go ahead and park across the street if you're able to roll out in this absolutely perfect weather. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell.
Got you down.
Latest shout outs to Frankie and Allen. His birthday is on Sunday, so happy Father's Day and happy birthday, Frankie. And of course, the great Chef Eric. I thought he was going to bring me a quiche.
A quiche?
He does desserts.
I'm not complaining.
He's a pastry chef, isn't he?
He had texted me. He goes, "You like quiche?" I was like, "Yeah, I'll eat."
Did you go that high pitch?
It was a text.
I mean, Eric goes that high pitch. Hey, man, I'm going to bring you a quiche.
Oh, man.
Eric.
Oh, no.
Eric Cartman?
No, Eric Burrell, right over there. Chef Eric.
Oh, you can't do that.
Are you doing that because you're about to pour him a shot of this that you just took?
I don't know what you're talking about. I did not.
Choppy, will you estimate how much this 1845 Blue Label bottle may be?
In terms of the cost?
Yeah.
I think it's like it's a decent.
I know the price. What would you say?
Like $75,
bro.
That's an expert right there. My man said it was $80 right on the dot, and he's over here having people take shots with
That's
it.
not a shooting whiskey.
Whenever you have somebody mark in pen the bottle number and that's on the bottle, that's when you know it's an expensive bottle.
It's that's
what number amount stops it from being a shooting anything on the price?
Oh, like a cost? I mean, for Bobby, it doesn't matter. But
No.
for me,
yeah, because I'm a man.
I mean, I won't shoot anything more than
20,
30, 20, 30 bucks.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's for a handle,
yeah.
Like if you're getting a handle, 20, 30 bucks.
Shout out, by the way, one of our loyal Twitch viewers, EJL Viking, or ELJ Viking. He came through. Eric and Andrea, they are having their 27th wedding anniversary tonight. So shout out to our loyal Twolo there, ELJ Viking.
And Eric, of course, is the master chef. He brought me some barbecue seasonings. And my wife thinks of Eric every time she eats with the salt he brought back. I can't even touch this finishing salt. Yeah, she thinks of Eric and the high-pitched voice right there every time she's eating.
Like a Salt Bay thing? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, she loves this salt, man. He's got all the secrets.
He does sound like somebody who's doing an impression of a Michael Jackson impression.
Jeez.
He doesn't. His voice is not that.
Man, that's more shots right there.
He's doing that because he
more
thinks
shots.
It's my second shot of the day.
All right, well, that's enough.
That's enough. That's enough.
I'm not getting in trouble for you. Fan cooling towels, if you're able to stop on out here. RJ Choppy, a U.S. Open update.
All right, so your boy, Rory.
Oh, I thought you were going to say VJ.
No.
Settle down, Cowboy.
Sahi Thigala. I didn't. Sahi Thigala's not in the lead either. Patrick Cantlay, I can't stand him. He's so slow. And Rory McIlroy are your first round leaders, 5 under. Really good days. They're in. The U.S. Open generally does not like a 5 under round on their course. They take that very personally. So I'm assuming that they rolled the greens and did not water them. These things are going to be they're going to be like putting on cement over the next couple of days. Really good leaderboard, though, in your top 10. Rory there, Ludwig Oberg, who was like second in the Masters this year. DeChambeau's 3 under. Finau is right there at 2 under. And then you go down a little bit ways. Koepka and Morikawa are even par, 5 back. But this is...
What happened to Tiger yesterday?
Tiger had a good start. He had a good start to the day. I think he was 2 under really early. And then he blew up, and he winds up going 4 over. Phil had a terrible day. He was 9 over with a 79, so he'll be done real quick.
I want to say something that I hope I'm proven wrong about on Monday when this is all over. I have had as little interest in all the results of the golf majors in the last year than I can ever remember. All these big major golf tournaments, I'm not feeling any. It's probably this idiot next to me and Kevin Hagelin influencing me, but that usual rush and excitement I have of watching the big tournaments, the majors, I have not had it as of late.
Yeah, look, I mean, you have Scotty Scheffler won the Masters. You say boring?
He's boring.
He is boring. He is boring. Now,
so he got that tear under his eye.
Yeah, now he's a felon.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, there's something there.
I'm being serious. That was great for his street cred, at least with me.
Koepka won last year. Wyndham Clark, boring. He doesn't have a whole lot of cachet to him. Xander. I mean, Xander's he's a good golfer. He's good. He's big in the sport.
But even when the finishes are closer on the leaderboard, like I want to wake up Sunday and be like, we got a 5-way leaderboard. I feel like we haven't got like the thrilling shot or like the awesome back and forth.
No, you haven't had that. It's weird, like in the NBA, you're getting blowouts here, right? One day, one guy is just on, and that's what kills it. And there hasn't been that I think the last really down to the wire when Phil won the PGA a couple years ago, right? As a 50-something-year-old, him and Brooks came to 18, and then Brooks had a chance to win. They were right there, and he wasn't able to birdie the hole. He needed to birdie it.
How's Mr. Feeney doing? Our math teacher or whatever. How's he?
Great reference.
What was his name?
Colin Prater.
Yeah, it's probably going to take a while to go ahead and find him.
He's let's see. He's tied with Phil Mickelson for 146th. At 9 over.
That's a flex. If you can just get out of this saying I out-golfed Phil Mickelson, I think that's a win.
1,000%. 1,000%. And he's in the afternoon tee slot today.
All right, back to the NBA Finals at 7:20, along with the junk drawer during the commercial-free Expressway here on Sean, RJ, and Bob. We've got a lot of activity. This is the most activity at any of these Firehouse tours here in Allen that we've had.
I know. I thought Allen was a little bougie.
Yeah.
But what they're showing is
they don't want to change their own light bulbs, so they're calling out the fire department.
They got some street cred out here. They've actually got some activity. I like it.
They're showing off for us today.
Yeah.
Allen is. The whole city is. They're just making
that
calls.
leaf blower back there, I don't know, by the way, how I've ever lived without a leaf blower. My father-in-law gave me one.
That was a chainsaw.
That was a Dak reference.
That was a chainsaw. That was Leatherface. Leatherface is out there chopping people up.
Dude, that thing was that was impressive. All right, the guys have been sending. The powder keg about to explode. So Pepe, hit the intro.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
We need a little college football kegger on 105.3 The Fan. Michael Penix recruiting for the wrong school. The 83 Wolfpack. Mike Leach. And we're changing up the Big 12 finally.
We are changing up the
not
Big
finally,
12.
but.
Get ready for the All-State 12 or the Big All-State Conference. That is from Brett McMurphy, the Action Network. Big 12 is in discussions with Allstate on a naming rights deal to change the league's name. I've never.
You see?
What are we doing? Oh my God!
What are they chainsawing?
It works, guys. Trust me. So they're 30 to 50 million. They're looking to sell the naming rights deal annually, 30 to 50 million, to change the name of the conference to something revolving around Allstate. I'm stunned this hasn't happened yet. But if you're the SEC or the Big Ten and you're looking at the Big 12 getting $50 million a year, just free money, and if you're the SEC and the Big Ten, you're gonna be like, guys, just how about us? Well, we'll be the State Farm Conference for $100 million a year, or whatever it is. You go to their competitor. It's a bigger conference. It's got more TV eyeballs than the Big 12 does. I can't believe nobody thought of this. This is another. I've said it before. I think he's if not the best commissioner in the sport. One of them, but Brett Yormark has done an amazing job with the Big 12.
Boy, I hate this.
Oh, I hate it.
I despise it.
But if you're looking for,
you can't sponsor your conference name.
But if you're looking for ways to find revenue,
find it in other ways. You can't give me the Chick-fil-A, the SEC Chick-fil-A. Like, you want to do it for a bowl game, fine. But I can't. I'm not going to reference. Hey, there's a Big 12 game this weekend, other than anything than the Big 12.
You know what this is? This is the power of the Longhorns. As soon as the Longhorns leave, you start doing Conference USA stuff and feeling like you need to sell the naming rights, which Conference USA is also looking to do right now. The leader in the doghouse there for them is Globe Life.
Leader in the doghouse?
Whatever it is. Globe Life.
This is strong.
That is strong.
I had to think about my last sentence.
Clubhouse.
I've had 3 sips.
Whatever.
It's a Hundy proof, isn't it?
Clubhouse. The new leader there
Leader
is
of the doghouse. That's Bobby's marriage.
is Globe Life. She's going to be here at 7:30, by the way, with the children. I told Laura that we were coming out here, and she was like, I'm going to ask Mr. Sean why he pees in his pool.
Okay.
She was going to ask you about that. But Globe Life Conference USA or Globe Life Conference is the discussion right now as Globe Life looks to acquire the naming rights of Conference USA as well.
You're right. It is stupid, but it is a great way to find ways to get money because the Big 12 is not going to. They're
Look
not,
at his eyes.
I know.
I'm good. Look at his
He is
eyes.
so glazed
I
over.
know the sun is hitting him directly in the face, but
it's NASCAR behavior. What the Big 12 and Conference USA are doing.
Of course it is. Of course it is. But the Big 12 is not going to be able to get a great TV deal with the teams they have. Right? They've got to find ways to get money. This is what the commissioner's supposed to do.
Dude, he is, by the way, your mark. I got a chance to talk to him a little bit out at Big 12 Combine Day and saw him interact. That dude is a shark.
Yeah.
He is a shark.
He is a great commissioner he saved the conference. I think this is hokey. I don't like what they're going to do here, but if you're just the commissioner and you're looking to find ways to get revenue in, you're going to struggle to find better ones.
All right,
you really are.
What else you want to get to?
Let's do Mike Leach. There's a groundswell of support to get him in the College Football Hall of Fame. He passed away a year ago. But he does not meet the Hall of Fame's criteria to get in. I love Mike Leach, but I got to be fair here. I don't think they should change the criteria just to get him in. Now, the criteria is for a player, you have to be an All-American. Okay, so you've got to be an All-American to get in. So Tom Brady doesn't qualify. He was never an All-American, so he can never be in the College Football Hall of Fame. And for a coach, you've got to coach 10 years, and you've got to have a winning percentage of just 600, which means if you go 6-4 every year for 10 years, you're eligible for the College Football Hall of Fame as a coach. He didn't. He was 596, so he was close. But to me, I don't know. It's not asking to be 800. 600 is not a high benchmark to have to hit.
Do you guys like having an official locked-in winning percentage versus just your sports judgment?
No, I don't. But that's the criteria they have. Now they want to change. They're going to change it. Fine. I think they do need to have a contributors aspect to this. We're not just a coach. Because Mike Leach and Hal Mumme were arguably the most influential offensive coaches of the last half century in college football. They created what we have now. They really created what we have now in the NFL. Let's be fair. They did. They created the passing aspect of it. And you can't tell the story of the sport without Mike Leach. But, if the criteria is just a 600 winning percentage, that's not that high of a bar.
A couple of the guys with higher winning percentages than Mike Leach on the all-time coaching list. We have Art Briles, Clay Helton, Brett Bielema, Ralph Friedgen, Kevin Sumlin. These are the kind of guys that we're having in the general area along with it. Paul Pasqualone, that's another one, former Cowboys coach.
Yeah, I mean, that's if you're struggling to have a better winning percentage than Clay Helton, I don't really have a whole lot of arguments to get you in.
College Kegger right here on 105.3 The Fan.
What were you nodding at me for?
I'm nodding at you
Bobby.
to do your next story.
I didn't know I had a story in College Kegger, do I?
I teased the
nice going, Peyton.
Penix recruiting. I teased
Penix recruiting. All right, let's go there.
Do y'all see his face? Do y'all see his eyes off
I'm in the sun.
Off of 2 drinks?
That was not 2 drinks.
Mr. Tough Guy talking about how much alcohol he can handle, all that stuff. He's
No, stop
What's my story?
Stop it.
What's my story?
I've only had an energy drink to this point. Michael Penix is out there recruiting in Tuscaloosa. That's just my voice, bro. That's just my voice.
What?
Kalen DeBoer, who left Washington and went to the University of Alabama, Michael Penix is out there recruiting high schoolers on behalf of Kalen DeBoer for the Crimson Tide instead of going back to Washington and recruiting for his team, or recruiting for Indiana for that matter, which is a little bit odd to me. I don't know that we've ever heard. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Wow.
Sunglasses. Thank you.
Tolo bringing him sunglasses.
That's Tolo Steve right there. I don't know that.
Can you bring him some water too to sober him up?
Maybe a loaf of bread.
Can you get him some coffee and a loaf of bread?
I don't know that I've ever heard of a player going on the recruiting trail for a school they didn't play
This
for.
is fascinating.
This is fascinating because I've always maintained that, like, because when a coach leaves, I always thought players should be able to leave. Players don't go, and now some do, like legacy guys. More often than not, players don't go play for a school; they go play for a coach. They didn't go to Duke because they wanted to go to Duke. They wanted to play for Mike Krzyzewski.
Yeah.
Like, they go play for a coach.
Yep.
Nick
So you're okay with this?
I mean, if I was a Washington fan, I'm certainly not. Right? But, like, I totally understand this. Like, Kalen DeBoer got Michael Penix Jr. to go to Washington for him.
This will become more common.
Absolutely. Because now with the transfer portal, you're not married to a place. The days of Tom Brady at Michigan and Tim Tebow at Florida, where you're there for all 4 years and you're an elite player, I mean, those are largely gone.
All right, we put together this little topic of DFW all-time Achilles heels, and could those legends ever get over it? Dirk being soft, Romo and Dak playoff choking. What is Luka's exact one, and do you think he will also be able to overcome it? Let's go down memory lane and connected to Game 4 tonight during the commercial-free expressway with Sean and RJ and old Drunky.
No.
Next.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. It is
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are commercial-free up until 8 o'clock from the Allen Firehouse. Exact location, 310 Century Parkway. We are brought to you by Firehouse Heating and Air, Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish and Shrimp, and the Chill Boys. And the Tolo turnout has been monstrous, including Colin and Todd.
Colin's out here from McKinney. He and his dad, Todd, listen a ton, so I just gave him a shout out. He looks a little, if you look right over there with the hat, he looks a little Kid Rock-like.
Yes!
Right, it's a little, which, I mean, I know Choppy took all the Bud Light instructions from Kid Rock, so he's probably a big fan.
But I wanted to know if this guy's hair was real over here. He looks like Sabretooth off X-Men. I don't know who else celebrity comparison could you give him to with the blonde hair?
So the comparison that I'm going to go with is he looks a lot like J.P. Sears, who I don't know if you know who that is, but he's
giving a thumbs up.
All right. J.P. Sears is exactly what it looks like. I'm going to pull this picture up, and you're going to...
Oakland A's picture.
Right there.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty dead on.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. That
Comedian.
is pretty dead on.
So I got Wolverine here and Sabretooth in back for you old school X-Men fans. And then we got a longtime legendary Tolo from day one. I'm not even going to say his name because I don't know if he wants this out there. Mavs shirt, Celtic socks.
That's very strange.
It's embarrassing.
Very Micah of you.
Very strange.
Are you embarrassed?
Very Micah
He
of
says
you.
no.
All right. Luka Doncic sat down, another hollow fake apology. With Malika Andrews saying, probably wasn't the smartest thing fouling out. I let my teammates down. We're to the point now where you can't talk about it. You gotta be about it.
Yeah.
Right?
Which he will be. He will be tonight, I'm sure. The question is he past game 4 doing it?
Yeah.
But tonight, I imagine it will be something that has been like such a spotlight has been put on it for the last couple days that he has to have some sort of reaction to it, and I'm sure he'll react the right way. It's just, okay, if it goes to a game 5 or into next season, does it look any different?
Everyone is talking about Luka's defense as well in terms of the blow-by percentage. Highest blow-by percentage allowed on drives in a series over the last 10 years. Luka.
Oh, wow.
59% blow-by rate against the Thunder, 65% against the Clippers, 67% against Boston.
Yeah, defensively he's a problem, and he's getting murdered.
Well, y'all told me he was just so hurt. He was so compromised, Bobby.
Well,
he
can't.
There
you go.
He can't play defense.
Those numbers tell you it right there. Like, I mean,
what about the regular season games?
Yeah, well,
I mean,
everything.
What do you want him to do? You want him to expend energy on both ends of the floor? No. You got to regulate that motor a little bit. You don't want to just burn gas nonstop. You've got a long road trip ahead.
He is a corner that the quarterback is just picking on.
Yeah.
He's just being targeted. And so is Kyrie. I mean, the Celtics are trying to target both of them defensively.
He's Jock Reeves.
It's good reference. Very good reference. But they're being targeted, and Luka is going to catch the brunt of it, and that's what happens. When you're the star player, you're going to catch the heat.
Luka was asked if all the defensive scrutiny has been fair.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're always going to talk about it, but at the end of the day, I don't think the biggest problem is our defense at this point. I think we scored 3 games under 100 points. I mean, that gives credit to Boston's defense. But I think our offense is a little bit more problematic right now than defense. I say, we never scored three times in a row under 100 points, especially with me and Kyle there. So that gives Boston defense a big credit. So I think we got to do a better job with that. Like I said, on 20 points, we got to play with a little more pace.
Well, he's right on that one. I mean, not scoring 100 points. This is just averaging 3 runs or less in the playoffs in baseball and then bitching about your pitching. Come on now. Let's be fair. It's not the defense. The defense ain't helping. That doesn't mean you can't improve the defense. It doesn't mean that you can't try to be better at defense, but they are not going to win this series scoring in the 90s. This is not the 90s. Right, where you could get away with scoring 98 points and win the game.
But if Luka is playing better defense, given how they have played team defense to this point, 90s might have won these games for you. If he plays better defense and contributing, you could be holding Boston to 90 right now if Luka's playing better defense.
So yesterday I asked the guys to cook up a little bit of a list based upon like all-time DFW greats and what was holding them back. So like Dirk Wright was the whole soft label and, lack of toughness and how you can body him up and get under him. He obviously overcame that. I know Bobby doesn't want to hear it, but Dak Prescott and Tony Romo, same thing. Playoff choker. Choppy never really believed in it for Tony, and if you did believe in it, he never overcame it. Dak is obviously not overcoming it right now. Who else did you guys have on your lists?
Well, obviously with Romo, I never thought it was necessarily fair. I thought it's because it started with the fumble in Seattle, and every player on that team says that was a bad ball. Every single one I talked to about it, they all said
K-ball. It's a K-ball.
Yeah, it was slick. I mean, look at the ball. It was slick. You could tell it was slick. It was stupid. I also blame Parcells.
I just want to say, if you had anybody trying to claim the ball was too slippery for Dak, nobody would give that as a pass. I just want to point that out.
That was a different ball. First of all, and I blame Bill.
Yes.
Bill never should have had him in that position. Why was he still holding? He was the starting quarterback at that point.
Yeah.
Have the punter do it. It was Maverick Breyer or whatever. Or if he, I don't even know if Rick Breyer was there yet.
Toby Goen.
Whatever. Have them do it. The Rangers were tough. I eventually settled on Joey Gallo. His Achilles heel was making contact.
Yeah.
That was his problem.
With Josh Hamilton's son.
Hamilton, he had to overcome the sun.
Yeah. Sinatra syndrome, blue eyes.
It had only been there for 5 billion years or whatever. I mean, it was new to him. He hadn't done it. Theirs has always been pitching. They can't find it. Dak, the Cowboys, it was they've had to overcome their coaching. They had to overcome Jason Garrett or Mike McCarthy or Wade Phillips. I mean, they had to overcome coaching too. The problem is that there's 3 main ones in DFW that stand out. It's Dirk, it's Dak, it's Romo. That's it. The Rangers don't really have a genuine one dude that I think had overcome some major Achilles heel.
There was discussion, I think, about Corey Seager's lone wolf approach. That some people were like, is he enough of a team guy to be able to be the best player and lead a baseball team? And I think you saw down the stretch, we all took note of when he hit that big home run against Arizona, how much he was embraced by his teammates and how much he leaned into that. He was the one at the parade who stood up there and dunked on the Astros when nobody else was. So I think he showed he's become more of a team guy than the narrative that surrounded him when he first got here.
We got to throw Micah in this. What would you say Micah's is?
Social media impressions. I don't know. Can he overcome that? Honestly,
is there selfishness?
Yeah, Micah's thing is can you be a team player? That's the question about Mike is can you do enough for the team? I think Des Bryant was one who I think a lot of people felt like you could have achieved more if you would not have been similar to Luka, so emotionally volatile in the course of games when things didn't go right.
So let's put the 3 in order of the current ones on the belief you have of them overcoming it. With Micah, personality / approach, attitude, selfishness. Dak, big games. That's the one for him, over 500 and playoffs.
Yeah, it's beating better teams.
And Luka, composure.
And before, I'm curious, does CD rank at all on this?
No.
For some of his people, because people accused him of being Des-like with the emotional stuff, and he's made progression.
He's had a couple.
He's a couple blow-ups.
He's had a couple.
Yeah. You're allowed to have a moment of.
He's had several though. I mean, the San Francisco game, he isolated himself.
Yeah,
and that was a big talking point coming out of San Francisco.
Yeah, but I don't hold a knock against him for that because he fixed it.
Yeah,
they fixed the offense.
Well, then is he the model for Luka?
No, CD's not even in the discussion. Let's keep it at Dak, Micah, Luka.
Okay.
1, 2, 3 likelihood of overcoming whatever the knock on them is.
I think Luka's is one that is instinctive, but also kind of comes with age and with maturity. That's probably the most likely to change, just because I think you'll change not by necessarily anything you do, just by getting older.
Yeah.
Micah is again.
That could change too.
That could change. Here's what is a selfish defensive end? What, you're just trying to get sacks? Oh darn.
Well, I mean, yeah. If your job or your responsibility on a given play is you need to drop, you need to do this, and he goes, I'm rushing the quarterback, and they have an open area of the field that they bust. That's a pretty big deal.
That's a big deal. You're right.
Are we saying Micah leadership is the knock?
Maybe.
Does he have to be, though, is the question.
No.
Look, I think the most likely one to break it is Dak. And it's not because I loved it, but I mean, Dak is literally just can you play better in crunch time? Luka and Micah, we're asking them to change as people.
Well, crunch time is the beginning of the first quarter for some of these games. At least the Green Bay game.
Yeah. Sure, the level, the playoff level, though. Playing better in the playoffs. Does he play better in the playoffs? That's the biggest question. Dax is about execution. Luka and Micah are about personality. You have to change who you are as a person.
That's interesting. What's easier to change? Because,
well, what if it's in Dak's head?
I'm not trying to trigger you here. Because I think Dak is fantastic and underrated. But what's easier to change, your personality or your ability? Like
your personality is easier to change.
It's right.
No, but he's shown the ability. It's the
not
platform.
Against over 500 teams.
But no, if you look
not against really, really good teams.
If you look at how he's played in because again, that's regular season versus playoffs. One is a pressure thing. One is a responding to pressure. He's played well. He has numbers against good teams in regular season settings. It's been playoffs. It's been that spotlight. How does he play in that moment? How do they And so to me, he just has to show. There have been times he's played better against, he played better against Green Bay in that playoff game in 2016 than he did earlier in the year during the regular season against them. So to me, it's a question of elevating on that platform, not having the spotlight be too bright. I don't know that Luka and Micah are going to, at this point, change how they view the world.
Listen to the maturity of Derek Lively when asked about the Mavs issues, referees, officiating, and all the other topics.
We're trying to make them play in our game, but we're trying to understand what our game is because we're not on the same page. We can't sit here and be like, the ref did this, the ref did that. We can't control that. What we can control is the positions that we're putting ourselves in to get those fouls. Understanding that if we're talking and we're getting mad at the referees, they're going to end up they're going to get the last laugh.
Wow.
That's your leader.
And that probably was not any direct shot at Luka, but that speaks volumes to me. I love that.
Yeah, he's going to be... He really is Tyson Chandler, not just in the way that he plays the game, but a lot of those leadership traits. And when I say that's your leader, I don't mean right now. Kyrie is kind of the leader for them right now, but into the future, the next 6-7 years, the guy who is going to be the locker room leader is Derek Lively, and you can hear that.
All right, any good texts on this before we get to the junk drawer? 877-881-1053. Bobby, I know reading for you is difficult right now.
Ooh, I don't know. 214, Micah is talented, opinionated, and loud. He is a leader. The question is whether he is a good or a bad one. I don't think he is a leader. I think a lot of guys block out some of the stuff that he has to say.
Some people are saying, Jamie Benn with the Stars. Elvis was the World Series choker or the playoff joker. I don't know about that.
He just couldn't hit.
Pudge could Pudge handle a pitching staff? He didn't do that here. He did do it in Florida. Josh Hamilton did have demons of his own to overcome.
Sure.
Personal demons that he did overcome, but he didn't have to do that here. He had already overcome them for the most part when he got here, but he did have issues towards the end. The whole Sherlock's thing. So that's basically a lot of that. Romo obviously was a major part too.
All right, it's Friday. It's Expressway. Let's clean everything out.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
The junk drawer here on 105.3 The Fan to give you some extra laughs on your Friday heading into the weekend. Yes.
And now that I just have my search function ready in my email for whatever story you're going to reference.
Well, you don't have to search anything. You look to your 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock because we're going to start off with your wife's new job that you've been wanting to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
And, of course, she's here now. Kristen has shown up, so this will make it even better.
Well, thank you, Sean, for having us discuss this today with Kristen right in front of us. We do have a problem in my household.
Oh, hands on hips.
The
wife has the hands.
Look at the sass.
Hands on the hips.
Daddy does work and you just do housework.
We got to get rid of that drop.
Yeah.
We got to get rid of that drop now.
I mean, this is an extension of housework, right? Kristen got a job. I mean, it's only kind of. After a couple of years away from the PTA, Kristen accepted the role of parliamentarian on Monday.
Oh.
This is a problem, though.
I love watching Parliament on C-SPAN.
Now, what is that?
So this is the definition of the job according to the Texas PTA website. The parliamentarian advises the board of directors and members on matters of parliamentary procedure and serves as a consultant, especially in a meeting where only the chair has the authority to rule on questions of order or to answer parliamentary inquiries. Now, here's the issue. Kristen had done a great job on the PTA previously. She walked away because she realized that the PTA is exactly the way that it's represented in television and movies over the course of several decades, which is there's some drama. There's some cattiness.
Politics.
There's definitely politics. I don't think that those politics are gonna get any better with Kristen's job title being, hey, you are gonna determine if procedure is being followed by these dramatic individuals within this meeting.
So what hours is this taking up?
I don't know. Random meetings on like I didn't ask. Random meetings on a like once a week during the school year or something. No, she's shaking her head. I have no idea. Every other month.
Okay.
So it's not so bad.
No.
That's why I said it's only sort of a job.
Yeah, that's right.
Look, I want to be a part of a committee, a board. I do.
I thought
Sandler didn't put you on his.
Would you be on the HOA? And he would change the food.
Yeah, that's first order of business.
First order.
Change you can believe in.
I thought you were worried about this. You made this
I'm worried that the in general the tension that exists in PTA settings, I think it's going to get ramped up because she's like, well, it's a safe job. I was like, I don't think it is. If you're going to have to enforce somebody following the rules, somebody's going to get mad about that at some point.
And you know, I love your wife. I love your wife, but high stress drama situations, I don't know if that's
not her forte.
The best
no,
fit.
Not her forte. No, she would.
If she thinks that some cold cuts are going warm in the fridge, it's a freak out.
There's I don't know that this is that we're gonna be totally drama free. With this position, she thinks it's a drama free position. I do not.
Chop, you got a Peyton Russell problem in your backyard?
Oh, I do.
Got some little fills growing?
Little fills are growing. Little grubs. I found out my yard issue. I have a disease in the yard anyway. But I also noticed yesterday I saw some weeds and I was like, all right, I'm gonna go pick these out. They came out way too easily, and I knew immediately if they come out too easy, I know what's going on. I looked down and there they were. I hadn't seen them before. This year. I hadn't seen them this spring yet, so I was like, all right, maybe I don't have them. But there they are, and I got those little worms, those little grubs. I have worms, Sean. And I knew the moment I pulled them up what it was. Those little bastards I have right now.
I respect all your yard effort, but, man, it sounds like you're really bad at it.
I'm having a year.
No.
I'm having
a career. We talk about this every year.
The yard's been fine.
We've had Steve Buechele come on, try to fix your yard. You're talking about scalping it.
Oh, no, you got to do it every year. You got to scalp every year.
Yeah.
You got to scalp
every year. This is going to be the year. You're all gung-ho going in.
You got to do it every year.
It's like a Cowboys training camp.
Yep, you got to do it every year.
Then reality hits.
The last 2 years, last year was bad because my sprinklers broke, so I gave up on that one. This year's bad. I've got the grubs. And now I'm going. It's a Home Depot day. It's a Home or Lowe's day.
Well, you're already going to fix your license plate light.
I know. I got to go to the auto parts store to get the license plate light. I got pulled over this morning on the way in here. She was looking for trouble. That's what she was looking for. 4 a.m.
Looking
pulling
for something.
over for a license plate light. You're just looking for trouble. And then this. It's a long day. Long day ahead.
So would you like to go with the Pope or with Peyton Russell's
They're both
freak
the
out?
same story, right? the Peyton. We need the fan audio.
Okay, all right. We're gonna go to Peyton Russell's freak out then. So yesterday during Below the Belt, we had set up, what would you say, Sean, for a good 90 seconds, set up a topic that was very clear what direction we were going in terms of playing audio. And when we went to the audio, we'll play this clip really quickly. Peyton wasn't quite ready for it and was clearly a little frustrated by the way we set it up.
But he made a comparison to Luka Doncic or to Dak Prescott and LeBron James on his podcast that I don't think is so far off base. Peyton?
What's the auto cut?
It's the John Middlecoff cut that we set up this entire time.
37.
Set it up again.
37, Peyton.
What are you? Stop! No! Stop! What are you doing? What are you doing back there?
Nothing. I was just having to reset it up again.
Listen, the first time.
After 6:40 on Thursdays.
Listen, the first time.
It does 6:40 on Thursday. That's it.
So Peyton you could hear it in his voice. He was kind of done with it.
That's the most attitude I've ever had him here.
And I knew he was done with it, so I immediately grabbed my cell phone and I went, I'm going to go into the studio during the break
and make it worse.
And I'm going to troll him and see if we can get an intense Carter Freeman-like reaction from him. And boy, Carter Freeman would be blushing. I mean, that just may be the ginger burning on his cheeks. But Carter Freeman was blushing hearing Peyton Russell's language here.
The one who deserves is this guy over here who f***s up the cut sheet.
Dude, I got 40 audio cuts. Set me up. Just tell me where to cut. Yeah.
Where's the cut sheet?
Right here. Yeah, try and find that. When I don't remember cutting. I don't remember rolling on John.
Why do I even write the name down then? Why do I even give you the name if you're not going to be able to identify by the name, Peyton? What am I supposed to do here? Technically, it wasn't cut 37 either. It was cut 38 because you numbered 2 of them 29.
Because I'm up here at 3:30 rolling on cuts button. Okay? God, just say, hey, I'll set you up for this. That's all you got to do. It'll make it so much easier. Right? I know it's still my fault, but then you go off on the whole. Check it out. I got.
So, he caught himself about 30 seconds into that. He goes, all right, I know it's my fault. It'll just make it so much easier.
Yeah.
But
he's even nice when he snaps.
He was starting to rage. Peyton, is this some of that anger management stuff you've told us about before? Is that an example of it right there?
No, I don't think so. I just think it was a moment where I screwed up, got called out for it, and was a little embarrassed. So I had to say something in the, you make it worse, Bobby, because I saw your ass walking in here. As soon as we went to break, you come walking in. I hear your heavy ass feet down the hall. So
I'm sad I didn't record the follow-up the next segment when I walked in there and told him, hey, we got some good audio recorded of you. And he was like, he got even more mad. He didn't use bad language, but he was like, well, I don't know that I like this. I don't know that I like you. He really became Carter at that point, where he's trying to block us from doing audio segments on the air.
Yeah, but Peyton at least let us play the audio.
Yeah.
Unlike Carter. All right, then we have one more piece of audio.
Yes, we do, and this
made RJ Choppy roll in his grave with as much of a geography expert that he is.
The fan phenom, Blake Elliott,
who got on NBA TV the other day when I was watching Game 3 post. He had one of the questions that got answered by, I think it was Kidd. May have been Jason Kidd, but I heard.
He's gotten on NBA TV a couple different times with the post-game audio and identified as 105.3 The Fan, gets it out there loud and proud. It's great. And we love Blake. Blake did win G-Bag of the Day the last couple days, though. He actually unseated Jared Sandler's bat you-know-what crazy. When over the weekend, he and Alec Medford were discussing something with the Denver Nuggets, and boy, that UNT education came into play when talking about geography.
How close is Denver and Colorado?
What?
Huh?
What did you just say?
That's marked. That's going to get marked.
Yep, thanks for that.
Well, they're saying the Denver Nuggets, and Denver.
Hang on, stop it. Stop it.
Did he say how close is Denver in Colorado?
How close is Denver and Colorado? The two different places, Denver and Colorado, of course.
Oh, boy.
All right.
No.
Go ahead, pick it up.
That's marked. That's going to get
Yep,
marked.
thanks for that.
Well, they're saying the Denver Nuggets, and Denver is the state, Colorado's the city. And it's the other way around. It's one of the two. It's one of the two. I know it's one of the two. You're not going to get me.
G-Bag of the Day will be tomorrow at 2:30 right here on the Fan.
Just sending that one in now.
I just wanted to make sure we appropriated the Denver Nuggets.
You just said that Denver is a state.
So it's Colorado's the state. I caught it then. Colorado's the state.
I caught it.
You did not catch it.
I caught it. What do you mean?
You're not going to get me.
Y'all don't know y'all's Denver, Colorado sports like me. You don't have to, project. Let's just be honest here, guys. It's okay.
I'm stunned.
I do love the idea of it's one of them. You're not going to catch me. You're not going to fool me.
It's
you
one of them,
pranksters.
man. I can't believe. I prior to that clip, I would have refused to believe that there was a person out there that couldn't name all 50 states.
To name them?
Not just know if I were to give
know
you, just to know that that's a state.
Yeah, but daggone, Denver and Colorado.
I knew a guy who in high school believed there was a city in Alabama called Mississippi. He thought it was Mississippi, Alabama, like that was a city in Alabama. But yeah, I think you could. Do you really think everybody can name all 50 states?
I mean, if you
but if you hear it, knowing the distinction, I guess is what you mean.
You see it written down on a piece of paper, and I would say, here, pick out the states.
Yes,
they would be able to do that. Like, just pick out, like, that's a name of a state.
You're not going to get me.
Like, if I just wrote down the list of every state and all the countries across the world, they would just say, oh, yeah, Latvia is not a state, but, Ohio is.
Junk Drawer continuing here on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's go to Flamingo and Caval.
Oh, baby.
Let's go there.
Lachine Parish Crooks.
We were there in February for the Super Bowl, and that is also the intersection where Tupac was murdered, gunned down.
I didn't know what the reference was when you brought it up.
Oh.
And now I can't get it out of my head because of this jackass.
Yeah. Tupac Amaru Shakur.
That was the worst tire pressure stop I've ever had in my entire life.
It took forever.
This is where... No. Worse than that was actually the hotel shooting floor.
Yeah, the hotel
when we were driving in. Sean, you know what happened up there? That's the floor. That's the floor right there.
That is.
That was it. What was that during?
That was we were driving in. We were pointing at the Mandalay Bay floor where the shooting had taken place. The what was it? The 10-1 shooting or whatever they call it.
10-1.
Yeah, October 1st, wasn't that it?
Concert.
Yeah, the concert that was in Vegas. Jason Aldean was on stage.
So in October, a retired Las Vegas Police Department detective said that the Tupac murder was related to the killing of Notorious B.I.G. Okay, he did say that. Now. New York Magazine has a story where LAPD detective Greg Kading says that Diddy is the one that ordered the hit on Tupac a few months before he was murdered. That there was
this detective didn't think, it was his police obligation or anything to say this, I don't know, 30 years, 20 years ago, whatever.
It's weird the LAPD would hide evidence.
Right, absolutely.
Especially in the 90s.
They've never done that before. So during he goes on to tell the story, during a stop, this is in New York Magazine, on the 1994 Summer Jam Tour in Anaheim, Diddy allegedly told a hotel room full of Crip gangsters, that he wanted them dudes' heads.
Jim Brown over here, P. Diddy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we come to find out 20 years later he meant something else when he said that.
Yes, we do find that out. Tensions were running high because of the entire East-West, everything.
I picked that up late.
He offered $1 million to get the hit done. He offered $1 million. This guy named Davis, he offered him $1 million, and he agreed to it and said, man, we will wipe them out quick. He also said later on, he told this guy who was ordered to offered the money, he told the detective he would have done it for $50,000. So, this LAPD detective is saying that Diddy has something to do with it.
Still out walking the streets, statute of limitations BS after the hotel video.
Yeah, I've never believed it was. Diddy's always the easy default to say that he was the one who did it. I never believed it. I always thought.
I think he does, though. He thinks he's Don Corleone in real
life.
Yes,
I think he does think that.
Yeah, but I think he was genuinely terrified of Suge Knight at the time, and I don't think he would have crossed him. So, that's the biggest. Honestly, the simplest explanation is probably the one. It was Orlando Anderson. It was that guy they beat up in the casino 2 hours earlier. That's probably who did it. So, all right. So, the Catholic guy, as Peyton Russell calls him, the Pope, he's hosting several comedians at the Vatican today, including Stephen Colbert, Whoopi Goldberg, comedian, am I right? And Chris Rock. Those are some of the individuals that are actually at the Vatican. And I didn't know the Pope was into comedy, but CNN says that it's one of his trademarks that he's known for. They say he likes to crack jokes with people he meets, often telling them with a smile, please pray for me, not against me. Hey-o. He has repeatedly emphasized the importance of having a sense of humor, saying it is something that he prays for each day. Now, my question is, how sensitive do you think they were with these invitations? Of who do we invite that is who's not going to go too dark joking about the Vatican?
Tom Brady misreading his roast?
Yes.
Based on the slurs the Pope's been throwing out there lately. I don't think he's very conservative or liberal on who's going to be inviting there.
Your dark roast Pope joke was good, by the way, in the email.
Can I tell it?
Sure.
Okay.
Peyton, if I say dump.
Pope Francis is here tonight. Great guy. He was named the Pope in 2013, despite some really strong Catholic Church resumes from other contenders.
Don't.
Damn it.
No. It's a Friday. I don't like Friday drama. I don't like messing up my weekend. The boss has been listening throughout the entire show.
That joke will have to live on an island, I guess.
And then that's not bad. And then
Bobby,
fake comedian and Tom Brady roast that we just referenced, as Giselle apparently is really single, according to the tabloids.
It appears that she is single again. Her karate coach apparently could not handle the roast.
Poor Miyagi.
Like, they broke up. 2 guys have now basically left Giselle. How does that happen?
Just because you're hot.
Yep.
It don't mean everything.
That's one of my biggest dubs on the fan
That's
text.
a bad dub.
She's a little overrated.
One of my biggest dubs on the fan text. The fan text came to big support for me against you.
Here's the thing. If you're the karate coach,
But
and
your Brooke
apparently-
Burke take was stupid.
Which one?
Brooke Burke.
She's okay. She's not bad.
Here's the problem with this karate coach guy. You won, dude. Like, you have her. Why are you insecure about a couple of Tom Brady jokes?
Yeah.
Like,
But Kevin Hart said, Giselle's the only one to take 18 classes and still a white
still
belt.
be a white belt. Like, you went
and
from
then
being
Nikki Glaser said, I can't say what she
gosh.
said.
Oh, that was a great line. That was a great line.
Basically, they were all making fun of Tom, like, what are you going to do about it? You're a professional athlete, greatest of all time. You get your ass kicked while you took your girl.
Right. Like, you're literally, you were 6 months ago, you were giving lessons to 7-year-olds at a strip mall. And now you're dating Giselle.
Yeah.
And you're insecure? What's going on?
He doesn't want the attention, doesn't want the spotlight on him. And
This is the biggest choke in sports. This is the biggest choke in sports. It's a rear naked choke. That's what it is.
Yeah, since that blocking foul with 4 minutes left.
Yeah.
Junk Drawer, every Friday during the commercial-free expressway to clean everything up here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. 105.3 The Fan. If the Mavericks lose tonight, you feel any better about them losing to a possible all-time team? Where would the Celtics rank on the all-time NBA champions list? That is next on The Fan. But as usual, I'm getting the same.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour live from the Allen Firehouse, 310 Century Parkway. We got all the breakfast donuts for you. We got the 105.3 The Fan cooling towels, which we need with the sun right in our face right now. And we have the Tolos out here as well. It's brought to you by Palmer's, Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp, Firehouse Heating and Air, and the Chill Boys on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
Rocking the Chill Boy boxers today. I got the purple ones on. These are the broadest boxers, apparently. I'm not wearing his underwear. I'm just saying the same color as the ones that he purchased.
That's the way we pitch it on Love the Star when we're talking about Chill Boys. We say you can get into Brian Broaddus's underwear if you go ahead and go to chillboys.com.
You messy.
I am messy.
Yeah.
Game 4 tonight at the AAC. Mavs trying to avoid getting swept, and now people are putting out all-time teams for champions.
Yeah, so look, nothing really compares to the Chicago Bulls in the 90s, right? LeBron doesn't compare to Michael. Those teams don't compare to them. So ESPN at the start of the finals went ahead and put out a list of, there have been 25 title winners since the last Michael Jordan Bulls team. And so they went and ranked the greatest teams in the history of the post-Jordan Bulls era.
That won the title?
That won the title. And, man, there's a couple things to be upset about, I think, if you are a Dallas Mavericks fan. So do you want me to jump to you want to go through the list, or you want me to jump to the Mavericks portion that may upset people?
The list.
Okay, the number one team on this list is the 2016-2017 Golden State Warriors. No big surprise there. It is a 73-win Warriors team that then went ahead and added Kevin Durant and predictably became what is arguably, according to ESPN, the greatest team in league history, and more clearly, the best of the past quarter century. The next on the list is the 2000 to 2001 Los Angeles Lakers. This was the first one in the Lakers run that they had won.
They beat the Sixers?
Yeah, and they went like 16-1 on the way to the title, which, I mean, they're getting pretty close to doing it in Boston. They're about to go 16-2 along the way.
I'm fascinated by this list on the amount of disrespect that I think the Spurs are going to wind up getting here.
I don't know about that, because the third team here I think is a little too much respect. That is the 2013-2014 Spurs with Kawhi Leonard and an aging core with Tim Duncan and Tony Parker. And a lot of people had them as big underdogs to that Heat team.
So it's funny you say that, because I heard an interview with Mike Breen recently.
Oh, well.
Yeah, it was right here on our station,
I know.
too.
It was not with us. It was a couple months ago.
Yeah, he didn't listen to that one.
Well, I'm a narcissist. I only listen to things that involve me, apparently.
Sure.
That's what I'm told.
I thought your name was on the show.
Well, I didn't ask the question. So, so he said the prettiest, his favorite NBA Finals that he ever called was that Heat Spurs 4-1. It was a blowout.
Yep.
But he said it was the prettiest brand of basketball he'd ever seen.
I agree.
That Spurs team was.
It was poetry in motion.
It really was.
That was a clinic.
Yeah.
Next on this list, it's another Golden State Warriors team. It is the 2014-2015 Warriors. Given the 73-win team that followed and the Durant era, it's easy to overlook the first Golden State title team. That was the Andre Iguodala Finals MVP. That is going to go down as one of the, 30 years from now, the trick question for who was the MVP in the Warriors' first title.
Yeah.
Next, the 2015-16 Cleveland Cavaliers. That was the down 3-1, LeBron screaming back, and the Kyrie Irving big shot in Game 7. Number 6, it is a third Warriors team. It is the 2017-2018 Golden State Warriors. Number 7, the 08-09 Los Angeles Lakers. This was the one that put away the Yao Ming Rockets in the course of the playoffs and then took on the Magic. That was the Dwight Howard, Hedo Turkoglu, Jameer Nelson team that had beaten the Cavaliers in the East Finals.
Wait a second. They went through Yao when Shaq wasn't on there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was the Soul Kobe team.
Yeah, and so that was the Rockets. It was Artest and Yao Ming were kind of the core players
They
there.
were very long. They had good defensive long. They have Ariza on that team. And
Yep. So, any surprises so far through the first 7? Anybody that you're like, why isn't this team on here?
I mean, look,
we're going to wait a while for the Mavericks, by the way.
I think we are. Do we really think all these Warrior teams are better than the Shaq Kobe Lakers?
Well, the Shaq Kobe Lakers are second.
Right, but then that was just 1 year of them.
Yeah, we've run through 3 Warriors teams before we get to the second Lakers team, which is a little surprising. But, I mean, the Lakers were Kobe and Shaq. That was the team.
Fisher,
solid
Ori,
role players.
Fox.
Glenn Rice. They had solid role players, but I mean, they were
Horace Grant.
How about the '99 Spurs team? You still had Robinson. You had Sean Elliott.
The next on the list after you go to the 07-08 Celtics. That was the first. That was really the first super team that clicked.
Yeah.
The Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett group.
Yeah.
Number 9 is the 98-99 Spurs, which
I didn't think that team was that great.
no, and it was a 50-game season.
Yeah. Did they beat the Knicks?
Yeah, they
I remember that was just a hideous matchup.
Spreewell Knicks.
No,
Sweet,
LJ,
wasn't it? Yeah.
the LJ shot.
Yeah, and that was the 8th-seeded New York Knicks that they beat. That was an 8 seed, got all the way to the finals. The number 10 round in the top 10 here is the 2012-2013 Miami Heat. This is the second title winner for them. And this was the one where Ray Allen hit that three-pointer to force overtime in Game 6. They win Game 6 against the Spurs and then go on to win Game 7. Number 11 is the 2011-2012 Heat. So that's the first champion that beat the Thunder team with Harden, Westbrook, Durant. Well, you'd think that maybe the team that took down those Miami Heat would have been ranked a little bit higher, but I guess not yet. Number 12, we finally get to another LA Lakers team, the 01-02 LA Lakers. Forgotten is the Lakers blowing past the 58-win Spurs in a 5-game series there on the way to that title.
All right, let's stop right here and just ask 2011 Mavs biggest argument for, like, is there a disrespect level that we've hit so far?
Biggest, I mean, look, that was a really good team. The biggest argument for them was they had a lot of depth. They had guys.
No, but I mean against any of these teams listed so far.
98-99 Spurs, I think, is the best argument that they have.
That they were better than?
Yep.
Oh, I don't know about that.
There was no Ginobili. There was no Parker. It was aging David Robinson, aging Sean Elliott.
So
it was a shortened season.
No one on the list has offended you.
I'm not offended by it.
Compared to the Mavs.
No, I'm not offended by it. That Knicks team was a really good team. Go look at the players on that team that they beat. I know they were the 8th seed, but they were the 8th seed because of injuries in the shortened season. Like, that was a really good.
Yeah, but they got rocked in the finals.
Of course they got rocked. They weren't. Yeah, because the Spurs were a really good team.
We know Latrell Sprewell chokes. That's what he does.
He does.
13th on the list, the 06-07 San Antonio Spurs. That should have been the Dallas Mavericks title. That was the 67-win season where the Golden State Warriors bounced them out of the playoffs. Number 14. This might be a.
And let me ask a follow-up.
Mm-hmm.
Do these Celtics belong over any of these teams?
And
when they win.
It's funny because you talked about the Celtics being a team that we might forget throughout history, and I agree. But individually, as a standalone season, they might be way near the top of just being a dominant basketball team.
Yeah, I think this Celtics team belongs over the other Celtics team on the list. I'm not. I think that Celtics team is massively overrated. That's the one that bothers me the most with the Mavericks. Is that Celtics team? Paul Pierce is trash. You trash, bro. You trash. Garnett. I mean, he was always an overrated player. Dirk handled him every single time. I have nothing for Ray Allen. Big nothing. I know everybody says he has the prettiest shot ever. It's not the prettiest shot ever.
Who has it?
I don't know. It's not Ray Allen. I'll tell you that right now. Okay, it's not Ray. Pages is better looking than Ray Allen.
Oh, God, Choppy.
It's better released, too.
It's
way better
Hey, if you want to talk about compact, sweet, always looked like it was going in, Nash's shot was beautiful to me.
Ray Allen's is...
Ray Allen's was great.
Yes, it's not Steve Nash.
Jesus Shuttleworth, man. That's
MJ's shot looked prettier than Ray Allen's.
Who?
MJ. I never cared for Ray Allen.
Kobe's shot was pretty.
Yeah,
It was Michael's.
It was
'cause he was
Michael's.
a
The same
copycat.
one. They were both better than
It
Ray
was the
Allen.
exact same jumper.
Both better than
All
Ray.
right, reset the
I
list.
mean, Ray Allen was so great.
Here we
He
go.
got basketball canceled in Seattle. That's how great he was.
We are more than halfway
So
through
did Durant.
We are more than halfway through the list of the greatest teams to win the NBA title since the Bulls, the post-Jordan Bulls era. We still do not have the Dallas Mavericks. We still do not have the team that beat the Dallas Mavericks in 05-06.
And no Pistons either.
No Pistons either. Number 14, and you might have a gripe on this one. I don't know. I think some fans would. Number 14, the 2018-19 Toronto Raptors. The Kawhi Leonard assassin year with Kyle Lowry pitching in big time.
Siakam.
This is my first issue.
The Mavericks, I think, beat that team.
They're obviously they're deeper.
Marion gives Leonard problems. And outside of that, if you're able to neutralize Kawhi Leonard a little bit, then you can have better success.
And that was the Durant calf, right? That was the year he got hurt,
where he tore the Achilles.
Yeah.
Yes, but it was.
They probably don't win that series if he's healthy.
Didn't it happen in like Game 4?
No, it happened in like the previous series.
Yeah, I don't know. Forget the Raptors. Dallas is better. The 04-05 San Antonio Spurs are next on this list, so we've got like 3 Spurs teams.
I can't keep track of the Warriors and Spurs teams.
The 99-2000 Los Angeles Lakers. That's the one that went through Portland, won the conference final. Honestly, should have never been there. Portland should have finished off that series.
Yep.
In fact, you can make the argument.
Sacramento got cheated too the round before.
I was going to say,
or one of those years.
You can make the argument that the first 2 Lakers titles, they shouldn't have been in the finals. Portland should have not blown that 15-point lead in Game 7 or whatever it was. And then the Kings got screwed.
Yeah. That Portland team was nasty.
Number 17, we finally get the Detroit Pistons, the 2003-2004 Detroit Pistons, which we talked about that the other day. We settled on we thought the Mavericks would give them a fight, right?
Fight, no doubt.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think who would win. They didn't have...
Rasheed Wallace is really good defensively, and the way he could get Dirk outside.
They were good defensively. Prince.
Wallace, Prince.
Tayshaun Prince is one of my favorite role players in the history of basketball.
I hated it.
Number 18.
Talk about a hideous game.
And I have a problem with this one. Number 18, the 21-22 Golden State Warriors above the Dallas Mavericks. We're getting really near the end of this top 25
Any Warriors team
list.
deserves to be above the Mavericks.
That 21-22 team?
I mean, they were good, man.
You talking about the one that took out the Mavs?
Yeah, 2 years ago? That was not a great Warriors team.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. They beat the Celtics in the finals.
Yes. And, I mean, you're playing Jason Tatum. What is that?
Yeah.
19 on the list, the 02-03 Spurs. This was one of the teams that whacked the New Jersey Nets. That's the one that beat Dallas in the conference finals in 6 games when Dirk hurt his knee. And number 20, the 2010-2011 Dallas Mavericks. Here's the write-up.
And the list goes to what?
25. Dallas's point differential in the regular season was 3rd lowest among champions since 1998. The Mavericks impressed in the playoffs by sweeping 2-time defending champion Lakers without the benefit of home court, then taking down the Heat team that would win the next 2 titles and in the first year of James and Bosh in Miami. Rounding out the list really quickly, the 2020-21 Bucks, the 19-20 Los Angeles Lakers, that was the bubble team. The 2009-2010 Lakers, that was the 2nd champion in the Lakers run. 24, the 2022-2023 Denver Nuggets. And last place, the 2005-2006 Miami Heat team that beat the Dallas Mavericks.
Wow.
And if Dallas
victory!
Wins that series...
Well, not really, but victory.
0 chance the 05-06 Mavericks are 25 on this list. That 05-06 Mavericks would have been ahead of the 2010-2011 team on this list. For sure.
No, yeah. 05.
Yeah. 60-win team that beat San Antonio in a 7-game series. That should have been beat the Suns.
And people are comparing this Mavericks team to who?
The 2018 Rockets is who they say. They say they operate similarly. Kyrie's kind of filling the Chris Paul role as the second star, only he's a little bit more of an aggressive shooter. Luke is very much in the James Harden way, and basically that they operate similarly, where it's like it's the Harden and Paul show, and if we don't figure it out from there, then we're kind of screwed.
Well done. Bobby Roberto Belt with the all-time champions list. And where would these Celtics end up if they win it tonight or over the weekend? When's Game 5?
Tonight.
The Game 5.
No, Game 5 is Monday, I believe.
Monday, yeah.
Monday?
Pretty sure it's Monday.
Yeah, Monday.
Mm-hmm. All right, so they cannot win it this weekend if they don't win it tonight. 877-881-1053 is the Franco Injury Attorneys text line. All right. Y'all been building up some major surprise that I'm going to absolutely hate from Atolo that has been delivered here. I have a little surprise for all of you on Father's Day. And RJ with a U.S. Open update. All that is next on 105.3 The Fan. But
Personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The 2024 Firehouse Tour continues. They let us out of the building, and we are in Allen at 310 Century Parkway. Brought to you by Firehouse Heating and Air, Chill Boys, and Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. Next one, they never really let us know this ahead of time, Glen Heights. Ooh. With Jane Slater?
Yes.
Slater! I'm putting that out there so Jane can't back out of it.
Yes, I let her know the other day that she was going to the Firehouse Tour. She went, oh, okay. She didn't know.
Okay.
She knew she was covered. She didn't realize there was a remote involved.
We may need Alba limo to drive Jane there and back.
Chopper her down there.
Her morning mask on.
Yeah. Will that be the highest attended Firehouse with Slater co-hosting?
Oh,
Glen
that's a
Heights.
good question. That's a great question. Might be.
Yeah, I mean, Slater does bring him out.
I have a Tolo from Weatherford saying, trying to get you guys out there. You're huge amongst the firefighters and police out there.
Parks County, baby.
Shout-outs here. Eric in Plano, Jason Michaels, Roberto, and Al Smith. But there is another Tolo that you've been hyping up for the entire week.
Yeah, so a couple of months back, he reached out to me, and I hadn't heard from him in years. I thought he had passed away. That's how long it had gone.
One can hope.
I was like, where is this guy? What happened to him? Did I do something wrong? You know, I get very insecure about things. I always think, because I know it doesn't look like it, but when I wrong somebody, it weighs on me. Like, I think it weighs on me for the rest of my life. It does. It does. It really does. You have no idea the amount of guilt I have going through. I don't let it out. I don't show it.
Do you buy that?
I have an example in my mind I want to ask him about, but I'm not going to do that.
I think the only reason why it would weigh on him is because he's like, I don't have the upper hand over this person that I can domineer them any longer.
Yeah, that's part of it. But like, I just, I don't want to. Everybody has to like me. Everybody has to like me, and that's part of it. Well, this is the great Cowboy Jeff, and he would make some songs back in the day, and he reached out to me, and he said he was moving, and he has some stuff that he wanted to give you, and he was like, "Can I ever give this to you? Where do you live?" And I said, "Hey, we're coming up to the firehouse in Allen. Why don't you do it there? Because he lives in the area." He's like, "Great, I got a gag gift for Sean," and he has brought it with him today, and it is right there. It is for you, Sean. It is a sitar.
This could get you guys.
Looks like a tablespoon.
This could get you guys canceled.
It probably could
today.
It probably could.
A sitar. Now this guy has.
He played it.
He had. Can you play it, Jeff? Not really. He plays guitar, but not this.
I play it.
This guy has an international relations education.
He does.
And history that's very impressive.
It's really impressive.
Very racist.
It's
very
racist.
But very impressive.
Extremely.
So here it is, FanCam. I don't know if there's a snake that's going to come out of a tube or whatever, but so this means I get to keep this. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Ollie will love this.
He's moving. He's like, I can't take it with me.
Yeah.
So it's yours.
I guess. My wife will think this is like a really cool decor gift, but Cowboy Jeff, appreciate it and being a long-time listener, man. Good luck in Tampa.
Thank you very much. Hopefully you get just as much use out of that as I did.
Can you play anything on it right now? Like, kind of put it towards the microphone.
Let's see.
And let's see.
Play Layla.
Play Aladdin. Okay. Okay.
No, it's pretty.
You suck.
I do.
Thank you, Jeff. You're appreciated. You're appreciated. So that is a Cowboy Jeff with the sitar. It's kind of cool.
It is actually kind of cool.
It is kind of cool.
It is a kind of cool gift.
By the way,
incredibly insensitive, but it is kind of cool.
See, we talk about insensitive gifts. I do want to point out, because I don't think we've gotten the chance to talk about this off the air, or on the air yet, or off the air for that matter, is that Choppy and our boss man, Gavin Spittle, both brought up the case that they were like, is Sean going to be accused of a little insensitivity that for Amanda's birthday or for Mother's Day, he brought a mariachi band in?
Spittle brought that up?
Choppy and Gavin were talking about. They're like, is that gonna play well on the internet?
So if Choppy went to Italy, he can't ride in like one of those little canoe boats,
the gondolas.
Like, a gondola.
I know, right? Yeah.
No, he can't. He can go. Hey,
this is why Spittle's single.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
Jeez.
Oh, gosh.
He don't understand.
At the end of the day.
He don't understand. I won my mother-in-law over with that. I won my mother-in-law over. Little did I know.
I haven't won her over yet.
No, she hates your guts.
I know.
All the women in my family except my mom hate your guts.
I thought I was winning Amanda over recently.
Yeah, you slowly
but surely.
But Ruben knows this. You get a mariachi. I thought I was doing something rare, getting a mariachi band over for Mother's Day, but apparently a lot of people do it. So that kind of took a little bit of splash.
Ruben just gave it the thumbs up.
Yeah.
He said, yes, it's good.
Yeah.
He said, C.
It better have been good for the
Bobby
for the price.
That's a problem. Somebody just gave Sean this little Arabian guitar, and I'm the problem.
All right, let's head on over for a U.S. Open update, round 2.
Round 2 is underway.
Where are they playing this?
They are at Pinehurst. So Pinehurst has only hosted the Open, I think, like 4 times. Rory was the leader after one round, along with Patrick Cantlay at 5 under. To your delight, Sean, you will know that Rory is 2 over for the day. So now he is tied for third.
Always chokes.
-3. Let's see. Bryson DeChambeau 1 over for the day. He is down to 2 under par. He is 3 strokes back. And, you guys like Brooks Koepka really fell off of the back 9 yesterday. He was 3 under, and then he goes 3 over on the back 9 and winds up falling back to even par. He doesn't tee off till after 12 o'clock. Same with Colin Morikawa. Bad day for Scotty Scheffler, who was the Masters champ. He is 1 over going into the day. He is 1 over on the day, so he is 2 over par, 7 strokes back.
All right, of course, Sunday is Father's Day. I have a little Father's Day surprise gift for everyone coming up in just a few minutes, but you have some different gift ideas?
Yeah. So on Father's Day, people are looking for Father's Day gifts. Last-minute gift ideas. If you don't know, if your girl's been asking you, what do you want for Father's Day? Because that's what happens. You always ask, what do you want for Father's Day?
Yeah.
How about some of these ideas? You get, how about a hammock?
A hammock?
I think a hammock is a great idea.
Yeah.
By
the way, you want stereotypes? My wife wants because I was thinking of trees. She goes, I want a piñata tree. Because my tree fell down the other day, and she goes, just forget it. Get a piñata tree. I was like, what do you mean? She's like, we need it for parties. I was like, just hang it off something else. And she's like, no, you have to have a piñata tree.
That's a particular type of tree?
Oh, Ruben says my wife's not really Hispanic. So he said that's a dumb
she would
idea.
pronounce
I agree.
It Jesus.
I agree, Ruben. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen a piñata tree. I love a hammock, though. You give me there was this house that
I don't. Man, it's too tough to stay in, get in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. If you're talking about the flat ones, but you get the ones that are like the silky kind of material that you can. Those are the dangerous ones because you can wrap up in there, get trapped in there, and die. I mean, those are the dangerous ones.
Yeah.
That's
are any of these going to be apartment-friendly gifts that you have on your list? Because a hammock's not really going to work for me.
I mean, Dockers. You get some Dockers.
Dockers is on the list?
No, I just threw that one out there myself. The wood fire outdoor oven, like those outdoor pizza ovens.
Ooh,
the small ones, though, right?
I got one. I haven't used it. The Uni.
You do?
Yep. Brian Goldberg, when I used to, my old friend, my former friend, Brian Goldberg got me one.
Former friend? Not a friend anymore?
No, former.
Okay. So it's like one of those you can move anywhere, or it's like a big, giant?
No, I can move it anywhere. But I'm really looking forward to using it.
Man.
I just haven't been able to justify making my own dough with my 1-month-old right now.
Right. Can you? But you can do a pizza. You can make pizza on like a smoker, right? On the egg.
Yeah, I don't love it. It gets too hot. 700, 800 ends up coming around burning it. These things supposedly made for it.
Guys love a good cornhole board. You can do the golf cornhole too.
Bobby, you don't know how great RJ and I are.
We are.
I don't.
At cornhole.
I don't. It sounds similar to my golf game, the way you guys talk about it.
We're station champs. Station champions.
I was.
And everyone will find that out when we announce Fan Bowl.
Yeah.
What?
Champions.
It's good. It wasn't that funny.
No, it's good. It's good.
My
1845.
Song.
It's a song. It just made me think it was a great song.
World champions.
Yeah, that's what it was. No, I've never played cornhole. Not one time.
No?
Really?
Oh, crap. Goldberg was listening. He said former friend? No, current friend.
Oh, no. Wow. That's aggressive right there. Can't believe you guys are former friends.
I know.
Yeah, but you can also get those golf cornhole things. It's got like the 3 holes in it. So, obviously, guys love to play golf. If you have an older gentleman as your husband or spouse or boyfriend, whatever, a heat and massage rack for the back.
Okay.
Guys have been asking for that like crazy, those massage things.
Sounds like some old man Peyton would have with his neck brace flying to Italy. Or you can do this. Joining us right now on the D&M Leasing Hotline is the man himself, Brandon Hurtado. We've been talking about the Hurtado Father's Day package. Of course, he is the official barbecue of the morning show and the Texas Rangers. Brandon, what's up, brother? How are you?
What's up, guys? I'm good. How are y'all doing?
Doing well. Talk about this barbecue package for anyone interested in getting this for Father's Day on Sunday with what's going on out at the Globe.
I got to apologize first. I lost my voice. I sound like Sean after Game 3 of the NBA Finals.
I was wondering what happened. What happened to the voice there?
What happened is I have kids, and they get you sick, and you spend 50% of your time trying to not be sick. You'll learn that.
Yes.
You'll learn that pretty soon, Sean.
Well, I have one. I'm glad we have a tight relationship. I already have a 4-year-old, Brandon. Got to catch up.
Oh, God.
What's going on with the class?
Yeah, so the class is going to be a 4-hour-long immersive experience. I'm going to be on top of the dugout at Globe Life Field, on top of the Rangers dugout, with all the dads that are going to go sign up this weekend. It's going to be an awesome Father's Day gift. Evan Carter is going to be there. Full Count Carter. He's going to be on the stage with me, showing you guys how to barbecue and answering any questions that you guys have about World Series champion Texas Rangers.
Now, what are you focusing on? Because guys go to this with notepads. Guys are taking notes while getting their swag bags. What are you going to be cooking, teaching, and passing out?
You know, we're going to cover the basics. We're going to talk about brisket from A to Z, how to cook pork ribs. We're also going to go over a bunch of the specials that we do at the restaurant. And I'm in the process of publishing a cookbook. So I'm going to have a bunch of recipes. Yeah, I'm going to have a bunch of recipes from that cookbook that I'm going to be sharing with people for the first time. So it's going to be really special.
Now, John Gray was out there the first time when I came and saw it and attended with Bassick. How would you rate John Gray's pitching versus brisket trimming skills?
I'm just going to say I'm glad John plays for the Rangers.
Hurtado,
he did a good job. He did.
Brandon Hurtado with the barbecue experience for Father's Day, HurtadoBBQ.com. Go get a lozenger and feel better, and I'll catch up with you over the weekend. Thank you, brother.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
There he is, Brandon Hurtado, official barbecue of the Rangers and the morning show. What?
Lozenger. I love it.
I knew that.
I love Bobby's facial expression. That's what gets him.
I knew that would trigger Bobby, like DFW is about to be triggered after what the Jacksonville Jaguars just did for Dak Prescott. That's next in Below the Belt right here on The Fan.
But let's get you some love.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Trevor Lawrence won for a lot of people yesterday. $55 million annually. That is one hell of a leap that the Cowboys just let fall. And do you think, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, do you think they give a damn? Do the Cowboys actually care about this?
No, I don't think so.
No. I hate this, though, for the National Football League. This guy doesn't deserve anywhere near close to this. And this whole leapfrog thing, it's got to end. I hate it.
When does it stop?
I mean, it doesn't.
When quarterback doesn't have the weight and value that it does.
Because quarterbacks, truthfully, are underpaid.
I mean, could you, like, we were talking about what? When did Wentz got his deal, 16, 17? He got it after the 18 season. Wentz and Goff got paid. And they were $32 million annually? Yeah. And there was talk back then of you can't pay Dak $32 million. You can't do it. And they're going to pay him 60. But to this point, this is why a lot of people make the argument, well, this is exactly why you pay him 60 or 56 or whatever. Stop getting worked up about the number. You need to just pay whatever it is that day because it's only going to get more expensive. And sometimes exponentially so. When they were fighting over 30 versus 32, they ended up paying 40. And now we're sitting here with that number.
Yeah, I mean, like, truthfully.
By the way, Dak Prescott is outside the top 10 of highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL now with this Trevor Lawrence contract.
Truthfully, like, saving $1 million or $2 million doesn't matter. You're not going to get a player with that. But if you do that with Lamb and Micah and Dak, now all of a sudden you're at $6-8 million. That is a player.
That's what I've been saying.
Now it's still, I guess, what is it? It's not a good player. It's a depth guy, but that's what defense is. Defense, you need depth players.
How much have they cost themselves, Sean?
That's
10?
That's a good question.
If you get this done, let's say you get the extension done at the beginning of last year or something like that. You just go ahead and knock it out. You're probably paying, what, 50 to 52 annually? You've cost yourself $8 to $10 million.
Yep.
And for, like, that's not $8 to $10 million total. That's $8 to $10 million per year. You've ultimately cost yourself $40 million on your cap if you want to get this done, and maybe they don't want to get it done.
Exactly, and that's why the name Trey Lance was trending yesterday in DFW. Quick couple shout-outs here. Chris from the city council, Sandra, and James. He came up, and I felt cool. He gave me the squid pound. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with that? Yeah,
blow it up?
Well, why is it squid?
I thought it was just always blow it up.
Blow it up, yeah.
Well, he said it's squid.
Look,
Little James said squid.
The kids, the kids, they have their own language now, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. They don't call them alphas anymore.
What do they call like Sigmas?
It's Sigma. Sigma is a humble alpha, more of a humble alpha. So they say it's very Sigma. It's all skibbity.
Okay. I don't
skibbity toilet riz or whatever the heck they say.
I think you could be tricked into being told something is slang that isn't.
Is this their biggest offseason loss in terms of waiting that you can remember since the last Dak one?
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, since any of the contracts that they've waited on, they got screwed waiting on DeMarcus Lawrence as long as they did, and letting those go to 2 franchise tag years instead of just getting it done. They got screwed on. Honestly, the ones they've gotten ahead of have screwed them more. They got ahead of Jalen Smith. They got ahead of Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that messed them up.
And by the way, because I think we all feel like CD may have drawn this out by waiting for Jefferson, we have not asked that about Dak. Has Dak been waiting for Lawrence for golf?
I think Dak has been waiting for them to just come to what the market is. I don't think it's like, nope, you guys are willing to pay me market value, but I'm going to hang around.
55?
No, I don't think they are.
Because that's the thing,
You think it could have been 55 before yesterday?
Do I think he could have gotten it or should have gotten it?
That could have gotten done at 55.
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. I wonder because, like, surely the Cowboys aren't talking. Surely they're not talking to him. Surely they're having conversations.
You know what? Peyton Russell, this would be cut 28 on your cut sheet there. I'm going to, because I know if I said the name Ian Rappaport, you wouldn't know what that means. Yeah, we played it a couple hours ago, Peyton. this is important, though, because to that question of surely they're talking to him, Ian Rappaport yesterday on NFL Network said they absolutely are not.
Yeah, that is to be determined, and really the ball is in the Dallas Cowboys court. You know, we have talked about this. We talked about it at the league meeting in March, that the Cowboys have really made no moves toward an extension for Dak. That still is where it remains. Now, you can do a new deal before training camp. You can do a new deal before the season. There is still time, but, you know, all of the leaves that our good friend Jane blew with that leaf blower a couple weeks ago, they are now falling for the Cowboys. The market is showing what it is. Judy mentioned it. Is it possible Dak Prescott gets $60 million if Trevor Lawrence and Joe Burrow are getting 55 and Dak has all the leverage and a huge number next year if they franchise him, which they can't? $60 million now becomes legitimately possible, whether the Cowboys end up trying somehow, some way to do something for Dak, or whether he just simply plays it out, crushes it, goes to the free agent market. The number 60, as in 60 million, is no longer crazy. It's now pretty real.
Okay, so March 12th, I was sent a text message that says, I know for certain more conversation between the two has happened than anyone's reported, and there confidentially was a substantial meeting the previous week.
What are you saying? You got that text message?
I did.
When?
March 12th. Next day. It was the next day that we talked about it.
Oh, my God.
What?
My main man.
Oh, here he is. He gets called out on the radio and he shows up.
Does he have his Yankees World Champion ring on?
So, like, they've talked. Like, the other part of this is Dak has to want to.
Like, that's what the Cowboys have to accept. They're not getting it. They're not winning. There's nothing to win. It's either you pay Dak or you don't. It's not, well, we can pay Dak on our terms. No, you lost that. It's gone. So you either pay him or you don't. That's the question. If you don't want to pay him, fine. Don't pay him. But don't sit around and say, well, we're going to sit this one out and we're eventually going to be able to come around to the number that we want. You've lost that. That's not going to happen. You either pay him what he wants to be paid or he leaves. That's what ultimately is going to happen.
They've really messed up by giving a lesser quarterback the highest money. They messed up by letting that happen, in my opinion. Because if I was Dak's agent, I'd be like, me and Trevor Lawrence, we're not in a same discussion, and it's not going to be $1 million better. I am $3, $4, $5 million better, and that's why everyone now is talking about 60.
Yeah, but then again, the Cowboys come back and say, well, you're not better than Joe Burrow, and he's making the same amount of money.
And then I come back and say, there's Trey Lance. You got Trey Lance, or you give me 60?
Yeah, I mean, look.
And the way Trey Lance has looked out there at those practices, you don't want to pay Trey Lance $20 million to be your quarterback.
Like, they have no leverage. The only leverage they have is that Dak Prescott doesn't want to play for another team or move to another city. That's it. Period. You have nothing. You have no leverage, or you believe it, or they believe in Trey. They like Trey Lance, or they think Dak is too afraid of not being the Cowboys quarterback. Otherwise, he's got you by the short ones.
Yes, they do. Yes, he does have them by those. And they're much shorter in today's world.
I don't want to get into that.
But
chillboys.com.
But also, he doesn't have leverage because he hadn't done anything. He hadn't won.
So but Trevor Lawrence hasn't either. He has all the leverage
yes,
what are you going to do without me, and what does the NFL tell you have to do if you want to?
And you agree, players are paid for what they're going to do, not what they've done.
Not at the quarterback position.
No. Players are paid for what also at the quarterback position, what your alternative is. That's the problem that I hate with the league. So it doesn't matter. He did finish second in MVP, but it's fine. He hasn't done anything in the playoffs. It really doesn't matter. Go without. Yeah. I'm saying if I'm Dak's agent.
Yeah, and if I'm Jerry or the Cowboys, I'm like, yeah, we ain't won with you.
Okay.
So we can
then go through Quincy and Drew.
Or we would go to Caleb Williams or whoever the next drafted player is. You know, we would suck.
No, it's
for a year.
It's like John Middlecoff said yesterday. You are not going to suck enough to be number one. And even without Dak, you're not going to suck enough to be the worst team in the NFL.
No, what you would do is if you
you know what hurts their leverage is what you've been talking about for years, that they refuse to take a rebuild step. Because, and I use that if I'm Dak's agent too. Jerry's so petrified of not being
relevant,
all the first take topics, that one of my biggest tweets in the last 5 years was sent out yesterday when I took a screenshot of First Take asking, what's more disappointing, Mavs losing or Cowboys losing against Green Bay? And I was like, look how stupid this is. It erupted in terms of retweets and all that stuff. If Jerry Jones doesn't have that, and everyone knows he won't go to that level and extreme of irrelevance, which would be the smart thing to do if you're fine with letting that go.
If you're fine, here's the thing: if you're fine with letting Dak go, it's a real easy rebuild. Okay, you let Dak go, and then you immediately trade Micah and CD, get a bunch of first-round draft picks, and that's how you move up in the draft.
But it's not an easy rebuild if you have Daniel Jones, Giants fan over there, Zach Wilson. Name any other busts.
Oh no, but
name any other busts. It's not an easy rebuild. That's
like we're talking about the slam dunk. That guy's future is going to be better than Dak's over the last couple of years. Was Trevor Lawrence, and right now we're comparing it to 3 years into his career. If you pay Trevor Lawrence a certain amount of money, you're going to have to pay Dak more because Dak is that considerably better than the guy who's the slam dunk, can't miss build around and prospect.
Yeah, look, this is the organization that can get away with it because they don't have to worry about firing.
But you're asking you were asking the same question. If Trevor Lawrence is the guy they picked 3 years ago, as we're walking away from Dak and we're rebuilding, they're ending up paying $60 million today anyway for a guy that's not as good as Dak right now.
But that's also why
they're forever going to chase that.
They are, of course they are. But that's also why, you just the whole philosophy of just take the quarterback. You don't know. We don't know. Yeah. Caleb Williams could stink. We have no idea.
Sure. Look, so you don't have a problem with the Cowboys' offseason tactics?
I don't have a problem. I don't think signing. I don't think waiting. I think I don't like that they waited, but I also don't think it's the end of the world.
Here's just the firm on the record question, no waffling on it, just which would you prefer? You pay Dak 4 years, $240 million extension, which is $60 million a year, or you just let him walk and then trade pieces off. Which one are you in favor of right now?
I mean,
Choppy would let him walk.
You would let him walk right now.
If I let him walk, I'm also having to trade Mike and CD.
I'm just saying, your philosophy would be you would rather let Dak walk than pay him $60 million.
I don't think that.
Because he's not the guy.
He's not. I don't think he's. Yeah, he's not.
I think you have to pay him 60 because we're talking about it the same way. We talked about $40 million as just of an impossibility on the cap a few years ago. The cap's always going to go up. He's eventually that 60 is going to look like 40.
No, but his philosophy, and it can be true and right, is that if he's not going to win you 2 titles, you move on to the next one.
But I think he believes it hamstrings you more to pay other players than I think it does, is the thing.
Yeah, I mean, look, I honestly think that the philosophy the league should go to is just get a new quarterback every 4 years. You have a great roster, get a quarterback that's like a Brock Purdy type, and just go.
So Trevor Lawrence moves up to number 1. What a joke. I wonder if Mike Bassick is going to be wearing his jersey today. We'll find out in 1 hour when we crosstalk with KMC. Are we going to get a completely different Luka tonight? And did he apologize for what happened Game 3? Final hour from the Allen Firehouse, 310 Century Parkway. Come on out and join us next on The Fan. But let me get you on over to
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Hi, I'm Colby, owner of Colbert Garage Door in Proud Colo. Call us today for your free garage door repair estimate. 469-909-0956 or visit colbertgaragedoor.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. We are in Allen, Texas. The Firehouse Tour 2024 continues, powered by Firehouse Heating and Air, Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish and Shrimp, and Chill Boys. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Roberto Belt on DFW Sports Station. Thanks to all the Tolos. Very good turnout today.
It was. It's been a great. Alan has shown up. Alan has represented. And there's still lots of great things to come. I can't wait to see Choppy have to sweat through a workout coming up.
Oh,
that's
you
going to be
agreed?
exciting.
You agreed to be a firefighter training at 9:20?
I didn't agree to it. I was kind of pressured
the city
into
councilman came up and was like, "We'd really appreciate it if," and he was like, "All right, fine."
And I want to be on a board. I want to be on a board of some kind. I think it would start with, this is a good start here.
My boy Goldberg was, I guess, just working.
Your former boy?
In Colleyville.
Yeah, Colleyville and Allen aren't close.
Yeah.
All right, that's a 45-minute drive easy.
Heard me say former friend because I can't get him out of the house to have the kids play together. Yep. So my buddy from college, and he drove up here to have a little 1845, say what's up. So we've rekindled.
Good.
We've rekindled the friend group.
Well,
I text with him every day.
He claims he was on his way over here and heard it. Like, hey, I didn't even have to be guilted into this. I was already on my way over.
I'm mad because we don't hang out as much as I want. He's an all-time great partier. I tried to recruit. I'm hurt.
You're like Luca.
I'm hurt.
You're hurt by how things have gone, so you lash out in an irrational way.
Yes. Mm-hmm. I tried to recruit him to be my first co-host. We did fan weekends in D.C. together. He would drive from New York. We'd get a hotel, we'd party it up, and go do 106.7 The Fan. That's how much I love his personality.
And now you go to bed at 8:30 at night. What a change.
I know, it sucks. Well, except for if you're listening, wifey, love you. 877-881-1053. Game 4 is tonight.
We also have Christiana, who you have to shout out here.
Christiana and Tyler. I love when the boyfriends or the husbands say, I need you to go do something for me. Go get a picture of these scrubs. And we said, all right, Tyler is at work right now. Christiana came out, got the photo, so shout out to them for listening.
Yeah, absolutely. Giving us Twitch and YouTube numbers, I guess.
Okay, so Game 4 tonight. Does anyone have a very strong feeling, like Brian brought us, that the Mavericks will win, or is it absolutely over? Any strong feeling?
I don't have a strong feeling. I mean, it's obviously over. Yeah. I think everybody thinks that. Now it's a formality at this point. I kind of feel like we were at the end of the Minnesota series. Remember when Minnesota kind of was like, they knew. They just knew. I feel Mav fans are in that point now where we just know. We just know that they're better.
Acceptance.
It's acceptance. I don't see, outside of a major injury, like how do you see, or injuries, how do you see a scenario where the Mavs win 4 straight against this team?
I don't.
And that's the problem. Because you're gonna have to steal 2 there. Like that's just impossible.
All right, so Luka sat down with Malika Andrews after he got shredded by the national media. So if you hate us, MFFL, if you hate our guts from yesterday in calling out the great Luka Doncic, everyone basically in the national media agreed. You got your homers that will tweet and give you a podcast. If you want to hear nothing but Luka praise, because they got their head up every player's ass like they've done forever. So if you want that, it's out there for you. If you want the truth, try to be a little bit objective. We've been doing it this way for 14 years. Not going to change. And ESPN sat down with Luka to ask him if he regretted what he did with fouling out.
Yeah, it was tough. Probably wasn't the smartest thing. But just, it was a physical game. To get 6 fouls, I didn't expect it.
How much do you feel like you let your teammates down sitting there on the bench for the final 4 minutes?
Yeah, of course. I mean, like I say, it wasn't the smartest thing to do, especially in this situation. It's the finals. You got to give everything. A little tie out there. But, yeah, Kyrie's been great for me, just having him on here.
So what did you say to your teammates afterwards?
It's my bad. Can't do that, especially in the NBA Finals. Regular season is a little bit different. But can't really do that in the finals.
Brian Windhorst, who has literally taken the words out of my mouth when it comes to Luka criticism, and Kendrick Perkins.
Boy, Windhorst is our hero right now, though, because he gives us
not Dallas's.
Well, no, I mean he's my hero right now. I think he's your hero right now. That he gives us the credibility cover fire of what we're saying isn't outrageous.
Yes, exactly. Because if Kendrick Perkins just came out and said it and blasted him, which he did, it's like, oh, Kendrick's always a hater, blah, blah, blah. But Windhorst, that was unusual for him. This is Windhorst and whether he was buying Luka's comments yesterday.
I appreciate what he said, but frankly, I've heard from him before.
Thank you.
And so it's got to be actions over words. It's not going to necessarily be just tomorrow. It's got to be going forward. He's got a lot of years in his career. Yeah. He can accomplish anything. What I want to see, Malika, is the interview 2 years from now after they win, or next year, whenever it is in the future, when he's holding the trophy and he's saying, yeah, I remember that. That's what I want to see, and I want that to start to go progress going forward.
Franklin, injury to his fan text. I woke up this morning, birds chirping, voice in my head began to whisper, Mavs at 7.
Believe.
Been drinking a lot more, more of this 1845 than Bobby.
All right, I had one. All right, I had one. At what point in this series would you start to believe in a comeback? Because it clearly wouldn't be tonight. You win one, you're going to go, okay. Would it be if they win the next
game
2?
7.
So you wouldn't even buy in if they win this one and then they go to Boston and win one?
If they win the night and they have a halftime lead in Game 5, then I'll start to believe.
If I had told you that Boston was held to essentially just over 100 points in each one of these games, wouldn't we have felt pretty good about their chances to win this series?
Yeah.
And they're down 3-0 because they just can't do anything offensively.
Yeah, and part of that is Boston.
Too many things have to happen. Kyrie and Luka have to play amazing every night.
You need Game 2 Luka and Game 3 Kyrie at the same time in a game.
4 straight games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah.
You need Tatum to disappear like he did in the first 2 games, except in the other categories, which, other people have been giving him a lot of credit. I think Andre Iguodala did yesterday on the Dan Patrick Show. You need that. You need Porzingis to remain out, which I think is a good chance of happening. No one knows. But people are like, no, he's not going to come back for this series. You need Boston's role players, the little white boys who shoot it, Derek White, Al Horford. You need them to disappear. And then you need other Mavs to step up in P.J. Washington, Derek Jones, Tim Hardaway. It's Green or Hardy. That's not – there's a 0.0000001% chance of any of that happening.
I do think because we've always said someone's going to do it eventually.
Yes.
And I do think –
but this team, you're going up against a possible all-time great team, too.
You are.
With the home court advantage on their side.
Yeah, you are. I do think this era –
and Luka's banged up.
This era, I do think, is easier than any other era to complete this.
He sounds like he's buying in, Sean. Listen to him.
We're just doing a topic.
The 3-point shot is so huge now. It's all it's taking. If you're hot and you get on a heater and the other team gets cold, these playoff games are 20-point win, 20-point loss. If you get hot, it's not throw it down low. Whoever has the best big man wins. If you get hot from 3, you could go on any kind of crazy run.
You know how it feels like we talked about how Boston's willing to fine. We don't have Tatum, but as long as we take, as long as Luka's playing poorly, we'll take that trade. Or as long as Kyrie's playing, would you take the trade off in this game and then potentially anything moving forward? Would you take the trade off of I'll let Tatum go off if it means taking away Jaylen Brown? Like, is Jaylen Brown playing
as opposed to what
offensively? Like, would you take that because they focus so much on taking Tatum away? Would you focus on taking Brown away instead? Because I feel like Brown, the way he can dunk, make three, like he does so much to suck the energy out of the building when he makes a play.
Yeah,
that I would prefer at this point you try to take away Jaylen Brown.
And it feels like Brown's driving in mid-range is better than Tatum's. Like, I think I agree with Barkley. Jason Tatum does the defense a lot of favors when he takes all those threes. I was like, keep jacking him up. Now if he hits him, he's 6'8". No one can, defend him because of his height. It's over. But he took 13 threes in the last game. And I'm like, dude, go inside, drive, post up if you're a Celtics fan. So that's where we stand for Game 4 this evening. 877. And what is your belief since you set us up for all those questions?
I think Boston wins.
Tonight?
Yeah. Look, I'm gonna be fully in on the WNBA after tonight. Like, I mean, there's nothing else going on.
Dan Hurley explaining. Oh, by the way, Tatum's quote. Apparently, I didn't hear it. I just read it. Tolo D sent it. Said, "Oh, everyone's questioning us and this easy path that we are on this year. Guess we'll just have to do it again next year." So the early repeat energy from Jason Tatum.
That's big Kyle Tucker energy. People ask what would happen if the Astros didn't win. I guess we'll never know. Yeah. That's big energy from Tatum.
Dan Hurley went on Dan Le Batard to explain the family decision in considering the Laker job before returning to UConn.
Dan, what did your wife want to do?
She was like crying in the beginning. I think initially that the first couple days of it, she got violently angry and emotional, like not like hitting me and stuff. Not like, get away from me. I don't want to consider this. You're torturing me with this incredible opportunity. You horrible human being. She got emotional. Like I can't believe you're bringing this. Our life is so great. It's perfect. Like our lives couldn't be better, and now you're bringing this. So. She was bad in the beginning, but then she warmed up to it when we got out there, and she met Rob and she met Jeannie and felt the weather.
Oh yeah, the weather. The weather's amazing. The beach,
the smog. Yeah.
Look, this is what it boils down to. Dan Hurley's afraid of his wife. There's no other way to say it. And I have no problem, admitting I can be afraid of Sarah quite a bit.
Yeah, can be.
Yeah, absolutely, not a doubt. But she's one of the main reasons they want to stay at UConn.
Who's more likely to which do you think is more likely to happen? Dan Hurley says, no, forget this, I'm taking the job, or Choppy closes the texts for the whole show?
Dan Hurley. Now look, I'm afraid of Amanda too. I know Bobby is as well.
I'm more afraid of Amanda than Kristen.
Yeah. My wife's mean, man. She can be mean.
Yeah, she would hurt my feelings.
Yeah. I have to go home to 2 of them now because my daughter I'm terrified of. But that's Dan Hurley saying, no, wife, he's like, why are you destroying our lives?
Yes. Yeah, sure. It's great. It's pretty in Connecticut. I get it. There's pretty country up there.
Well, Brian Windhorst called the Lakers cheap.
Yeah.
And Dan Hurley acknowledged it. He said there was a money amount. I respect him for saying it. He goes, there's a money amount that could have made me really think. And he's saying what Windhorst said, that the Lakers were cheap.
Yes.
That if it's the Cavs job and the Lakers for Borrego, Bontemps and them said the Cavs will outbid the Lakers. I didn't realize they had that cheap reputation.
Apparently they do. Because they were talking about this on that the pod that Shams was on with Michelle Beadle, whatever it is Run It Back, maybe.
Yeah, the Chandler Parsons.
And he was like, Shams was like, Lakers made a great offer, and people around the league were like, what? No, they didn't make a great offer. It's a lot of money to the standard, but you're paying him less than Monty Williams. That's not a great offer.
LeBron looks totally weak though and lame following that interview from Hurley. Because Hurley even talked about, he's like, man, it was so crazy. I'm getting texts wooed by LeBron, but ultimately I had to wait. It just makes LeBron look like he couldn't close the deal.
Cut 12, Pepe. As Adam Silver basically admitting defeat, it sounds like, when he was asked on ESPN, how are you ever going to fix the All-Star game?
My concern about U.S. versus International is that we may be just past the point where guys and teams are incentivized to play a competitive all-star game in the middle of the season. It's just, you could speak to this, it's the nature of the league. And I look back at last year, I mean, honestly, Larry Bird, Julius Erving, others spoke to the players before the game, and I don't think any of them set out thinking we're just not going to play hard. It's just this sort of group dynamic that takes over, and yet I think about, for example, the Steph versus Sabrina shootout last year, which was a highlight of All-Star Weekend. Absolutely. And so my reaction is that maybe we need to play basketball, but we have to do something that's a little bit different, frankly, that recognizes this is about entertainment, that people want to see the players put their best foot forward, but it has to be something more than just a game. And even if it were U.S. versus international, because there's just some governor on them from playing all out, just given how long the season is and the risk potentially of injuring themselves.
So he's given up.
Yep.
But I love this because this is setting the table for something I want. I want a hoop it up style tournament. Let's see, there's 12 players on a team or whatever. Get 8 teams of 3. Bracket style tournament, hoop it up. Half court.
Somebody should make a league like that.
Somebody should make a league like that. Maybe Ice Cube will.
How sad is it? How sad is it, though, that, and the old guys rolling in their graves, Adam Silver basically said, we know we can't get them to try. We know we can't get them to play hard. That's what he said.
Silver with the players is Dan Hurley with his wife. He is terrified of them, and he lets them do whatever they want. If they push back and they go, no, we're not doing it, then he gives up. That's why people love him. He is a weak commissioner. He is the weakest commissioner in professional sports.
Everybody who's an all-star essentially is making $40 million a year, right? If you're at that level in the NBA, do they care about $100,000 each?
No.
What is $100,000? Somebody makes $40 million.
It's a Gobert fine. Who cares? Like nobody cares.
Yeah,
about that.
I mean the Falcons GM was just fined $50,000. That's the GM. No, he's not making $40 million a year.
Get on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube because RJ Choppy is about to try out to become a firefighter.
Oh, baby.
Going to need the fan cooling towel for this. Get on the video feeds next on Sean and RJ. But let me get you set up.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
There's Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333 with Frankel. Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Rangers one strike away from taking this series. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. So Kirby Yates gets the job done. The Rangers take this series as they win here tonight by the final score of 3-1.
Hixie with the call. They beat the Dodgers in a series right here on your home of the World Series champs. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We are live at the Allen Firehouse, 310 Century Parkway. And if you are just pulling up, like my man Justin and some other Tolos, you're going to get your money's worth. Because, Bobby, you are in back of the Firehouse right now with RJ Choppy.
I am. I'm back here live with RJ Choppy, and he is about to do a demo on how to break a door down, is what he's about to do. And he looks a little unconfident in it.
I have the toots of nervousness right now.
He's very, very concerned. Now,
Here's what I love, though. They were like, all right, here's what you're going to do, flip tires, da-da-da. And I heard him tell one of the firefighters or the chief, like, yeah, just make sure it's all in the shade.
I know, he's so bougie. He wants his whole demo done in the shade and everything else. He was just getting instructed on how to break this door down. Ruben, get a shot of the door. It's a Brasky door. It's a good door. And there's a large piece of wood in here. I did just hear the instruction. I believe the exact quote. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think he said, take the fat piece and wedge it in there and then try and break it in, is what he said.
So we're not flipping tires? Like he's just going to ram a shoulder?
No. So here, if you look here on the fan cam, and I'll explain it, there's this large, I don't know, gardening tool looking thing. It's an axe of some sort. I don't know. It's a medieval weapon. I wouldn't use it. It looks like maybe a fire poker of some sort.
Look like a sitar?
Yeah, it's a sitar. That's what it is, Sean. So what you have here is we've got this steel door, and there is a little, not a 2x4, maybe a 1/2 by 1/4 right here into the door to prevent it from just being able to be broken down. And so what he's going to do is he's going to wedge into this door, which has taken a beating, to be honest, if you can look at it. So this is a great door. But he's going to wedge it into the door frame here and try to break that wood. So let's get a shot of it.
Is it showing up all right on video, Tim? We looking good on the fan cam?
All right, so look at him. Look at Chop get down. All right, he's being instructed. He's trying. Whoa! Did not break the wood. He bit his tongue. He bit his tongue.
I heard him say I bit my tongue.
Would the shade help, Chop? Would that help your tongue?
Yeah, get him an umbrella.
All right. He's wedging into the door again. Ruben, come get this side so you can see what he's doing.
Bobby, $300 for you to hold an umbrella over RJ while doing this in front of these manly firefighters.
Do we have an umbrella?
No.
Oh, he can't break this. All right, so they're gonna go a different route because that didn't work. They're now trying the.
But is he supposed to be able to do it? Like other firefighters have done it?
I don't think they're expecting him to be able to do it, but a regular firefighter would.
Okay. Tim, is this station Odyssey insurance covered? Like this could be a separated shoulder.
We have plenty of medics on site, a lot of EMTs. Yeah. He'll be fine.
Okay.
I think that what we're seeing here is just he doesn't just skip the bench in the shower.
He works
Sean.
on his calves too much.
He doesn't just not use the bench that's in the shower. He doesn't use the bench press either at the gym. And so, they're showing him how to. Oh, now they're showing how to break this thing.
Is he chopping wood?
No. So what it is they were taking the other end of the fire poker that they gave him.
Yeah.
And they're jamming that into the door now, and they're taking an axe and bashing the back end of it to try and force the wood open. So to be honest, one of the firefighters did half the work already, and now they're
just
helping.
Like when RJ fixes all his cars.
Exactly. He's only a fake man. His toxic masculinity is not as toxic as he likes to claim. And so they're giving him some instruction now and jamming the door. And now they're literally just asking him to hold something steady at this point. Ooh! Can you hear that, Sean?
Oh, we can hear it.
Let's get over here so you can hear Choppy's primal cries as he tries to... Okay, look, so we've got the door somewhat open now, Ruben. They're telling him to push this thing, and he can't do a damn thing.
Before soda, this would have been the hat already.
Oh.
I had 30 more pounds, but now I don't.
right. Is there a third method? Is there a? Oh, now he's trying to kick it.
Wait, why don't the two of you try to ram it down?
I have a back injury, Sean. It's just
put your big ass head. I bet if you headbutt, it'll shatter like an icicle with that dome.
Boy, all right, they're trying a third method now. Basically, I mean, they have cracked the door for him as much as they can, and he's still. Wow. They have nerfed the hell out of this door.
Sarah might break off the engagement based off this.
Fire's expanded because of all the new oxygen we've given it.
Yeah, he said the fire's expanded because of the new oxygen he's given it. Chop, Sean brings up a good point. Do you think Sarah's going to call off the wedding now because of what just a girly man you are?
That's possible.
Yeah,
it's possible.
He's no longer the alpha that he's claimed to be.
Yes.
This is beta behavior, Chop.
I'm a Sigma, sir. I'm a Sigma. Okay, humble.
He's a Sigma. All right, so they have cracked the door open even more for him. They're trying to basically put the training wheels on for him. Here,
They're basically rolling out a red carpet.
Here, let's get some here. Sean,
come on, Bobby, help him.
I can't help with anything. I have a L5S1 issue. It's cracked on both sides. It's called a bilateral pars defect.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't risk that. Then I'd be out for a week. And what would you do then, Sean?
All right, we got about 13 people watching now.
Oh, yeah. The firefighters have now gathered around just to get a good laugh at what it looks like when a child tries to do their job every day. Oh, we might have gotten some breakage. Oh, look.
Did he do it?
Sort of.
Oh, okay.
It's like EF2 intensity, what he's done to the wood. It's not yet, like, actually shattered any wood.
What is he swinging and hitting?
So he wasn't swinging and hitting anything. He was holding something. Oh, there we go.
Hey!
He has broken through the door.
And everyone has died.
Here. Everyone has died in the process. Here, Chop, would you like to say any words?
I need cardio.
What was worse? Ask him what was worse, going in the smokehouse or this?
What was worse, going in the smokehouse in Wiley or just showing what a female you are? Or not even.
Hey, Bobby.
Showing what a child you are. Showing what a child you are.
One of these women schools Bobby right now.
Sarah could have broken this door down, though.
Yeah, she could.
Julian, Luca, any one of them.
Julian with his anger. Luca's got anger issues.
All right. We're not hearing him very well. All right.
I'm out of breath.
He's out of breath. He's tired. He's shooketh. But they broke it down. They did have to break it for. Hold on. What are we doing? Oh, yeah, he can't take their tool. He was trying to walk off with a souvenir. How much time do we have?
He's walking with these picks. He's trying to leave and take them.
Do we have time to do something else? We have 4 minutes.
Yes.
Do we have time to do something in 4 minutes?
Yeah, please. I don't have a topic to fill the time.
Well, I mean, Sean, we do have some of the lists that I've sent you and other things.
Ask the firefighters.
Oh, yeah. What are we doing here? We're going to do what with water?
I have no idea.
Okay, what are we doing here?
You see what happens? My contract is going up to my Bobby leading. You see what happens when Bobby leads?
We're going to have Choppy pull a hose. So we're going to see if the Diamond Cavs have actually done anything.
Okay.
This is going to be a lot of leg work here, Chop, I would imagine. Boy, he is... he looks like he has done the same niacin flush Spittle did the other day with as red as his face is right now. He looks like one of these fire trucks.
So he's going to pull this hose?
That's what he's allegedly going to do.
Those are some manly gloves, too. Live on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube, we are at the Allen Firehouse, and RJ Choppy is being put through the paces. He's just doing this so he doesn't have to work out after the show.
That's how he's trying to get out of it.
And will he shower? He says he does not shower during the weekends. He just jumps in the pool. Will he shower after this today?
Absolutely not. He'll shower after his actual workout. That's the only time he says he does.
Yes.
But that's how he was trying to get out of this. He was like, well, I can't. I got to work out later. I don't want to be too worn down for my workout or whatever it is that he does. Because the workouts, honestly, are not showing up given how he just treated that door.
Yeah.
But they are going to have him do the hose here, and he looks less than confident.
Wait, this hose is to pull the fire truck? Is it connected to the truck?
Oh my gosh, is that what we're doing?
Yeah, it looks like it's connected to the truck. And,
they're showing him how to open up the hose.
Tell him he knows how to produce male heirs already. He already knows. He don't need any education on that.
He looks so serious on his face. None of this is a joke to him. He has been completely emasculated.
What's he saying?
He said, this is serious. We're saving people's lives. Stop joking about it. All right, he's pulling the hose out. We're getting...
That's a hose at truck.
Yes, it is. There now. Let's see what he's gonna do.
All right, ask the experts. What's the average length of movement, moving this thing? What's the average?
I gotta get closer to a firefighter
it's okay.
and make sure that we don't.
All right, I want to hear Choppy's moans and groans as he's pulling.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So the hose is now full of
the moans
water.
And groans as he's yanking the hose.
The hose is now full of water, so I'm gonna get the mic closer to there.
All right, tell these firefighters, come on, let's go. We got a clock.
He's getting some instruction. He's on the hip. Okay. Let's see how it does. They're gonna have him open it up. Oh!
Tell them they can't be as slow as their EMT response earlier.
He is.
What's going on, Bobby?
That's just him spraying a hose.
Wait, he's not pulling it?
No, he's just spraying water.
And that is how you can make a male error.
This is tapping into something primal for him.
Yes.
Oh, he's starting to lose control of the hose a little bit.
Oh, they're cranking up the water pressure.
The pressure's a little much for him, I think. Yeah, this is starting. Choppy says this is causing him hip problems now.
Okay.
So he is being taxed quite a bit over here.
All right, hopefully this played out well on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks to all the Cholos and the Allen firefighters. Any final word, Bobby?
Choppy, I think, has been properly emasculated today. Chop, final word before we go to break.
The hose. I have never had so much power between my legs.
We crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece next. And, of course, I have to be a professional now and talk about
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
All right, let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece.
Why are you gonna sigh right at the beginning of crosstalk, man?
Us already, bro.
Woo! That was not for you guys. My apologies.
Okay.
It was for me.
It was for poor RJ Choppy, who has to be drenched and worn down after that firefighter workout. All right,
popped a molly. I'm sweating.
Choppy, did you find the hose?
I did find the hose, man. That was so much power between my legs. It was amazing.
You lifting up the shirt there though to dry off the sweat just now. You got the V going on. Chop.
Well, I need something because that was embarrassing. I'm dying here.
Yeah.
I'm dying. That, of course,
they gave you the hardwood.
They gave me the hardwood.
Yeah.
Okay,
You're not used to the hardwood.
They gave me the wood, BlueChew.com wood.
Yep.
That's what they gave me.
Yeah.
Right, they gave me the hardwood, but apparently there's a softwood too.
Some walnut over there. Is there a softer wood that they?
I guess pine, right? Pine's pretty soft. You can
alder.
Dig your finger in a pine.
Yeah.
This is apparently the hardwood they gave me, and that thing was difficult. That was very hard to get through.
Corey Majors and
How much
Kevin
wood
Hankman.
talk do you guys usually have on the show?
A lot.
Nice.
A lot.
Balsa wood.
Firefighters are saying it sounded good on the radio. That's all that matters. Hopefully on the video as well. What's going on back there, fellas?
Well, you're getting ready to do the show today. Sans Mike,
Good.
as Mike is. He said, if the Rangers win two out of these 3 games,
Is
I
that
won't
what
be in
happened?
on Friday. And
Okay.
we were like, no way that's gonna happen. And so we lost the bet, and Mike won. So that's
I guess
I need
that's
Mike.
possible.
I need Mike to be my agent. That's what I need. That's what I just realized. Like no one has a better deal up here than Bassick. Like I'm tired, stayed up,
Yeah.
Rangers won, I'm out.
Micah Bassick.
Micah
No
Bassick.
comprende. Oh, Micah Bassick. Yikes.
Has he been getting depressed, guys, that Cowboy talk is around the corner with the Mavericks like not giving us another week probably?
I feel like
of basketball talk?
yesterday he lashed out and he was like, oh, well, if you're excited for the Mavericks to lose, get ready for 95% Cowboys talk. And he sounded really, really beaten down by that.
yeah.
He's bitter.
Yeah.
You want to talk about the 2-run Rangers offense that he nerfs at 4
Shut
when
up,
he's
Bobby.
doing per
They
game?
won 2 out of 3 over the Dodgers.
Yeah, Bobby.
Yeah.
Bring down the room.
When we're sitting there during the break, Mike will be all like, this Rangers offense. Then he gets up there on the TV and he's like, well, look, they're doing some good things.
Nobody asks how. They just ask how many. All right, that's the only thing that matters.
Bobby's been plotting. Bobby's been planning a Bassick explosion to like attack his radio versus TV persona.
Are you getting audio?
The Rangers takes. The Rangers takes. They're just they're a little more strong when we're on the radio side. That's just what I've noticed.
Can you call it Mic Check, please? Because that is the segment that we wanted to call it for a while.
Have you guys messed with him about that, or have you noticed it?
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Absolutely. Many
Dude,
times.
Valley, man, they'll brainwash you, dude. That's a Valley
They will.
brainwash over there. It's like, no, we don't want you to be objective whatsoever. Everything is great. Everything is fantastic.
Offense is fine.
Kiss the rear end.
Yeah.
Anyone else who has like a negative real take, they're a hater. You just gotta you gotta kiss the corporate ass.
You've got to embrace the fact that this is the greatest offense that's ever happened.
Yeah, it is.
It's just they're unlucky.
Any other team would have scored one run last night.
I do remember whenever I was getting like introduced to play-by-play radio. I was working at a place called Champion Sports, and they do high school football, and they're fantastic what they do. And we kind of had a sit-down conversation with the whole cast. And like my friends like Chase Williams, Mike Peasley was calling games for him and everything.
Peasley.
And we're all sitting there, and the guy was kind of training, and he was like, "Listen, this is high school kids. We're not trying to be negative and beat down these high school kids. So just remember, whenever a play happens, if something was bad on one side, there's something positive that happened for the other team." And so they were like, just remember when you're calling these games, talk about the positive things that are going on. And I do see that in Mike a lot of times. Like, there was a 1-0 game, right? And Mike's sitting there going, man, look, I know there wasn't a lot of scoring in this game. But gosh, you got to love this defense today, right? This is great defense out there. And I was like, yeah, Mike's beating himself up right now in that studio. You know it. You know it's happening.
In high school, I mean, I absolutely.
Do they get the same pep talk? Like, guys, these are millionaires, okay?
Yeah,
like, let's make sure they want to make sure that when they take their hired ride home, their professional driver takes them home tonight.
I mean, how many players on a high school team of any sport are going to play at the next level? I mean, like maybe in DFW where you got massive schools and great talent, but
that pep talk belongs to me when I'm talking about like Keller High School opponents, right? Like I should chill on the stuff about Geyer or whatever else. But
I don't think you're going to find anybody across the country that's doing TV for a team that's going to be talking negatively about their team that often. Right?
I mean, there are certain, like the Red Sox announcers.
Not Baltimore.
Baltimore announcers, Red Sox announcers, Yankee announcers, Phillies. They do. The Mets are brutal to the Mets, like the Mets announcers.
But why do you think why are we presuming that that's because of the team on the television contract, other side of things? And if that's the case, Kevin, why do we have such different freedom on the radio?
I mean, I don't presume anything. It is 100% for a fact the team on the other end of that contract.
Can I add maybe 15% of something else, though?
Okay, 85%.
Having worked like in those places, your manager just doesn't want to get a phone call from Granny Smith out there who's ticked off that you're not talking nice about her team, her Rangers right now. And so she's upset. That's 15% of that.
85% otherwise.
But why is it so different with our radio partnerships? So we can kill the Rangers ownership. Are they cheap? We obviously destroyed Jerry and Steven. Cuban has gotten annihilated. It's different for radio.
Look, man, because we have actual freedom. That's why if you hear any nonsensical promo, otherwise, they can turn it sideways and stick it straight up their candy asses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whoa! If you smell. All right, Kevin, Corey, you guys usually take things back to the high school coverage days with the young journalism career at the newspaper. You got any great Allen High School stories as we're closing up here at the Allen Firehouse?
Yes.
Positive stories, please.
As a matter of fact, I was just talking about how I wish
Valley Belt over here.
I wish that I had covered Allen a little more during a certain era. You had two brothers that played quarterback there, Nathan Dick, and what was the other?
Casey
Dick. And so you had those two
the
brothers.
Dicks?
Yeah.
Yes.
They were, and I was like, Kevin, I wish I would have been more involved in the Allen paper then because I could have written so many fun headlines that would have gotten vetoed probably.
That is true. My favorite thing that I think I ever saw at Allen High School is they had the regional wrestling tournament there. And if you know anything about Allen wrestling, they're a juggernaut. They've won or they might have just finished second in this last one, but they had won 14 state titles in a row. So
Rock went there.
One of their wrestlers, he suplexed a kid on his head, and they paused the match, and they were like, "You can't do that," and people started to boo, even though he was from Allen in the Allen gym, but there were fans from everywhere else, and so they restart the match. He's dominating this kid. Within 15 seconds, he dumps that kid on his head, and he gets disqualified. And I was like, "Good Lord." And everybody is booing, and he looks at the crowd and he fires his arms up come on, and he walks through the tunnel. It felt like a professional wrestling match where he was just trying to get the entire crowd to turn on him. It was amazing. And then do you want to tell the basketball coach story?
Oh, which one?
About their brand new basketball arena?
Yeah, you tell me this one.
So there
I
was
don't remember.
There was
Corey has no idea.
There was a basketball coach whose name we will not give, but he
What are his initials?
I don't know if you can figure that out. He coached in the Metroplex, and Allen High School has a really, really nice gym, taxpayer funded across Collin County, and they're like, hey, be careful with the gym. And the first game he ever played at that arena, he takes his like fancy shoes and scuffs across the court. And he goes, what? My tax dollars paid for it. And I just thought that was amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember watching Arachnophobia. They wouldn't let him wear his hard shoes on the court. Remember that? They told Jeff
And that's
Daniels,
why.
Hey, get your shoes off the court, sir.
And that's
way,
why.
Zach Wolchuk has weighed in with F. Allen.
Whoa!
So that was
the group text.
Look, I get it. I'd be mad if that school was better than my school at almost everything, too.
You need to stop
Ow.
that.
Ooh, that's a Plano shot.
It's one school, all right? First off, it's one school for the entire city, and Plano has 3 schools across actually they have 5 schools across the entire city. Allen's like, look, we're going to keep all of our good talent in this one school. We're not going to spread it out across the city.
Yeah,
why don't we do something stupid like that?
Isn't Zach's Plano school like 5th out of 5 too? Typically, like, isn't that why he's so bitter? I think he's complained about that.
I mean, it depends on how you classify Prestonwood and John Paul, but like, yeah, no,
And that's where my kid's going to school, by the way, too. So
Plano Senior?
I am one of the Wildcats. So.
I don't know.
Corey, is that the game that you and I went to?
Yeah, it was Plano Senior versus Plano West, and you were sitting across the way from me. Yeah.
You were on the opposite side, Sean?
We didn't go together, and I'm like, I'm going to go that side of the stadium and right there.
Well, our side was packed. I mean, it was their homecoming, and it was absolutely packed on our side. And there were so many kids, so many of these high school kids just standing there being weird and smelling weird.
Speaking of all these sports, yesterday, Choppy, I thought of you when I went outside to take the trash out.
Oh,
this
burn.
sucks.
Oh, the heat?
Oh, my God.
Oh, it's brutal.
This is, I hope, like, I'm siding with my wife and like trying to not let him play any sports. No youth sports. Sitting outside. You're outside in this baseball every day?
Yeah, I got a game tonight, 5 o'clock. Got a game, 2 games tomorrow, and then Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week because it's the World Series. And those games will be at 8, 9, 10, 11, noon, 2, whatever. Yeah, it's brutal. Especially if they're on the turf. The turf's the worst.
This is awful.
The turf is the worst.
Yeah.
Because obviously it's hotter on the turf.
All right, boys. Have a fantastic show.
We will.
Thank you for picking up the slack for Mike Bassett.
Do you want us to try to break down a door here at the studio in RJ's honor, or
I want you to try to break down the Rangers since Mike isn't there.
I'm still sweating. I just want y'all to apologize to whoever was behind that door because they died.
You guys already broke
They died.
the microphone in there.
No, we
you already
didn't.
broke the air conditioning.
No,
you already
it
broke
wasn't
the TVs. You already broke the speaker with the red duct tape. So go ahead, break away.
The Ireland and
Broke all their
USA
ratings,
cricket match that's taking place today is being delayed for a wet outfield. So,
Let me get my sitar.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks to everyone out here. Thanks to all the Tolos who showed up. Alan, y'all represented strong.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank y'all
Well
for
done.
turning it on, leaving it on. The KMC Masterpiece is coming up next. Have a great weekend. Go Mavs.
How about some commercial-free? Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday. We got a lot of sports content to get to, but on a shout-out Friday, I want to shout out this person from the 469. I'm a wrestler for Allen and graduated in 2010, and they said, I'm pretty sure you're talking about this particular individual. And as soon as Corey said that to me, I was like, yes, that was definitely that kid's name. And who
was the individual?
I don't want to say, just in case, but he was destroying his opponent like fair and square when the disqualification took place. And I was like, dude, you were definitely going to win that match. But yes, that is the power of radio right there. And the folks in the DFW, thank you very much from the 469. I would not have remembered that name otherwise. I appreciate it.
So what you're saying is the power of radio is the ability to reach across a massive amount of land.
Fact.
To connect
see.
with a massive amount of people.
True.
And see sometimes.
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. And in that process, maybe even get those people to be on your side along the way, or not on your side. Maybe they don't like you, and that's the way that they want to interact with you.
It's usually the second
one. There's 877-881-1053. How many text in for and against? If you're for the KNC Masterpiece and that's why you listen, or text in against if you're against the KNC Masterpiece and that's why you listen. I'm just kind of curious.
Also, you can push.
Yeah. Push is always a good option.
No, if you push, just don't text in.
No,
why not?
What?
Why can't they text in, Kevin?
Yeah,
they can.
You're saying they don't have a vote?
No.
Okay.
Trying to disenfranchise our audience.
Yeah, man. Yeah. We want to know we want to get a really good scale of all the votes.
Even if you're a felon, you can text in
Yes.
and vote. All right.
Especially if you're a felon. In fact, I would
fair.
say.
That is a very, man, I don't want to cut off a bunch of our audience. That's a very good point.
Are you saying a bunch of our audience is felons?
I'm just saying that it's not no one that's listening to our show that's a felon.
I will also accept the number 4 as a 4 as opposed to just the FOUR, whatever you like.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. I like it.
We'll see how things go.
Can you go ahead and fire off cut number 6, please? Because I have a question, not just about the Mavs tonight, but the Mavs in general.
Well, they've missed their last 6. Doncic tries another 3. Got it! Luka Doncic now with 27. It's an 8-point game. Timeout, Boston.
They're going to lose. So the Mavericks have game 4 tonight. Here's my question, and I promise I'm being totally serious about this. If you think the Mavericks aren't going to win the series, and obviously historically it's never ever happened. If you think the Mavericks are going to lose this series, does it actually matter if they get swept or not?
No, I guess not.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
See, and that's what I think, but I don't totally know why. And I did look it up. Only 9 teams have ever been swept in the NBA Finals. But I don't think that's it. Like, if it was like 2, then maybe I'd be like, oh, that's embarrassing. It just feels like the sweep inherently is embarrassing. So I think it does matter, even though not really, right? Because, like, if the Mavericks lose today in game 6, whenever, I don't think people are going to go back and go, yes, but they get partial championship because they extended the series. Like, that's not how it works at all. You either get the championship or you don't. But I still find myself going into tonight's game being like, it matters.
It definitely, losing in game 6 is very different because you showed the fight that you didn't have, or you showed that you did something. A lot of times in these gentleman sweeps, Kevin, it comes down to, well, they were the desperate team and that team didn't really care that much. Or Boston, let's say Boston, they wanted to win on their home court. And that becomes a frustrating thing too. But if you get to a game 6, a game 7 kind of you feel like you fought enough to get back to something like that. And that's really all we're asking for as fans. We're happy to be here right now. We'll talk about that a lot more. I'm excited that they're here. It's frustrating that I haven't seen the team that I've been watching do this thing for a while doing what it's doing right now. Like, it's been really fun to see them get to this point. You're smiling right now because our fans are hilarious. Is that what's going on? Our fan text is fantastic.
Yeah.
I love you guys.
I feel like because Reggie, I want your feedback as well, and I do want to talk about it. I feel like there might have been a misinterpretation of what I said, or people just really get this show.
Okay,
One
all
of
right.
those two things. Wow, Kevin from the 206. I got busted for weed twice. I'm not a felon, though. Do you hate me? Hey, I got arrested, too. It's fine. From the 254, push, because Kevin's not the boss of me.
That's right.
From the 469, felon here. Like, you can definitely vote. I want to encourage you voting. As Reggie said, I do not want to disenfranchise anybody whatsoever. You guys are some funny MFers, so shout out to you guys.
Wow. All right. So, yes, to answer your question again, at first it's like, well, if you're going to lose, just pack it up and just go home. But I want to see something, man. I don't want to see this team quit by any means.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think that's absolutely part of it. I think also, like, when we, for posterity's sake, like when we talk about these series, the games, the number of games will ultimately at some point give you some indication, or like a preliminary indication into like how well matched it was.
Yeah.
And you wanted to at least show that the Mavs were some level on this, or in some way on this level, right? And I think that's one of the things that's been frustrating during the course of this, because it has felt like Boston's the better team. However, it doesn't feel like the 3-0 is a good accounting of the distinction between these two teams. And so you want to see the Mavs show up in some way, shape, or form on the scoreboard, not just in the course of these games, because the course of these games and the flow of it, I don't think shows up later on as years go on and people look back.
Okay, I definitely agree with you about that. And this next part, I'm just speaking for me. I don't know how many other fans are like this. If the Mavericks win tonight, I realize logic be damned. I'm still obviously going to think they have a shot. Because here's the thing.
Yes.
The Mavericks, and this is the way you have to look at it, right? The Mavericks don't have to come down from 0-3. They just have to win tonight. That's literally, because to come back from 0-3 is impossible. To win tonight, very possible. In fact, you're the favorites tonight. And then we're going to go to Game 5 on Monday, and you know what my brain's going to be thinking?
Don't let us win one.
Yeah, just if we can take this one, then it'll be 3-2 going back to Dallas. We'll have the home crowd. They were crazy in Game 3. And then if you can make it to a Game 7, nothing matters and all bets are off. And like, I realize that is highly unlikely to play out like that. But if they win tonight, that's the train of thought I'm going to take.
I'm 1,000% with you.
Yes.
Okay, because
a lot of percent.
You're not even a felon,
dude. Just give. Yeah,
What
I'm
is
not a
that?
felon yet. Just give
Yeah,
me.
wait
Who
a
knows?
minute.
I don't know when I might accidentally get convicted of something, dude.
That's also true.
Yeah. So, Reggie, a glimmer. You know me, a glimmer of hope, and I'm like, all right, let's figure out a plan. Like that's how I am about things. There's some hope. We'll make something happen. So I'm 1,000% with him. There's also the autopsy after the season we're going to have to discuss.
Sure.
If the glimmer of hope doesn't work out, and I'm kind of asking you guys, do you want to have the 1 or 2 wins and go, okay, we're this far away, or the sweep where you go, we still have so much work to do to fix this team?
I want it to get extended out because of, in part, what you were talking about earlier, Reggie, that the nuances of the closeness of the game or what happened in the game gets lost to history. Because I'll admit, when I looked up those 9 sweeps, I didn't look in to those series at all. Like some of them, like when Magic gets hurt and things like that. But other than that, I didn't take a deep dive into like, hey, why did the Warriors, whatever, like the old Warriors, not the Golden State Warriors. I didn't look into that at all. And so that's part of the reason. But then the other reason I don't want them to get swept is because I'm going to believe. You win this one game. That's all I need to believe.
But I'm talking about like the future part of it.
No.
If you get swept, you still have so far to catch up with a Boston team. And that's essentially what you're thinking for next year is they're probably likely going to be back in this scenario, and we got to beat that team. And if it's not them, it's going to be a team that beat them along the way. So we have to build our roster in a different way. And I'd wonder if winning a couple games gives you no, we're actually good here when it's actually, we should probably go ahead and move on from some of these guys.
I definitely get what you're saying. If it was in a different round, I think I would be concerned about this. If you lose, whether it's tonight, whether it's game 5, 6, 7, what's your goal going to be next year? Like, obviously to win the championship. But I mean, aren't you going to take a look at how do we get back and how do we overcome Boston? So I think whether you lose tonight or if you lose at all and don't win this series, I totally hear what you're saying. I don't think they're going to go, well, we're good to go. Whether it's tonight, whether it's Game 6, I think they're going to be like
when they lost to the Warriors in 22. They came to. We heard it.
Yeah,
we're Timmy away.
Yeah,
I mean, Timmy wasn't even there. All we needed was him, and you're like, no, there's a lot more. This
I didn't
team
say
needed.
all the decisions would be great. I said I don't think they'll just settle and be like, we were this close.
And I'm just kind of curious. You understand this Mavs front office and roster just as much as anybody. So
no, I think that, like, especially inside of that building, they're going to take that accounting regardless of if you win a game or two there. I think, honestly, it's more for us on the outside. But can I really show my hand here, fellas?
Yes. Oh,
when I talk about, like, these things being lost to history, not my physical hand, Kevin. It's a metaphor. I think this is actually, like, when I talk about being lost to history, is really a personal legacy, because these being swept in the finals, I don't know if it's something that gets held against your organization. That's something that's going to be held against Luka Doncic as like a superstar. Like, that's the way that we start talking about these things. I think, Kyrie in one regard, but one thing I've noticed in being all these post-game types things, and tell me if you've seen this, Kai talks like a dude who already has a ring.
Yeah.
Right? And like maybe this does not affect his legacy, quote unquote, in the ways but Luka Doncic is one of those guys that he's going to be a staple of your franchise, right? He's the second best player in franchise history at this point, maybe, right? Arguably.
Not arguably.
Okay, fantastic. But with that being the case, like, having a 4-0 in the finals on your record, like, that's going to be a place for people to be able to talk nasty to you, and I don't want that to be available.
Allow me to counterpoint, if I may.
Okay.
Only if he never wins a title, all right? Because in doing the research, I'm really fascinated that you said that, because I totally get the line of logic. Did you know that, and I think everything gets held against LeBron, but did you know that LeBron has been swept in the finals twice?
What? Spurs in, 07?
Yep.
And then what was the other one?
Warriors.
Oh, yeah, the Warriors in the 18, right?
Did you know that Shaq got swept in the NBA Finals? Did you know that Magic Johnson got swept in the NBA Finals twice? And so I definitely hear what you're saying, but I think if the championships come on the other end, that is going to fall to the wayside of history. In theory, I definitely hear what you're saying, but while I was doing that research, that is something I'd totally forgotten about, because I remember in '89 and Magic got hurt in, I think, Game 3, but they were already down 2-0 to the Pistons, and it wasn't looking good. But also, they got swept in '83. And people love Magic Johnson. They don't go, oh, you got swept twice in the finals. People talk about how great Shaq is. They don't go, hey, remember the first time he made it, he got swept. LeBron's been swept twice. I feel like usually people say LeBron's lost a lot in the finals as opposed to just got swept. So I think if the championships come one way or another, I do not believe a sweep will be held against him.
Well, at that point, then we have to ask, how certain are you that the championships comes? Because how many?
Not at all. Not at all.
Right? How many is necessary to wipe that away?
I think you need at least two. I really
wipe
do.
away a sweep?
I really do, but I also think just because of the polarizing nature of Luka, I think even if they end up losing this series 4-2, he's going to get crapped on. You know, just because that's just like the nature of maybe media in general, but obviously he pushes some buttons with people a little bit more because of the whining and complaining and everything like that. But yeah, I think it's going to take multiple championships to wash out that sweep.
From the 405, and I believe that's Oklahoma. I don't know. I could be wrong. Y'all are a little bit delulu, and then they spelled delusional wrong. It said Celtics beat the Mavs either tonight or Monday, period. Well, how are we delusional here? What have we said so far?
Yeah.
That makes you think we're delusional, other than give me a glimmer of hope. Like that's I'll admit, glimmer of hope is a reach and a grasp for something. But give me a glimmer of hope. Other than that, we kind of understand where we are in this. You're down 3-0.
The specifics I said is it's very unlikely, as it's never happened in the history of the NBA. I just told you as a fan, if you win 2 games.
Reggie, you are an NBA fan.
Yes.
It's fantastic.
Does the NBA community want to see a comeback from down 3-0 in the history of it, or they just want it to be what it is?
I don't know if the NBA community particularly wants a thing, but I think you're at a place where once it's 3-0, it's a foregone conclusion, right? Like, people have kind of moved this thing along, and that was one of the biggest reasons, more than anything, regardless of which way you want it to go. I think people wanted the Mavs to win Game 3, so at least there was a level of entertainment value, and I think that's some of it for me here now as well. Like, give me something entertaining, because I think also these Mavs fans deserve a performance that's start to finish befitting the season that you had and the caliber of team that the fan base believed that this team had become.
Well, and dude, they were you were there at halftime. That arena was loud. That arena was ready whenever tips started.
Yes.
They definitely deserve it. I hope they show up the same way tonight.
And by the way, and this is something we can continue to debate throughout the show, because I respect this person's opinion for sure. I felt this way about a couple Stars games. I was like, if you're going to lose, just lose in regulation. But the point comes up here from the 214. The Mavs losing tonight would be better than waiting 3 days to watch them lose on Monday. I'll just tell you, I respect that opinion. I disagree, because over the weekend, the Dallas Mavericks can still win the championship if you win tonight. You know what I'm saying? Like, regardless of how unlikely and statistically improbable it is, I can look at the weekend and say, by the end of this next week, the Mavericks could be NBA champions.
Yeah.
Whereas if you lose tonight, you're like, oh, that sucks.
Yeah, and I can look at the weekend and say, I can't feel my face winning with you.
Man, just don't watch that one weird
Oh, that is a weird
HBO
one.
show.
It's all right.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Canadian hockey. Told you. Bernie Kosar and the Dallas Mavericks. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. You can donate today at carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
He'll be bumped into. Now a loose puck here on the near side. Turned over. Kachuk out in front. A chance. And they score upstairs. It's Sam Bennett. The Panthers take a 3-1 lead with 6:03 to play here in the second.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Forgiveness Friday, 877-881-1053 on the Frankel Firm Injury Attorneys text line. If you want to weigh in, also want to hear from you on the Twitch, on the YouTube. And we're going to start with Canadian hockey. Now, I realize it's not over, and I must acknowledge it's not over, or else people would be like, then why is it not over in the NBA Finals? And
Because I said so.
You make a fair point. But the Panthers are victorious again yesterday, 4-3, and they lead the series 3-0, which is on the brink of extending Canadian-based hockey team's drought in the Stanley Cup, furthering my long-held opinion that the Stanley Cup is an American trophy.
Yeah, it is, and I didn't know this until we started doing radio. You brought this to the world, and I was like, hold on, what? And when we used to have Frank Provenzano on, who is Canadian, but also American, because he passed the test. Isn't that what it's called?
Yes, the citizenship test.
Said he studied so hard for that test.
And then one of the questions is probably like, how many states are there?
And he said there were 4 questions, and one of them was how many stars were on the flag or something like that. And he was just like, what? Anyway, he was like so excited. But he was Canadian, and he used to get so frustrated by you saying that. Yet here we are.
Exactly.
Canada continuing to be dominated.
Don't worry about where those players are for. That's fine. From. Don't worry about that whatsoever. Now, believe it or not, in other Hockey Forgiveness Friday news, wouldn't have thought I would have transitioned to that. Does the NHL and the state of Utah need forgiveness because the name of their team next year, the Utah Hockey Club.
It's not the name of their team next year. The name is undecided.
No.
They'll be the Utah Hockey Club for the 24-25 season.
Hockey
no,
Club
they won't.
That is
next season.
For one season.
The
it's
UHC,
undecided.
that's right.
Undecided.
But then.
Like the Washington football team.
Right.
But then.
So that was stupid too then.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was.
Disagree.
It's better than the Commanders, right?
I think Commanders actually a reasonable name.
Now the jerseys. Brother. What are you doing?
Yes, they have a lot of problems.
So for 1 year, will be the Utah Hockey Club until popularity spreads.
I'm not against it.
And then it stays.
Wait, didn't you just say it was stupid?
Yeah, I'm not against. No, I said it's not gonna happen. That they're gonna have a name.
Yeah, but for this next year, it'll be a Utah Hockey Club.
I don't think that Utah Hockey Club's dumb.
Okay.
Did I say it was stupid?
Yeah.
It is stupid.
You at least implied it.
Why didn't you just come up with a name? What are they going to do? How are they going to come up with a name next year? Why are they going to take a full year to come up with a name?
Kevin, do you have more information on this?
The Utah John Smiths.
Josh Smiths?
No, John Smith. Joseph Smith. The Utah Golden
Jared Smith?
Plates.
Golden Plates?
Yeah.
Did you just put two words together?
Yeah.
What does a golden plate have to do with Utah?
Oh my God! Go look into Joseph Smith.
Who's Joseph Smith?
Just any Joseph Smith?
No, well, there is only one Joseph Smith if you really think
Is this the Pocahontas?
What? No.
I think he's right.
No, I don't think he is.
Who's Joseph Smith?
Joseph Smith is the guy who started Mormonism.
Oh,
the
Latter-day Saint
Jesus
movement.
Christ of Latter-day
right.
Saints? Is that what
Yeah.
you meant to say?
He kind of looks like Lowell.
You could call it Mormonism.
He kind of looks like
I don't think
Lowell
that's what they
from
call it.
Wings. Look at him. Or Lloyd,
I mean,
the Sandman guy on the Spider-Man movies. They kind of look. If the paintings are correct, that's another thing, dude. Old-timey paintings of portraits of people.
No, let's talk about
How
it.
accurate are those?
Right?
Yeah. Did they have the right paint colors for everything?
We just taking it on their word that artist was good.
Yes.
I just think all the artists are good.
Yeah. How close do you think that most of these paintings are? Like, did George Washington, you couldn't see his wooden teeth in those pictures.
oh.
Right?
I take you to CNN in an article entitled, What Do Mormons Believe? First word in the story. Mormonism is a religion practiced by millions around the world.
So you mean to tell me you, along with a large portion of our audience, are going to believe CNN, huh?
Check. I'm not Mike. You're not going to drag me into that trap today.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Kevin, you will get some forgiveness.
Oh, man.
You're welcome.
So yeah, the Utah Hockey Club is coming to a rink near you next season.
Do you think that Utah Hockey Club works in all the circumstances that we're going to use a team name in? Because I was trying to think, like, I enjoy Utah Hockey Club. I think, I like kind of the generic ways that some of these things go. However, I'm like, you have to try and use it in all the different test cases that this might come up. And I just can't think of the different ways you might use this. Like, would you call a player a hockey club member?
Oh, yes, I would.
Hockey player. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's weird.
The state bird of Utah is the California seagull.
What?
The state crustacean is the brine shrimp.
They have a state crustacean?
I guess you can't go.
Wait, do we have a state crustacean? Wait, hold on, I'm Googling.
Okay, yeah. I guess you can't say, hey, we're the Utah, California seagulls. Like, that's not going to work.
Oh, my cousin Vinny. They should be the Utes.
The state cooking pot is a Dutch oven, otherwise
That's
known
actually
as
good.
Derek Holland.
I like that.
The Kevin, what other state thing can you think of? State rock?
Did you say
Coal.
flower?
Flower? The state flower is the Seago lily. I don't think you
What
want
is
to
this, your fourth grade project on the state of Utah?
I have a
Why
whole
are we
page.
getting all this information?
Well, because I'm trying to connect Utah with a mascot that is related to their state, and that makes sense. Like,
Just go ahead and be the Utah Yeti already.
The state vegetable
Yes.
is the sugar beet, so why can't they be the Utah sugar beets?
Because it sounds like a minor league baseball team.
It does. It sets their bats on fire.
The
while they're
state
playing.
fossil, I didn't know that was a thing, is the Allosaurus. So they could be the Allosauri.
I support that.
Allosaurus?
Allosaurus.
I have no idea.
Sounds like the source. The official state crustacean of Texas is the Texas Gulf shrimp. Just wanted
Of
to let
course
you know
it is.
that. I
The
should have
be-
known
That's
that.
the best shrimp you can find.
Buddy, love me some Texas Gulf shrimp.
And pecans off the pecan trees, and I love mockingbirds.
Let's talk about
bluebonnets.
Man, yeah.
I love Texas.
There's a bluebonnet field like right over across the street from my house.
You go lay down on your stomach and take a picture in it?
I don't, because I'm terrified that there's always bees waiting for me in there.
What?
But there's always people stopping over there to like take pictures and everything. Let's talk about Bernie Kosar.
What a transition.
Bernie Kosar is suing Big Play Media.
Of course he is.
And this is not, I don't want this to be confused.
Big Media?
With Big Media. This is a more specific conglomeration known as Big Play Media. He's accusing the Ohio-based company of violating the terms of his contract. Here's how it goes. I don't know if you remember this from last year, I think it was. Bernie Kosar hosted the Bernie Kosar Show, which makes sense. And they operate out of Cleveland, but he was talking about a game where he would bet $19,000 for the Browns to beat the Steelers of his own money. So the way it was supposed to work is like in cooperation with Big Play, Bernie Kosar would be like, hey, I'm going to make these bets. And Big Play's like, we got you covered. But Big Play said because the bet was so big, they were like, hey, will you just give us the money in terms of, a good faith gesture, and then we'll make it all right. But as soon as he gave them the money, boom, then he was officially gambling, which violates the NFL gambling policy because he's also involved with NFL broadcasting.
Yeah, you can't.
And so he got fired because of that, and he's like, "Hold on, just a damn minute.
Yeah,
you guys are supposed to cover me on this," and it was kind of a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'm gonna bet $19,000.
A lot of money.
But then you asked for the actual money, and I got fired.
Yeah, well, and that stinks for him.
It does.
How much savings do you think he has to be able to cover that?
Man, this is probably not fair, but not a lot.
Does he run the city of Cleveland?
I don't think so. I think I'll just say I don't think so.
Okay, all right. That's probably
I'm going to decide to scale
good
back
approach
that comment.
there. I like that.
I think that could be a new segment too. Do they have a lot of money? And we just bring up random old sports figures or celebrities, and you can just base that on absolutely nothing.
So you just want to do a segment on pocket watching?
Yes.
Okay.
Kevin Costner. Do you think he has a lot of money?
No, I think that's why he has to keep doing westerns.
Dude, he literally told his ex-wife, "Here's a $35 million check. See ya. So I can go do this movie."
I get
that.
it.
Feels like a lot of money.
I've definitely had paid extra money in the past, so I didn't have to deal with somebody else.
Name one time.
College. All right. So let's go from that.
Oh no, we should interrogate that.
Look, man, sometimes you pay a disproportionate amount of something, and then you talk to the person you're married to that's delightful, and you're like, should we really bring this up about how this isn't equitable whatsoever? And then your wife, who's lovely, will be like, do you really want to deal with that person again? Is it worth that much? I was like, you know what? That's a good point. No, it's not. So we'll just pay this amount of money.
Real life alert. 1034.
Maybe. Guys, does the 2024 NBA draft need to ask for forgiveness for just looking dreadful? Or is it not their fault because they're going to do the best they can? But it's a draft where I know we've kind of switched around a little bit. Some people still think Klingon. Other people think Reisiker is going to go first. Other people think Sar is going to go first. This feels
None
like
of those are real names, by the way.
They are absolutely all.
One of them was Klingon. The other one was Czar.
I think he said Rice-A-Roni in there.
Yeah.
No, Zach. This is probably not going to help, but it's Zachary Reisiker, and Zachary is spelled Zaccharie. I realize that's not going to help my cause, but there are some people who think he is going to go number one in the NBA draft. Do they need to ask for forgiveness for not having a real number one pick in this draft?
Yes, but is it their fault? Or because maybe it is their fault by creating the system that they've created where international players are very good.
Yeah.
And the development of American-born players is not. The development overseas is a lot better than the development here. And so A, we're going there to get their players, and B, the diluted pool here in college isn't really producing the way that you'd like it to. And then you have G League as part of the draft process too, and you're like,
yes.
So it is a very diluted pool to draw from.
I think you just happened to get a year where you didn't have the super top end talent. It'd be like that sometimes, especially when you talk about like basketball where your talent pool is limited just because we are dealing with absolute freaks in that how much of the population is above 6'5", right? And we're like, you can only be in that pool, and then you have to be really good at basketball too.
It's just always weird timing. I know we've seen this before in terms of like Wiggins and LeBron, but we already know who's probably going to be the number one pick of next year's draft. But this year, everyone's like, I don't know, pick Zachary, who spells his name with like 9 letters in the first.
I'm looking at it. It doesn't look anything like anything I've seen before.
But you can confirm.
It looks like Zashari.
Oh, you know what?
I think you should go out. Yeah.
I don't hate that whatsoever.
Worcestershire.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Worcestershire sauce. Right
here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Rangers are getting healthier, but will they still be in the mix when the reinforcements arrive? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
There's always action on Prize.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The 3-2 is looped out into right field, and that drops for the base hit. Adolis hits the bag at third. Hayward just getting to that ball, which died in shallow right. It's almost like an approach shot in golf. He served it up onto the front of the green, and it died. It's an RBI single the other way for Wyatt Langford and a 2-0 Ranger lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. As we all predicted, the Rangers won the series over the Los Angeles Dodgers. And in another thing that I know Corey predicted, he said on back-to-back nights, David Robertson will come in and he will strike out Mookie Betts, Shohei Ohtani, and Freddie Freeman on back-to-back nights.
Dude.
And that's what happened.
I wish, like, if I had been able to predict that.
Go to Vegas.
Yeah. We would not be doing the show from the studio today.
Yeah. You would have also pulled a mic?
No. We would be in Vegas doing the show from there.
Gotcha.
All right, I would have
Okay.
taken Comrexes. We'd all be there. just taking Vegas for everything it's worth. But that being said, we knew he was good. I just didn't know that whenever it's time to play against the best team in baseball, that he was going to be dominant against the best trio in baseball. And that's awesome that he did that again.
Because I kind of want to focus in on Michael Lorenzen and David Robertson here, because obviously, like you said, you've seen back-to-back just phenomenal outings. And the thing about Robertson that's been really weird is when he gives up runs, he usually gives up like chunks of runs. But then he goes on these really long runs with no earned runs allowed in any of his appearances or anything. He doesn't give up as many inherited runners to score as you might think. But the other person is, and I know we probably need to talk about the offense too, Michael Lorenzen.
Phenomenal.
He really has been.
Yeah. What an addition that they've gotten with him. Again, it goes to run support for him a lot of times. But he goes out there again against the Los Angeles Dodgers and just says, hey, guys, I'm going to give you all a game where you only have to score what you've been averaging pretty much.
It's probably for the
and
best,
it's going to be, but that's going to be enough for you guys. And so, like, you got Kevin, we kept always hearing for the longest time. I wanted to get off Lorenzen real quick and talk about Robertson here. The Kirby Yates inning is important because that ends the game. Right? Like, that's how you end the game. Yes. But the David Robertson inning is massively important, and seeing that Bochy is going to him in those, hey, look, this is your inning. Whether it's this is your inning or, hey, in these situations, I want you in. That's what I want to ask Bochy about that next week. Is that more about the, hey, you have the 8th inning and then Kirby has the 9th? Or is it this is the situation that I want you in because I think you're a high leverage pitcher?
Because that could have been a disastrous inning. Because
twice, 2 nights in a row.
Yeah, clearly you've seen the Dodgers erupt. So one of the things I'm fascinated by is you just cleared the first series and you won 2 of 3. I'll tell you right now, you win all of these series. I do not have a complaint in the world about the Rangers. But you're going into it, and over this 6-series stretch, think about who the Rangers are playing. Now, I know they just finished up against the Dodgers, the NL West leader. Then who do they have? Seattle, the AL West leader. Then who do they have? Milwaukee, the NL Central leader. And then they go up against 2 teams that have wild card spots right now in Kansas City and Baltimore. So you're talking about, now you do get to play the Mets again. And if you ever listen to, play the Mets, and if you listen to the Mets announcer, sometimes he feels like they should just give up for the season. But that is a really, really tough stretch. And so everyone keeps talking about, hey, the reinforcements are coming. When we talked to Boch on Wednesday, he talked about, hey, Josh Young getting his swings in the cage. I mean, I know Corey Seager was almost back in the lineup and then scratched and everything, but it appears as though his return is obviously imminent. We've talked about Malley, Scherzer, all of that, and that is awesome. Will they still be in the mix when these reinforcements arrive?
What do you mean the mix?
Okay, so right now...
yes is my answer for the AL West.
Yeah. Okay, which they're actually, yes, and that makes sense, but they're 5.5 games back in the AL West right now. Now, realize...
You sweep Seattle.
Exactly.
That's what, how many games back?
2.5.
There you go.
But on the flip side, just because we have to play this game, if you get swept by Seattle, now all of a sudden you're 8.5 back, and you're like, good Lord.
Yeah.
And so...
a lot of baseball left.
That's true. But even in the wild card... you're 3.5 games back, and probably more importantly than that, because that doesn't seem like the most daunting thing in the world. Everyone is so tightly compacted there, you still have to jump over 4 teams because they're even with the Tigers and the Blue Jays and then the Red Sox and the Twins, or however it flows out. You're right. There's a lot of baseball left, but if you found yourself after this weekend needing to jump over 4 or 5 teams in the wild card and 8.5 games back of the AL West, you're not giving up the season, of course, but you are probably looking at it being like, hey, I'm glad all those people are coming back, but good night. This is a tough last 90 games or so.
Yeah,
oh my God.
I think my answer is like Corey. It's still yes, because particularly of the AL West, right? And you're right?
This division sucks.
If you're trying to go for a wild card, it's going to be a tough situation. The AL East is pretty solid all the way down. You've got teams that are all either above 500 or right on the precipice of that. This AL Central, they decided they're not going to be a Central anymore. They're going to actually play good baseball for, three of those teams in that division is nice. But one thing that's nice for me, and you mentioned it, right? The Seattle Mariners, you can close that gap in this series, but even if you don't, the Mariners are 10 games above 500 right now, and they're batting .222 with a team OPS of .667. Like, this is not a world-beater team. Now, of course, their pitching is really nice, and I understand offense in general around the league is down, but this is not a world-beater. And if you get your team back and it allows you to be more consistent, because I think that's one of the Rangers' issues, is that they have not found some consistency. Once they find consistency, I think that'll give them an opportunity to go on a run, and I don't think the Mariners will run away with this division quite in the ways that it feels like they are in some ways, just looking at the standings right now.
Okay, I'm really glad that both of you guys, not exactly the same, but like seem to be on the general same page, because you can even look at things more incrementally, right? Like we talked about worst case scenario, best case scenario against the Mariners. Let's just say you win the series again, just like you did against the Dodgers. So you take another 2 of 3. Now you will have gone through a 6-game road trip where Mike said the other day, like, we might be looking at 1-5, and I don't think 2-4 would be the worst thing in the world. Now you're at a point where 2-4 is the absolute worst possible outcome. What if you can win another series?
All right.
And now you're up to 4-2. You pick up another game on the Mariners. You might pick up some more ground on the wild card, and you get 3 days closer to people coming back.
Yeah, you go here, Kevin, and I'm going to say sweep. Let's sweep it. We're talking about sweeps here. So you sweep Seattle, all right? You can sweep New York.
Yeah. And
now you're in first place.
You def
now, right?
Did Seattle lose all their ensuing games as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
What I said sweep, Kevin. We're sweeping here, all right?
Well, but I'm saying, did Seattle lose their next 3 games?
Yeah, they're getting swept again too.
Okay.
Yeah, there's double sweeps.
Okay. Gotcha.
I don't know who they're playing. Let me go look and see that.
That would be
but
great.
after that, dude, the road's tough.
It is.
This schedule is brutal until right around July 5th. Right around July 5th when I'll be at the Dallas Card Show.
They're playing the Guardians after the Rangers.
Yeah,
Guardians could do that.
That's true.
You got Seattle, then New York. You can sweep New York.
New York's not good.
Kansas City's tough. They can win the World Series, Kevin. We have a bet on the line. Milwaukee,
they're good.
First place in their division. Baltimore, decent baseball team.
Baltimore's awesome.
San Diego's good. So right around July 5th, you have 3 series in Tampa, Los Angeles, and Houston that are winnable. They can put you in really good position to make the decision going into. You start having that conversation of, do we need to make any trades? What do we need to add here? And that All-Star break is around that time where you can really have that conversation about yourself, look deep at what your team is. And if you can win against Tampa, Los Angeles, and Houston that stretch in July, that could give you that promise to go pursue that bat. Or because I honestly don't think you need pitching right now. Like I just don't.
No.
I
agree.
Your bullpen hasn't really been in a situation where it's been tested in these high leverage places that we really need, because games have just been weird for this team. But starting pitching has been relatively good. And so your bats, and when Josh Young comes back, you expect to be a better lineup when Seager's back. So yeah, Kevin, this is a great opportunity, great stretch here for the Rangers to gain background, but also find out about what their team can be if they really want to make a run. The second half of the season kind of starts off a little bit better for you on the other side of the All-Star break. You have a few more series that work out for you.
Somebody brought up a sobering reality. When was the last time the Rangers swept a series?
Why are you bringing up All-Star?
Yeah, man.
I don't think they've done that this year, have they?
Kevin, if you want to call a 2-game sweep a sweep, then yes, they have done it.
Okay. You know what? That's a fair point. I would like to call a 2-game
swept up Arizona,
sweep.
so we continued our win streak against Arizona in May.
Comment rescinded. So the answer to that question is about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, there you go.
See,
in your face.
that feels a lot better. About
this
2
year,
weeks
aside
ago.
from that,
hey, you just told me don't worry about that.
exactly, because
Right?
this is a Rangers team that. Here's the thing about getting players back: you get an injection of excitement for your roster, for your club, and so when those players come back, just as much as them performing at their best is good for you, also that injection of excitement, and that's something I felt has been missing from this team during this weird stretch this season so far.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, just when you think you're going to zig, we zag.
I got you.
The unexpected but major issue now associated with sports gambling. Next, right here on The Fan.
You've made us #1 in DFW.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We haven't done a good job of this thus far, but we've gotten a lot of feedback all day. It is also Shout Out Friday. If you want to send in your shout outs via the Twitch, the YouTube, or the text line 877-881-1053. Thank you very much to the Frankel and Frankel folks for sponsoring that for us. So Shout Out Friday. We're going to talk about something different right here. I know frequently that is what KNC will do. You got Mavs coming up tonight. Obviously, still plenty more to talk about on the Mavs front going into Game 4 of the NBA Finals. And delusional or not, I think they're not done yet. But
we ain't done yet.
That's right. We're going to talk about sports gambling.
We need Mark Cuban to get on the microphone and do that.
That is the only thing that he contributes in this playoff run. I support it.
And they go on a run and win it all.
Yes, that great.
Are you saying win it for Mark? Is that what you're saying?
Win one.
If we win it and they say win it for Mark, that's fine.
Yeah.
If it ends up with us winning this series, that's fine.
What about if they said let's win one for Jerry?
Yeah. As long as it's not like a historically terrible figure or whatever, I feel like I'll probably be okay.
Like win
with
one
it.
for Stalin's not in your.
Yeah, no, I don't.
I get you. I'm not for that either.
That deal. No,
I'm not for that either. I just
good to know you have some morals.
Thank you.
The College World Series starts today, and there is a lot of discussion about gambling in sports when it comes to, well, this kind of spurred the whole conversation for us. All right. A representative from the NCAA told CBS Sports that there was a bettor last year who threatened a team at the College World Series.
Okay.
And they were like, hey, who's the team? And they're like, hey, we're probably not going to get into that and everything. But
LSU.
they said, I don't know that to be the case. They said, quote, the threat was serious enough that we showed it to the authorities. You know what? We think they should probably hang out with you guys for the rest of the tournament. So they had police protection for the rest of the College World Series.
Smart.
And again, I want to stress this for the College World Series. Not that you should threaten anybody, but I feel like the younger you get in age, probably the worse it is. But like, again, don't threaten anybody across the board. And then there was this other article from Bob Nightingale talking, and he did a great job of talking to a whole bunch of major league players and managers and everything like that. And you see the same thing again and again. And I can get into some of the specific quotes, but I didn't really consider this whatsoever going into it. I know we've talked about the economics of it, potentially gambling messing up people's lives or the influences that it brings into town, or on and on and on and on. But athletes and people involved with the program straight up getting threatened. And it feels like we say threatened now. I can't rule out that something bad is going to happen.
I mean, the world in our minds, Kevin, growing up, was that the mobsters ran sports when they wanted to, and if you didn't do what they said to do, you lost your kneecaps. And that was like, that's the biggest fear there is, I think sports is afraid of that. I think
that's what Rocky Balboa did in the first movie.
He lost his kneecaps?
No. He was a heavy to enforce such things.
Wasn't Bruce Willis a heavy in one of his movies too, or am I thinking of something else?
I can't rule that out.
All right, so yeah,
The Fifth Element.
I'm thinking. Oh, I'm thinking of a different. I'm thinking of Snatch, and the movie.
We're at work right now.
Yeah, and it was Jason Statham, I believe, in Snatch.
Well, then probably.
You're just like all white and bald men look alike. Is that what you're doing there?
Kinda.
Yeah, kind of threw them all on one table there.
As a white bald man, I can say that.
But yeah, that's a huge fear that people. And now it's less about that idea of a crime syndicate doing it, and more about just some lunatic out there that has a bet on the line.
Yes.
That he's like, you know what? I'm upset that you guys didn't y'all didn't make me money on a gamble, a real true gamble. Then y'all should have done something better instead of, hey, maybe that's just the break of gambling, dude. And that's the way that can go.
And so I've got a variety of quotes here. And first I wanted to throw this out there. Don't you think this sounds like a reputable firm? U.S. Integrity. When I saw that quote, I was like, what the hell is that? So U.S. Integrity offers customized sports integrity solutions for NCAA conferences, universities, professional leagues, blah, 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 blah. And so one of the people from there, Matt Holt, who's the founder of U.S. Integrity, and said, we see the amount of vitriol coming from gamblers and the losses toward these student athletes, which is significant, more than we have ever seen from fans before. And we also believe that the more instances of threats can lead to more instances of more people going through on those threats. So kind of to what you were just talking about, Corey. And then we skip over to the Nightingale piece, because I know college baseball, Major League Baseball, obviously we're talking about two different platforms, but the idea is you're seeing this permeate throughout sports. And I'll just read a couple of these for you. From Logan Allen with the Diamondbacks. I remember being followed home one time when I was playing for Cleveland. I had a really bad game, and this guy follows me home and starts cussing at me and telling me I lost him money. Just think about that. Like, he followed him to his house. I don't know his social situation, but like maybe his wife and kids are there or whatever. That's terrifying. Then Aroldis Chapman. Fans used to say normal things like, you're a bum. Now they have all that money on us. Fans will talk a lot of S to us. I'll even have fans Venmo requesting me for money. I had to change my Venmo because so many people were saying, you cost me this bet.
What?
Now give me some money.
How'd they get his Venmo?
It's probably his name. I mean, isn't everybody's Venmo just like their name?
I have no clue. I have zero clue what my Venmo is.
Oh, really?
But you have one?
Yeah. I mean, I only pay people. I don't think I've ever it's just my contact information. That's wild. Like Mike was getting yelled, hey, ball sack, throw me a lolly.
Yeah.
And then this dude's sitting here having to deal with people chasing him down to his house and Venmo.
Yes,
Wow.
exactly. Or if you want Logan Webb, you get some messed up stuff, like a lot of nasty DMs. People are really passionate about the teams. And now that you add money to it, my first year, there wasn't much gambling going on. And it was just like, oh, you suck. You shouldn't be on the team, things like that. You know what I really like, too, is all these quotes, how they casually just throw out, like, I'm used to it. You're a bum. You suck. Get out of Major League Baseball. They're like, that's just part of a deal. Now you're getting, you cost me money. And they say some effed up S. I get a lot of that with strikeouts. Hey, I got money on you for strikeouts tonight. Are you going to hit it? And he always says, I just say no.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you should say.
But then think about that. What if you do?
Oh,
then
yeah.
are those same people going to come back at you and be like, you son of a blah, blah, blah. I thought you said you weren't going to do this.
Or you say no and then you actually don't, and they're like, see, you're throwing it for me.
Yeah.
That's wild too. And my question is, what do you think gives those people the right to think that they can?
It's a sense of entitlement. It really is a sense of entitlement. And honestly, like, we already have that. It's the stakes that we have imposed on it. And it's one of the reasons why sports can make us so happy is because we've imposed those stakes. But those same things can make us feel really poor, really bad. And I mean, gambling only serves to raise the stakes. I think that's where a lot of people find that enjoyment, is that it raises the stakes. But then I think it enables the worst behavior of us. And the sad thing about it, as you talked about it, obviously nobody deserves this, but at least in some circumstances, people can, get themselves to the place where they go, that's what the money is for. Except now we're starting to talk about some of these college athletes, and you don't have, even if you're starting to see some money come through
NIL
from them,
or whatever. Yeah.
There's not an amount of money that justifies or that makes any of this better. And I mean, that goes with the professional level as well, but it gets exacerbated when you really look at these dudes who are really, a lot of times, doing it for the love of what they're doing.
So
purely.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying there. I wanted to see if I could add, if you think this is another viable level. I do really think some of these people potentially get violent or make what might be real threats of violence because they really are in that movie-like situation where you had to bet to keep your house or your car or whatever. I realize these situations are hopefully probably rarer, but I would be willing to argue that, like, some of these people are probably willing to follow people home and, like, whatever, because they're seriously like, you just cost me, like, the next step forward in my life. And you're like, but not
fan.
Yeah,
no,
the Willie,
De Niro and
yes,
Wesley Snipes.
Weslly Snipes. I almost said Willie Mays Hayes.
Willie Mays.
Yeah, I almost said Willie Mays Hayes. That is a character. That is not him in real life. Wow. But yeah, that's the kind of thing I wonder about, is how many people out there, and will this be the step that gets it violent? And you're like, my life's over anyway. I know that's a dramatic version of it, but like,
but it can feel like that.
Yeah,
in those
yes,
moments.
my life's over anyway because this was the gamble to get me out of it, and you screwed it up.
But then that's a displacement of that anger, right?
1,000,000%.
The anger would be at the situations that put you in a place where you have that desperation. But that desperation is raising, and again, those are the stakes that we're ginning up with this gambling. It really has made me like reevaluate some of my thoughts on gambling. And there's being legalized in the way that it continually is. But the tough part about it is, like, how much do we weigh personal responsibility in these things, and how much is it like the public health and safety risks factor into the other portions of it? Like, I don't have good answers on that, but this has to give you pause, right?
You know what has to happen? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Especially since it's going to be so much more accessible and on bigger scales across the country.
And am I super naive I feel like I am. I didn't think about this when we went through all the lists. Because, we've talked about sports gambling, Corey, for years and years and years and years. And I have been a proponent of legalized gambling in Texas, whether that means you can use the legalized sports gambling, whether that means building a casino, using the app, whatever. And I feel really naive when I was reading these stories. And I was like, when I was putting together my, like, positives and negatives, cause and effect, I didn't think about this for like 1 second.
And I don't know how much of this Mike has brought up a lot of times, it's going to cripple people's lives, right? Like he's said that many times, that aspect of it. But this is just another branch off of that. What we got to do, Kevin, got to start a committee. We'll have to start a committee.
Okay.
And I'm not quite sure where we go with this thing, all right? But you have to have a committee built, and then you have to enact laws. All right, we're going to have to enact some laws along the way.
Are you talking about the government?
Government's going to have to get involved. This is what's going to happen. Government's going to try and get involved in this because more of these situations could. Now, this is an extreme.
Yes.
This is definitely a very extreme thing. And I agree with the person that said they cost themselves take responsibility.
Oh,
in
for
theory,
sure.
in theory, that's a great way to look at it. And they should. Absolutely. You make a bet, you should take responsibility for the bet that you made because, again, it was a gamble in the first place. But a lot of people don't take responsibility for themselves at all. They're like, that was on you that this happened.
I don't know that if you were like joking when you were bringing up the idea of regulation, but like that's possible. Someone on the text line, again, 877-881-1053, talked about how, it's not a majority of the population. Alcohol clearly creates bad situations. But our society has, and I mean, look, we could talk about the interests and we can get into that, but that's not necessarily the lane that we exist in at this radio station. But like there are regulations in certain spaces to try and, mitigate the public safety risks that are associated with alcohol. I mean, obviously, you can't drink and drive, and there's things that we have in place to try and limit that. I wonder what are those.
Still do it.
Absolutely, and then you try and have consequences to limit those types of things. I wonder what kind of guardrails you can associate and add when it comes to sports gambling and gambling in general to try and help and limit maybe the potential public safety risks.
Because I think we'd probably all agree, much like alcohol at times, the little tiny disclaimer at the bottom of the commercials is probably not the amount of regulation that we're needed. Hey, check out all these cool prizes Tom Brady can help you win. Gamble responsibly.
But what does it do? It takes the onus off of the company.
It's not our fault. We put the thing
out. Yeah, we told you that there was a risk involved here. I mean, drink responsibly. What is the? I do appreciate. And let me try and explain this a weird way. Right now, I've been watching on TikTok. A lot of people react to Eminem's, some of his older songs. And they're like, oh my God, I can't believe this dude said these things.
Oh, yeah.
And you're just like, yeah, B, I'm going to kill you is one of his songs that you're just like, oh my gosh. And their younger generation, Kevin, that is shocked by this. There's a lot of stuff they don't know about gambling.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff they don't know about a lot of things that they're having to learn in a bad way. And what's going to happen is, Kevin, I do like the gambling stuff on NFL Network. They'll have like Mooch, and he's like, here are the 3 things you need to know. Don't bet more than you can do. And I think it's 3 really good guidelines. Don't bet more money than you have.
Sure.
And I can't remember what the other ones are, but they're really solid and very memorable. Obviously, but whenever he said them, I was like, man, those are 3 really good things. That's what I abide by when I go to Vegas or whenever I do these things. But again, I also take responsibility for. I only have so much money. If I lose it, that's on me, and that's what more people should be doing.
Yeah, it's tough too because I see people texting in, and I'm with you. There should never be any sympathy for gamblers. My sympathy is to like the potential predicted outcome that hasn't happened yet, right? Like somebody buys, or invests, bets $10,000 on Tennessee to win the College World Series, and then they end up losing for selfish purposes in this scenario to Texas A&M. Are they going to go after somebody from Texas A&M because of some situation that they have nothing to do with? That's my concern. My concern is, I am kind of a believer, not to get too deep here, in that like people have the right to make their own choices that might potentially be bad for them as long as they don't hurt anybody else. And so that's what I'm saying. Not necessarily a sympathy for the gambler who, screwed his life up because of this, but it's who they might take it out on because they screwed up their life, who has nothing to do with this at all. They're not responsible for your bad choices.
No, they are not.
All right, spirited segment, guys. Thanks for getting involved, and thank you guys on the text, Twitch, and YouTube for getting involved in our conversation. Also, shout out Friday for the 817. Shout out to my youngest daughter, Sophia, turning 3 today. Excellent. And from the 817, hey guys, can I get a shout out from my son Dakota? He had a muscle biopsy done last Friday and has handled it like a champ. He is so excited to start normal activities and rehab today. You guys rock. Please tell Dakota that he rocks as well. Coming up next, a segment always guaranteed to rock. It is buy or sell.
Yeah, let's go through some Mavericks things. Buy or sell. We'll do that next on the Fan.
The North Texas Baseball.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by, and it's also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Like, Kyrie's got to come along.
Oh, Pritchard banks in the three at the buzzer. The Mavericks making some good plays in the final minute. Pritchard answers.
What a jerk Reggie is for playing that.
Yeah, man, what are you doing, bro?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Are you insinuating that someone instructs you things they want to be played?
Who pushed the button?
I don't exactly.
Oh, okay, is that game we were playing? All right.
Crap.
Oh,
Never
yeah.
mind.
We can
Never
do
mind.
some
Never
things
mind.
here.
I concede. I
push your
concede. I already concede. It is Shout Out Friday from the 817. Shout out to my wife, Amanda. We just found out she's pregnant again with our second child. And then I swear they really wrote this. Dak Prescott. Yeah, here we go.
Stop it. What are you doing? You didn't have to read it like that, bro.
I wanted to honor the spirit of their text. And from the 214, shout out to my buddy John, who apparently wins all the 105.3 The Fan ticket giveaways. Good for you, John. Hopefully you get to go to some of
I
these.
don't know how that works.
You're only supposed to win every certain amount of days, maybe 60. I'm not totally positive about that. I feel like I should probably know that. Right now, it's time for buy or sell.
Buy or sell.
I'm pretty sure we're supposed to check 105throughthefan.com/contest for contest rules.
Okay.
And I think that there would be clarification
Yes,
there.
thank you.
You know, the boss has always said whenever it comes down to business, got to ask Reggie first.
Because I'm never trying to get fired or sued. Those are the two things I'm trying to avoid.
I can see
like
that.
the plague,
I can
baby.
definitely see
We're
that.
trying to avoid that like the plague. All right, let's do a little buy or sell. Very simple segment. I'm going to throw up to these fine gentlemen some buy or sell statements, or I guess questions, and they'll tell me whether they agree, buy, or sell.
Buy.
Where they disagree there.
Sell.
You can't sell in the segment. We're already in it. You just got to deal with that.
That means you're wrong. It was a buy.
Mm-hmm.
Buy.
That's right. And you should play along. Let us know what you believe, buy or sell, on the Franklin & Franklin Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. And I'm going to apologize. If you're Mavs doubt, if you're NBA Finals doubt, I apologize, because that's been my life over the last week and a half at the very least when we talk about dealing with these NBA Finals. I've been locked into it. And so there's some things around it that I want to get your fine gentlemen's opinions on. So, Kevin, Corey, let's do a little buy or sell. And I begin with an audio element, because I think audio adds to things, right?
Yes.
Well, Jalen Brunson, are you familiar with this gentleman?
Yes.
He played for the Mavericks.
He did. And then he went to New York to get his own team. He's been flourishing out there. Shout out to him. He sat down with Taylor Rooks for Bleacher Report, where they had a sit-down interview. And during the course of this, Taylor Rooks, a fantastic interviewer, asked Jalen Brunson about the criticism that Luka has been facing and whether it's fair or not.
I know you and Luka always had a really, really great relationship. I mean, right now, I think he's getting a lot of heat for whether his defense in the finals, complaining to the refs. Do you think that criticism is unfair?
Yes, I think it's unfair. I don't want to use the injury for him, but he's banged up. There's certain times where calls are made in the same situations that calls are not made. Fouls can be subjective. It's a tough situation to be in. It's emotional. It's an emotional game. Everyone's expecting, hey, you're a grown man. You need to act like one. This is an emotional thing. This is what everyone in this league has worked for, an opportunity like that. And sometimes emotions get the best of you.
Gentlemen, emotions get the best of you. Buy or sell Jalen Brunson's perspective on Luka criticism being a little unfair.
Sell. And
Why?
I'm going to tell you why. I buy the premise of the emotions. Absolutely, I do. Every single other player out on that court with Luka wants to win a championship as well. And you don't see
Not as bad as him.
I don't know about that with Kyrie. And you don't see that same level of emotion. I absolutely buy that emotions are a part of sports, part of life, part of everything. I just don't agree with him in terms of all of these reactions. Some of them, sure. Across the board, no.
I buy it, especially for very young players. You don't see Kyrie getting this emotional. Why? Is it just because that's how Kyrie is, or because he's 32-ish?
Yeah, he's 32. I wonder if those emotions come out for him in a different way. Because,
yeah.
I mean, that's one of the things we talked about with the Boston and being in Boston is it feels like there's an emotional reaction to being there in the crowd and all those things, but it seems like that shows up just kind of different.
Yeah. But that being said, Kevin, the emotions of Luka, this is where we narrow it down to just specifically Luka. I think there are players across the league that let the emotions get to them, otherwise technicals wouldn't exist.
Sure.
And guys would never get ejected. They all let the emotions get to them at times. And it could be, we've seen it with Luka, life stuff off court that spills over onto court while you're going through life stuff. It affects your job and work. It happens to all of us. It absolutely does. But when it comes to Luka specifically, his emotions aren't just negative at the referees. Look at the Minnesota series. What other emotions did we say we were like, man, I would hate him to be playing against me. I'm glad he's on my team, because emotionally, when he's on fire, he's rubbing it in your face too. He's letting you know how good he is while he's doing that too. So his emotions are definitely double-sided, and he's a very emotional guy.
Yeah, I just feel like we see the negative side way more.
Oh yeah, because he hasn't won it all yet. When he wins it all.
Still got 4 games.
Still got 4 games to prove it, Kevin.
Get it done.
Yes, we can. And Reggie, you're going to be there for it all.
I'll be, I'm not going to Boston when they win tonight.
Let me ask you this.
Oh, okay. I'm just going to let that slide.
I liked it.
If they win tonight, if somehow we sponsored a trip to get you to Boston for Game 5 and they won again, and then you went to Game 6 and they won again, but we can only sponsor half of your trip to go back to Game 7.
Buddy, I don't got it. I would love to do, buddy. I would try, but the way my bank account's set up right now. Anyways, that's not the question. That's not what we're talking about.
What if we got you a bicycle?
I'd have to bike half the way. Is that what you're doing there?
Yeah.
You know what? I'd consider it. I'd definitely consider that. I need the exercise.
Where's
anyway.
the halfway point? Is it like Missouri or something? Where do we stop?
Why are we going that far north?
Tennessee?
Before we go east.
Where's
Missouri?
Can
or
I interest you in Pittsburgh?
Okay. That feels like more.
I feel like you've gone too far.
I mean, meet me a little more than halfway here.
Well, he said halfway though.
That's why I said a little more.
He legitimately said halfway.
Help a brother out, man. Please.
I appreciate your ask.
Okay.
The hardest part is the ask.
Yeah, I got you. You got to ask. The worst they can tell you is no. Shout out to the
said
9
ask.
Gotcha.
Well, I mean, also. Anyways, we're continuing in buy or sell here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan. Shout out to the 214 who knew where I was going here. Your Game 4 officials, gentlemen. James Williams in his 5th finals game. David Guthrie in his 11th finals game. And Scott Foster.
The extender.
In his 25th finals game. And so you know what is happening. Buy or sell, this series is definitely going to Game 5 because Scott Foster's there.
I got a question, though. Do you know who is on the review board?
No, I do not.
The replay review.
This might dampen some of your belief.
I don't know. All of Boston thinks it's bad for them.
Oh.
Tony Brothers is on the replay.
Hold on. So does everybody think Tony Brothers is bad for them?
That's how it works. All these officials, everybody's like, this guy hates me. And it's like, wait, how does this work?
Then you know what? Bye. This series is going back to Boston.
The extender is in Dallas.
Man, I love the idea that every single fan base is like, Tony Brothers is against us.
Well, I mean, just look at Angel Hernandez. Every single fan base got him to retire.
That is a good point.
Oh, that's a great point. From the 469, halfway would be getting me to Boston, and then the other part would be me getting back home.
We didn't think about that, Kevin. That's halfway. We're so dumb.
Yeah.
What if we only got him halfway there? He biked the rest of the way, and then he biked back to the halfway point, and then
that's so much.
He might.
It's still halfway though.
Yeah, you should enter the Tour de France next year then. If you could just whoop whoop.
Yeah, I'd have to take a little bit of time off from work. I hope you guys would understand.
I do.
Hold on. Because
you're tired.
You're not a fast bike rider?
That's right.
Oh.
And then
Well,
also,
that's 'cause
like,
he's
it takes a certain amount of time to get across these great United States. There's a reason why when the people were on horseback, it took months.
Oh my gosh. No wonder it took us so long to get this
It's
thing
a big
running.
place, man. I don't know what we're doing with all this land. What's happening, man?
So I'm sorry. I'm trying to look up how long it would take to bike to Boston right now. I'll be back with you momentarily.
Okay, excellent. And back with us as we do a little buy or sell. Our friend Jared Sandler, who's he does a great thing on Twitter. Follow him at Jared Sandler on Twitter, where he'll give us the question of the day. And I was like, you know what? What better way for me to fill content than steal from Jared? And so he asked, what's the most underrated DFW sports rivalry? You can go team versus team or player versus player in honor of the Rangers having a big 3-game series against the Mariners. And I'm here to tell you, gentlemen, buy or sell, Luka Doncic versus Devin Booker being the most underrated DFW sports rivalry.
It's entertainment. It is thoroughly good entertainment.
And it's already accomplished its goal in terms of it's given us a meme that will last until the end of time. So I feel like that's
that he's replicated.
Oh yeah,
with James Harden, the fan from Oklahoma City, and Anthony Edwards.
By the way, side note, my phone says it will take approximately 7 days and 7 hours for you to bicycle to Boston.
Is that like consistent, continuously?
Ooh, it says it's 2,088 miles. It doesn't give me a breakdown of rest. So I guess we could probably add another 3 days or so to that.
I'd just start selling stuff at this point.
Hey, I don't think you're going to bike to Boston. We're going to need you back.
You don't believe?
We're going to need him back in next week.
I buy that. That's an excellent answer. Luka, Devin Booker, you already saw them in a really high-stakes playoff matchup.
Yep.
It felt like there was a lot of blood, and an incredible internet meme came out of it. That checks a lot of boxes for me.
But will we ever get it again?
Yes.
Well, and I guess here's the other thing, too. Didn't Luka, like, every time he scored his biggest points, Devin Booker would go out and score big points, too? And I wonder if there is a, hey, even when we're not playing against each other, I hate you kind of rivalry. And whenever he's watching, he's like, I still don't like you. I buy that, too.
Excellent. I was thinking, like, someone said Mavs Spurs, and I was like, I don't know. It's been a while.
That has proper respect.
469 Luka versus Snoop.
I don't know how big that is.
I thought he was yelling
It was
at
the
some
dude behind
other
him.
guy.
Yeah, it was definitely the dude behind him.
Yeah, Snoop was like, hey, this is kind of crazy right now. All right, so there's a little buy or sell. Some Mavericks buy or sell ahead of Game 4 of the NBA Finals.
Excellent work right there, Reginald. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. When do you think the golden age of the NFL was? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You wouldn't know it.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. They've got more Silverados than anyone else. And this is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
3rd and goal from the 10, and a draw to Smith. And he's in. What a run. Oh, my.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan, asking the questions that matter, like what can and can you not do in the library. Now, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Now, Corey, what I would like you to do, please, is simply read off the first part of what you showed me during the break, and we'll allow people to guess how the library responded to this.
Marcus Tullius Cicero. The closer the collapse of an empire, the crazier its laws.
To which it cuts to a library that has a very jarring sign up about what is not allowed in the library. Feel free to text in.
4 exclamation points, in fact.
What? Yes. Really, as if the jarring nature of the language wasn't enough for you to be like, whoa.
Is it worse with 4 exclamation points or if they just put 1 period?
If it was just a period, I'd be like, oh, man. Stand on business. Like, that's what it feels like right there. All right.
Feel free to text it in, and if you text it in, you're part of the club, you know.
And if you get it right, I will try to text you back. All right. When do you think, was the golden age of the NFL? Some early votes from the 817, 1968 to 1988. Wow, somebody from the 972 said the late 1950s. I
disagree, having never seen a game in them.
I can't rule that out, but I went with the early to mid 1990s, as probably evidenced by that audio we played. Think about it. The Cowboys are battling the 49ers consistently, and I realize from a selfish perspective, the Cowboys also won 3 Super Bowls in 4 years. I understand that, but Cowboys and the 49ers are battling. And plus, in addition to Young and Aikman, you still have Marino, Montana, Jim Kelly, Randall Cunningham, Warren Moon. You have defensively Bruce Smith, Reggie White, Jerry Rice is playing, Barry Sanders, Thurman Thomas. Like, I mean, I know a lot of people believe that Brady has surpassed him, but there was a really long time where Joe Montana was the best quarterback of all time. There are some people who think Jerry Rice is the best football player of all time. You want to find 2 or I guess 3 of the best defensive players of all time. LT, Reggie White, Bruce Smith are up there. Barry Sanders, some people believe he's the best running back of all time. And you got this all crammed into this one era. Plus you had John Madden and Pat Summerall. To me, the maybe late 80s to mid 90s is the golden age of football.
Well, that's cool.
Oh, no. It feels like you do not agree with this assertion.
I agree with the assertion. See how easy that is to say?
Mm-hmm.
That let's say I'm going to give you a 5-year kind of window, but we can expand it out even more. Like 06 to 11 kind of area is it. You have quarterbacks throwing for over 4,000 yards. The game has changed. It's not changing. It's changed at this point where quarterbacks are doing something different. Tom Brady, Drew Brees, Peyton, Eli, Brett Favre, Kurt Warner, others, like those all quarterbacks that changed the game, right? Like they all did special things. That era right there, Tom Brady wins and loses Super Bowls, but the names, dude, defensively, it's still that blend of the old style of football with the new transition of football that we're seeing today. So I think that window right there, the 2005, 2015 area is a window that I thought I liked football the most. Now, obviously, I loved the 90s when the Cowboys were doing their thing at a high level because you felt as a fan, as a kid, because I was still a kid whenever they were doing that, you felt that you were part of something that was a juggernaut that would last forever. Unfortunately,
That is true.
And so like that's where I think in that window of just being a football fan, not a specific Cowboys fan, it's in the 2000 to 2015 range. That's it for me. And right now, I mean, we discussed this at points too. We've seen this. We thought we were on the cusp of seeing the new quarterback golden era, right?
Yeah.
But a lot of these young quarterbacks have not lived up, and the older quarterbacks kind of faded out. I do feel like we are in a wide receiver golden era right now.
Just real quick library update from the 972. You can't defecate on the books. Probably a rule. Not the rule listed here. From the 469, I'm not going to read what it says, but you're probably the closest to getting it right thus far, but still not correct. Reggie, you have a golden age of football, or are you just going to tell me the active years of Randy Moss?
No.
Okay. You can see why.
The active years of Steve DeBerg.
Hell yeah, Steve DeBerg, baby.
Secondary, the active years of Geno Smith.
Drafted by the Cowboys. What? Okay.
He's been
He's just doing bits at this point. The Steve DeBerg thing.
Long been a proponent.
The Steve DeBerg thing.
No, that was real. That was the real answer, and I had to give you a bit answer after. Sure.
Okay.
So, Kevin, do you know the Steve DeBerg era?
I've often called it that.
Yeah, that's what.
He's often said that.
The beginning of the 80s through 92?
1978 to 1998.
Wow.
He played forever.
I did not realize he played that
I need you to
long,
understand. He stopped playing in 1993 at the age of 39. But in 1998, Atlanta was like, hey, we need you.
What?
And so Steve
After
DeBerg
5 years?
started one game.
Because that's how good he was. He
was
off the couch.
0-1, Kevin. 30 for 59 for 369 yards and 3 touchdowns.
That's such a nice performance.
Guess how many interceptions?
Hold on, wait. They took the guy off the couch, hadn't played in a game in 5 years, and said, "We're going to need you to fire up 59 passes."
And he did.
That's too
he was
bad.
like, as long as it's play action, I got this, baby.
How many interceptions?
1.
How many
3-1.
How many touchdowns?
3. I'll take that.
Yeah.
In 1998, I'll take that.
You're right.
I like that we're slowly winning him over.
That just is crazy to me, but yeah.
All jokes aside, I love both of your arguments for the two eras. I mean, obviously, you have all of the greats that Kevin mentioned, but yeah, we've definitely seen the modern NFL merge into this like offensive heavy in that early teens, I guess, for lack of a better term.
Is the 80s window kind of the worst? I'm trying to figure out that really one that you're just kind of like, it was kind of nameless, faceless for the most part in the league.
For me, just me personally, that's tough to say because the 80s were ruled by Joe Montana.
Okay.
So like I can't, and then Dan Marino was in his prime then too. I can't say that, but I understand.
I'd like to, if we could rank them at some point. I do wonder where we are right now. Like, what is this era going to be in the storybook of the NFL? Where, and I don't know where to mark this era, but it's the Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes era. Like that's the window we're in.
And it's interesting that you say that because then I want to know
Lamar Jackson. A lot of fun quarterback, interesting discussion.
And that's going to be my next question. Whenever we do this exercise, how is it ranked? Is it ranked by quarterbacks? Is it ranked by all-around great players? Is it ranked by all-around great teams?
That's a good question.
So yes, I'm fascinated by that.
Okay.
From the 214.
Some people are getting really close.
You are also close, but not quite getting there just yet. Let's talk about Trevor Lawrence.
So the 469, I think, got it.
Oh, did they?
They got it. They got pretty close.
I don't know. It's a wide box that they're
relations is too vague.
That's right.
I'm going to need more specificity.
No, there's another one from the 469 that's pretty close.
I'm sorry, I did not see that one. All right, Trevor Lawrence, 5 years.
When they said the 85 Bears?
No. No, it doesn't say on the library sign, no 85 Bears.
Because, that would be a crazy rule. Let's be honest.
That's fair.
The Patriots might disagree with you.
That is also fair. Trevor Lawrence, 5 years, $275 million contract with $200 million guaranteed and $142 million guaranteed
That's it.
at signing.
That means that Dak needs $60 million.
Now, I know I'm going to go a different direction with this than what I'm sure a lot of people are assuming. But we can dive into that too. I know a lot of people are probably like, okay, so, he got $55 million per year, and so that's going to mean X, Y, and Z for Dak. I hear what you're saying, and we can definitely get involved in that conversation. What I was really fascinated about is this is one of the reasons I like this deal. They did it 2 years before his rookie deal is up.
Okay.
And so he still has, this year, his cap hit is $11.7 million. And then next year, with his option, it's $25.6 million. So if you're ever going to do a deal like this, one of the advantages, one of the things that I am really frustrated with the Cowboys for not doing this time with Dak and not doing this last time with Dak, is if you're going to extend him, which I think it is inevitable, why not get ahead of it so you have a place to put some of that money? Like, you can massage some of that money into these other years where Trevor Lawrence's cap hit the next 2 years is a combined $37 million. So when people are like, oh, he's getting $55 million, true, but that's not going to hit until 2026. And if you want, you can set up the contract in a certain way where it doesn't even hit that hard then.
Okay, I agree with all of the premise of what you're saying. And economically, if you're basing everything you do economically with your team on economics, that makes a lot of sense. Cowboys aren't.
Yeah.
As much as they want to say they are, they go a lot with heart and gut feel, which is why they got themselves in a bad situation. The Jaguars said we drafted this dude this high.
Yeah.
We're keeping him forever. We're not going to give up on him and move on, just a la Justin Fields. We're going to stick with this dude. He's our quarterback. We believe at some point it's going to work out for him. And that's why he got this contract smartly, like you just pointed out, smartly for the franchise. The Cowboys still were asking questions right up until the last minute on Dak's first deal.
Yeah.
Then he got hurt, and they still agreed to it. Is this the guy? There was a guy in that building asking people, are you sure? Are you sure about this?
In my personal opinion, regardless of who it is, that answers your question. This is not about Dak, because I know people are going to be like, oh, how do you know Dak's not? I'm not saying that. I'm saying if after this many years, you're still in the building asking that question, then the answer is no.
And that's where, Kevin, despite the economics, now if I'm the owner of the team and you're my economics guy on this, you're my cap guy, I'm going, I need you to figure something else out for me. How can we do this? And if you just say, well, we're screwed, then the better way to approach that is we're going to have to bite the bullet for a while.
Okay.
And I have to make the decision of whether or not I can do that.
I feel like I've been pretty consistent on this. Again, this is not just about Dak. This is business in general. The reason why I think the Cowboys are screwed is because they can't make up their mind. I think if they made up their mind one way or another, you could start to plan. Hell, you give Dak Prescott a 5-year, $300 million contract right now. At least now I know what's in place and I can start to figure it out. I know people will say you're doomed by that money, but that's not really the point, right? You either have to decide right now you're definitely re-signing him or you're not, and see if you can trade him and see if he'll go along with that to a team that would give him the new deal. It's the fact that they can't decide that I think really screws you over.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Congratulations to the 682.
You got it.
You did get
Pretty
it
close.
correct.
Pretty close.
And if it helps out the people at home, just think about what a vacuum does. Coming up next, Mavs win Game 4 because Mavs lose Game 4 because...
What are you doing to your vacuum?
Well, I think you read too much into that. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime on the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Trevor Lawrence became the latest quarterback.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mavs win because Mavs lose because 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney Hotline. If you want to text in there, also want to hear from you on the Twitch, on the YouTube. Also, it is a shout out Friday from the 972. Shout out happy 21st birthday to my beautiful granddaughter, Michaela. I'm sorry. And they even specifically gave me a pronunciation for that. Michaela, love you guys. And that is from Constable Scott. That was a different text interaction. From the 469, shout out to my daughter, Brady. Oh, no. She just placed her first bet for her third birthday on Texas A&M.
That's real awkward considering.
You placed it in honor of yourself for Texas A&M. But either way, happy birthday to Brady.
Kevin, I'm in a place right now.
The studio?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I'm in this weird mental headspace at the moment.
What's up?
In the movie Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Not where I was expecting to go.
Ferris Bueller and his friends played hooky.
But not really, right?
Because they're not all
it's
just figments.
Yeah, none of that happened.
Let's just imagine that it actually happened. All right,
Cameron's not friends with those kids.
Because he's not cool enough.
Because he's a nerd.
You
seen an 80s movie?
Yeah, in the 80s, nerds. Revenge of the Nerds.
Yeah.
According to Baseball Prospectus, the group attended a Cubs game against the Braves that day.
Okay.
Which the Braves won 4-2. However, filming for the game scenes took place in September when the Cubs would have played the Expos due to real-life constraints. But the idea is that it was June 5th, 1985. Kids would have been out of school on June 5th. What was he doing taking a day off on June 5th anyway? When was the last time you were in school in June when it wasn't college?
Well, college usually gets out earlier. But I wonder if it's one of those
about like Maymesters and summer classes.
Okay, fair enough.
School used to be different though.
Yeah, I was wondering, did they have like a slid schedule where they went deeper into the year? Because I mean, you think about it, late May is when we're getting out of school a lot of times.
Okay. And I feel like we never started school until like September. And so
it's changed a lot over the years. That's for sure.
Okay.
All right. I just wanted to.
That is weird though. Because like that would be it would really have to be like the end of the year, unless they were on like a trimesters or like quarters kind of schedule where they kind of went through that's weird. Now you messed me up. Now I'm in this place.
Yeah. Y'all have that conversation amongst yourselves,
right,
guys.
Well, Carter, we might need you.
See, I was in that headspace and now Reggie's there. It's just a weird place.
Thanks for nothing.
From the 817, Mavs win because Mavs lose because unfortunately the Celtics are just a superior team in every way. Oof. It's tough to argue against right now. From the 214, Mavs lose because Mavs win because Boston wants to win at home. From the 469. From the 214, Mavericks lose because Luka fouls out. And then from the 972, hey, Kevin, what that vacuum do?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
It picks up the dirt.
That is a quality text right there.
Shout out from our friend Kyle. Shout out to the 4 Cowboys, 1 Eagles group chat that Tolo's all day.
Yes.
Aside from the Eagles guy. Maybe he's talking about like the Eagles, the band or something.
Ratings count all the same.
You know what? We appreciate you. You're appreciated.
From the 214, I'm not entirely positive I know this person's name. Like, I know their phone number. They text in all of the time. I'm not positive I know their name. Shout out to me, Kevin's nemesis. My birthday is tomorrow, and I'm better than Kevin.
Kevin's nemesis got to come out to one of these events so we can get a photo together.
And they might have already, and I just don't recall.
Oh, this is just a long covert op?
That would be interesting. You know what? I had a dream last night that I got into a terrible car accident and I was in a coma. And when I woke up, the doctor came up to me and said, "Don't worry, soon you'll be better."
And
I thought that was a weird time to use that, but it was also a dream.
Ooh, Corey, we've got some answers, I think, on the text line. A few folks mentioning that schools in the north go into the summer months to cut costs with heating and cooling and maybe even like snow days and things of that nature.
Oh, okay. All right. And they were in Chicago-ish, right? Like
yeah.
Parliament
Not Chicago-ish.
Chicago.
Yeah.
Okay. They were legitimately in the city of Chicago. They weren't like a suburb.
I mean, he might have lived in a suburb,
Yeah,
but
made his
like
way
they
in town.
traveled to.
Yeah, that neighborhood looks suburb as hell, man.
Yeah, that neighborhood is not in the actual city of Chicago.
Where do you think it is?
Naperville. That's what I'm going to go with.
Yep.
From the 685, you don't know the answer to that. From the 685, Mavs win because Dwight Powell starts. My God.
Doing what? Cheering harder?
No, he starts playing in the game.
That's the full sentence?
Let me ask you this. I know you want the Mavs to win.
Yes.
He can defend out on the wing.
Would it be the greatest thing ever if the Mavs won on like a Dwight Powell putback at the
Yes.
buzzer?
Yeah.
I've been asking for this, like, for him to become Brian Cardinal, although at this point.
But here's the thing, and we all know the truth and the reality of it. As we've watched Dwight Powell, there are lots of things to care about for Dwight Powell. But as you've watched Dwight Powell, if he gets that chance to do the putback, Kevin, he's either going to get hit in the jaw with somebody's elbow,
correct,
or he's going to lose the ball, and he's going to fumble it out of bounds, and then he's going to dive for it and just miss getting it back in bounds before it's out of bounds.
I think you can go with the first one. Look, I think Dwight Powell would put his head on the line to get hit, and if it making the game-winning basket.
That actually is true.
I agree. From the 254, the Mavericks will win because PJ stands on business. From the 513, I had not considered this. From the 512, Mavericks lose because the Slovenian prime minister is bad luck.
Is he still here? Did he stick around, or was that just like a one-off from last week?
And that was just on Wednesday.
I did,
so he can still be here.
I did wonder
Or she.
if that added an element of pressure that Luka was furious with too. If that like changed that too. If that spilled over into, hey, look, I'm playing in front of my prime minister here, and this is a big deal to me. And if that added any pressure to him, undue.
That's a fair question. I love this one from the 940. Mavs win because someone has to make history. Look, I know we're just talking about game 4 right here, but if you think about it, obviously in football, you just have the one-offs. But in major sports where you have the series, in the Major League Baseball, it's happened once. In the NHL, it's happened 4 times a team has come down from 0-3. And I don't think Edmonton is going to get the job done this year. So that creates space for the Mavericks to make sure that the NBA has a team like that as well.
Kevin, you've often told me that nobody's ever come back from being down 0-3.
Yes.
Right, to win the series. You've often said that.
Often said it.
However, somebody did text in this morning, and they said, look, nobody ran a 4-minute mile until that other dude that ran the 4-minute mile did. And now it's just typical.
He was in Chariots of Fire.
Exactly. Brian's song.
That's a different movie.
And so now it's like, it's a typical thing. It happens frequently. What if the Mavs were the ones to start it? The trend of, you know what? We can come back down 0-3, and we can go, you know what? We still have a chance to do that instead of just giving up. I guess it's just too much human nature to give up after something like that. But what if you're special? What if you want to be a little bit different than everybody else and not just go out there and be a loser like all the other ones?
Whoa.
Let's call up the Purdue and Virginia men's basketball teams and tell us if they think sometimes history can be made.
I don't know what you're talking about.
They were both the number 1 seeds that lost to the 16.
See what I'm saying?
It can happen.
And look at the Mavericks. Every team that they've beaten so far has been a higher seed than them. This could be another one to get the gauntlet all taken care of.
From the 817, Mavericks lose because they'll completely give up when the Celtics go on a 14-1 run. We'll make a free throw during that. All right, I like that. From the 214, Mavericks lose because Luka gets put in timeout due to having a 2-year-old temper tantrum.
Okay, who's going to put him in timeout?
Michael Finley.
What?
He did take away his beer.
He did.
And they're 0-3 since he took away his beer.
Since he's taken his beer away. Emasculated him in front of his dad.
All right.
From the 817, while we're also mixing in some shout outs, I'm really fascinated by this. Shout out to my daughter Addison. She's killing it at Texas A&M goalie camp.
Nice.
All right. I'm familiar with like fish camp and stuff like that, but what sport is it? Soccer, field hockey? Like
regular hockey.
Regular hockey.
Does A&M have a hockey team, like a regular hockey team, or is it just field hockey down there?
I don't know.
What if it's water polo?
Wouldn't field hockey be regular hockey, and then ice hockey would be the variation?
But yet they don't call field hockey hockey. They call hockey and field hockey field.
Very
hockey.
rarely do I run around going, I can't wait for the ice hockey game tonight.
Okay, fair enough. Touche.
But that's just me. I don't know if other people typically do that or not.
That is a.
But water polo is another option that you didn't throw in there.
That is true. My apologies. Can I give out a win because lose because?
Please. Mm-hmm.
Dallas wins because this time the role players actually do shoot better at home. Now,
need it.
I know we've talked about outside of Kyrie and Luka, and for the purposes of this, I'm taking everybody outside of Kyrie and Luka. I feel like that's probably not a fair assessment for some of these players, but just to cut right to the chase. In road games, the jump has been from 46.1% to 48.6%. In game 3, Mavericks, 45.2%. So even lower than the road number. From three-point range, 34.7% up to 38%. The Mavericks in game 3, 33.3%. So not only did they not get any better, they actually shot worse than their road averages for the playoffs. You're going to need them to take that 3, 5, probably 7% bump up, especially from 3, if you're going to win tonight.
Yeah. Okay. In addition to that, you need to knock down threes. The Celtics are getting up the amount of threes that they want to. Like, they took 46 threes in this past game, and 18 of those were corner threes, which is, they're so good at that as well. Like, I know that the game plan in some ways is try and take those away. Mavericks win because they actually take something away, right? The Celtics are shooting incredible at the rim, and then they're getting all these shots from the corners. Like, those are the two things that you have to pick one of them. And I think the Mavericks, if they can actually get defensively solid enough to take one of those things away, you give yourself an opportunity to win.
Our guys, and somebody texted in, or maybe it was the call yesterday, they are right. The guys that are at the basket need the ball to be given to them in order to make those. If those guys had better post play, and which doesn't really truly exist anymore, but if they were better at it, would that benefit them against Boston the way that they play, or would that matter at all?
See, I think it really would, because that actually ties into my Mavericks lose because either KP plays or more likely Xavier Tillman continues to have really productive minutes. I know he only played 11 minutes, but in that time, to your point, 4 rebounds, 2 blocks, and a +9 in that 11 minutes. And so if you were more adept at what you were just talking about, I think that would help. But that's my Mavs lose, is if Xavier Tillman plays really efficiently again, you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
My Mavs win is because they feel like there's no pressure on them now. Now the pressure is to just go out there, finish the series out, and their shots start falling because of that. They're not trying to guide shots in. They're not trying to do anything outside of themselves. They're just doing what they've done over the last part of the season since the trade, and that is continuing to get a little bit better as a team together, and then they go out there and they win because of it. They don't have that tense tightness because of that, which is something that, as we discussed, is a learned thing to grow through. Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown, the story I saw on him this morning, overcoming fumbling away Game 7.
Yep.
And growing from that and saying, it was embarrassing. Having something like that happen to you is going to help you down the road, hopefully.
Are you okay if I read a text that tries to trump you?
Yeah, sure.
I think you're going to like it, from the 817. Well, it's a sweet message. The Mavericks win tonight because I'm finally going to be tuning in. My dad passed away last Thursday, so I've been occupied with that. But I'm going to tune in tonight. I'm ready. I know he's watching with me in spirit. Mavs in 7.
Yeah, we got to win one from that one. 9-7-2, you
Boom!
said? Got to win for the 9-7-2.
I'm in.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, do that tonight. Mavs lose because, Kevin, they aren't losing tonight.
And then just to show how close our community of listeners is, hold on from the 682. Have we outswagged them yet?
Not yet.
It's a good point.
We need to outswag them.
Mavericks win tonight because they will simply outswag the Celtics.
From the 979, the Mavs need Austin Hedges listen to Creed to get together. But I wasn't that I know Austin Hedges is a vibe in and of himself, but wasn't that Andrew Heaney that kind of started that, and I think he's a Thunder fan. So, like, that's the...
Didn't we almost change his mind, though?
That was John Gray.
Oh,
that was John Gray.
We have so many damn Thunder fans on this team.
Well, John Gray is just from Oklahoma.
Okay.
And so that was his conversation there, was he was like, I don't really care. And we were like, well, you just say Mavericks.
And he did.
And he did.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to go into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway. It's going to be packed with a ton of fun content. I'm going to need you to trust me here. It's time for the combo platter. National Pop Goes the Weasel Day. Give us a sports opinion, and then what from your childhood terrified you? We'll do it next. On the.
Are you ready for some?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
51-29, Boston by 22. Jalen, clean strip of Luka, flies in for the right-hand slam, and the Celtics lead game 1 by 24.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time for the combo platter. Hit us up on Twitch. Hit us up on YouTube. Or you can go off Frankel text line 877-881-1053. If we could just go ahead and rattle off the theme here.
I'll be there for you.
For the National Pop Goes the Weasel Day, because I think this can be delightful, but also I think it can be super creepy.
Okay.
Okay. That feels...
This is creepy as hell.
See, I was thinking this felt kind of...
Yeah, because you have a 2-year-old.
That's true.
Yeah, I tried to get the least mentally affecting version of it.
This freaks me out.
I went to the BBC.com.
Wait, what? Oh,
What did you just say?
BBC.com.
You searched that here?
You guys are stupid. My Lord. Thank you guys again.
They didn't ban that?
This show's stupid.
It's very popular.
But you have made it very popular. Thank you for allowing us to engage in this level of nonsense.
From Twolo Vader, this is on my Sexy Time PlayStation Spotify. Thank you, Twolo Vader. You're the best.
Oh my God. Pop Goes the Weasel is a seemingly nonsensical rhyme that, upon subsequent inspection, reveals itself to in fact be about poverty, pawnbroking, the minimum wage, and hitting the Eagle Tavern on London City Road.
There's a lot of children's songs that are like that, where you go, if you inspect it, you're like, oh, this is about terrible sadness.
Yeah, there was one, I can't remember what the song was now, because I feel like I've just quit singing all those songs now. They're like, have you ever looked into what that song is really about? And I was like, oh God, no, should I? And then they'll tell you, and you're like, oh my God.
Our buddy Stu once told me, he was like, hey, you ever watch the Muppet movies recently? And I was like, what do you mean? He was like, when you become an adult, it takes on a whole different meaning, the things they say. I'm so surprised that our parents let it, like, we were able to get away with some of these things. And he's right.
So, in honor...
Ring Around the Rosie was about the bubonic plague.
I did. That one I did know. So, for this National Pop Goes the Weasel Day, give us a sports opinion and then something from your childhood that terrified you, because... I might watch too many horror movies. I might think that the little doll that comes out of the top is like going to go Puppet Master style and kill everybody. I don't know. That might be part of the reason. But the Pop Goes the Weasel kind of weirds me out. And so that's why I wanted to dive into
Did you have like clown phobias or whatever? Because that feels like that's like adjacent, right?
Yes.
I don't know why, but I had clown wallpaper.
Oh, no.
And those dudes would, like, I at the point where I finally was like, don't like clowns anymore. I liked Bozo the Clown as a kid.
Me too.
But now as an adult, it freaks me out.
Did you know every time when I went up to Chicago, that's all I wanted to do
was go to be on the show?
Go to the Bozo the
For
Clown
what reason?
show.
Every single one of us wanted one reason.
the bucket game.
Yes. The bucket game, everybody. I know I can do better than that stupid kid. I would have won the tricycle. Is what I thought.
I got to go
as
once.
a stupid kid.
All of this sounds like a Mad Lib to me. I have no idea what.
Okay,
I got to go once. They did not. I did not get picked for the bucket game.
So what was your sports opinion again?
Oh,
wow, he did it wrong.
He did do it.
We
wrong.
got him, boys.
Got him.
Actually,
lock him up.
Believe it or not, I had another thing from my childhood that weirded me out. But my sports opinion, I'm going to go back to what I said the other day. I hate you guys. I'm going to go back to what I said the other day. Dallas needs to score at least 108 points to win this game tonight. I realize that you can be like, hey, just cross the 100-point threshold and we're on the right track. But you go back to the Western Conference Finals. 4 of those 5 games, you scored at least 108 points. That is the number that I have set up there. And I just want to add this as well. Another thing that weirded me out as a kid, Teddy Ruxpin.
The talking bear?
The talking bear that has nothing but soulless and darkness behind its eyes. You look at that thing and...
He was so nice.
And this again might be the things I watched that I shouldn't have. I was thinking about Child's Play. My biggest fear is that Teddy Ruxpin was like, hi there today. And then you would notice that there was no tape in the compartment, and I don't even know.
And then he pulls out a knife, and you're just like,
yes!
ah!
No sentient. Well, I guess Ted, the sentient bear, just wanted to smoke pot and drink and bang people. But in my opinion,
who amongst us?
Yes. If I cross a stuffed animal that can talk because it has a tape or batteries or whatever, and those are gone, and it can still talk, I'm getting the hell out of there.
What if it was a cocaine bear?
Oh my God, definitely not. Have you seen that movie? No. I don't know if you learned the proper lesson from that movie.
Don't steal drugs from the cartel.
Yeah,
is what I learned.
People killed way too many people in Cocaine Bear as opposed to the actual bears.
That's true. That's true. God, that lady in her face.
From the 817. Sports opinion, the NCAA football is to blame for all the teams merging into giant conferences because they didn't want to expand the playoffs to 8 teams way back in the day. And now all of this has happened because of that thing that terrified me as a kid, that first Indiana Jones movie where that dude's face melts off.
Dude, yeah, and then that one where the guy reaches into the guy's chest and takes his heart out.
Do you know what? Can I tell you a story about that movie?
No.
Okay.
I think you should tell the story.
Fine. Tell the story.
That's the second time you've done this to me. George Lucas, I mean, look, if you're looking for really clunky metaphors, George Lucas wrote these movies, and at the time of the second movie, he was getting a divorce.
Oh, no.
And so the villain,
he was the villain.
Is the person who reaches into people's chests and takes their hearts out? Come on.
I don't get it.
Shut up. Yes, you do. Back to you guys. From the 682, Wyatt Langford finally hits a home run over the fence this weekend. And they said they had a clown bed. All right. No.
Does that mean like you just put a whole bunch of people into it?
No.
Every morning, just like 20 people would get out of the bed. That's an...
You know what? I don't know that to be the case.
I appreciate that self-censorship so much.
I just assume the headboard was like a terrifying clown or something like that. That sounds awful.
His mouth is wide open and you're getting into the mouth of the clown.
No. Everybody knew you wanted a race car bed. Nobody wanted a clown bed.
I did. My friend's little brother had a race car bed. Then they leveled him up to a regular, like a bunk bed, and then I got the race car bed.
Nice.
So,
and by the way,
it was dope.
This person also said Jason from Friday the 13th. I associated the clown bed with the wrong person. So Jason from Friday the 13th. See, that person also watched movies that they probably shouldn't have.
I would like to capitalize on the person that says that Wyatt Langford will have the strength to muster one over the outfield fence for a home run and say the Rangers are about to go on a run.
Oh.
All right. Oh, they are about to go on a tear through very good baseball teams because the time is now, Kevin.
Okay.
That is my opinion.
I hope you're right.
My fear as a child. This is a very irrational fear. Reggie, have you ever heard of the movie Critters?
I genuinely cannot
Google
draw to my
Critters real quick.
I'm on it.
The movie.
Leonardo DiCaprio is in Critters 4.
I did not know that.
4 of them?
There were too many.
There might have been more.
Hey man, what is happening here?
And I believe
what exactly am I looking at?
So you see them? Are those terrifying little things? They would roll up into little balls, and that's how they traveled around everywhere, and they would kill you. They would hit you with one of their little spears or whatever. Anyway, or their like porcupine things. Kevin,
wait, did Critters happen? Like, was it set during Christmas time? Is that a different?
That's Gremlins.
There we go.
Yeah, and they kind of felt in the same vein. I think that's why I was allowed to watch it until I was like, this is terrifying. But there was one where a kid would go to sleep, and one of the critters like climbed up and started taking his air from him while he was asleep. And for some reason, in my mind, that meant that I had to cover my mouth when I yawned because I was afraid that one of the critters would roll up into my mouth and kill me from within if I did not cover my mouth while I yawned. Not because my parents said, hey, cover your mouth. I was just terrified that a critter was going to crawl into my body through my mouth while I yawned.
As long as you learned your lesson.
Like out of nowhere, this thing would just be like, just waiting until I yawned. And then out of the corner, bam, right in my mouth.
I think that's fair because they like flew in a spaceship to come up to Earth from the I don't know, to Earth. I should have just said to Earth.
What do you think south of Earth?
Venus.
Uranus.
And Mercury. That's clearly north. Actually, let me try that again. I don't know that to be the case whatsoever. But since they're further away, I think of them as north, and Mercury and Venus is south. I'm sure it depends on...
Kevin, I looked it up.
Oh, my God.
If by below Earth, you mean when you say south, the answer is most of the galaxy.
Oh.
Our solar system is actually tipped about 60 degrees in relation to the plane of the galaxy. So at any one time, a fair amount of the stars in the Milky Way are in Earth's southern skies.
Oh.
Thank you, science.
Yes, thank you indeed, science. From the 817, Mavs in 7, and then static on the TV because of the ring.
Sure.
I get
Fair
that.
enough.
Or Poltergeist. Like, there are multiple things about that.
By the way, Cat's Eye was the movie where the kid got his air taken from him. I didn't know that. So yes, I mixed up two different movies here.
I mean,
that being said, I was still terrified that a critter was going to crawl into my mouth.
It's fair. That is...
Did you have something on that, Reggie?
That's fair.
Actually, no, not anymore. I will cede that thought, but I will participate in the combo platter. My sports opinion, I was super surprised going back and rewatching Game 3 that Dante Exum didn't get more than the, 3 or 4 minutes that he got. I think that Dante Exum should get a significant amount of minutes, probably in the 10, 12 range, because he made a big play in that. He went, he drove, and as long as he's taking shots confidently, I think he also has taken some above the break threes, especially like late in games. And it feels like above the break threes are the ones that you're going to get more readily, even though corner threes are the ones that they want.
Absolutely. And it feels like the Celtics are most vulnerable to that. Yes, I so agree with that.
Now, I don't know if that's like a super change because I don't know Dante Exum's knocking down 4 3-pointers, but it seems like if there's a guy on that bench where, especially considering Game 3, it looked like Jason Kidd was searching, I think Dante Exum should get some more minutes there.
Okay.
The thing that scared me as a child, I got 2 versions because one is a horror film, right? But the Leprechaun from the 1993 film Leprechaun.
Also starring?
Don't remember.
Jennifer Aniston.
Could not think about that because I was terrified by that damn Leprechaun.
I get that.
I got as fast away from that as I could. I was just like, no, never again.
Then you probably are not aware of this. Did you know they made several of these, including Leprechaun in Space and Leprechaun in the Hood?
Yes, I've definitely heard of Leprechaun in the Hood. For sure.
Have you watched it?
No, absolutely not. I told you I was trying to get as far away from that as possible.
Was Jennifer Aniston in the second one?
I think just the first.
The first one? Okay.
I'm very mad that it was brought up to me. I was born in 92. There was no reason for me to have seen this film.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It brought up to me and I was like, I hate it every day. Now that's the one that I feel is logical. It's a horror film. Furbies. Why did we do this? Yes. Why did we do this? Those things are terrifying little they're basically critters.
When Adrian and I started dating, you're right. You're absolutely right. When we started dating, her dad's a toy collector. My father-in-law collects toys. You collect cards, he collects toys. And Furbies was the hot thing in 2000 or whatever. And he brought one home and put it in the hallway. And Adrian and I would be hanging out in her room and it was right outside of her door. Like in the little area where the phone would be. You know, back in the day, you had that little thing in the hallway where the phone goes.
Sure.
And it would just start talking out of nowhere. Nobody walked by it. It just decided it's time to start talking. And that's when I was like, we got to put this thing down.
Yeah, you got to yeet that out the window, buddy.
So I moved it. I moved it into his office. Upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
He was not home when I moved it. Later that night, it's back in the hallway again. Nobody went into his office. How did it get there?
Look,
pure evil. That's how.
Yeah, that's what I think too. And
Thank you.
The thing that disturbed me as well was when you'd put 2 Furbies next to each other and they would start teaching one another the language. I honestly saw that once when I babysat with these 2 twins. I was coming to bring them something to their room and they were looking at each other and like, and I was like, what the hell? And
they were speaking their own language?
Yeah, they were. It freaked me the F
I bet they did.
out.
They knew. They knew. They were like,
might have.
By the way, Kevin, I want to throw this out there as a sports update. The USA-Ireland cricket match has been abandoned without a ball bowled. The rain is too hard. It's too
they
heavy.
didn't start the game.
The rain is too heavy in Florida. Therefore, they were not able to get it going. So that's it, folks. Ireland and Pakistan have officially been eliminated. The U.S. joins India in the Super 8s.
We advance via a rain out? Hell
Isn't
yeah.
cricket great?
From the 469 Sports Opinion on National Pop Goes the Weasel Day, Juan Gonzalez is the greatest hitter in Rangers history, and having my feet out from the covers would terrify me because I thought Freddy Krueger would get me.
Yes!
Yeah.
Your feet can't be out from the covers. Your arm can't hang over the edge of the bed.
Oh,
and to be quite honest, most of my life I spent as I turned the light off in my room.
You got to sprint.
Jumping from the doorway
That's right.
into the bed. I made it was a far jump. I was able to make. Sometimes I had to jump on top of the toy box to get there. There's no way I was going to let anything reach out and grab me from under the bed while I was trying to go to bed.
From the 469, my sports opinion is the Mavs will push it to 7 games. That would be awesome. And I was absolutely terrified of Tim Curry as Pennywise the Clown in the TV movie It. Absolutely agree with that.
Did we ever examine why there's a Pop Goes the Weasel Day? Like a national Pop Goes the Weasel Day? Did we ever? No? Okay.
This is the first time I've ever heard of it.
Me too.
Yeah, I don't even think it's real. I think that you just made it up
I definitely did not.
to facilitate the segment.
I can send you information. From the 817, the Mavericks are going to get swept and Luka will cry about 40 times to the refs. I saw the movie Jaws at the age of 7 and would not go into a pool after that.
You know, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Jaws. I mean, I was too scared of a lot of things as a kid. I wouldn't go to the restroom without looking in the toilet because I was afraid a shark would come out of my toilet. That's how irrational I was.
Could you imagine if you were married to someone who still was afraid that a snake might come out of the toilet?
That's a good fear.
You check every time.
That's a good fear.
Okay.
Dude,
That's a useful fear, I should say.
One night, Colby did a news and notes where a guy sat down to go to the restroom and a snake jumped up and got him on the
keister.
It took one. You have 2 of them sometimes.
Eyes?
And it took one of them. Nope.
Nostrils.
Oh my God.
I just really needed you to say that. I appreciate it.
I'm not going to say it like the way so you can be used against me. That would be ridiculous.
From the 817, Mavs win in 4 straight games starting tonight. And the alien from the movie sighing freaked me out when I was younger. Realistically, probably just like...
What the hell just happened?
Yeah. I probably...
What are you doing right now?
I transferred that from home. My apologies. Because Noah, he likes it when he tries to scare me. And I'll put my hands in front of my face and I'll be like, ah. And so whenever I look at him and go, ah, then he'll go, no. And he'll put his hands in front of his face just like...
That's adorable.
Just like me. So wanted to throw that out there. Quick extra sports update.
Uh-oh.
Dana White did officially confirm that Conor McGregor is hurt and his fight against Michael Chandler that was supposed to be the main event of UFC 303 in 2 weeks is off. So gonna wait a little longer till we see Conor McGregor back in the octagon.
Thanks a lot, Reggie.
Well, I mean, he just saved
You're
him from
welcome.
another loss, right? Now, what say we do a little Masterpiece Theater?
Welcome to another edition of Masterpiece Theater, where we discuss theater with you. And now, 2 guys who know absolutely nothing about theater, Corey and Kevin.
And Reggie.
Now we're going to play a clip for you right here because I finally saw this movie on Monday. Never had seen this movie in my life. It was super awesome, but it's going to lead to the question, what's the super popular or perhaps beloved movie that it took you forever to see? This is what I just watched.
He once was an associate of ours. We called him Baba Yaga, the boogeyman. Well, John wasn't exactly the boogeyman. He was the one you sent to kill the f***ing boogeyman.
Wow.
John Wick.
Great.
Just saw for the first time on Monday, Colby said he would refuse to talk to me one-on-one. He did come on the show, but he was like, that's it. One-on-one until I watched all of them. I said, can we start talking when I watch one of them? He said, no, all of them. So I have now seen the first John Wick, and yesterday I watched the second John Wick.
Are you planning to get through them by the weekend? What's the plan here?
That could be tough. Here's the thing that helps out. can't really go out at night because of the baby, but also my wife likes to go to sleep early. So that feels like prime John Wick time, right? Like she just wants to go to bed at like 9 o'clock. And it's like, hey, that's plenty of time. Although I saw the fourth one is 2 hours and 45 minutes
and
long.
buddy, it's a great ride, my man.
Okay.
Let me explain something to you about that. When I watched the fourth one, I couldn't sleep, so I woke up at like 4 in the morning or somewhere in that range and started watching it. The very end, you know what happens at the end of that movie?
Yes.
The sun came up as I was finishing that movie, and I was like, whoa. You'll find out when you get there.
That's got to be a religious experience.
It was one of those moments where I was like, wow.
I'm definitely hoping to watch a third one sooner rather than later.
All right, so now that you have the first two down, I think you can comment a little bit on that, maybe without spoiling it, but like, what were your initial impressions of 1 and 2?
The plots are exactly the same, but I didn't mind that whatsoever. I got a better insight into why he needed the revenge. Like, when I first heard the reason, I was like,
that's nonsense.
Okay.
I was in that same place.
But then you saw the way it played out, and you're like, yeah, all right. I get that. And I like how well he dresses on all of his revenge tours. Like,
I mean, it's the same.
Yeah, I know, but you can see in the second one, like, the lengths he goes all out to make sure that he's looking good and functional for these revenge tours.
That's part of the lore, though. Part of the lore is that's the crime jersey.
Okay,
you gotta suit up,
and that's what I've liked the most about.
Romantic about it, the way
exactly.
He does it, yeah.
That's what I've liked about watching multiples of these movies. Like, I get the plot is,
bless you, Kevin,
pretty much the same for 1 and 2, and I'm assuming it essentially goes down, similar types of avenues. Maybe I'm off on that. But in the second one, I really wanted to know more about the Continental, and I felt like they expanded my knowledge and information about that, my knowledge and information about how they get ready for this. And next, I'm kind of hoping to learn more about the high table. And so even if we do go, I got to kill a whole bunch of people, which is super fun, I like that they're also building out a bigger universe, and I'm excited to kind of see what happens next, because the end of part 2 kind of feels like a cliffhanger. Like, at the end of part 1, you could see how maybe he's gonna go live his life and everything like that, and that was super popular. And then at the end of part 2, though, they're like, hey, we got more. It's coming up really soon.
Reggie, I know there's a lot more to it than this, but the easiest, most simplest form of it for me is there is a bad guy who is very, very bad out there. And then there's this guy who they all seem very brashly confident they could just wipe him off the planet with ease. And then throughout the movie, you progressively see them becoming more and more scared that they are going to get taken down by the boogeyman.
It's one of my favorite parts about this film is that they go over the top telling you how terrified you should be of this man, and they still can't do enough. Like, it's still believable. Like, in theory, if I tell you, I'm just going to tell you how great this dude is, and it's like, all right, well, eventually you're going to lose the effect of it. Nope. It is effective every single gosh darn time.
Yeah.
What's really weird is my wife and I have been watching Game of Thrones because she's never seen it before, and so the main one of the main bad guys in John Wick, the first one, is Theon. And I was like, hold on, didn't you get your ding dong chopped off? And aren't you being subservient? And now he's like, no, I'm in the game.
That's one of the fun things to do. Just be like, you are the character that you played in this one thing. And how does that now correlate to this thing I'm watching you in?
It definitely is sometimes difficult.
So obviously you bring this topic up because it was a movie that you got to a little later.
Yes.
And
although somebody just texted in from the 817, I just watched John Wick for the first time within the last 3 months. So you are not alone.
I hope that you enjoyed watching that as well. I had a little bit longer of a delay on this particular film. I'll give myself a little bit of grace for being a little younger, but on June 4th, 2022, I finally watched Top Gun.
Oh!
Yeah.
So last Monday, Tuesday-ish?
2022.
Oh, I thought you said 2024, my bad.
Yeah, and so yeah, definitely a lot further out from when it came out. I enjoyed it, although I'm going back, I literally live tweeted watching it. And a couple of things that I tweeted, first of all, was I guess I could say this is a review, or not a review, but like a testimonial from my little brother. Quote, these movies make absolutely no sense. So I'm sure that that's helpful. And then I really was concerned about Tom Cruise and his size getting a kill in the volleyball scene because I was like, how is he spiking the ball?
Especially on the sand.
Like, guys, what are we doing here?
Very
Like,
athletic, man.
there's a lot of things that
It's like
might be
Spud Webb.
believable here, but what's happening?
Like Spud Webb.
Oh, he just has hops. Is that what we're doing there?
He's one of those. He's bouncy. you know?
Maverick, crazy good at volleyball, baby.
Yeah. Well, then
not
again-
not great at maintaining the privacy that is a bathroom, but great at volleyball.
True.
When you're in somebody's face wearing a towel and they're wearing a towel as well, the natural thing is to bite at them, right? Like that's the way.
Yeah,
it's
that was
supposed-
weird. Val Kilmer, what are we doing here?
Man, Val Kilmer was awesome.
So have you
He's like
seen- he was
scenery
good in
for
it,
me
yeah.
to chew? Yes, please.
Did you see the follow up?
Dog, look, as much as I can try and crack on Top Gun Maverick is an incredible, like the vistas
Yes.
of the action sequences, buddy, I ain't got a bad thing to say. That's an incredible ride.
I will be honest too, teared up a little bit with the Val Kilmer scenes. Like that was, I thought that was a great addition to what they did with it. That was smart.
And then multiple people are telling me now that John Wick movies are for the stages of grief, which
makes sense.
I will have to re-examine that. That's fascinating.
There's a lot more depth to it. It definitely plays like just a smash and grab action, but there's a lot more depth than you consider.
Yeah.
From the 214, The Big Lebowski is a movie that
I just found out the Jesus, he has his own movie. It was 3 years ago or something like that. I didn't even know it happened.
Yeah, because he said, do you know the Jesus
The rolling-
rolls?
yeah, the Jesus rolls.
And for some reason in my brain, I was thinking about like actual like food items.
Of course, Kevin was like rolls.
I thought,
of course he was.
No, I don't know about that. Oh man, interesting. Two people. One person said, I've never seen The Equalizer. And then another person said, who wins, John Wick or Denzel Washington from The Equalizer?
Man, I feel like it's John Wick. But Denzel's character is, just terrifying in that too. I'm going to go with John Wick still, though.
From the 214, look, if you watch older movies, there's going to be problematic things in them off of today's values. I just watched Saturday Night Fever this year.
Oh.
John Travolta's character is trash, and the movie had way more racism. Dude, people to this day love and adore the movie Breakfast at Tiffany's. That movie is super racist.
Yeah.
And so, like Christmas Story, there are plenty of movies that, like, there are problematic things in there. But then again, I know people got really mad when, I guess it was AMC, started putting the like warning before Goodfellas that it has like stereotypes and things along those lines. From the 469, Happy Gilmore, they hadn't seen for the longest time.
I'm glad you did.
Now they're making a sequel.
I like that movie a lot still.
What's your favorite Adam Sandler movie?
Probably Happy Gilmore. Adrian and I used to go out to movies, and then when we get done, this was when we were in high school, so when I was in high school, and she and I would come back to the house and watch Happy Gilmore. Like we just loved watching that movie. So,
are you guys? I don't know if you watch both of these. Are you more excited? Side question: for the return of The Boys or House of the Dragon?
I haven't watched any House of the Dragon yet. Okay. So The Boys, I guess, but that is the show, Reggie.
It's one of the shows of all time, for sure.
Well, no, I learned this. This is something that Lucius tweeted out a long time ago, and I learned the hard way. That is a show that you cannot watch at the gym on your phone.
Yeah. There's a lot of things happening there, man. There's a lot going on that you don't want other people to see.
Just when you think, you know what? We've ironed everything out here. They're like, hey, you want more shock? Gotcha. And you're like, oh my gosh.
But I mean, look, it's an incredible look at what would happen if there was actual superpowers in our real world. Not all this idyllic stuff that we got from the comic books elsewhere, although obviously The Boys was a comic book. And I was amazed. The 512, they said, even though I thought I had watched every single 80s movie, I just saw The Princess Bride for the first time about 2 weeks ago. That's wild.
I just added 16 Candles to the list and Pretty in Pink. I don't know why I've never seen them, but I was watching a documentary about the Brat Pack, and so it has me wanting to watch those movies. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Why Tom Brady thinks that everybody else out there sucks. Next on The Fan.
Oh.
The Rangers and Mariners open up a big 3-game series in Seattle tonight. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 817. Shout-out to all the fathers out there for Father's Day this weekend. This will be my first one since I have a 5-month-old daughter. That is outstanding. Congratulations to you. I hope you have a great Father's Day. My wife and I from the 281, my wife and I relocated to Houston recently, and she's had trouble finding a job, but she finally got the job. Love you, Naomi, from Adrian. I make her listen to the show. Hopefully now you've gotten to the point where she's like, you know what? I like the show. And then I like this one from the 817. Shout out to me. It's Larry in Flower Mound. I have been alcohol-free for 1 year today.
Congratulations
indeed. I can only imagine that is incredibly difficult. Now, a segment that always makes things easier for people. It's the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Well, I appreciate that, Kevin, but I think the segment everybody's looking forward to the most will be coming up here in about 26 minutes.
Okay.
And that will be Masterpiece of the Week.
I know. You've seen how we've been with the clock today.
It could be 27 minutes. Nobody knows exactly what time it will be, but everybody loves Masterpiece of the Week.
They do.
Text in if you like Masterpiece of the Week. Text a 4 or text against.
Okay.
And I think basically what we learned from the first segment today, Kevin, is we have more people that are for us. And those that are against us are also against us in a way that they love.
As long as you're against us and still listen.
Yes.
Accepted.
And it looks like a lot of people continue to listen to this show. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes.
And sorry. Just the
That's fair.
Cover all
wide
bases.
range
That's
cover. Yeah.
fair.
You gotta cover all the bases there. That's a very smart approach to this thing. I do. All right. I do want to. I was going to ask what are your plans for Father's Day? What are you planning to get for somebody? What do you want?
Gonna go become a father.
If you're you're going to go become a father this weekend?
We can start the process, baby.
Who are you saying that to?
Getting married in the next 2 days?
You know that's not the only way that can happen.
He took a shot at you.
That's a good point.
Oh no, it's just because he's a smart individual. And he understands how these things
Also,
work.
I have a child out of wedlock. If you wanted to throw that out there as well. Got one in wedlock though.
There you go.
So,
there you go. I am kind of interested at the age that Brandon is now. Is it how much different is it being a dad of a guy that's on his own now? Is kind of out doing his own thing?
The thing that I do really like, I like this a lot, is he still needs me or still wants to show me things. You know, like right now, he's in the middle of totally redoing his room. And he's like,
at school?
No, like at
your
home.
house. Okay, gotcha.
Because he wants to just like for the summer and whenever he comes home, he wants to have it like the way he wants it, you know? And so he's like, I got to get a couch. And so we're like measuring together, you know, what size couch we can get through the door and everything like that. And then he's like, yeah, there's this rug store that's going out of business. I got a couple of options. You like show them to me. And I just really appreciate that, like, he still seems to value my opinion and wants to show us stuff. And then, like, he still needs stuff from time to time. A lot of time it's money.
I saw a quote along the lines of that said, you know, you can kind of know if you were a good parent if your kids keep coming back even after they're gone.
I like that.
And that definitely helps, you know, with the father-in-law. Adrian loves visiting them. She loves going to see them. And he loves, the father-in-law loves to see our grandkids, but he loves to have conversations with me and with, like, he enjoys that part of it. I don't think everybody always has that, but we've been very fortunate to have that. I guess, all right, we'll dive into, because usually whenever it comes to Father's Day, Adrian's like, what do you want to do? And I'm like, hang out in the pool and have some barbecue? Like, that's pretty much it. That's all I really want to do.
That sounds like a fun day.
That is all I want to do, and maybe watch a John Wick movie or 4. You know, who knows?
I believe I will be able to accomplish that this weekend.
So, but when it comes to like presents and stuff, I never have a list. Even at Christmas time, I don't have a list of things. I am very happy with if it's something that you felt that you wanted to provide. Avery got for Mother's Day, Avery got Adrian a phone charger.
Oh.
And yeah.
Did she need it though?
She did not need a phone charger.
Oh no, I thought it was going to be just a thoughtful gift because
so
she's always like, "Where's my damn phone charger?"
He was so excited to get her this phone charger. I was like,
that's-
"Why?" And he was like, "This phone charger." He goes, "I always need one." And I was like, "You know what? You're taking
All right.
your life and associating it with her."
Here's why that's a terrible idea.
Oh, no.
Look, it just is. I appreciate the thought behind it, but I also don't ascribe to it's the thought that counts. Nonsense. My wife discussed this with me because she got me a present a while ago, and it was like a pizza stone, which I do like in theory. But then she's like, "Yeah, we can like go out and set it up and blah 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 blah." And I just didn't do anything with it for like a couple months, and finally she goes, "Hey, did you just not like the gift I got you?" And I go, and I just paused, and she goes, "No, I need to know so I can adjust going forward." I was like, the thing is, I like it in theory, but it feels like you gave me a task to do for my gift. It's like, hey, here's your gift. Let's go do some things and set things up. And so she's like, okay, got it. And so like now we do it a different way, or she knows just go to the card shop.
Responsibility as gifts is awful, right? Like I always see once it gets to Christmas time and you got the Lexus ads with the big bow, and I'm like, you gifted a car payment is what you did, unless you paid cash, right?
Yes. And so she just wanted to know because she was like, oh, I bet. And I was like, what you want as a gift, I will always try to follow and accomplish. I was like, we are just very different people.
Now, let me also point this out too. I think the quote also added, because your kids want to come back.
Okay.
A lot of times when kids go back, maybe they need to because they need some money, or they just don't
Which
know how-
honestly isn't a terrible thing either, that they know that they can trust you and believe that you can help them out.
By the way, the Astros have released first baseman Jose Abreu from the Major League roster today.
What a terrible trade that was.
They will swallow $30 million by releasing Abreu.
Good night. I mean, we talked about it for that was the second straight year. That was the most overrated player. And I was like, no. The first year I get, the second year it's on you. You've rated him improperly, if you believe. But yeah, that has been a disaster for them.
Wow, that is
Good.
fascinating.
So
Tom
now
Brady.
They'll keep going with John Singleton. He's not that good either.
Tom Brady says via Yahoo Sports, I think the quarterbacking has gone backwards a little bit in the NFL. I don't think it's improved. I don't think the teaching improved. I think maybe the fundamentals out there might be a little bit more improved because there's better information for quarterbacks to study on mechanics. But I don't think quarterbacks really are field generals right now like they used to be. It's a broad statement, but I had total control. I had all the tools I needed. I was coached that way. I was developed to have the tools that I needed. I had to play the right formation, the right audibles, all of those things. And he says, I think now there's this try to control element from the sideline between the coaches where they want to have control, and they're not teaching and developing players the right tools so they can all go out on the field and make decisions for themselves that are best suited for the team. When I looked at Peyton Manning, he was the guy that I looked up to because he had ultimate control. And I think the game's regressed a little bit based on what's happened in high school, college, and then the NFL is getting a much lesser developed quarterback at this point. And he pointed out Aaron Rodgers and Dak specifically, saying these guys are very good at their pre-snap orchestration and getting things all lined up. And I know you can have your own opinion on Dak. Everybody can. That's perfectly fine. This is, Tom Brady saying these are the guys that are doing it now. But for the most part, and Patrick Mahomes obviously is doing a phenomenal job at seeing it and feeling it now. But we heard the Jared Goff conversation.
Yeah.
Which was Sean McVay micromanaged Jared Goff so much that he didn't even believe in himself. And I agree with the underdevelopment in the lower stages going to the NFL And then now it's like the coach wants ultimate power, and he's just like, I'm micromanaging this thing even more.
Okay, and that might actually kind of answer the question I was about to ask. If it's at all of the lower levels, is it inevitable that this is the next like change in football? Not to say that it would never go back, but you're about to get a period where that's what's going to happen with these quarterbacks.
It's interesting, too, because like Mike talks about this a lot when it comes to hitting instructors, pitching instructors.
Yeah.
There are a bunch of dudes out there selling you fool's gold.
Yeah.
And there are a bunch of dudes out there like you don't know if you can trust or not.
True.
There are a bunch of camps out there. And a lot of times I'm signing my kid up for camps mostly just because he wants something to do. He wants to go play some soccer. So I'm signing him up. Not because I think he's going to be the next Messi. I don't think that. But a lot of people sign kids up for camps and they're like, you're going to be the next whoever.
Yeah.
You're going to be the next Patrick Mahomes, and that's the expectation of it. And I don't know if those camps are equipped enough to start creating and developing that. Now, what's his name? He won with Baltimore. He won the Super Bowl with Baltimore back in the day.
Joe Flacco.
No hair. He's bald.
Oh, Trent Dilfer?
Thank you. He has a camp that's pretty well renowned when it comes to quarterbacks. The likes of Trevor Lawrence and so forth have gone through his camps to get there, and they've developed along the way. But then a lot of times, because confidence and because coaching changes, there's this non-trust from coaches to the quarterback. They don't believe he's the guy. Kirk Cousins is a perfect example in my mind. He didn't believe he was the guy, and his coach ended up having to spend so much time convincing his player that he can do these things that it took away from his other duties. So I agree, man. I think that you have to coach them the right way, but a lot of people don't know the right way to coach these guys.
Yeah, no, that is interesting. I had not considered that from like a bigger level and how that might be more and more the way people are doing it, or if the people who will stand out will be like, no, I can handle this myself.
The 33rd team, Kevin, put out a ranking of the top 10 NFL rosters entering the 2024 season. Number 10, the Rams. 9, Green Bay, who Cowboys played in the playoffs. 8, Baltimore. 7, Miami, otherwise known as the Dolphins. 6, the Jets. Lions at 5, Kansas City at 4, Cleveland at 3, Philadelphia at 2, and the San Francisco 49ers at 1. Did you see who's missing from that?
The Dallas Cowboys were not on that list.
This is frustrating right now because...
But do you think it's wrong?
They did nothing to add to this team other than they have a tackle for the now and the future, which is a good thing. That's a great thing to get with your first pick. You have a tackle for the now and the future. Fingers crossed on Cooper Beebe, right? Like Zach Wolchuk is the president of the Cooper Beebe Club, if you will. And he's excited about him. We're all excited. If you watch any film on him, you're like, this dude's tough. It's a great thing to add to this team. Other than that, they have not done much that gives you a lot of confidence that their roster is what it is. And because of the flop in the playoffs and the flop against other teams that were considered equal adversaries last year, you're like, what are you? Your roster talent's the same, and it wasn't good enough to win the Super Bowl before, so what did you even do? I don't think they're wrong. I think they are out of the top 10 right now, and that could definitely change. Opinions could change, but it won't be until they success in the playoffs.
This is going to sound weird. I wonder if the answer is probably no. I wonder if the Cowboys looked at it from that level of evaluation and they're like, we've stacked up a lot of talent to have the best quote unquote roster, but it never works together. It never works because maybe we never look at the way people work together.
Mm-hmm. That's why Jason Garrett got fired.
Yeah.
Was because we got you the talent.
Yeah.
And Mike McCarthy, you're the difference. Well, Mike McCarthy has had good success in the regular season, won 12-5, and lack of success getting you to the ultimate goal.
It's possible. It's also possible that the Cowboys are just really terrible at the cap, and they screwed this up, and they had nowhere else to go because they painted themselves in the corner, and I shouldn't be giving them the benefit of the doubt because they haven't owned it. So, maybe. We're the KNC.
And that's the C block, Kevin Hagelin.
I always love it, Corey Majors. Coming up next, your official predictions for Mavs Celtics Game 4 tonight. plus our masterpiece of the week. It's going to be a jam-packed segment. Good news for you. It's up next right here on The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From the field. Meanwhile, the Mavericks have hit 10 of 15. Irving a three-pointer. Got it! Kyrie Irving from way downtown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. What is your prediction for Mavs Celtics Game 4 tonight? Also on a Shout-Out Friday, shout out to Jackie Marks, 88 years old. She was just featured on NBC5. They did a story on her known as the Mavs Grandma, and her son, who celebrates his 50th birthday tomorrow. So excellent right there. Here's the first prediction I'm going to give you for tonight's game. It is from Mike Bassick.
What?
He said final score.
Wait, how is he predicting?
He texted me.
What?
He texted me earlier.
Not at work, huh?
True. He's doing stuff.
He's very busy.
Celtics.
But he's checking in. I appreciate that.
110. Dallas Mavericks 95.
All right, Kevin.
Oh, no.
He texted me earlier as well. He said, if the Mavs win, I won't show up to work so the Mavs can win again.
All right. Let's say that happens.
Don't they play on Sunday, though?
They play on Monday.
Oh, Monday? Okay, all right.
So let's say they do win on Monday as well. We're going to have to give him another day off, right?
That's right. Yep.
Okay.
I replied back and I said, seems fair. And then he replied back, don't worry, they're losing by 10 or more tonight.
And you saw the genesis of that. He says 110 to 95. All right.
Let me know. Don't worry, I'll be into work, guys.
I wanted to go back to something that I think could really tip the game tonight. And it's not just turnovers. It's effectiveness off of turnovers. So I isolated a couple of different numbers for you guys. In the first two games, Boston forced 26 total turnovers.
All right.
So 13 a game, which is not awful, but maybe a couple more than you would hope for. But in game 3, they had way fewer steals, and the points per turnover went way down. So in the first two games, off of each steal, think about this number's crazy. The Celtics converted it for 2.17 points per possession.
Right. And how many did they have?
They had 10 steals specifically.
Okay.
And then in game
20 points off, over 20 points off steals.
Yes. In game 3, they only forced 9 total turnovers. And after those turnovers, 1.33 points per possession. So you're talking about a drop of almost a point per possession after a turnover. The Mavericks obviously need to cut down on the turnovers, but also they need to make sure that the Celtics don't torch them when they inevitably do turn the ball over.
Reggie, how do you know how to account for that? Like what changes? Is it just hustle that helps you stop or account for those turnovers?
I mean, well, if you change the types of turnovers, live ball turnovers are really what's tough because then the other team goes the other way. I mean, not that you want any turnovers, but if it is, I mean, a dead ball turnover is better than a live ball turnover. But I mean, really, it's just you probably need to take better care of the basketball more than anything. And of course, that's easier said than done. But this is the time where the thing that's tough to do needs to be done if you want to win.
Okay, interesting. You said tough to do needs to be done because from the 682, Kevin, if Kidd plays his starters the majority of the minutes, they win easy. Please stop using the bench. And I do wonder if you shorten it even more and just change up everything tonight, or if you say nope, we're doing it exactly the same way we've done. We will have our minutes rotations exactly the way we've done it before.
Okay, there's definitely a couple of requests I would hope to tweak in there. The one thing that I did really like is you got Gafford and Lively a combination of 46 minutes in Game 3. I said I would like to see it for 48, but you got a combination of 46 minutes. What I would like to maybe see more of, and I realize this could be a stretch, but if you're looking for that spark, it's not from Hardaway. Go to Green. It's not Green. Hardy and Exum. That's who I would like to see maybe get a little bit more run as opposed to, and I realize the position-wise it wouldn't all work out, but Maxey and Hardaway, that's not where I'm thinking we get our sparks. And I would much rather look at Exum, Hardy. It will depend on matchups and how big or small you want to go, but that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, and the only thing that's tough for me there is Hardy. It seemed like he was played in Game 3, and defensively he looked lost. I know that he had a turnover as well, but I wonder if that ends up being a scary point because, like, yeah, you'll get him getting downhill and those types of things, and he's not afraid to shoot, but how much are you then giving back defensively, I wonder is the question. Exum seems to, like, kind of fit in both of those things, and along with, I mean, Josh Green, who already got 22 minutes in that last game. So, yeah, no, I see what you're going for, but it feels like you already have an abundance of understanding of what Tim Hardaway Jr. is going to bring in these cases, particularly if you get him in there early and he's not knocking down shots. And then Maxi Kleber, and I know he didn't get a lot of minutes, but it just continually looks the same, and that's really frustrating.
From the 817, Mavericks 120, Celtics 100. From the 469, THJ needs to be benched indefinitely. From the 682, no more Kleber or Green. Stick with Hardy, Exum, and Jones Jr., please. I mean, and Derek Jones Jr. is another one that was remarkably ineffective and probably got his minutes cut because of it in Game 3.
Make your threes and because that's what you're there for. Make your threes and play good defense. And if it's reality, while you're not making your threes, you're getting a little lost on defensive rotation, then Jason Kidd's like, I can't have you out there.
Yes.
I mean, this conversation illustrates, I think, one of the difficulties that Jason Kidd is having is that, hey, there's a lot of buttons that maybe you can push, but if none of them respond, I don't know what you're supposed to do.
That button's broken.
Yeah, well, then you
why the AC
then you run
work.
out of buttons, right?
Yeah, exactly. But the AC works now, so we're okay. And I love it.
And from the 214, Mavs are 0-3 since Finley took Luka's beer. So get rid of Finley and get Luka beer.
Keep Finley around, but get
Maybe
Luka
they just mean
beer.
keep him away from the beer.
Yeah.
And from the 214, Mavs stretch it to 7 if they win tonight. The tone of Boston has turned to arrogance. Clearly, I would love that. Quick couple more shout outs for you from the 203. Tolo from Connecticut. Shout out to you guys. Y'all are the best. Also, the Mavericks will win because Kyrie is going to go off for 50 points. Ooh, love that. Double feedback right there. And then shout out from Joe and Terrell. His daughter, Gabby. It's her 5th birthday. So happy birthday to Gabby. Now, Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Hello, friends.
Hola, Reggie.
Masterpiece of the Week is a segment that we do every week in which we revisit some of the funny, stupid, or odd things that have been said on this very program. Thanks for joining us here. I hope you've had a wonderful week as we head into your weekend. Kevin?
Yes.
I think you already know the question I'm going to ask.
The answer is, Mike, what do we do when somebody is not here? Reggie embarrasses them.
And so, gentlemen, I welcome you to what might probably be like the 17th edition of the Mikesterpiece of the Week. Mike Bassick is a beloved character on this show, and he says a lot of weird and stupid things.
Trust me, he's like this in real life, too.
That's right.
Stunt on him.
Like what, you ask? Well, I think we might have found what sounds like Mike's addiction, maybe?
Carrying her out to the table.
Back.
With some tortillas.
Fajitas. Give me a fajita, please. I want a fajita. One fajita.
Just one. It's all carbone.
He is a treasure and an irritant all at once.
I just love the portion where it sounds like he's fiending for fajitas.
Give me a fajita, please. I want a fajita.
That is... Well, so Kevin had changed it to finals fajitas for the day. And that's why he wanted a fajita, because I think we got one fajita in. I think we sat there and let the entire plate cool because you weren't on track.
Oh, that, okay.
877-881-1053 and on the Twitch and YouTube, was Kevin on track or was it us?
Bull crap.
We'll find out.
Back to you, Reggie.
Thank you. And we go back to Mike Bassick, Michael Bassick Jr. to be exact, as he probably let us know a little bit too much about his life.
It's countless amount of times. How many times I've disappointed my wife.
Oh, man.
It's countless. It's countless.
Innumerable. We really can't even keep
It's
up
an
with it.
infinite amount of times. Just take the number 8 and turn it sideways.
That is how you get the infinity symbol.
True.
Nice.
I got that off a Corona commercial.
Huh. Okay. We move along in the Mike's piece of the week. To Mike making noises at this point.
Jay Crowder. All of these guys, they got all these wings that are guarding Luka and we can't do it. Ah!
The hell?
Now, Kevin.
I don't remember that.
I don't either.
Rant, but
Kevin, you're a big fan of adult animation.
Not.
Yeah,
What?
I probably didn't help you out there.
What does that mean?
The Simpsons in particular. Tell me
Yeah.
that this does not sound like Homer Simpson.
We can't do it. Ah!
I could definitely see that.
back to the adult animation.
He
though.
means like Simpsons, King of the Hill, Family Guy, not like porn. Why did everybody stop talking?
I thought we were banned from saying that word in Texas.
Yeah, you're not supposed to.
No, you just can't.
In Texas.
I don't actually totally understand what you can and can't do, but you can say the word porn.
Is there Corn Hub out there?
There's got to be. Someone's made it by now.
And what exactly is that?
Ooh, buddy.
Where all the corn is?
Well, you know what? Whatever it is, I feel like this is Mike's response to it.
This doesn't get me going.
I think he was talking there, man. There is a Corn Hub website.
Oh, it is? You went and Googled Corn Hub?
Hell yeah, I did. Sliced cobs cooked together, 44.2 thousand views. Young cob gets shocked by the farmer, 10.1 thousand views. That's what it says.
I'm very uncomfortable.
Oh, young corn stars get hot in pool corgi. That has 46,000 views.
I think you mean corgi.
Oh, there you go. That is a real thing, Corey. You demanded
Those
to
headlines
know
are genius.
that corn gets hot while girlfriend is getting buttered. Good Lord.
All right. Okay.
Back to you.
So like two ears of corn are laying there, and one's getting buttered.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pop. Because popcorn.
Yeah, I get. All right, we continue Masterpiece of the Week. I don't know what to do with you guys. I really don't.
Oh, hold on, Reggie. Here are the choices.
Thanks, Kevin. Now my 5-year-old's asking what porn is.
Oh, crap. He goes home, corn videos, or you can look it up via Corn Stars.
Yeah.
Your
What's your
thoughts?
favorite way to use corn?
Huh.
On the cob.
On the cob.
Popped.
Cob.
Casserole creamed.
Cream corn is pretty dope.
Oh, that's true.
Not a bad way to go.
Yeah.
Corn nuggets is where I'm going.
Oh, corn. I'm sorry. People are texting me.
He's like, I'll give you that corn hub.
Corn nuggets are really good. I'm sorry.
Are you?
Because I wanted to go on a corn nugget rant about like, why is it got to be a premium side? Just include it as one of the regular
Right?
sides.
No, for real.
Yes. You know I don't want coleslaw. Give us some corn nuggets.
That's right.
You have never had a corn nugget?
I probably have them. Just
It's a little corn fritter, like fried thing, I think.
Just delicious.
I don't even know if that's the right accurate description. Regardless, Mike Bassett said this.
Well, guess what? Women, right?
This is the back and forth we have every time. Well, Mike, don't say all. Well, they do. I'm like, if we just put some kind of disclaimer on there,
women.
that'd be great.
Am I right?
Oh, no.
He is right. Yeah. About that at least. Not about everything, but when it comes to women. Am I right?
No, because probably my leading vote right now is, and somebody asked, yes, ucorn.com is available if you want to purchase that website.
All right, put it on the docket. KNC Masterpiece LLC.
We did figure out how to fund the horse, by the way.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, we did that this
Wait,
morning.
hold on. Y'all had a meeting without me?
My apologies. It was a board meeting that's...
I'm on the board.
It's an advanced
Wait,
board
am I
meeting.
not on
Yeah,
the board?
my bad.
Oh, you're not on the advance?
No, it was advance of, yeah, it wasn't on the docket.
Oh, okay.
You know, it was one of those off meetings that...
It's in the horse subcommittee.
Yeah,
I get it.
we're
Yeah,
going to get
I'm
a
with
horse.
I think you should have just said back to you.
Mike made a statement.
I am not yours anymore. I am the Mavs.
That's what he was telling me.
All right.
He was telling me to chill out and just, look, I can't be with you, wife.
I feel like there's a cause and effect between that one and the one where he talks about how many times he's disappointed his wife. I feel like that is the cause and effect right there.
It's countless amount of times. How many times I've disappointed my wife.
From the 817, I can't breathe. I'm laughing so hard.
Do you want a bonus?
Yes.
Bonus masterpiece of the week is not Mike Bassett.
Crap.
It's Corey Majors.
Yes.
Another day.
See, that's how it started.
Being a slut in theory, but never in practice.
Too much.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Too much
I
Pornhub.
have was one a thing that I read.
Oh, was that the end of it?
I have one masterpiece of the week this week, gentlemen. I have decided that I'm voting for myself on that one because
Reggie, I think I'm voting for Corey.
You guys forced me to read that on air.
I think I'm voting for Corey, but I might need to hear it just one more time just to be sure.
You don't have to. Another day.
See, that's how it started.
Being a slut in theory, but never in practice.
That's also
the music behind it.
It
makes it like such a triumphant announcement.
Everyone's proud of you. Didn't realize this was the After Dark show. That is a fair point. Reggie?
I vote for this.
Give me a fajita, please. I want a fajita. One fajita.
Man, I think all of us would love a fajita right now.
Man. That's how we do Masterpiece of the Week.
After that segment, I just want to stay employed. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Thank you guys again for making us number one. You truly allow these type of nonsensical shenanigans to exist. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
We can't.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023.
The double team finds Green. History. Got it! Josh Green knocks it down. Timeout Celtics. It's cut to 11.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I just saw your top response to somebody.
Look, man, you get salty. Don't surprise if I send something salty back. All right. Thank you very much to D&M Leasing for setting up this crosstalk with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. I'm going to change it up just a little bit today. Am I allowed to ask what kind of Friday it is?
Yeah, so what you drinking, what you thinking Friday.
Okay.
It's
all right.
the Game 4 Friday, I guess.
Nice.
It's Rangers-Mariners Friday, I believe. I'm pretty stoked after the last couple of nights here on these baseball guys.
How do you think you guys will be like attention-wise and, everything during the show?
I think we could be all over the place, Hagee. This is a booze Friday.
I want to make sure I wasn't blowing up your spot.
We're drinking. We're celebrating the Mavs season.
We're celebrating the Mavericks season.
Thank you, Mavericks. This has been an amazing run.
What do you mean? It's not over till like next Sunday.
Hey, I feel like reverse psychology here. Maybe we just go ahead, and I've been picking the Mavs the last 3 games. So maybe tonight we don't pick them. They come out. They absolutely obliterate the Celtics to push a Game 5. But if we just expect, hey, we appreciate this. This has been amazing.
Mm-hmm.
We're not expecting anything past tonight. Maybe we get that.
Okay.
We get the over-deliverance.
Let me ask y'all a question about this thing, because we talked about kind of something like that to start the show off today. If you don't think the Mavericks are going to win the series, and obviously historically it says there's literally 0% chance they can win, does it matter if they get swept or not?
I actually think there's a way you can spin it to where it becomes a good thing. It becomes they're even more disrespected. It's even more being kicked throughout the offseason. What have you done for me lately? It'll be made less about this incredible run that they've been on. Thank you, Broadus, bringing in transfusion number 2 for the afternoon.
Oh, those are the transfusions.
These are the
ones from the golf course.
These are the ones from the golf course. He's been talking about these for a while. They are fantastic. So shout out to Broadus for that. But I do think it's actually just the more disrespected they can be, the better. How the rock bottom that LeBron hit versus the Mavericks in 2011, that sent him into a different mindset forever.
Was that a sweep?
And so,
nope.
It wasn't.
But
it wasn't.
He had been swept.
No. Well, yes, he had been swept, but it wasn't like you sucked, LeBron. It was like, wow, we can't believe you got this team here, LeBron. So we're respecting the sweep. But the Miami one, he was expected to do it. He sucked way more than anybody could have ever expected, and so he had to bounce back in a huge way. This isn't the exact same thing apples to apples with Luka, but I do think there's something to just being as embarrassed as possible, and now all of a sudden, chip is even bigger on the shoulder.
I like that. I think that there is a way you could spin that positively. I like that thinking there. I would like to avoid the sweep.
Me too.
I think that the more you can extend this, it's more experience, and then I'm here for the hope. Like somebody texted in, would you be okay with the Mavs forcing a Game 7 and they lose in Game 7? For me, it's hell yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's fun.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'd like this thing to go as long as possible. Give me all the hope.
Bananas, too.
No doubt.
Oh, yes. I was in Portland covering the Trailblazers when the Blazers came back from down 3-0, and that was about as lit as I'd ever seen the city.
Was that against?
That was against the Mavs, yeah.
I thought so.
Thanks a lot.
Might have won if Sabonis and Dale Davis didn't get hurt in Game 6.
See, and then we would have precedent.
Yeah.
We'd be like, hey, look, it happened against us. You could see how that would happen.
By the way, my submission for what you drinking is, since Vegas, I've become a fan of the Palomas.
Yeah, dude.
So
those Palomas at the media party.
I love what happens. That's what, and my wife the other day was like, I would like to see that video. And I was like, nope, it's erased from the planet. So don't worry about
Dude, I forgot all that was
It's erased from everywhere on the planet except for this one place.
Yeah, I bet Bobby still got that.
Bobby?
Oh.
It's in my pocket right now.
Yeah,
I keep it with me at all times.
The Palomas are the refreshing summer drink in the Majors household this time. Well, and then what I'm thinking, I guess, is that how this works?
Yeah, you got to go
What do you mean,
drinking.
is that how it works?
You're
You're
drinking and then you're thinking.
Yes, well, in ours it's sports, then your Pop Goes the Weasel thing is what you did
Today's
today.
National Pop Goes the Weasel Day.
Yeah, and so
little combo platter.
What thing terrified you growing up? Because mine was the movie Critters, and that I thought if I yawned and didn't cover my mouth, a critter was going to jump into my mouth and eat me from inside.
Mine was Teddy
is
Ruxpin.
true. You're Teddy Ruxpin.
Teddy Ruxpin is dead behind the eyes and wants to kill us all.
Oh, the nightmares you must have had.
Maybe it's because I
in that
watched
brain.
Five Nights at Freddy's, and now I'm like, see,
Yes.
I knew it.
Do you believe they're making a sequel to that? Like, what more is there to do?
I
Kids
don't know,
love it.
Zach, but I'll tell you this: I will
Be
100%
seeing it?
watch that
Yeah.
movie. I like the first one. I don't know where it goes. I'll watch the.
It was bizarre. I will. To your point, though, the first Mummy. I've talked to this about Eric. He knows where I'm going. But the scarabs, those like insects that go under your skin.
Oh yeah,
Those freaked me the hell out when I
Yeah.
first saw that as a kid.
Yes.
My wife is still afraid of those.
That's
Yeah.
disgusting.
To this day.
Yeah.
So,
That's just one of those images you'll never forget ever watching. No matter how young you are, when you see that, just bugs, giant cockroach-like bugs crawling underneath the skin of a live human being until he dies. It's crazy.
What do you guys got? Well, I feel like we got a good feel about what's coming up on the show today. Is there anything else you would like to add to that?
Hey, Brian brought a bottle of Tito's vodka in for what you drink and what you thinking, which starts at 5:30. I don't think that bottle's going to make it to 5:30, so we might need another one of those. And we have Nick Angstedt locked on Mavs coming up at 2:20.
I like him. He is very good. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin. Go Mavs.
I am the Mavs.
You've made us #1 in DFW.
Don't care what they say.
Thank you for laughing and enjoying some quality sports conversation. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We're off and running. General at your service. There's Broadus. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. You do have Wolchuk and Chiafalo and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a What You Drinking and What You Thinking Friday. Your phone calls will be welcome coming up at 5:30. And in the meantime, you can feel free to get in there on the text. I would like to say we have 10 minutes for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Okay, so I'm gonna cut all the calls to 45 seconds. Okay, let's get in. And that goes for our legends as well. I know some of you have grown quite accustomed to holding court upwards of 3 minutes, and I do enjoy all of that. But in the interest of making sure everybody gets to be included, we're going 45 seconds tonight. What you drinking? What you thinking? I'm just putting that out there right now. Okay, just wanted to establish the ground rules. Let's open with Texas Rangers though, boys, because I like winning teams.
Yeah.
And dang it, after beating the Rangers in their house the last 2 nights, I'm feeling good. Especially after David Robertson makes history one day after striking out Betts, Ohtani, and Freeman in a row. He did it again last night in the 8th. Wasn't that unbelievable?
Unbelievable, man. D-Rob is on one. I mean, he comes into that situation like there's no way he's going to be able to do it twice. These guys are just too good, especially, Freddie Freeman, who earlier, Michael Lorenzen had been awesome as well against those guys, and Freddie Freeman came in, was able to get on base against him, but Betts. The strikeout of Ohtani was awesome. Yeah. D-Rob was fired the bleep up, man. But I love watching him pitch. He is just an absolute maniac out there on the mound, but he doesn't hold back any emotion. Yeah. Like, you can tell exactly what's going through his mind. It was beautiful to see. And to take 2 of 3 and to win that finale, and you didn't play Corey Seager.
Yeah, this is where, if you look back at things maybe getting turned around,
I like this.
This might be.
I like this, B.
Are we getting positive Broadus all of a sudden?
I'll tell you what. Maybe it's
the Tito's talking?
Maybe not.
This is championship parade style.
But I'm just telling you, though, the other day when we interviewed CY, I'm like, well, hey, just got to go sweep those guys. And he was like, yeah, we're just going to try and go win a series and play well, Brian. That's kind of how we're going to play.
Then they gave up 4 dongs in the series.
Yeah, and you're thinking like, man,
they let it all out in game 1.
This is going to be awful. But no, give the Rangers credit. They just haven't been able to score a lot of runs, but pitching held up, the last 2 nights out. David Robinson, that was outstanding.
Unreal.
I couldn't imagine a better outing the last 2 nights. And now you get a big series against the Mariners coming up where, they're ahead of you by several games. But maybe we'll look back on this one.
Turning point.
Yeah, a turning point of when things kind of got a little bit better for the Rangers.
Rock bottom was Grant Anderson giving up those 4 dogs.
Oh, my gosh.
And the next thing you know, they take 2 or 3 from the Dodgers. Great pitching.
Yeah.
Yates was awesome in the 9th as well. Yeah. Got unlucky to get a couple of guys on.
Yeah.
And then he strikes out 3 in a row to end the freaking game, and he was fired up. So, but I feel better about these relievers than any combination of bullpen guys since our buddy Mike Adams and Joe Nathan were out there.
Yeah,
it's been a long time.
D-Rob's been brilliant. Kirby Yates has been shut down for you. Leclerc's found himself a nice role there in the 7th. You don't even have Spores back. Boch in the affinity he has towards Sporsy. He'll bring him up all the time. Like, yeah, man, we miss Sporsy. And he's rehabbing there at AAA. I know he threw yesterday to Josh Young. So, it feels like this is kind of what we were waiting for. Can you just kind of stay in the hunt? Hopefully get healthy. I know pitching, as we've talked about, hasn't been the issue, but it looks like you're going to get some reinforcements back, some arms back. That should make the bullpen even better because now you've got options with Arena, with Dane Dunning, with Andrew Heaney, who's going to pitch tonight. Maybe you're able to have them kind of be some long relievers if you need to. And I like that idea, especially with Scherzer. We've talked about that. Maybe just don't push Scherzer. Like, let him just go 3 or 4 innings, and then, hey, Jose Urena, who's been great for you, let him come in for him.
I agree, man. Anything to kind of keep Max Scherzer's availability into September. Just count me in on that.
Yeah, let's just have a slow return if possible is what I would love to see. And Bang Bang continues his midseason surge. Wyatt Langford, RBI hits in the first and the third, pushing the Rangers' ultimate winning runs across the plate. So this might be like his best moment.
It is. Yeah. I mean, I think overall, this was a huge series. And I know, like, we'll talk with Eric later. And I mean, Eric and Jared taught me, hey, just don't overreact to a game or a series. It's a marathon, right? 162 of these. But I think you're right, Brian. You go on the road and you beat a team that has been coming into the season as the World Series favorites.
42-27.
That's a big-time series win, man.
Yeah, that is a huge. Like I said, I just hope this is one of those things that, when they were getting on that plane going to Seattle, that they remember this feeling and find a way, again, win 2 of 3 from Seattle, kind of climb back into this thing and come home and figure some things out. But maybe this is the time, and maybe the health of the team. Just wish the bats would come around a little bit more.
And I'm hoping you get Josh Young back just like last year. That helps to remedy things a little bit. It's crazy. You don't think like one guy is going to have that kind of impact, but it certainly seemed that way last year. They were a different offense with Young in the lineup.
Yeah.
Okay, 469 says, I'm not drinking anything yet. I'm from Rockwall, Texas. Just got off probation today.
Oh.
Going to celebrate with an ice cold Miller Lite.
Congratulations.
I should say probation was for a DWI.
Oh yeah. Be careful. Yeah,
thanks for your added responsibility.
Yeah, be careful out there.
You definitely want to step it up in the discipline category there after you get one of those. You don't want to become 2 DWI guys.
No, and this is a recliner night anyways. I mean, we got NBA Finals action. We got Rangers Mariners.
FIFA shots.
I mean, the only place you'll find me other than the recliner is probably the bathroom.
I do like the summer of these West Coast swings. I know it is a pain in the butt when the kids are in school. Or if they're getting up early for whatever reason, but like getting home from soccer practice last night, making dinner, and then I click on the game, and we still got plenty of baseball to go.
Yeah.
That was nice. I look forward to that this weekend.
How does that go with Abby now? So does she sleep in the summer?
Oh yeah, she's about to be a teenager, so they'll sleep till noon.
So when did that change? As a new
There's no
dad
way
here,
she could outsleep Bennett Broadus.
11 or 12 years old.
Okay.
My gosh.
Doesn't really kick.
So
in
we still
Oh,
got a lot of time.
Oh, dude, it is now. I've been reduced to 5 a.m. wake up calls with my oldest, dude.
Ooh.
I mean, it was for a while. It was like we used to have it consistent. It was like 7 o'clock. It would be like go to sleep at like 7 or 8, wake up at about 7, and then it's like 6:30. Then it's 6. Now all of a sudden, dude, she's waking up at 5 a.m.
Did she go to bed later then? Maybe
no, because then that ruins the evening time.
That's a good point.
It's
You gotta
all
kinda pick and
just
choose.
It's one or the other.
Maybe she needs to get her a job or something like that. Where she can get
I
tired.
talked to her about responsibility.
I can talk to my people at Chick-fil-A.
Get a podcast going. Get tired, something like that.
I mean, we found out the child labor laws, right? I mean,
What?
I don't know. Do they exist? Do they not?
No, I don't. No, don't do anything wrong to the kid. But maybe a little work, yard work.
Yeah,
yard work.
Look, she can start pulling her weight a little bit. There's no question.
Have her make a pool out in the back. Have her dig some holes and stuff like that.
We'll start by getting her to just throw away her own trash. Just her own garbage.
Baby steps.
Yeah.
Is she struggling with that right now?
Just from time to time, it's like, okay, you just finished your lollipop, and then you're going to take the now sucked on lollipop stick and just throw it on the ground, or just leave it on the arm of the chair, or just like whatever. I mean, you find the dumbest crap when you go cleaning up the room at night, and you're like, how did this get here?
Abby was such a savage. She would like suck down a fruit punch Capri Sun in like 30 seconds and then just fling it on her way to her playroom. Like, what next?
My dad will pick that up.
But you talk about that. I remember one time, Bennett, you talk about like candy. Like one time, Bennett woke up, he had like candy like on the side of his face. From like, like slept on it.
That was a good night as a kid.
I'm like, what is that?
Like, Dad got into the Tito's. I got into the Reese's.
You used the Tito's bottle as a pillow that night, and he woke up with candy stuck to his face.
Jolly Rancher on his forehead. I'm like, what the hell?
Had a big night. Rangers and Mariners tonight. It'll be Heaney and Castillo on the Hill. 8:30 pregame, 9 o'clock first pitch. Wolchuk has a proper round tripper coming up. We have Nick Angstadt locked on Mavs coming up here in about 10 minutes.
Well, he's a good source too. That dude can cover some basketball.
He's great.
Yeah, I think this is big. I do like what Chief was saying in crosstalk as far as sending the most painful message possible to your young players, including Luka Doncic, that, hey, we got to get totally locked in and dialed in. As a fan, it hurts. You know, I bet Rangers fans still have a visceral reaction to thinking about Yankees Rangers in the late 90s. Didn't they sweep you 3 years in a row?
I was there for one of them.
Like, oh my goodness.
It's brutal.
It traumatizes you as a sports fan to get swept.
You never felt like you were ever going to get over that hump. You just never did. You're just like, damn, this is not. I mean, we're here and you're excited about it, and then you just go out 3-0. You're just like, God bless.
Yeah, it sucks to lose in anything, but it's such a profound loss. But that's the trauma we need to settle into somebody's soul and manifest itself as the hardest working summer somebody's ever had.
Aren't we dealing with that with the Cowboys now a little bit?
It doesn't feel that way. I mean, we are feeling it. I don't know.
It should be. That should have been sort of a rock bottom, holy S look in the mirror moment. I'm going to show up to voluntary OTAs.
I was 35 years old when they won a championship last time. I'm 60 right now.
You need the organization's participation in
drinking on the air
and really going for it. The organization is scaling back. The players can up their effort all they want. It's not like the NBA where if your two best superstars say, "Damn it, this ain't happening again," and they look all the role players in the eyes. That can have an impact. That can make you better if you have one of the best players in the game. Maybe
I just want them to win tonight and go make Boston uncomfortable in Game 5.
Yeah.
I mean,
let us believe just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, history will tell you, the metrics, the numbers, and all that tell you you're done. You're done.
It's almost happened.
But
talk to me about that eye test.
But that's what I'm saying.
The last two games, definitely tight.
Find a way to win tonight and then go make them feel just totally uncomfortable, in Game 5.
And we talked a lot yesterday about lessons learned for Luka. I think the longer the series goes, you've got opportunities for growth and learning for a lot of these guys. Derek Lively, Daniel Gafford. We've talked about it. For PJ Washington, young players, their first run in the postseason, first finals experience, get at least a finals win under your belt, ideally. That would be nice.
Yeah, I don't want to see this graphic anymore where they're posting like Luka with more foul outs in the finals than victories in the finals. I don't want that. And for the record, I want them, even if it means losing in Game 7, I would still want that as well. But just trying to go glass half full on if tonight ends up being the season finale, at least you can say, okay, now what? Because this is going to feel like rock bottom for a while.
Well, how much is this team going to be the same? I mean, I'm not
should be a lot, but you never know.
The cap of this whole thing.
Listen, man, the team looks.
That's what I'm saying, though. I mean, we would talk about life lessons and losing and pound of flesh and all that stuff like that, but. Man, how different is this team going to be next year?
Well, the guys that I specifically mentioned, I think are going to be here. The ones that we could see change, are they able to bring Derek Jones Jr. back? I know he has said previously to the finals he'd like to be back. I don't know numbers-wise if it's even possible. I know they want to trade Tim Hardaway Jr. Maybe you get a good offer for Green or Hardy and they move on. Maybe they can find Maxey, somebody that can be an upgrade over his spot. But I do think
there's a core
but the core, PJ, Luka, at least Kyrie for right now, and then your bigs, Gafford and Lively, they're going to be around.
So you want to keep those guys? I could imagine most of it being back other than Derek Jones, but also like what you said about a potential Hardy, Green. Can you move two young guys for one veteran who could really help you, not only defend, but be a creative force, like a Drew Holiday type of player?
Amen.
Don't necessarily need an all-star, but I need a guy who's going to defend multiple positions and can give me some offense. Like they went to Tim Hardaway Jr. last night could because they needed buckets late.
Yeah.
Could a player like that also be a guy that could go take on Tatum or Brown? And then I think you're seriously looking at bridging the gap. We have a goal.
Yeah, we do.
Germany,
yes.
Decent effort by the goalie, but it touched
FIFA shots, boys.
Yeah,
cheers.
They're playing Scotland here. It's Germany 1, Scotland 0.
Should have worn my kilt.
11 minutes in to this Euro match.
Yeah. The UEFA European Championships are underway. You say
take a shot when you do this?
Yeah.
When you score a goal?
Yeah. And pick a side. I picked Scotland, so they scored on me. But you can just take one for fun.
Oh, sure.
You're going to be a mess tonight, and you're playing FIFA shots with your buddies.
Yeah, I got one of my buddies. His family's out of town. The wife and the kiddo. So
what do you guys think about the transfusions? You like them?
Delicious,
man. Tasty.
Big time.
I brought Gavin some non-alcohol Heinekens too, so we can all play in the game.
That was clutch. The taco burgers were amazing.
Well, thank you, man.
By
Those
the way,
were
I appreciate that, man.
Thank you very much.
What? I learned some stuff on that. I always learn cooking for you guys. That, like I say, the chorizo with the ground beef, man, you got to be careful because that stuff doesn't firm up. So you got to, keep it. Make sure you keep it kind of cold. and then be able to make the patties and stuff like that, form the patties and stuff. But man, I like the birria. Say it, Dawson. Birria.
The birria.
Birria. I use that seasoning.
Oh yeah.
For the meat part of it to give it that.
I
little
love
bit
that
of
seasoning.
Kick. Yeah.
It did. You could taste the
Say it
flavor.
again, Dawson.
Birria.
Birria.
See, every time he says it different, you hear?
I was
But he
wondering
keeps
that.
saying
Birria.
If you asked me 3 times, Lucius, I'd say it differently.
Yeah,
three
me
times.
too, man.
Yeah, I would.
I'm just pointing it out, having
But
fun.
I think, like I say, the
What the hell did I say?
Dawson has the same stank face though every time when he tries to
he
say
does.
it.
I told you he squishes up his face when he does it. Yeah.
He slows on down, too.
Yes,
I'm
he
like
does.
W trying to make a good point.
I want to hear Broadus try and say our next guest name. Who's joining us? Who's Nick? Nick.
I don't know.
Whoa.
Nick. I always mess up his Unstead.
Angstad?
Angstad.
Is that how,
Yeah, I think he nailed it on that fourth try.
You got it, bud.
He's a nice human being. He's
Oh,
always
he's fantastic.
he's so friendly. Like he saw me at the game the other night. He's, hey, Brian, great day. I'm like, hey, I'm out of my element here, but here we are.
I think it's become your element.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are owning that place, dude.
Yeah. Train ride tonight. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I noticed you're dressing a little bit down compared to the way you did for the last
I'll tell you
game.
what, wearing the bow tie and you're walking around a lot, there's some sweating going on while you're doing that.
Yeah.
It's Texas.
Yeah, and I felt like my bow tie, even though it had the Mavs colors, really didn't help them. So I did break out a Mavs shirt though.
Love it.
I've got a Mavs shirt on.
I'm going the other way with it because I just been taking L's every time I rep my Mavs shirt on a game day. So
Reggie and Blake look good going to the game. Those guys look good.
They were dressed to the nines.
Yeah, they look great going to the game. And they represent us well. They should be out front, no question.
All right, G-Bag Nation, we're off and running here on a What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday at 877-881-1053. Drinking some ice cold water, thinking Dak is not worth the $60 million Rappaport saying he wants.
Wow.
Drinking that bullet whiskey. I'm thinking about how much I enjoy you guys and keep me entertained from home. That's out of the 469.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Be safe with that bullet.
Vacation next week in New Braunfels. Drinking some Twisted Teas, thinking Luca's going to go on a heater tonight for
There we
50,
go.
and the Mavs will win Game 4.
Like it.
I'll drink to that.
I'll
Sounds
drink to
good.
that, yeah.
Okay, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, it is time for Nick Angstad, Locked On Mavs, to join us right here at the G-Bag Nation Fan. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30 right here. A segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. 817, happy Father's Day to Kai and Luka because they're going to sun the Celtics tonight.
I like it.
I love it. I always like seeing Kyrie interact with his kids and his wife who are sitting there courtside. That's always a cool thing when, he acknowledges them. But I do feel very confident the Mavs will get the win tonight. I just don't think Boston is that much better. And I think tonight, even more than bounce back Luka or desperate team, you get embarrassed Luka. You get humbled Luka, who now realizes how much of an ass he's made of himself. So that's my thoughts as Nick Angstadt, Locked On Mavs, joins us now here. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Liar, I'm not in the building. I'm on the phone, and but I'm ready for some basketball tonight.
Yeah, we are too. What do you think's going to happen? You think the Mavs extend the series?
You start looking at the way the team has played these three games, and you look at the way that Jason Kidd coached Game 3. That looks like a team that is desperate and didn't think that they had an answer for anything the Celtics were doing. The way that he didn't play Tim Hardaway the first two games and plays him 20 minutes and all that. Like, I don't know that this team has the confidence to go in and win a game against this Boston Celtics team. Now, it is really hard to win 4 games in a row against a team. Mavs will be at home, backs against the walls. Luka, like you guys just mentioned, he's got something to prove after the game that he played the other night. And so you hope that they go in and win, but man, I just don't have belief in this team right now.
What did you think about Windy and some of the national perspective crushing Luka yesterday? Which, I mean, some were rightfully thinking that was deserved. I tried to have the Luka cape on for our guy, Nick. I don't know what you thought about it all.
Yeah, Daniel Larson and I on Locked On Mavs had to take up for him a little bit too, because I think that he's not above criticism. He definitely did not play well defensively. He definitely let the refs get to him, some of the calls, and obviously made some dumb decisions late in the game to step in front of Jaylen Brown on that final play where he got the 6th foul. I mean, that's just a terrible decision in that moment. I think, though, it's irresponsible to not mention all the injuries he's dealing with right now. Like, it is a war of attrition for him that you expect him to do all the offense, to defend as well as he does in such high-pressure moments against these, really great athletes and all that. While he's dealing with all this, I think that's why he struggled so much in that game. I mean, he's getting held together by injections and tape at this point. And so I think that it's disingenuous to not mention that part of it. Now, I do think that he has to be better, but I think that Luka's such an easy target for a couple of reasons. One, he's a player that has very glaring flaws. They're just out there, right? And they're not his defense has been better in this playoff run. The Mavs would not be where they are in the NBA Finals if he played defense like he did in Game 3 every single game, right? We've all seen the game. There's no way they'd be where they are if he played defense like that. And the Mavs defense is predicated on all 5 players being good enough, just being good enough at their spot. Not great, but just good enough. And if one player is not good enough, it stands out like a sore thumb, and you just can immediately recognize it and notice it. And Luka happened to be that guy in Game 3. And so I think he's just an easy target. It's an easy talking point. It's an easy thing to just go after him. But to not give it its proper context, I think it's just unfair to him.
What's bringing you more physical pain right now, watching THJ play basketball or Maxi Kleba?
Well, we're not watching Maxi Kleba play that much basketball right now. He played, 8 minutes in Game 3? Yeah. But what's giving me physical pain is just the joy of the Celtics fans, both in Boston when I was there watching those games, and then in the comments and DMs and all this stuff, just coming out of nowhere. The guy that wrote that article today about, is Luka even a winning player? That guy covers the Celtics, and you're just like, all right, now they're just all running with all their, we were right, you were wrong, and all this kind of stuff. And I think that's giving me more pain right now than anything.
Hey, Nick, we've kind of, what do you think led to Luka's frustration, though? Do you think it was the games of him having to carry things? I mean, and it not having the success? What do you think led to his frustrations in Game 3?
I think the injuries are really catching up to him. I think that he's just having to deal with a whole lot. I think that, he scored outside of Luka and Kyrie in Game 3, right? No one really stepped up. You had a little bit here from PJ Washington. You had a little bit here from some other guys, but he's just not getting the help that he needs, and he really lets that ref stuff get to him, like the calls that he thinks that he should get that he's not getting. I mean, Todd Franco, the great writer for the for D Magazine, had a thread today of a couple of examples of like this is a foul in the first half and not in the second half, and it's just an inconsistently called game, and that drives Luka insane. Those are the moments where you look at Luka and go, why can't you just let this go? Just let it go. Just don't complain about this foul. And he goes, yes, but look, this was a foul at one point in the game, and it's not in the other. Every single game, he starts the game in the regular season or the playoffs by trying to see if he's going to get that bump foul at the beginning, where he just drives sort of into somebody, they bump him, and then he tries to take a quick shot. And if he gets that foul, it's really tough for the other team to stop him at that point. But if he doesn't get it, he's confused as to why he doesn't get it, because at some games it's a foul, some games it's not foul, and that drives him insane. And I think that's one of the reasons why he gets just so frustrated with refs later in the game.
What can the Mavs do to get easier buckets? They've talked about speeding it up. How does that specifically work with which guys?
Yeah, I think that it's tough. I don't know if you can get easy buckets against this Celtics team. They're just everywhere. They have really, really smart defenders. They have long wings. They have a center that knows what he's doing, and Al Horford. They have two all-defensive guards. I mean, it's just not easy, and it's a bad matchup for the Mavericks to try and get easy buckets against them. I think that if Luka can do what he did in Game 2, where he forces the issue just so much, where you go, man, he has 20 points in a quarter or something like that, then they had to change their approach, and they had to double him. And I think that's when they got a couple of easy baskets out of that. Getting stops on one end and kicking out and kicking forward is something, but those guards are just back there. Like they're really taking away the transition buckets. The Mavs would just get some easy buckets every once in a while in the other series, and they're not getting those in this one. And so there's that. They've gotten a couple easy buckets out of like post-ups where they have Gafford posting up against Tatum. Tatum's been guarding him, so maybe they try that. But really, the only way that they're scoring right now is if Luka and Kyrie beat their man one-on-one.
Nick Angstadt, Locked On Mavs. Enjoy the game, sir. Thanks for your insights.
Man, I sure hope I enjoy the game tonight.
Right? Yeah. Still waiting for some more of that.
Let's go, Nick.
You can hear Nick on the Locked On Mavs podcast. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Got me hanging on strings now. I'm not your plaything. You ain't dominating, contemplating my heart. All right. See what I got going on. Our winner and champ so far of G-Bag today, going to a Sunday with Red Medford on 105.3 The Fan, where fan phenom winner Blake put himself in a blender. How many days is this for Blake?
He's going for 3.
2 looking for 3, yeah.
I think this might go 5. I think this might go 5. Shoot. Oh, yeah. It's a Copa soccer thing, Dawson. Yeah.
Copa America next weekend.
Yeah. That's why I'm seeing all the soccer
Cabana.
kitties everywhere, by the way.
Oh, the local one. Yes, the Super Copa. Yeah, I looked that up yesterday after you mentioned that. Yeah, a lot of good teams in town.
Yeah, I see them everywhere. All right, here we go.
How close is Denver and Colorado?
What?
Huh?
What?
What did you just say?
That's marked. That's going to get
Yeah,
marked.
thanks for that.
Well, they're saying the Denver Nuggets, and Denver is the state, Colorado's the city. And it's the other way around. It's one of the two. It's one of the two. I know it's one of the two. You're not going to get me.
G-Bag of the day will be tomorrow at 2:30 here on the Fan.
Just sending that one in now.
I just wanted to make sure we appropriated the Denver Nuggets.
You just said that Denver is a state.
It's better. So it's Colorado's the state. I caught it then. Colorado's the state. Denver's the
You
city.
did not catch it. What do you mean?
I caught it. What do you mean?
Wow.
Just because y'all don't know y'all's Denver, Colorado sports like me, you don't have to subject. Let's just be honest here, guys. It's okay. It's all good, boys.
Pass blame. Pass blame.
I caught it. What do you mean?
It's okay.
Genius.
Yeah. All right, Friday, baby. Hey. Traffic was so bad out there. Oh my gosh. Especially in uptown area where I come through. All the construction.
Is that
taking two lanes down to one on a Friday, dog? Are you kidding me?
Lucius, is that your biggest problem you deal with all the time? Traffic? Is that the thing that
that's
just
my biggest complaint.
biggest complaint?
People cannot drive. Like, go with the flow of traffic. There's some people that go like super slow. and everybody's going around
the
them. Like, what are you doing? It takes so long to make a decision. Oh man! And then the people that double back, that don't want to double back at all. Man, I got to make this exit right now, so I'm going to go across 2 lanes to try to make this exit. I can't stand
the one-lane situation. It's like, oh, we didn't realize it. Now we're waiting for everybody to be able to cut into the lane. Like, you saw the signs. You just waited to the last minute.
And they don't zipper. You know, you could supposed to zipper into traffic when there's like a lane being cut down. Or, you know, they don't even let you do that here in Dallas. It's like, well, no, I can't let you get in front of me.
Lucius, if you could have a device on your car to eliminate traffic, what would you have? Like a spear, a flipper, fire?
Mad Max style?
Yeah.
Man, I don't know, man. I wish I can just take a video of a car and send it to a copper and they can just write them a ticket.
Oh, there you go. Like cameras all over.
I want to snitch on bad drivers so bad. Man. You running dope on the street and everything, I'm not going to say anything. You driving bad, I might get you out of here.
I want fire. I want to be able to shoot fire.
You want a blowtorch?
Yeah, I want to be able to like shoot fire at somebody and like kind of get them off the road.
Wow.
Like, burn them
From
up.
any angle of your car, you have to be, you know, right?
Like, like James Bond. Like, I shoot fire out of it and stuff like
this
that.
man wants the Batmobile.
Yeah, exactly.
Hell yeah.
Exactly.
Hey, who doesn't, man?
The Batmobile could turn on a dime, by the way.
Oh, dude. It's
great stop-start.
Yeah. Who picked
Flip
up the
around.
parachutes when they used the Batmobile? You know, they use parachutes every once in a while.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and like they just kept driving it. Somebody
Oh, yeah,
like,
'cause
did
they'll
Alfred come get him?
self-destruct.
Did Alfred come get the parachute?
Alfred always comes and cleans
Usually
up
he'll
the
have the
mess.
bat wing over the top.
So it
that'll
begins.
clip back in and pick him up through the bat wing.
My man's got some stuff in that belt.
That is an awful job. Who's got to come with these parachutes?
Yeah, like the hit the Robin hits the thing and they stop and then like they drive off and then now somebody's got to pick it up.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
Who's going to pick up your fireballs? Friend of Smokey the Bear
Alfred.
over there, throwing fire all over the place.
Let me tell you
He
what,
wants to commit a murder.
Let me tell you what. No, maybe they'll jump out of their car when they know it's on fire. You know,
Yeah.
maybe.
Maybe.
But that'll be like a warning to everybody else.
For
oh,
sure.
look, Broadus is in the
Yeah,
neighborhood.
this guy's not bleeping around.
Yeah.
Yeah, my house is on fire because he missed. Broadus is here.
No, I'm talking about on the highway here.
You see that building on fire?
It's just on the highway, not in the residential areas.
Lucius is talking about zipper technique. You know, if you don't follow the zipper technique, you get a fireball at you.
Boom! I like that.
And then you're out the side of the road, and everybody now,
Death by Inferno.
Yeah. Didn't hit the fire. They didn't do the zipper.
And it's always people with like big, like their fenders halfway falling off the car.
Oh, yeah.
Big dents in it, and they're driving the worst out here.
Yeah.
Why do you think they got those?
I try to avoid those.
Get out of here!
I noticed it when I drove around in college without a front bumper for about 18 months. I could feel people getting away from me, drifting away from me on the highway. I'm like, I get it. I would too. I look like I'm a problem.
Oh, no, get away from him.
You had no bumper on a car?
No bumper. It was like a
That
smile
airflow
with no
must have been
teeth.
great,
Yeah.
huh?
Oh, it was awful. I had no AC either.
Oh, jeez.
All right, let me see. We got our guy Cash Maddock is back again.
Oh.
He went to Houston this time. I don't know if he lives in Houston or whatever, but he's in Houston. He's like the trolling version of, what's that dude named Keith Lee?
Yeah.
He'll pop up to your restaurant and troll you, and everybody finds out about the restaurant. This right here, he's in Timmy Chan's Chicken in Houston.
That sounds good, though.
Popular place. They make some real good fried chicken.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's real crispy wings.
Ooh.
Dude.
I love those, dude.
The Korean fried chicken.
So
Man, the Asians not, man, the Asian places be frying that chicken.
It's like the
They've got-
panko at breadcrumbs that they use.
Is it like a double fry? Like, I don't know. I feel like they fry it and then they let it cool down and
They
then we're
figured
going for a
out
double fry situation.
The starch. They got a starch.
Is that what it
thing.
is?
Yeah, they got cornstarch. That's what it is.
Because I remember I was
slurry,
shopping the other
They make a
day.
slurry out of that
Yeah.
cornstarch.
Or do they monopolize it, man? Because they got
special
it.
breadcrumbs.
I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go. You guys, I mean,
give it a go.
I'll give it a go. We'll slur something up for you guys.
All right, well, you already slurred. Cash Maddock at the drive-thru in Houston. Timmy
About to send a
Chan's
fireball your way.
Timmy Chan's Chicken trolling.
Thank y'all for being patient with me. What would you like?
Okay, I want to get 3 wings. You take 3 wings?
Okay, you want to weigh in with what?
1 with fries, and then 2 with fries and 1 with rice.
Anything else?
Then I want to get chicken butter Regis.
Huh?
I said I want to get 1 more for something both.
I can't hear you. You got 2 wing dinner with fries and a wing dinner with rice.
Yeah, and I said I want to get 1 more chicken with cheese trays.
You want what?
I said I want to get 1 more cheese and a large Kool-Aid.
What?
I said I want to get 1 color of the countries.
Huh?
I said I want to get one leg to the tongue.
You want what? Catfish.
Catfish?
Huh?
Okay, I pull up.
No. What? Talk to me right there. Wait a minute, I'm on my way because I don't understand you. Just wait right there.
That's it. That's all I want. That's it.
Oh, talk to me now because you don't do no talking like that. Now, you heard what I said, right?
Yeah, that's it.
3610.
Okay.
2 wing with fries, wing with rice, 1 parade. Pull up.
Okay.
I got you.
All right, bye.
All right, Papi.
Yeah, there we go.
She handled that situation. She got that order.
She got
that order.
No. Pull up.
I'd have got the catfish too.
I don't know how she got that order. All right, Alex Stein, DFW's very own troll, Alex Stein.
I talked with him last night.
Did you?
I did.
That's awesome.
On the show?
He was
text messaging.
We were tweeting at each other. I told him, man, I go, I didn't know you were a big time guy. He's like, oh no, I'm cool, thanks, yeah. No, he was very nice guy.
Well, he trolled you outside of the.
He did
at the AAC.
He did
about Kyrie Irving and flat earthers and everything.
He did.
All right.
Kyrie Irving, he's exposed to true shape of the earth and it's flat. Did you know that?
Did you know that?
Better look it up.
Look it up.
Look it up. It's flat. Walking over there to get off. You know it's flat. You know it's flat, Brian. Come on, Brian brought us. You know it's flat. And then why would Kyrie say that? You know it's flat, Brian. You're calling Kyrie Irving a liar? Brian, I'm a Tolo, Brian. Come on. Brian, it's flat. Dude, Brian, it is. It's just, dude, you didn't see the curve. You're not high enough. You're not high enough. It's flat, Brian. It's flat. Show Brian. Love you, Brian.
Love you, man.
That's Brian Broadus from 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he may talk about that tomorrow. We'll see.
He's a good guy.
We talked about it.
He's a good guy. He really is. It's funny though because then all of a sudden the comments, everybody was talking about, like, they were giving me science, like, no, it's light reflection and stuff like that. And there were some people talking.
They were battling him.
They were battling me. Like,
they had some metrics, some saber metrics.
Flat earthers coming at you.
Yeah, I had flat earthers coming at me.
No.
And I'm like, yeah. The guy was giving me science, and I just remember flying when I flew to Saudi Arabia. It felt like I was flying over the top of the earth. I mean, and I'm like, I looked out the window.
They fake those photos, man.
Yeah.
How do you know?
There were like 4 or 5 people.
Really, NASA?
Yeah, there were 4 or 5
Just a
people
water stamp, dude.
going after me on this science part.
You ever fallen off the side?
We got to get after some voting. Is it Blake? How close is Denver and Colorado? Is it Cash Maddock trolling the chicken spot? Or is it Alex Stein with Broadus? That's tough. 3 good ones. I'm going to go with our champ, though.
Samesies.
Lucius?
Yeah, me too.
Bowler?
Yeah, we'll go with Blake.
Ryan?
I'm going to vote for Alec.
By a score of 4-1, still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Blake with Alec Medford. How close is Denver and Colorado? We're coming back with Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, it's Friday. I got a game for you guys. We'll do that next.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
celebrate the amazing career of Adrian Beltre are available now at Rangers.com/Hall of Fame Luncheon.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. With more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. The Corner is brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king of the Crusties, Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Fridays, you know me, I like to play games on Fridays.
I like to, too.
Yep. So with the NBA Finals here in our backyard, and Celtics, hopefully they will not clinch tonight. Hopefully that won't happen.
Hopefully this is not a clinch night.
That's just because you want to be right and you want them to win in 6.
No, I really don't want them to win.
Mavs in 7, we're still riding.
Yeah, I don't want them to win. But I wanted to go through. I went through a list of guys, and I want to ask you guys. These are famous basketball players.
Okay.
And I want to ask you, did these guys win a championship or not?
Ooh.
At the NBA level?
At the NBA level.
This will be fun.
Germany just scored on a penalty kick, 3-0.
That means all of us drink.
We have to drink, right?
Cheers.
Cheers.
How about the USA's nice tie against Brazil the other night? 1-1.
How about that?
That's cool.
You're worried about their defense, aren't you, a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan.
Was that in Concava?
That was a friendly. The, what do they call it? The Copa America, I think, starts next week. Yeah.
The Copacabana. Copacabana.
America.
Okay. All right. Gavin, you're our basketball expert.
Mm-hmm. Well.
You did. Okay, here we go. Did Elgin Baylor.
Yeah, he won one with Jerry West.
Elgin Baylor. He was a Laker.
Yeah.
Did he win a championship?
Yes, sir.
Gabby's saying yes. Elgin Baylor, who was 11-time All-Star.
It's a lot of confidence with that.
Yeah,
it was a lot.
That was very clutch. Yeah, one with Jerry West. He won one with the
Jerry
Lakers.
West.
Did not win one with the Clippers.
He won one with the late great Jerry West.
Felt real good, bro.
How about you?
Yeah. I'm with Dawson.
How about you, Lucius?
Yes, ask Dawson first every time, too.
Seriously.
Got to keep that rotation going. It's good rotation.
I'm sweating it now.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty confident that you are right, though, because I think he was mentioned in the top 10 NBA Finals list I did last week.
He didn't win a championship.
What?
Oh, no!
He retired?
Oh, my God.
Well, he went to the Clippers, and that was miserable.
He lost to the Celtics 6 times.
The bottom just fell out.
Oh, no.
He got injured when they won the championship.
Wow, I sprained my ankle.
He was on the roster. But he was on the roster. He won a championship.
They don't say it as winning a championship.
What do you mean? What do you mean? If you're hurt, you get a ring.
They did not. He's not. They gave him a ring, and he got hurt in 1972. He played 8 games, and they didn't give it. They gave him a ring, but they don't list it as one of his championships. He lost the Celtics 6 times.
All right.
He was on a championship team.
So it's on a technicality.
Well,
it's like he's a champion, but there's an asterisk.
You guys all said he was a champion.
He is. By the letter of the law, he is.
I was on the Dawson bandwagon.
I was too.
Yeah. But I almost tore my Achilles jumping off of it.
If we were to Google Elgin Baylor, it'll say NBA champion.
I don't think it will.
Okay, well, let's do it.
I don't think it says it on his Wikipedia.
It does not.
Dang.
Not a champion.
What the hell?
Elgin Baylor.
So you get a
What a
ring, but
loser.
you're not a champion? That's
They
bizarre.
gave him a thanks for playing ring.
I'm not. Did I miss
Participation ring?
Yeah.
It's like how Sands got a ring.
Oh my God! What are we doing over there?
That's crazy.
My God!
I don't know. You're doing
Brian
trick
brought it-
questions on me.
Well, Brian Broaddus got a ring too, I guess. All right, Dawson, we'll go to you first again.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Let's see if you clowns go with him this time.
Probably not going to.
George Gerwin.
Ooh, the
Gervin.
Iceman.
George Gerwin.
Well, I thought it was the Gerber baby.
Gerwin?
Wait.
Gervin.
Yeah,
George
Gervin.
Gervin. Sorry, George Gervin.
No, he's
That was another trick.
He's like a crocodile hunter.
All right, I've had a couple of drinks already. Give me a
Crikey.
break. George Gervin. Right? Say it right that time?
George.
Yeah.
All right.
He's one of the greatest
He was a-
Australian NBA players of all time.
You know what? You need to be quiet over there.
Aussie.
12-time an All-Star, 7 times All-NBA, Dawson.
Yeah. He was quite
Why
a player.
are you Googling it up? Don't Google it
Because
up.
he just wanted to check.
Hey, who he play for?
Play for the Spurs, right?
Okay. Just need to double check.
That's a
Why
big.
why are you bodying me
I'm gonna
up?
fart on that.
Yeah, it's a big no.
No? How about you, Lucius?
I'm going to say yes.
How about you, Wooly?
I'm just going no. This sounds like a fake guy.
No, it's a real dude.
The Iceman.
Is it Gerwin? Is it Gervin? Is it Garber? I don't know.
It's
All right, I can't speak very well. Gervin. Gervin.
Yeah. Is it Nowitzki or Nowitzki? You know, I
Nowitzki.
think it's a classic.
Is it
Nowitzki.
Doncic or Doncic?
Doncic.
I'll tell you what, that's been one of the most annoying things about him being in the finals. Hearing
Stephen A.
hearing like national
They
analysts.
get it wrong. All right, what do we say? We say how many
I
yeses?
think we all
and
said
no?
no.
yes.
Or Lucius said yes.
He never made the conference finals.
Oh my gosh.
Bigger loser than Elgin Baylor.
The iced out man.
Yeah. Why did you even give him that nickname?
All right, Lucius.
You.
Gary Payton. Gary Payton.
Wait.
The glove.
Yeah, I know. I know who he is. He's been in the finals, but I don't know. I'm going to say no. Who did he play for? Let's go for a yes.
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 Yeah, Lucius, you're going to get this one. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure Gary Payton was on that 06 Miami Heat finals team.
He was.
Yep.
Are you okay? Let me ask you, Dawson.
Yeah.
Are you going with him, or do you know this?
I know this.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
The same way Broadus knows how to say George Gervin's
I'm
name.
100% crotch first, Payton champion.
Yeah, it's a guarantee.
Yes. 2006 Miami Heat.
Let's go.
He hung on.
All right. Wooly Bully.
Yeah.
Well, he actually only played 5 minutes in the finals, so they gave him a ring, but he didn't.
But not
actually
Elgin
help win
Baylor,
it. Yeah.
right?
You looked it up. Wooly Bully.
Yeah.
Adrian Dantley.
Oh, Adrian?
Adrian Dantley.
Yes, Adrian won a championship, Ryan. Gosh.
I'm actually
Six-time All-Star.
disrespected by the question.
6-time All-Star. How about you there, Dawson? Adrian Dantley.
I don't think so.
What about you over there, Woolies?
God.
No, I mean, I was looking at Woolies. What about you, Chieftain? I was doing my Pat
Adrian
Mahomes
Dantley's
there.
actually a good one.
I was doing my Pat Mahomes there. I was looking the wrong way, and I threw the ball to you.
Unlike Adrian Peterson, this Adrian does have a title.
Lucius.
I'm going to say yes because it's so random.
Adrian Dantley was a 6-time All-Star. He was in the conference final twice with the Piston.
Yeah, they had to move him.
He lost both
He was too
times.
selfish.
He lost both times. And when they moved him, they won.
Yeah.
They went back-to-back. Adrian Dantley.
He thought he was the star.
He thought he was a star.
It
He
like
was. He was damn
Porzingis.
good.
Chief.
Yep.
Elvin Hayes.
Elvin Hayes?
Elvin Hayes.
I don't even know which team he played for.
The Big E.
I'm not sure
Hard.
which
Hard.
This is
which
hard.
era he played in. I'm gonna
When
go
did he
yes
play?
though.
You're going to go yes?
I'm gonna go yes.
How about you there, Luscious?
Yes. No, yes.
How about you, Wooly?
I think Elvin Hayes got,
Sure?
he got himself a participation ring.
Oh. Ooh. Dawson?
This predates my knowing of the
my
league.
gosh.
So I'm going to sit this one out.
No, you're not.
I'll say yes.
This is Elvin Hayes, Haze, right?
That's weed. That's weed. Elvin Purple Hayes. 1978. Yes, he won one with the Washington Bullets.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go.
Last one. Vince Carter. Vince
Aw, Vince.
Carter.
It's gonna be a no for me, sir.
Wooly.
I don't think Vince got one. No.
He should have one.
He should.
Can't believe he didn't get one with the Hawks there at the end.
Was he on that conference finals team? Was that his last year?
I don't know if it was the conference finals Hawks, but he was in a Hawks uniform.
No ring.
No ring. Luscious.
Yeah, nothing.
Made the playoffs 11 times. He was in the conference final. No luck. He did not get it.
But one of the best buckets in Mavs playoff history.
Ooh, for sure.
Absolutely.
Corner three, baby.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for playing.
Thank you, Brian. It's always fun to look forward to Brian's Friday games. Another one is in the books, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It is time now, Wolchuk, for your NFL news of the day. Where are you taking us?
Cowboys winning draft day trade, the secret meeting, and would you try to pursue this running back? But I also want to talk about my friends over at Prize Picks. They're America's #1 fantasy sports app. More than 5 million members, growing every day. It's the easiest.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. Welcome in Hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It is a What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday. And the boys are having cocktails already. Now, what is this concoction you're whipping up for the guys there, Broadus?
They're called transfusions. If you're somebody who plays golf,
yeah,
it's a kind of a golf course drink.
Okay.
So it's Tito's, grape juice, ginger ale, lime, ice, stir. And we're actually drinking in cups from the Masters.
Yes, that's classic right there.
So I'm drinking in a 2010 Masters cup.
Nice tall cup, too.
Yeah, this is what you get when you go. This is what they serve beers in at the Masters.
Okay.
So if you go in order, and these beers at the Masters, this is like a $3-4 beer at the Masters.
So it's kind of appropriate with the U.S. Open going on, and
yeah, I don't have
also
a U.S. Open cups. But
also toasting to the Mavericks season.
Yeah, we're toasting, in case this is the final.
I thought it had something to do with Pride Month, to be honest.
That too, if you want to if we want to go there, we'll go there. But yeah,
it's Zaddy season.
My brother's gay. I mean, come on, I'm toast my brother. How about that?
Shout out
if you want to go there, we can go there.
Yeah, you want to go there? We'll go.
Are you hitting on Chief right there, or is it vice versa?
I don't know, man. I think Chief was hitting on me.
I was definitely hitting on Broadus.
I saw a lot of action.
Okay,
that's embarrassing right there. But yeah, no, these are transfusions. So if it's a simple drink to make, and even better, it's really a refreshing drink. Very refreshing.
It is.
Yeah. I've found it extremely easy to drink as well.
Yes, they're going down quickly.
It's going to creep up on you then.
It already.
Do we need another bottle of vodka? I mean, there's quite a few of you consuming now. I don't want you to run short and have a hangover by the time we get to what you drink.
I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, we need to keep this thing.
I was feeling terrible that I should have brought a handle. And I just bought but we've got probably just a little bit left. We make it probably
just a little bit left.
One more drink each.
A lot of show, little Tito's. Not a good proportion.
We could use some ginger. Well, I mean, I had a 6-pack of the ginger ale with the little tiny cans. So you got 2 drinks per can, kind of a thing.
So we need a full-on run to the shop down here.
Isn't that there's a singles or something right behind us?
Right behind us. Yeah, there is. There's
absolutely.
There is, and I can.
I'll walk over there.
We do.
I bet you would.
Maybe get past it.
Yeah, probably have jury duty on the way.
Oh, shoot, you're right. Actually, I forgot that email, guys.
Friday news dump coming up at 3:20. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
Well, we know about the trade the Cowboys ended up making on draft day, which ended up being glorious. They moved down to pick 29. They take Tyler Guyton, but the big thing was they were able to get that pick 73 from the Lions. Fleece the Lions. They get my guy Cooper Beebe, but there was another team that was very interested in a Cowboys trade. The Arizona Cardinals released a documentary, and inside the episode called Cardinals Flight Plan, there is a little clip of them discussing with the Cowboys about moving up to pick 24 from pick 27.
If we get a couple picks to go our way, we may just sit. We're talking to Dallas. Dallas is interested in bailing. The one we got to worry about here is Green Bay for the big guy. Hey man, Monty, how you doing? So we'll give you 27 and 104, and we would take 24 and 174. Okay, call me back. Obviously, depending on if our guys are. Okay, all right, thanks.
Now the Packers took Jordan Morgan, the offensive tackle at Arizona, which leads me to believe that they took their guy. But regardless, Cowboys got a better offer from the Lions. I mean, you're talking about pick 24 and
Lions
174.
Were super aggressive in that draft.
And that's Brad Holmes for you, their GM. And I love his aggressiveness. I mean, he's done that the last 2 years. He sees a guy he wants to go get, he goes and gets them.
That was a big overpay. And it got to the point where we were doing stuff pre-draft. We were doing Krusty's Corner. We were talking about teams up and down, moving up and back. Detroit's not one you even think about where you were because of how...
They didn't have a fourth.
They didn't have the fourth, but you're thinking, would they overpay the 3?
Like 73, we're like, that's way too rich.
Way too rich.
They're not judging by the chart at all.
They'll say, hey, we'll show you, Rich. We'll just give you this pick and move on.
Yeah, we think that's the best corner in the draft.
They got their corner.
They did.
That corner could
be worth an overpay.
Think about what they gave up to pick that corner. So for them to give up that pick to move up to potentially get him, it's par.
It is.
It's absolute par.
And it worked
So-
out brilliantly for the Cowboys because they salvage it by getting Cooper Beebe, which is a guy that is going to be a potential starter for you maybe as early as this year. So win all the way around, but I always love getting the insight there. And the Cardinals, another team that were trying to maybe move up with the Cowboys. Cowboys ended up getting a much better deal than what the Cardinals were offering.
Shout out to the Cardinals social media team as well, getting to about June, being like, let's go ahead and release that war room sound that we have.
Never a bad time. Just hoarding all the stuff, hoarding all the footage.
Yeah. Everybody's gonna need content at that
Paris.
point.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's about to be dead season. I'll take all the content they want to put out there for the Cardinals. You guys check out the Chiefs Super Bowl rings. They gave them to him last night. Man, it features 529 diamonds, 38 rubies, blended with 10-karat white and yellow gold. The face of the ring has all 4 of the franchise's Lombardi trophies featured, and inside they did the whole thing where the top lifts up, like the Rangers ring.
That's the new thing.
Rams are the first to do that, I believe.
Oh, were they a couple years ago?
Yeah, the Rams were the first ones.
Damn, I really was hoping maybe it was the Rangers, but you're probably right.
Yeah, it's the Rams.
The inside has the game-winning play drawn out using Reed's handwriting. One side of the ring has the final score of the victory and the words back-to-back to, of course, signify their consecutive titles. But it's badass. I mean, it really, really is a gorgeous, gorgeous ring. And I guess, that's the challenge now. If you're going to be a dynasty team like the Chiefs are trying to be, you got to keep one-upping the previous ring.
Yeah.
This one's gorgeous.
Chiefs didn't have a Super Bowl since 1970. Now they've got 4 of them.
That's what happens when you get Baby Gilt, Patrick Mahomes, right?
There you go. Yep.
6-time Pro Bowl defensive lineman Calais Campbell. He is signing with the Miami Dolphins.
The Miami Dolphins.
Yes, he is, Chief. He's going to Miami, baby. He's going to be in South Beach. Now, I saw this is a bit of a homecoming for him. He was a University of Miami product.
Yeah, he was one of those pass rushers that wore number 89 in college, and it made you just hate watching him.
What is going on?
But then you watch him just eat up linemen and quarterbacks, and you're like, I'll despite the ugly number, I'll take you on my team. Has this dude been in the league for as long as Mercedes Lewis, by the way?
17 years. Oh, no, so he's 2 years shy, I think. I think Mercedes Lewis is 19.
Because he's pushing it. My gosh, that's a heck of a task.
But he's still playing at a decent level. Like last year with Atlanta, he played well.
He did. Yeah, he did.
Top
and he
10
sounds
defense over Atlanta.
We got to pull some sound of him. He's got one of the greatest voices
Deep
of all
and raspy.
time. Just like
almost Doc Rivers-esque in a way, but not quite as raspy, but deeper.
Would you call Doc Rivers a great voice?
I'd say yes, unique.
Yeah.
I don't think I could do radio if I had Doc. I can't do radio if I did Doc Rivers' voice, right? Nobody.
Sounds like a lot of work.
It's painful sounding, man.
Yeah, it sounds like he just went to a sporting event, yelled his voice out, and then that's the next day.
Yeah,
that's
I couldn't listen to a radio show. No.
It's
I've
permanent.
been thinking the whole time, man, stop, man, you're hurting yourself.
How about PJ's voice yesterday, Coach?
It was a little raspy.
6 minutes.
That's
because
there's a lot of the usage rate on that voice is
that was awesome. By the way,
that is all time high.
Absolutely incredible.
I think Dawson.
Damage from Spreewell.
Yeah, dude.
Look out!
Punctured his larynx.
If you're listening, Coach, we love you.
We
Thanks
do
for
love
coming
you.
on.
A 6-minute and 54-second answer.
Bleeping legendary.
If you could have only asked the question that went for like 3 minutes, like the Stephen Jones,
It would have
question,
been a pretty good bit.
and then he would have turned around and answered.
Well, the
in
funny
7
thing about
minutes.
PJ, as soon as you start asking a question, he'll be like, "Oh yeah," he'll interrupt you like 4 words in, like, "I know what you're going to ask back to me, bro."
Boom.
Yeah.
Trust me.
And then he
radio
interviews himself.
That's
It's
a radio
amazing.
professional right there.
It's great. Actually,
I
what
don't
we
know if
should
that's
do is
professional.
Okay.
I think that's
it's
My
professional.
God.
some sort of a
Professional.
coping mechanism he has from childhood. It's bizarre.
It all goes back to that Latrell
What,
Sprewell.
you have to. Yeah, Lucius might
When we
be
get
right.
into the dog days of summer, we can just take a segment off. We can play Eric's segment and then the PJ Carlissimo answer.
I think Dawson
That'll be
was.
great.
I think Dawson was playing
Eric's
like
question.
3 hands of poker while that was going on right there.
Yeah. I would,
Some solitaire, whatever you got going.
Maybe a great co-host to have if you had a degenerate online poker.
Hell yeah. Be a great one to have when we just sit back and booze on a Friday.
Friday? What?
Friday.
Friday.
We got a couple of running backs that could end up being options here.
George Gerwin.
Bro, without your glasses, your eyes look even whacked.
The right one's looking much better though with the blood.
The blood
You
vessel.
need to get those. You need to get the goggles back.
Actually, that's your left.
Ooh. I do need to get the goggles back. You're right. I think they're in my car.
You're rocking it strong. Okay, let's get to these running
No
backs, and I'll get to the Manning secret meeting. But Alvin Kamara skipped New Orleans Saints' final practice yesterday at mandatory minicamps. He wants a new deal. Now, I saw our guy, David Hellman, just kind of threw this out there.
Whoa.
And if Dave's doing this, it makes me wonder, okay, Is he throwing chum out there? Does he know something? Does he?
Dave always knows
is
something.
he about to make Kamara the Lightning to Zeke's Thunder?
So he's set to make $10.2 million base salary, which is $1 million guaranteed.
Eric just threw up in his mouth.
Seriously.
But is there a possibility? I mean, look, Brandon Cooks was a similar guy.
No.
I mean, why do you say no? Because they just did this with Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore. So this would kind of be a smart way.
Well, I shouldn't say no, but
I mean, I think you're right.
To try and pay. You're getting him to try and pay, right?
Not all of it. I need New Orleans to take some of this. But if you're going to have a disgruntled, aging running back where Kendre Miller, who they drafted a year ago from TCU, is ready to take over that backfield, if Alvin Kamara's...
I shouldn't say no, but...
Right, but this might be a possibility here where this could work out for both parties. You get Alvin Kamara off your books, maybe they eat some of the salary, and the Cowboys do add a running back. Now, I don't want to give Alvin Kamara an extension. That's going to age poorly. He's older. He's long in the tooth. He's got a lot of carries. But for 1 year, he'd instantly be your running back one.
Could I wait and see if I can trade for him?
Yeah.
I mean, could I trade for him 2 weeks into camp?
We can wait this out because maybe he holds out at training camp and the Saints are just like, you know what, we don't want to deal with this.
By the way, Mickey Loomis, who's the GM with the Saints, his son, Alex Loomis, works for the Cowboys.
So there's relationships.
Yeah, there's relationships, but he might really, really, really know the player too. That might be one of those things.
Who on this roster are you wanting to see in the first 2 weeks of camp?
Trey Lance.
No, as far as running back.
Oh, I don't think the starting running back's on this team. Okay. Me personally, and that's not the Tito's talking. That's I kind of thought.
Okay, well, let me throw another name at you. Former Broncos standout running back Javonte Williams. He appears to be on the roster bubble. Could even be released before the season. Now, last season he was coming off an ACL, but when he's been on the field, he's shown ability, and he's young. He's only going into year 3. So Javonte Williams could be a guy, if he gets cut, you're not giving up any compensation. You bring him in on a flyer. I mean, talent-wise, he ends up also being a guy who might be running back.
He smoked you pretty good in a game recently. I mean, 2-3 years ago when Denver
It was
came
his rookie
rolling
season.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a good player.
He is a good player.
So that's another guy to just consider if you look at running backs moving forward. This is also part of the Brady Hall of Fame induction from a couple nights ago. Eric, you brought up yesterday. Manning came out, surprised Tom, but he also told a great story. This is during their playing days. We always thought Brady and Manning, they must hate each other, right?
Not
They're
at all.
ultimate rivals. No, they were boys, and I guess they were actually working out together in the offseason during this heated rivalry. Here was Manning telling the story.
Tom's coming off an MVP season. I'm coming off an MVP season. We met in a small town in Tennessee. I said, Tom, let's get together. Let's kind of go real under the radar. Don't tell anybody we're coming in. Tom flies in on Mr. Kraft's plane, big, huge plane. I'm like, that is not what I said. I said under the radar. That's against the salary cap, too, by the way. We won't get into that. But we played golf together. We lifted weights together. We threw routes together with these high school receivers. We took their phones away, and we said, if you tell anybody that Tom Brady and I are working out together and that we're friends, we're going to kill all of you. So.
And I guess they took that threat literally because we had not heard about this until Manning spilled the beans 2 nights ago at the Hall of Fame party. So great story. Manning, again, A-plus delivery with the jokes there. He also was asked about, all right, do you want to go into the front office of an NFL team, similar to the questions Troy Aikman's been getting? Manning said that's not in the cards right now. But
I think Manning wants to own a team. I think he wants to be part of an ownership group.
And he's doing a good job kind of making some money off the field of his Omaha Productions.
Oh, they're doing really well.
And the connections he's making. Maybe that is something Peyton could do down the line.
Hey, that's wild for those kids, though. That Peyton Manning and Tom Brady are working out together.
Mm-hmm.
You're out there catching the balls. Nobody else knows except for you guys.
And you're in high school.
You cannot leak it. You know what I mean?
But
For the clout, you can't leak it.
But we can't keep secrets, our affairs with teachers, and things like that, though.
Super disappointing.
Well, there were pictures there, right? They took their phones away. They were smart.
Yeah.
Teachers didn't take the kids' phones away. They're sending them the photos.
Teachers need to learn from Brady and Manning.
Let's make it stain.
Yeah.
Because if the photos came out, bro, it'd be like the Iron Sheik and Jim Duggan or something getting caught together. It'd just break hearts out here.
You'd be surprised the number of people that you think are enemies in sports or whatever that really have a friendship with the guy or gal that they know that everybody
it's
thinks
interesting
that they don't like.
Larry and Magic really genuinely did not like each other, right?
Yeah.
That's what Winning Time made it seem like.
Yeah.
But then they formed a relationship later on.
Way later, yeah.
But during the heat of the rivalry, they did not like each other. That was real.
I know in auto racing, Jeff Gordon and Dale Earnhardt, like they were on the track, they were bitter enemies, but in real life, they were really great business partners. They knew they needed each other to kind of create for sales, for merchandise and things like that. So it's funny how you think somebody might hate somebody in real life. They're friends with the guy or gal.
Playing it up.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's good. That soap opera's good.
Yeah.
That's why I think the NFL's making a mistake not letting the guys talk a little bit more. All righty. It is time now here in the G-Bag Nation for a Friday news dump here on a Game 4 What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday. Your texts are always welcome on a What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday. Our phone calls are coming up after Eric Nadell at 5:20. Chief, what do you have next?
We got ourselves a Friday news dump. Fine dining, Jell-O shots, and a stat of the day next year in the nation.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports conversations. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Friday News Dump segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankofirm.com. We'll talk with Ryan Spilborghs. Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV coming up at 4 o'clock. They have Rangers-Mariners tonight. They're on your Apple TV, so we'll talk with Ryan. Here's the Chief.
All right, I'm seeing in real time here in the news dump. This is breaking news dump news. Anti-coital beds have been installed inside every athlete's room for the Paris Olympics.
Good luck.
2024.
They'll find a way around it like the Mormons do.
I thought the French were always in support of romantics.
Yeah.
But I don't know what an anti-coital bed looks like. I guess we need to go to Broadus for more on this.
It's just a very small bed.
Did they come to your house and get the exact dimensions and everything of what your bed looks like and install it in every bed in Paris?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's an anti-sex bed, Ryan.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Quiddle? Is that anti? Does that mean anti?
Coital?
Anti-coital.
Coital.
Coital.
You know I'm not going to say it right.
I didn't know that was going over your head there. I could have just said anti-sex beds, but I feel like that would have been too heavy-handed.
How is that a thing?
They can't do that at the
You can't
Olympics.
do that.
The world depends on these athletes hooking up for great athletes.
Continuing.
And that's what athletes do, by the way.
Yes.
They do. You've been in Texas relays, bro?
Ooh.
Sorry.
I'll tell you what, there's some talent in Texas
I don't want
relays.
to snitch on anybody.
I mean, I'm definitely not near as confident in our basketball team if they're not going to be able to do anything. You know,
That's what I'm saying, man. The world needs athletes hooking
got
up.
Zion or something.
We need him.
Yeah, bro. Which, by the way, have you seen the latest the oh my gosh Zion video? That girl bouncing around, whatever she was doing, it was like
No, it's just the same.
Oh,
guy.
it's just
the
Mariah
same
Mills
one.
again?
Yes, there's just
Why
like
did
new.
she leave him alone?
She must no. She's not doing anything to him. There's just new videos that surface of her that like just continue to make you wonder how Zion could have gotten himself involved with this situation.
Her rump can definitely not fit on this bed whatsoever. This anti-sex bed.
It's a twin-size bed, and it's made of cardboard bed frames.
That's
an anti-sleep bed. That's not an anti-coital bed.
You're not.
I mean, what are we
we're not
doing?
helping here. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to make a pallet on the floor to get comfortable here.
People get busy in Toyotas. Like,
exactly. Like
you're not gonna stop
If they
want to
do it, they're going to do it.
Yeah.
Those
Let's
videos
go ahead
aren't
and they can get a
good.
good night's sleep here to perform best.
in all honesty, this is. There should be like a competition committee to be like, no, these athletes can't be sleeping on crappy beds here.
I don't think our basketball team's even staying at that complex. And
They can't. How could they fit on these beds? They're not accommodating for 7 foot human beings.
They're in another hotel. They're in a
It's sort of ridiculous.
cardboard bed.
I guess
Come on,
I didn't
no.
even. I just saw the headline, which
I
read
did some research on
anti-coitals.
it, and that's the description.
Okay, so I guess that
Man.
means they presume that no person is going to want to have romantic time on cardboard.
Yeah.
Which Wolchuk can attest that is patently false.
Definitely false. I mean, they interviewed one athlete, and they're like, sex is sex. We don't even need the bed to do it. We can do that on the floor if we want to.
Yeah,
So
with
this
the
is
flexibility and the athleticism of these guys, I mean, they'll find a chandelier and get the job done.
Yeah, unless you got a shot put gal.
If you could hook up with a sport.
Oh my God. Jeez, brother.
I'm just saying, if you could hook up with a sport, which sport would you hook up?
I gotta narrow it down to one.
That's what I'm saying.
You
Which
could probably
one do you hook
find
up?
some really good soccer.
I'm a pigskin
soccer
guy
gals.
Soccer,
The track and field.
Wait,
beach
okay.
volleyball.
When you said the sport, I thought you just meant like which sport do you love so much that you want to just literally make love to the sport? That was football for me. I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question.
Why?
We've had some baddie gymnasts.
I got to go on a case by case basis here. I don't know if I can identify.
Give me the track.
Track? I think track is.
I mean, obviously you got the shot putters there. You might want to really zero in on
part.
You may want the
not the
400. Yeah,
not the
hurdler.
field part of track, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Lucius was watching a track and field event, and some of those rears, my God.
Yeah, it's amazing.
A gift from God.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, strike matches on
It's like
them,
slapping
guys.
God in the face.
What?
What an incredible question there from Broadus, though, that I look forward to revisiting.
Why did you not answer it correctly then?
You said if you had to hook up with a sport, what
At
sport
the
would you want to
Olympics.
hook up with? Yeah,
At
so
the Olympics.
I'm sorry, dude.
It was just a momentary comprehension issue, but he knows now. We understand. We're all on the same
He doesn't
page.
know very much.
There's something to be
That's
said
not
for
true.
softball.
Oh, that's a good. Yeah. There's a couple
They're
of softball
garnering
gals.
I'll
a
tell you
much
what.
better reputation than they had maybe 10, 15
Don't
years
sleep
ago.
on those equestrian
Outfielders, the outfielders in softball. Yeah, the equestrian. They
Don't sleep on
know
the
how to ride.
equestrian gals.
Yeah.
Oh, for
They know-
real?
Yeah, they know what they're doing.
Yeah,
They're
bow-legged.
in the saddle.
Bow-legged. But yeah,
Sounds like we're speaking
in
from
the
experience,
saddle.
guys.
Yeah, equestrian gals are
Ambitions of a rider.
great. Yeah.
Now
What
the
else you-
gymnasts are cool. I married
Yeah,
a gymnast,
yeah.
but they turn into as they get older, just buff little dwarfs around the house. You gotta watch out for that. They got bad attitudes.
It's like peeling the
Athletes.
joints down. They stop growing after.
Yeah,
You gotta think a
buff
little-
dwarfs, dog. Just strong as hell for no reason.
Gets still competitive.
Yeah, just
so
competitive.
good.
Everything is a competition.
They're like, stop.
Yeah, everything.
Yeah.
The Barstool president, Dave Portnoy, noted Boston fan, just tweeted at Mark Cuban, "Hey, quick question, Mark. I'm randomly going to be in Dallas tonight. I know it's your city. I'm planning a big celebration tonight. What's the best place to go and pop bottles and stuff?"
Baby dolls, obviously.
Well, 877-881-1053 if you want to assist a Boston troll and where to pop bottles and stuff in Dallas tonight.
Figure it
then
out, bro.
text in the best place that he should be going.
It's Dave who?
Dave Portnoy.
Oh, yeah, the Barstool guy.
Give him
Yep.
pizza, please.
Yeah, Dallas Cabaret on, what is that? Harry Hines. It's a good spot for him to go pull up and pop bottles around there, bro.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Where all your jewelry and everything, too.
Yeah,
Hey, wrong answers only on this. Where should Dave Portnoy go tonight in Dallas to celebrate popping bottles and stuff?
Okay, what do you think about Sean's suggestion for him? Because he quote tweeted him and said Lizard Lounge, XTC, and Zippers.
Ecstasy is about to be out of here.
Is it?
Yeah, it's going to switch to another
just change
owner
names.
and change the names, but yeah, the legacy of Ecstasy is going to be out of here.
They need to do a 30 for 30 on Harry Hines.
Yes.
That would be
Well,
a
the
great-
Jerry
that'd be
Doc's
a
coming
great
out here in a
story.
couple of
Jerry
months.
Doc.
Maybe they cover that
doing over
that
there?
wreck, man. Well, yeah, the car accident over there.
We got that Netflix documentary, man. Any pub is good pub. But yeah, please send in wrong answers only. Would love to hear that. Elsewhere in the news dump, how about the stat of the day here? Caitlin Clark has an average 3-point shot distance, and I know Wolchuk saw this as well.
Yeah.
He quote tweeted it with something along the lines of "OMG, this girl's shooting."
What?
That's just what that was his quote tweet.
She be shooting.
Caitlin Clark has an average 3-point shot distance of just slightly over 28 feet. Wow. Now, the WNBA
She's got
3-point
some
line,
range.
she does.
That's insane.
In college, she had range.
Well, she's
too.
in the WNBA. Yeah, she does, and that's why people
yeah.
loved watching her play. She was like the Steph Curry of women's basketball.
The WNBA 3-point line is roughly 22 feet. Her average 3-point shot distance is just over 28. So she's like 6 feet behind the line on
Stadium
average.
logo. She's hitting stadium
that's
logo shots.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she is only making 32% of them
Yeah. No, for sure.
with
Yeah.
a smaller ball.
But to make them from that range,
Here we go.
She's making
but that's-
2.6.
That's because she's getting defended when she tries to get close. She's having to step out there to get open looks.
I think she's
As
getting
a
picked up
volume shooter.
pretty far up the floor compared to some other women.
So if you're getting picked up far up the floor, there's space behind them that you could break them down and get into to
Yeah,
take
that's
closer threes
never been her
or
game.
elbow jumpers. Exactly.
she trusts her range.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I would not trust my range at 32%.
We didn't know we worked with Greg Popovich here.
She trusts her range more than Steph trusts his, more than Damian Lillard trusts his, and more than Trae Young trusts his. Because the 28.04 feet that she's pulling up from on average is more than all of those guys I just mentioned, and their highest seasons of distance on average. So she's got mad confidence in that, but I believe she's making 2.6 per game.
So you guys are making it a virtue that she can't get any better shots.
No, I think
and she's chucking threes from nearly half
She's a
court.
rookie. I think absolutely she's going to improve. I think this is still impressive.
I think she's doing everything she can to.
I don't know if
carry a
it's
bad
impressive.
basketball
I don't
team.
know what it is. I just think it's interesting. I don't know if there's any virtue. I'm not doing any. Oh my gosh, Caitlin Clark's the greatest thing we've ever seen, greatest 3-point shooter we've ever seen.
You're
There's
impressed
been
with the
not
distance.
a single compliment sent from my mouth to her in this description, other than just acknowledging she has more confidence in her range than Trae Young, Steph Curry, and Damian Lillard do. That is just interesting. She may suck and she may not be good, but the fact of the matter is, holy hell, she's pulling up from 28 feet. And maybe it's because the defense is just so good, or maybe it's because she's super confident. Either way, interesting. Are you guys surprised to find out that Victor Wembanyama does his own grocery shopping wearing a Spurs t-shirt at H-E-B's throughout the San Antonio greater area?
Not at all. Good for him. Good for him.
No, yeah. There's a photo of him doing it. I'm surprised.
Woolchuck needs to teach him how to go pick up the groceries, right? Don't you order them?
Yeah,
Don't you know how to do
I
that?
got the system down at HEB. Yeah, you make sure you order ahead.
That's a great store, by the way.
And then
HEB.
they schedule your time. You got a 30-minute increment. You just slide into one of the parking spots. You open up the app. You tell them which spot you're in. They bring it right out to you.
Yeah. I like pushing a basket around that place. Pretty impressive.
I do, just not with the streaming baby.
That way's much better than having groceries delivered. I can't get a good delivery.
I'm not
driver.
doing the delivery. I'm
Dude,
going to go
you
pick it up
spent like
myself.
$200 on like Chick-fil-A the other day.
I didn't complete that order. That was my
What
end
happened
point.
there? What was going on there?
It's gotten insane.
Why is it so expensive?
I think because people keep paying it.
Is it that convenient?
It is for some folks. It absolutely is.
I mean,
then again,
and also we are just
Dawson
that lazy.
Dawson
People are
admitted
just that
he
lazy.
ordered a bottle of water from the hotel lobby one time.
Yes,
That
I did
was
do
that was a desperation
But that was
moment.
back in the day when you could be lazy for convenience. Now they're charging you 2.5 or 3 times.
Yeah.
It's not a $10 delivery.
Why?
It's like, hey, here's a $35 order for $90. I don't know. I think people are paying it.
I did see you spend $200 on barbecue, and I loved you for it.
I have done that before. I'll do that here when it's time to party.
That's not fast food.
No.
That's not a couple of
Dude,
chicken nuggets and a chicken sandwich.
Yeah.
That's a
dance-
frickin' trough.
I'll dance at your wedding every time you do that.
It's Woolchuck did the top 10 best barbecue restaurants, and now I have a hankering for a brisket sando.
You did.
That's what that is.
You did. You spent
Desperate
$200
team theory.
You spent $200, and you went the trough. You went the whole deal. You didn't just order a couple of sandwiches.
Well, we
You went
got
big.
brisket sandos coming next week. With the way the Celtics series
Oh
is
yeah,
gone.
that's true.
Wait, did I win a bet?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
You
you bet
will.
brisket sandos on it.
I mean, if you think the series is over.
No, go Mavs.
Speaking of winning, let's go ahead and identify ourselves by our Rocco's Jello Shot Challenge team that
Come on,
we
Kentucky.
drafted
Come on,
yesterday.
Kentucky.
Who's our team? Who's
Come
our
on,
team,
Kentucky.
everybody? I'm a Tennessee man.
I took Florida State.
You're a Florida State man. So is Wolchuk.
Yeah,
Kentucky.
Bill Knowles.
You're a Kentucky guy, and Lucius.
Florida.
is a
Even though I
Florida
like how
Gator.
we're talking about baseball, right?
Right,
Yes.
right.
I like how Florida State plays.
Yeah, good for
Whole
you.
lot of
can't
sauce,
A
man.
lot of sauce.
Yeah, they play. So fun to watch them play.
Well, we have
Come on, Kentucky.
This is an update from 3 hours ago. Okay, we'll get another update at 5 p.m., so we'll circle back. But right now, in the lead, the undrafted North Carolina Tar Heels
I
are
thought,
leading,
man, they were not going to drink anything.
are leading the
North
shot
Carolina
board
Tar
at 506.
Wow.
Now, my Tennessee Fighting RJ Choppies are sitting there in second place with 491 Jello shots. Then you're going to go ahead and get to Kentucky.
All right.
Hello, Brian Brodish. You're
Come
on the
on.
board.
Come on.
And then you will actually get to Texas A&M.
Whoop.
And then you will get to NC State. And then you will get to Florida State with Virginia bringing it up the rear.
Yeah, we knew Virginia was going to be awful.
And how big's the gap from like first to whatever?
From first, so it's 506 is first place. And then second to last place, which is you guys, Dawson and Wolchuk, Florida State, that's 210. So it's like a 300 Jello shot gap right now.
We can rally.
What the hell are they
But we
doing
gotta
in
get
Kentucky?
busy.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
North Carolina, number
They're
one
looking
right
for
now.
the whiskey. You know? They're not a baseball
Tar Heels got a
school.
lot
I
to
was
do
thinking
between
every
Monday through
Kentucky
Friday.
fan is Will Chambers. Yeah. At Commonwealth Stadium, I think every fan is Will Chambers. That's why I picked him.
Yeah, and that's
Just
fair.
drunks.
Yeah.
Will, he embraces being drunk.
Oh yeah.
He's good at it.
He's
His
really
bourbon
good
knowledge
at
is
it.
incredible.
Yeah, he is.
All right. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan.
By the way, they said send Dave Portnoy to the Tiger Club. Tiger Cabaret on 30. Tiger's Cabaret.
Maybe LeBaron.
It has one entrance and one exit. You know what I'm saying? It's that type of spot. When I went there, I got scared. Go to the Cliff Club in Oak Cliff and Escapade 2009. Dave Portnoy popped them bottles, bro.
That's on 35.
Wear
right?
your chains and everything, too, man.
Yeah.
Your new shoes.
I drive by Tiger every day on my way, and I'm like, man, I wonder what it's like to go party in that spot.
We call it,
Let's go one night.
we call it Le Tigre. No, let's not. No,
We're not? Really?
Nah,
Not?
No way I can pull that
it
off.
scared the hell out of me, bro.
Really?
Yeah, there's like there's pictures of skulls and stuff in there on the walls and everything. Music is hella loud, and you feel like anybody it can just jump off at any time.
Maybe bet pay off one day.
Girls are beautiful.
We need to go.
If you're up early on Saturday or Sunday
did you
morning
say
driving
girls
into
beautiful?
town, there's about a 50% chance there'll be police in the parking lot.
They like us. The police like us. We've proven that.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, Ryan Spielborg's Friday Night Baseball. Apple TV's coming up at 4 o'clock. What's next, Chief?
Biggest L, biggest up. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next right here in the nation.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, are the NBA Finals still going on? Plus the Rangers Monster Series in
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're talking baseball coming up at 4 o'clock. Here's the Chief with little biggest L, biggest dub.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Let's roll.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Big L to the 46-year-old Artemio Sanchez Ortega, who lit himself on fire in New Mexico while trying to get back at his ex. This is an ultimate backfire.
Not good.
Maybe the #1 seed in KNC Masterpiece history if they did this story. He was trying to set his ex's house on fire, of course.
And he spilled gas on
While
himself.
she was inside the house with her children, mind you. But the video shows that
He went up in flames.
he's trying to run away from the house, yes, while he's on fire.
Yeah.
And she had actually been watching the entire situation unfold from inside the home. So she made it out of the house with her kids unharmed. But old Sanchez Ortega fled the scene in a truck. Police, we're still looking for him as of yesterday. I'm sure they found him now as he was getting burnt to a crisp, trying to, by foot, get to his vehicle and start burning some road up. But that's a huge L right there for that guy. 972, biggest L, sprained my hamstring. I didn't know we sprained hamstrings. I thought you strained hamstrings.
Straining seems very logical, yes.
Yeah, strain there, pull.
Maybe just a typo. You know,
tight.
sometimes your hamstring hurts so bad you can't really spell properly.
It's a darty day.
Either way, he's taking an L. But
hamstring problem's not good.
Biggest dub, though, he says, I'm once again a Sancho. I'm not sure exactly what that means.
I don't either.
Okay.
Sancho.
Well, maybe I should have
Sancho
looked it
Panza?
up before saying it. I don't know.
Oh,
maybe you just swore at us.
You think so?
Yeah,
I didn't say anything dirty.
What
the hell did you just say to me?
Yeah, it does say
Okay,
sometimes
Sancho.
offensive. I'm looking this up. Sometimes
Oh, no.
offensive. Someone's companion, sidekick, or helper. I'll be your Sancho, the modern equivalent of your squire, your comrade.
Your side B?
In arms. In slang. I don't know. But that's his dub. He is still that. So congratulations to that dude. Hey, how about this guy over here, Dawson?
What happened?
Poker legend Phil Ivey.
Oh, yeah.
He made
Good
history, winning his 11th WSOP bracelet.
Bracelet, yeah.
Wow.
Which
What
is
a
second
legend.
most all time.
Was he the best Phil? Because I knew Phil Hellmuth.
Comparable.
Okay.
Phil Ivey is a like Phil Ivey, he's other than playing cards, he will gamble on anything. Like I've heard stories about him in golf.
Yeah.
Like if he bets that he can hit a shot within 5 feet.
And he's incredible at playing blackjack. Like he's banned from a lot of casinos around the world because he's taken them for so many millions of dollars.
Wow. He'll fly West Coast, East Coast to go play cards. He's got to find places to play. They won't always let him do it.
Apparently, this latest win for Phil Ivey put him over the $10 million mark in career World Series of Poker earnings.
I wonder how much he's lost, Austin, in his day.
Yeah,
There's no telling how much money he's lost, but he is one of the most successful poker players ever. But I would like to know the number he's lost.
When you're that good, you can pretty much run it until the wheels fall off, get a loan for $100,000, and go sit down and play poker for a month and be a millionaire again. Yeah. You know, he is that amazing at what he does.
No reactions at all.
The text is going off with the Sancho.
Okay, so what are you learning about the Sancho stuff over there, Walter?
Is that bad?
Yeah, I mean, apparently it's a guy who gets with your wife.
Oh,
it's a prison.
Mine?
Yeah, some are saying it's like a prison term. So like this dude's hooking up with your wife while your dude's in jail.
Oh, okay, all right.
Like a Jody. In the military, we call them Jodies. Yeah. Oh, don't worry about it, man. Your girl's okay. Jody's got her.
Oh, that hurt.
Jody! Lucy, she say that to him?
Yeah. Man, I miss my family. Think about my girl. Hey, don't worry about it, bro. Jody got it. Don't worry about it.
See, you make him feel worse?
Focus on you right now, dog.
Jody's making him feel distracted.
Yeah, you can see when they hits him too. Yeah, they just walk around their head down for a long time. Yeah. So who is this Jody guy, bro?
Yeah, tell me about this Jody.
Tell me about Jody, man. Is he on the base or something?
Jody Foster.
Sancho.
Rodeo Ron's in the 817. Biggest Dub got 2 days off of work, Wednesday and Thursday this week.
Okay.
It's huge for him. Can you imagine how in the tank he was on those days, dude? He says his L, though, is that he had 2 days off due to, dehydration and had to spend a day in the hospital.
Okay, this is great because not 15 months ago, I asked Rodeo Ron because he works outside. I was like, dude, you must drink a lot of water all day long. He's like, nope. Just give me my, what's he drink?
Jim Beam.
Jim Beam. And a couple of Dr. Peppers or something.
Just a splash. Just a splash of Dr. Pepper in there.
I bet he became a water guy this week. Hope you feel better, Ron.
Dehydration.
Yeah.
I thought his body had already sort of adapted to the amount of alcohol and the lack of water and electrolytes.
Really adapted to the dark.
Yeah, I thought he was sort of born in the dark.
He was born in the Jim Beam.
Yeah, man. It looks like, it is a bit of a side piece. We're getting a lot of Sancho side piece conversation here. So that's good. This was educational for us. We had no idea.
For education.
Check your girl's phone for Sancho. Ooh. Check your girl's phone for Sancho.
Better not have a Sancho in the contacts.
No Sanchos.
Big L.
Who the hell is this Sancho guy? Damn it, and why are your panties over here?
Why are you sweating?
I'll tell you,
Sancho Mark?
Whoa.
I'll tell you who's sweating right now. The fake meat eaters. The headline reads, vegan fake meats linked to heart disease and early death.
Oh, no.
Wow. That's got to scare you.
Joey might want to think twice.
Joey's not going to get done by eating 75,000 oysters.
He's not even eating those, man.
He's going to get done by fake weenie.
I don't believe that he is actually eating the fake meat stuff, but who's to say? I mean, he got a 4-year, $1.2 million contract.
By the way, is that
endorsement
enough?
deal.
Sign it.
Is that enough, though? 4 years for how popular he is?
Is that $300,000 a year?
Yeah. He's a competitive eater.
$300,000 a year.
Is that enough?
Talk about fake meat, to talk about a science experiment that's killing people.
Yes.
I mean, I think we'd all sign up for that.
Even if I had to eat it, I think that's a deal.
Oh, that's where I draw the line.
There's no way in hell you're eating fake hot dog stuff.
Yeah, I would not like it at all.
For $300,000,
but for $300,000 a year, I'd figure out a way.
Right? You wouldn't.
Yeah,
that's the businessman in you.
Yeah, thank you.
Putting aside, to take care of. Exactly. That's sacrificing for the family.
Okay.
That's the type of fathering that.
Thank you.
Who's the guy that we were giving a Father of the Year award to last week, even though he's terrible at everything else?
Yeah, that's Angel Hernandez.
Angel Hernandez.
Yeah. Retired to protect his family.
Exactly. Putting his own selfish desires aside for the betterment of the team, a.k.a. his family, a.k.a. the most important living thing on this earth to Gavin Dawson.
Anything else, Brian?
Just sacrificing.
Sour cream?
If it's Daisy.
$1
You know.
Daisy.
There you
$1 will
go.
do.
There you go.
Yeah, I hate people that like promote stuff and don't actually use it.
Me
was
too.
that Woolchuck? Was
Me
that?
too.
Yeah.
I can't stand that.
There's
so
going
many
to
of them
Diamonds
out
Direct
there.
this weekend. Give me one of them tennis bracelets.
Tennis bracelets?
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. 469, biggest dub. Sent the wife to grab the exclusive True Brand Mavs Finals Dallas hat, and she got 2 of them.
Wow.
Whoa, way to go.
Must have been Johnny on the spot or Janie on the spot.
Wolchuk's still waiting for old Danucci, the Nooch, to send him his exclusive gear.
I mean, he was supposed to send it to all of us. I think we're all a little bit bummed.
We got
I do like
ghosted.
how those hats are built, man. I think it's a premium hat.
It is.
Yeah.
It absolutely is. 314, biggest L, bought tickets to Conor McGregor's fight.
Yeah.
McGregor.
Supposedly they're rescheduling for October, UFC 307. I don't know why they don't put that thing at the Sphere if it's ever actually going to happen, which I don't believe it will.
By the way, the
Ooh,
Eagles
yeah.
are Eagles.
Big dub to the Eagles fans out there.
Yeah.
Not the filthy Eagles,
No.
but the Don Henley, North Texas born and bred Eagles.
Yeah.
That are absolutely
Residency, right?
beautiful to the ears.
That's
Yeah.
amazing.
September through October?
Well, and last week Nadell told us, like, you got to get out there. Even if it's a band that you don't like, you just got to go and see a show at the Sphere. It's that incredible.
Yeah, I'm going to make a beeline
How
for
did
that.
we missed that, didn't we?
We did.
The Sphere.
Yeah.
But that week
Yeah,
we were
but
there, it was so
It was
busy.
you two,
There was no way we could go.
and it was you two.
I would have gone.
I'd have gone to see you too.
I've seen them like 4 times.
4 times?
Yeah.
So is there a lawn you like stand on and watch it happening on the Sphere? Do you surround the Sphere? Do
Yeah.
you go inside the
You're
You
Sphere?
go
inside the
in.
Sphere.
Yeah, you're in that thing.
Penetrating the Sphere.
And it's there is some
Oh, so
form
you're
of
sitting,
penetration.
you're sitting inside the Sphere?
Yes.
As it's like playing on a giant screen
Yes,
all
and it's
around
like
you.
a 360 holy-esque kind of situation. The stage is out in front of you, but then there's screens and just like, I don't know, you're in an IMAX crazy.
Yeah.
Like, supposed to be one heck of an experiment. Or
Psychedelic,
experience.
man.
Yes.
We used to go to this OmniMax place where they'd have like the massive view. I forget it was called, but they'd have laser light shows for like Pink Floyd and stuff.
Okay.
Super trippy.
So that's like probably
Yeah.
the infancy of what is now the
Got it.
Sphere.
Yeah.
But same type
I'm
of
in.
idea.
I'm in. Yeah, we got to go do that. Ryan Spielborg's Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV joins you next right here. Let's talk Rangers Mariners as they're coming off 2 in a row against the Dodgers. It's next in the nation. I want to chat about D&M leasing with you, though. I love D&M. I have 3 easy leases in my driveway every night. Thank you very much, Mr. Brian Broaddus. I do love D&M. I've been telling you
You're
about
welcome,
them
sir.
for over a decade. And if you need a new vehicle, I can tell you right now, going into the weekend, you can do no better than calling D&M Leasing right now. Tell them what you want. Tell them what you're trading in. They're going to give you the highest trade-in value possible for the old one, and then they will hand deliver your brand new vehicle over the weekend. Drive off with the old one. I love Easy Lease from D&M. Right now, it's extra good.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Series with the Mariners opens tonight. We'll be back to talking Mavericks and Celtics. Game 4 of the finals is this evening as well at 7:30. But you're going to get to watch the game tonight on Apple TV. And Ryan Spilborghs from Friday Night Baseball on Apple joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Better than Luka Doncic. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're absolutely better than Luka, although I think right now you have an embarrassed and humbled Luka, and I would imagine he'll be on top of the world tonight about 10:15. What do you think? You've been paying attention to this final?
As long as it's hard to. I mean, if he plays a little defense, then I'll watch. But, I mean, this one doesn't look like it's going the way of the Mavericks right now.
Are you a Boston guy, Ryan?
No, not at all. I grew up a California kid. I was a Laker fan. So I trust me, I was begging for Boston to get their butt kicked.
Oh yeah.
So I've been on the Mavericks side, just hoping that it was going to turn into something.
Yeah.
Especially because I live in Colorado now, so I watched the Timberwolves get rid of the Nuggets. So I was like, okay, well, let's see who can beat the Timberwolves. And then after Dallas did it, I was like, all right, let's go beat up Boston, please. And it's been I picked the wrong horse.
Yeah, it's been an impressive run, I guess, for Boston, but I thought the Mavs were going to have something for them. How has the season gone? How is this Apple TV MLB thing going for you guys?
Well, this is year 2 for me, and I believe this is year 3 of Apple doing the Friday Night Baseball. I love it. I think it's probably optically the best broadcast in baseball to watch. It's done so incredibly well. The cameras that we have, the opportunities to have certain players mic'd up, and there's just a lot of really cool features. And I know there's always going to be fans that are like, oh, I can't find the game. And I get it, because it's frustrating right now, especially given how RSNs are and how, streaming, there's all these different streaming services and the frustration of trying to find the team that you just want to watch. I just want to watch the game. In the case of Apple, it's pretty easy. If you don't have Apple TV already, there's free 2-month trial subscription, so it's pretty simple to get on it. You can watch the game. You can watch Ted Lasso later. So I think they've done a good job. It's also, I think we're probably at the beginning of seeing how streaming and finding one spot eventually is going to take over. So we're just kind of in that middle road right now, right? Yeah. But as far as like the product, I think the product, it's really hard to beat watching a game on Apple TV.
Well, being an LA guy, I know it's one season in the marathon that is 162, but how impressive was it for the Rangers taking 2 or 3 against the Dodgers, and one of the games didn't have Corey Seager?
Yeah, I thought it was awesome. Back end of the bullpen, seeing Kirby Yates finish it out, and then the other night with David Robertson just doing his thing, especially against the teeth of the Dodgers. It's good. I mean, like this Rangers team, I was doing MLB Network radio last year covering it, and then I had the opportunity to do the World Series broadcast for the international feed. And, I basically was on the Rangers journey through the American League Championship Series, watching them take down Houston. I mean, the path to the World Series has been the American League West the last 7 years. And to see a shift in power, whether it's just the way that it went last year, seeing the Rangers do it and doing it in a fashion that we'll never see beat. You'll never see The best case scenario is a team would tie them, but to not lose one road game was just insane. Like that is so crazy to me. And so watching this Rangers group a season ago and knowing what they went through to get to where they got, especially after the last weekend of the season, losing in Seattle and then going to Tampa Bay and taking that series. They're an impressive team. There's an impressive group of players. I know some of the players that were on that group last year, Mitch Garver and Jordan Montgomery, they're no longer there. But I think parts of the elements that made Texas so good a year ago are still there, and they just haven't played fully healthy yet. And that's where I'm kind of seeing, like, is this the start of this run that we've been waiting for with the Rangers?
Yeah, Ryan, I was going to ask you, as you got your prep work done for this game tonight, and, the Rangers obviously chasing the Mariners, are these teams close right now, or is one clearly have the advantage over the other?
I think that's an interesting question, because I do think the Rangers have underperformed so far in this year, especially offensively. When you consider, like, a season ago, the type of offense that they had, they were scoring well over 5 runs a game, and this season they're nowhere even close to that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think part of it is a little bit of underperformance. Like, so I'll give you an example. Last year, Rangers offensively for the whole year, they were averaging 5.5 runs a game. This year it's 4.3. They're 20 points off their batting average. They're about 110 points off on base plus slugging, which is a huge number for me. So I think Texas has underperformed. You've also seen, some injuries to Evan Carter and to Wyatt Langford, and, Adolis Garcia is not hitting the way that we've kind of expected him to. Seager's been, dealing with the hamstring, and it seems as though Texas will get going. And then as far as the Mariners are concerned, like, offensively, I can't even describe them. They're like one of the worst offensive units in baseball. They actually get away with it because they're a top 10 group in hitting home runs. So that's not a recipe for success. But the Mariners right now, the pitching staff is fantastic. They have a phenomenal pitching staff back in the bullpen that's nasty. And they play good defense. So I think the Rangers and Mariners are probably closer than you think, despite the records. And that's why I think this series for this weekend should be must-watch TV after you're done watching the Mavericks lose. So I would definitely pay attention to the series, because I think it's a preview for how the rest of the year is going to work out.
It's Ryan Spielborg's Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV. Pregame tonight, 8:30, first pitch, 9 o'clock here on The Fan. It has been a struggle for the Champs. How concerned would you be as a Rangers fan that, you might not be able to make a good title defense at this point in the season?
Well, nobody does. The last back-to-back champion we had in Major League Baseball was the New York Yankees, and that was 1998, 99, and 2000. So, to consider going back-to-back and winning titles is just, it's not realistic. I can't explain why it's so difficult to do it, other than, the grind of 162, then you add October, November baseball, then you go into an off season where you're trying to get similar production, you have free agency. It's just really hard to repeat a championship. However, one of the things that we thought with this Rangers team was that, some of the players that we saw at the end of last year that were young, to the point like Evan Carter, we were like, man, this guy's hitting 3-hole on the World Series team. What's his second year going to look like? Is he going to be a possible Rookie of the Year? What are we going to see with Wyatt Langford? So we were considering that, maybe the Rangers will actually be better heading into 2024. I just think, in the case of the Rangers right now, and knowing you're going to eventually, hopefully, get Max Scherzer back, I think he's starting a rehab assignment tonight. You're going to get Jacob deGrom back, and we don't know what version of that's going to look like. You are going to get Cody Bradford. I mean, like, there are going to be a lot of parts that are going to get added to this Rangers team that should make them possibly stronger than they were, but that's the point where we just don't know until they start performing.
I have some sound here that I would like to play for you. I know you've done a lot of research on this Rangers team leading up to it. We have our Rangers insider, Jared Sandler, who has given some analysis about a current Ranger player. I will play you the sound, and then you can guess the Ranger that's being described here. Does that sound good?
Yeah, let's hear Jared.
Okay, this is Jared.
You know, what he's got working there between the knee and the waist is pretty impressive.
Wow. Okay, so between the knee and the waist. All right, so I have to come up with the player between the knee and the waist.
The player.
Very particular real estate on the body.
Yeah, that's, let's see. I'm trying to think of anybody that's fouled the ball off themselves. Maybe took one. I'm going to say it's Jonah Heim. Jonah Heim had to have worn one.
I do think that's actually a pretty good guess. But it is not Jonah Heim. I do believe we'll probably have more opportunities with you throughout the course of the season, so I'm not going to reveal the answer because we can continue to play this game with you until of course you nail it.
Wow, it's like a weird version of The Bachelor. Okay, I'm in.
You got it, buddy. So we can get the game with just a regular Apple TV sub tonight, or we don't need to buy anything extra, right?
You don't have to buy anything extra. Nope. You just sign up. There's a free trial subscription. Sign up, and you just have to give your firstborn child in blood, and then you can watch it.
Because I'll be honest with you, Ryan, with all the different apps I got to get, when you said earlier that we might be, heading towards having just one streaming service, I'm longing for the days of digital cable at this point, my man.
Well, it feels like that we're getting back to that version. I mean, that's it. I hear you. I know that's the frustrating part for everybody is that we're constantly having to scramble to figure out where to find our team play, and you have to listen to different broadcasters. It's also the benefit of having a good team, right? Like you lose games to national broadcast because you're good. So it's one thing that we are evolving, I guess. But I'm with you. Sometimes you just want it the way it was.
Who's your team 3 in the AL West that you trust from like a championship standpoint, outside of the Yankees and the Orioles? Who's that third team in the AL that you're like, I could trust you to make some noise in the postseason?
Ooh, good one. I just saw Minnesota. I saw the Twins. They're really streaky, but there's something there. And then the Guardians. God, the Guardians are such a well-oiled baseball team. They're nothing flashy. I would tell you to watch out for the Guardians because they can pitch with anybody, and then their offense is just good enough. I mean, they're actually a top 5 offense in baseball, believe it or not. So I would not sleep on the Guardians this year.
Well, thanks for having the Rangers on tonight. We'll send them over, Ryan. Thank you for your time, and have a great weekend.
All right, bye, guys.
Cheers. Ryan Spielborg's Apple TV, MLB Baseball. The 817 sure as hell not tuning in for him. I'll listen on the Fan, and you can. 8:30 pregame, 9:10 first pitch. I thought when he went upside Luca's head and then said after the Mavs lose, he might have cost himself a viewer or two there.
See, I think this is a perfect opportunity to pander to the home audience that you're into. You know what I mean? Like, even if in your mind you're like, Mavs suck, I'm anti-Luka, maybe I'm a Celtics fan. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to win the audience over by saying, hey, Luka and the Mavericks about to go on a historic tear right now.
See?
We'll see in Game 7, Boston.
I think he might need you in his corner.
Yeah, because I'll have jury duty next time you want to have that dude on. I didn't appreciate the Mavs shots that he was
coming in hot. Well, I thought for sure he was a Celtics fan trying to go across enemy lines something.
Full-fledged heel, man.
We got Around the Bases coming up at 4:40. Woolchoke could get you all set with that. And a top 10 next, Bully. Where are you going?
Yeah, it's National Bourbon Day. Whoa. I got the top 10 best bourbon brands on a What You Drinking and What You Thinking Friday. And what are your plans for Game 4 of the Mavs tonight? That's next. But it's
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Nation here. We're 1 hour now from Eric Nadell, and then what you drinking and what you thinking. Okay, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Proper round trip or 15 minutes away. We'll be talking more baseball with you. Fired up as the Rangers go into Seattle for the first time since the end of last season, with not only revenge on their minds, but tracking down first place, and obviously great momentum. Wow, the pitching looked great the last two games against the Dodgers after Grant Anderson took us to rock bottom. Boy, that was impressive. Robertson 2 days in a row striking those cats out.
Hell yeah.
And then Kirby Yates in the ninth inning was nails after some misfortune to get runners on the corners. Here's Wolchuk with your top 10. The Wooly Bully.
Give me your top 10 bourbons on National Bourbon Day. What's your bourbon of choice? And what's your plan for tonight? Game 4, Mavs. We've also got, of course, the Rangers taking on the M's. That's going to be a great, great game. I know what I'm going to be doing. Cracking open some bourbon with the boys. Actually, I'm probably going to end up sticking with the Tito's since we've been doing that all day.
Since you've already been drinking that?
But I do have a couple of buddies that will definitely be drinking the bourbon. I might have to pick up some Tito's. I'll be hustling over to a buddy's of mine. We'll be doing Rangers.
You got a hall pass?
I do tonight because I am picking up baby duty tomorrow night so wifey can go to a party for a friend of hers.
Wow.
So we went ahead and just traded off for tonight.
There you go.
So I was like, okay, honey, let me go watch the Mavs with the boys, and then I'll be home, and then tomorrow night, I got you. Don't worry. You have fun with the girls, and I'll take care of baby Eliza, who really, guys, I mean, we've gotten some victories here lately. She has been sleeping now like 6.5 hours straight the last couple of nights.
There you go.
So she's making some progress. I'm very, very proud of her. Big possible win for the Mavs tonight. The extender's in the building. Scott Foster. He's going to referee game 4. NBA final games.
Blow that thing up.
That Scott Foster officiates. The favorite is 16-5 and 15-6 against the spread. Mavs favored by 1.5 tonight against the C's. So hopefully that works. And for the NBA, I would assume, and if you believe that the NBA rigged some of this stuff, they want the series to go longer. I would assume you want this thing to go back to Boston for Game 5. So we'll take anything we can get at this point. When it comes to some finals help. Maybe Scott Foster's that guy that can provide you said help tonight.
I mean, it's millions of dollars in advertising money.
Yes. I mean, for your partners, everything. It's great. And then we also had some news. I know Caitlin Clark's the talk of the WNBA, but shout out to the Aces, Asia Wilson, who's won 2 WNBA MVP trophies in her career, but she's been on an absolute tear this season. She's averaging 28.6 points, under 12 boards per game, both league-leading marks over the first 11 games of the year. And after dropping 32 points in their win over the Phoenix Mercury, she's the first player to score 25 or more points in 8 straight games in WNBA regular season history. So shout out to Asia Wilson, who is just absolutely crushing it. And did you see the news of Giselle? She's taking a big L. I thought maybe you were going to bring up Giselle and biggest L, biggest dub.
Whoa. Dating Peyton Manning now?
She got dumped by the jiu-jitsu coach.
Yes!
He suplexed her or something?
Yeah, apparently the
rear naked choke.
The jokes.
City boys up, bro.
Yeah, the jokes at the Brady roast were too much.
Yes.
And he went ahead and just kicked Giselle to the curb, man.
Well, he's probably been planning this from the time he first, started dating her or whatever you wanted to call that, because he knew she was a gal of very few ethics or morals. So he's playing this thing right.
Yeah, he didn't want to get too deep in the situation.
Yeah, she's got that
when she broke up with her husband, he was like, "Oh my God, wait a minute.
You left Tom Brady?
It's not fun anymore now.
I'm supposed to be the Sancho. I'm not supposed to be anything more than that.
Exactly. Now all of a sudden it's not fun anymore. I don't want to be the main guy. I wanted to be the side piece. Now you're going to find one of the other coaches in the gym that you want to cheat on me with. This is ridiculous.
I thought those jokes were all pretty flattering to him, though. You know what I mean?
I guess he
it wasn't like any of those jokes were anti-him. It was kind of like
probably right. Like he was looking for a reason to get out of here.
Yeah,
he didn't want to be in that thick anyway, man.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, everyone, they're drawing too much attention to us. All those jokes made me feel guilty.
I'm just a regular guy.
Bad.
I don't want to be in the eye of
I've ruined the family. I'm a home wrecker now. I don't want to be labeled as this. I'm out of here, Giselle.
Would he give it like a year or so?
Yeah, I think
about 2 years.
Good run.
Yeah, that's probably a year way too long than he wanted to do.
Yeah.
And this was the perfect opportunity to capitalize on. All right, I got a reason here, Giselle. I'm sure you'll find somebody else. Be happy in your life.
It's not you. It's Tom.
You're still thinking about him. You're still worried about that.
Yeah. Oh,
you're not thinking about me. I gotta go.
Right. Like you got mad over the roast.
Yeah.
Oh well, then clearly you don't love me.
Thought you moved past it.
It was perfect. All right, 877-881-1053. 940 says, tell Lindsay hi for me. She's listening for Bourbon Talk. Maybe that's your side piece there, your Sancho 940. We've got Weller's Special Reserve, the green bottle from the 325. That's their favorite. Woodford Reserve, which is absolutely delicious. We also have, some people just said they don't drink bourbon. I would welcome you to join the bourbon club here. Do you guys bourbon guys? I know you're a tequila man.
Yeah, but I mean, now that since last year, at the Jerry party, getting to sip on the Johnny Walker technically bourbon, or is that
Scotch? I think that's Scotch.
Oh, it's Scotch. Okay, well,
Scotch.
I have no idea. Yeah. I don't know if it's bourbon, whiskey, Scotch. I don't know.
Well, have you ever had like Maker's Mark?
Yes.
Maker's Mark's kind of like your starter bourbon. That's the first one that I ever had. So that's a bourbon, right? There's like Maker's Mark is honorable mention. Four Roses, which my grandmother loved. That was her drink of choice. May she rest in peace. It was her birthday earlier this week. Basil Hayden's, which I have not had, but that comes in as an honorable mention. You into the bourbon over there, Brian?
No, I'm
your Tito's man.
Tito. Well, I was Johnny Walker for a long time. And
which label? The blue, the red?
Well, I mean, I
thought it was Scotch.
The black.
The blue is a nice deal when somebody gives it to you as a gift.
I think the black
I've done some
label.
speaking engagements where they paid me with a bottle of Scotch.
Ooh,
like the Johnny Walker Blue. Like, hey,
me up.
Lucius got me a bottle of Johnny Walker Blue for Christmas one time.
Johnny Walker Blue is good.
Yeah, it's really good.
But I don't know what. Maybe I grew up. It was like my first drink with my grandfather. He loved the black label.
Yeah.
So
the black
is
Johnny Walker
is more
good.
affordable.
That's all I've had is the black, because that's what they had at the Jerry party, and that's what they had at this
Red's
wedding
good,
recently, and it
green's
was
good,
great.
silver's good.
The black label's delicious.
Yeah.
It is.
I used to like the Blantons.
Okay, Blanton's is good.
Blanton's is expensive.
Yes.
That's high end.
See, what happened is I went to this whiskey and bourbon festival in Fort Worth at that Panther Island Pavilion. And they had these tents where you could just walk around and sample
like $300 a bottle there.
And at the very end, I tried what I had been drinking up to that point, which was Maker's Mark. I was okay. Let me have a Maker's Mark before I got out here. And I sipped the Maker's Mark, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is horrible compared to the other stuff.
Yes, it is. There's a drop off. And I got so hammered on Maker's one time in college, like I can't drink it again. And that's one that I've had to retire.
I could see that
from the circle.
Whistling Pig's another good one if you're into that.
I never even heard of Whistling Pig.
Whistling Pig. It's called Piggyback. Is a good one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before the tequila days, did you ever get in on the bourbon, Lucius?
Only thing I know about bourbon is Jim Beam reminds me of the smell of my grandfather's breath.
There you go. Yeah. Man,
always smelled like that. I like Knob Creek every once in a while.
There you go.
Yeah, used to get into Knob Creek.
Did you? Yeah, Knob Creek's good.
Yeah.
Knob Creek is going to be in the top 10.
Air Force guy showed me Knob Creek.
I'm surprised we
some
got
class, man, about yourself. Drink some Knob Creek.
You know, okay, when we went to, it was our first year going to Oxnard, the first family dinner we had when Bobby and it was super loud. that was when he was ordering us Knob Creeks. And Bobby and I were just shooting them, going shot for shot, like he wanted to prove, he's the biggest drinker in the room.
He was knobbed off.
He kept saying, "Stop, oh my God."
Yeah. It's like, stop
so
it, Bobby.
loud.
This is inappropriate, dude.
It's a classy restaurant.
Golly, the Joneses are out there dining. What the hell are you doing here,
Oh, that's
Bobby?
right. Jay Glazer and Stephen Jones.
That was the night we made the money off of Sean by going up and having what ended up being a 15-minute conversation with Stephen and John Stephen.
Man, we were chopping it. I can't believe you called him Cat Boy.
That wasn't me.
Seems like that's the only classy spot in that entire county.
That one, Italian restaurant? I can't remember what it's called. Yeah.
It's great.
The rest is just turn up
Cafe
time.
Fiore?
Yes.
Yeah, Fiore.
Yes, Fiore.
Cafe Fiore.
I missed it last year because Lucius and I were partying in Vegas.
Yeah.
Watching the boxing fight. Good boxing fight tomorrow as well. That's going to be awesome. That's a good card. Elijah Craig is number 10. Small batch barrel proof. Number 9 is Knob Creek. Number 8, and this has become one of my favorite bourbons, is Angel's Envy. You haven't tried Angel's Envy, highly recommend it. It's delicious, not overly expensive, very, very good. Number 7 is Elijah Craig. 6,
I've heard good things about that.
Elijah
one.
Craig's good as well.
Yeah, I've heard good things.
Because I got one of my friends, he's got himself like a bourbon bar in his house. He is a bourbon snob. He's from St. Louis, and all he's done is just he samples every type of bourbon he can get his hands on.
I bet his tea levels.
That Elijah Creek, I looked that
big
up.
time.
That thing's
Through the
like they're
roof.
$17.89. Their brand $17.89. It's like $130 a bottle.
I bet that guy's got gravitas.
He's got some gravitas. He does.
I bet that guy commands a room.
Somebody
He
from
does.
St. Louis.
Jackie boy, he's a good man. Old Forester Special Blends getting
Boy,
texted in.
Old school. That's old school.
Yeah,
That's,
and I've tried some Old
that's drinking
Forester.
out of a bag.
Yeah, that's strong. That'll wake you up. There's no doubt about that. We got a lot of people are texting Eagle Rare.
Make you blind like in the 20s when you used to
Seriously,
hustle some booze around.
Yeah, you have
That was a bad batch.
Yeah, it's like in Prohibition. Here's have some Old Forester.
You're cross-eyed whistling.
I'm blind. Oh, I can't see.
Yeah, Eagle Rare, absolutely. 214 said Eagle Rare. Say it. That's a number 6 on the list.
Never had that.
Number 5 I've heard of, and it just sounds too fancy for me. Like I shouldn't be allowed to drink it. Pappy Van Winkle.
That's way high end.
That's huge.
Sounds very high end.
That's what these baseball players. There's isn't it Kikuchi? You say Kikuchi?
Oh yeah.
He does the after every victory that he pitches in, he drinks some of the Pappy Van Winkle,
Pappy
and
Van
some of his
Winkles.
teammates get a little shots given as
I think
well.
you're right because I think Boach got gifted some type of bourbon, and I want to say it might have also been the Pappy Van Winkle. It sounds
It's high. It's
too
very
high
high.
end for
Yeah,
me.
it's very high end.
4 is Woodford Reserve, which is classic and delicious.
They do a great job of sponsoring horse racing. That's why I like them.
It's fantastic with a good cigar too. Good Davidoff
Good combo.
What about a good Bardstown?
Haven't had Bardstown.
Maybe a little Old
Is that
Forester.
is that like in a plastic bottle?
I
I have no idea, dude. I'm just reading some text here.
Sorry.
Texas whiskey bourbon is for the real and I do like Texas whiskey. I mean,
Somebody
the
had
TX whiskey.
Somebody had a fan text said Fort Loco.
There's probably some bourbon in there.
They did get rid. They still sell.
No, they're still
Did they
selling
get rid
those.
of like whatever they banned it for?
They're still selling those.
They had to
yeah.
reformulate it a little bit.
Damn, those
It
were
was
loco.
Caffeine and malt liquor together.
That was like jail waiting to happen.
Isn't that what's that called? That
Malt liquor?
Yeah, the old malt liquor. What's that called in the bottle though? The old beer. Like
You had Colt 45,
Schlitz?
St. Ides, Mickey's.
I'll tell you, the first beer I ever had was a Schlitz.
Yeah.
That was rough. But
With the
hey,
bowl?
Yeah, the bowl coming
Yeah.
through the can.
Yes,
Yeah.
dude. That hit.
817 Woodford's awful. Maybe I just I'm
Okay.
not sampling like the super expensive stuff, so I think Woodford's pretty good. Gets the job
How do you
done.
say Woodford's awful?
I don't know.
You're one of the leading bourbons in the world.
Maybe he's drinking the Pappy Van Winkle, and
Well,
once
if
you do
he's
that, you don't go
case,
back.
share with the rest of us.
The Four Locos are still alive, and the FDA has rescinded its marketing ban on Juul. So the e-cig Juuls, they're going to be back.
Oh,
So,
You've been
yeah.
waiting all day to get that in, haven't
That's that was supposed to be a big dub. Juul lovers out there. Used to be me, not me anymore, but definitely used to be me. They were taken off the shelves, I guess, a couple years ago. Back and better than ever. The Juul pods.
So's Eric. Eric's back and better than ever.
No, the old me would.
Maybe taking a stop at the gas station, huh? Number 3 is WL Weller, and I've tried the Weller. Weller's also good.
you? Weller's and water. That's what a lot of people drink.
2 is Buffalo Trace.
That's Texas, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
No,
I know.
I don't think so.
I don't think
Why'd
it
I say
is.
that?
I don't think it's bottled in Texas, but
No,
it
it's
is
not.
very, very popular. I
Yeah.
do like Buffalo Trace. I think Joe Rogan really put Buffalo Trace on the map.
Ooh.
For a while, you couldn't get it. Like, I think Rogan was pumping it on his podcast, and everybody was running out there buying Buffalo Trace.
One of my last great drinking excursions was at Mayweather Pacquiao in Las
Holy
Vegas.
jeez.
After our show, I'm walking back to the hotel. I pick up a bottle of Buffalo Trace, and I look at Bassick, and I say, the next time you see me, I'll be hammered.
I just looked up this Buffalo
Legends.
Trace. They got
It was 3 days later when he saw you again.
They got one called George T. Stagg that's over $1,100 a bottle.
Okay.
Jeez.
Well, I found the same distillery that does Buffalo Trace. They do another bourbon called Travelers, which is a little bit more affordable, also pretty solid. But number one, best bourbon brand on National Bourbon Day is indeed Blanton's. And I
Yeah.
know Will Chambers would agree. He's texted me about the Blantons many times.
Thank you very much, Wolchuk. There he is, Zach with an H, your woolly bully. Most afternoons, 4:20, he gives you his top 10 list of the day. We're less than an hour now from what you're drinking and what you're thinking. You can always text in, leave your name and city you're texting from. Will make you famous in the nation. Of course, we got to talk a bunch of finals coming up with you as well over the last couple of hours of our show. Game 4 tonight, 7:30. Rangers baseball pregame at 8:30, first pitch at 9:10. Okay, if you're looking for it on TV tonight, you'd have to get over to Apple. Unless you have like one of those hacker like pirating packages that just consolidate everything.
If you
in the
had,
same
share it
feed.
with us. We'd love to have it.
Yeah, I mean it sounds pretty slick.
Yeah.
But I just don't know my way around that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
In addition to the finest
Just
coming
a
up
caveman.
at 5 o'clock, Around the Bases is next. Bully, what are you doing?
Let's love on D-Rob. Boach and the Red Streaker interacts with the judge. That's next.
I tell you what, that D-Rob guy, he is somebody that keeps that edge sharp. Naturally, of course, he's in Major League Baseball. But here on the other side of pro sports, we can get some help.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
1053 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, Craig. With more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Eric Nadell's coming up at 5:20. After that, it'll be time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. In addition to the finest at 5 o'clock, we have so much NBA Finals conversation for you coming up here in the last couple of hours of the show. It is time now to get a proper round tripper brought to you by Uber Eats as the Rangers visit the Mariners. Here's Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to Bruce Bochy, who keeps climbing the list of all-time wins among managers in the history of Major League Baseball.
Did he pass Joe McCarthy?
He did. He sure did. Last night was number 2,126, passing former Yankees, Cubs, and Red Sox manager Joe McCarthy, taking sole possession of 9th place among the most wins among managers in MLB history. He will continue to try and look to climb that list. The three others for Boch, that he has coming up. He's got Manager of the Year in 1996.
Joe Torre?
Right now he's eyeing Bucky Harris.
Oh.
So he's got 2,126 wins. Bucky Harris is at 2,158. Joe Torre is ahead of him. So the guys ahead of him are Bucky Harris at 8.
Yeah.
Dusty Baker at 7. Sparky Anderson at 6.
Tigers and Reds.
Joe Torre's at 5. Bobby Cox at 4. John McGraw at 3, Tony La Russa at 2, and then Connie Mack is number 1 with 3,731 wins.
Okay.
Okay, wow. All right. I'm taking notes of this. What was it? Bobby what?
Bobby Cox.
Bobby Cox.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Bobby Cox. I know you're a big Cox guy.
But what's the interesting about number 1 and number 3 on that list? Can you tell
they have
me?
more losses than wins?
No.
Odd numbers.
No. This dude's like managed in suits.
No way. I can't even think of a manager managing a game in a suit in the dugout now.
They used to sit in the dugout with a suit on. Yeah. And
that is crazy to think about.
Yeah.
When did that switch? When did they start going full uniform? Which is still just as crazy, by the way. Like the idea of somebody wearing a suit in the clubhouse is just as crazy as what we have now. In the dugout.
Dawson will help us out. Dawson's great at this stuff.
It's just as crazy wearing a 3-piece suit in the dugout as it is a full-fledged uniform for, an old man in most
By
cases.
the late 40s, nearly all managers were wearing uniforms.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Some retired players that became managers would just keep wearing their uniforms, and that kind of started to set the trend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
I wish that'd be great, dude.
To see, maybe they just have one day, like a throwback day, and all the managers wear suits in the dugout.
I prefer like JJ Redick getting the Lakers job, being like a former player. Like I'm still just going to wear my normal
jersey.
I'm just going to wear my jersey and my shorts,
the warm-up outfit.
How about if you just wore the sweats?
Yeah, and then in the fourth quarter he rips them off because he's like, all right, now
I'm ready to play. It's go time.
He calls it timeout. Just rips off the pants.
I love that.
As a galvanizer to his team.
Yeah. That's amazing. But yeah, David Robertson deserves all the love. D-Rob was brilliant, man.
JJ Redick's like, dude, I will freaking sub you out for myself if you don't get this bleep together, okay?
They're like, okay, do it, JJ. See what happens. But D-Rob, back-to-back nights. He strikes out Mookie, Shohei, and Freddie Freeman in succession to help the Rangers get a 3-2 win and then a 3-1 win. The score was the same for him both times in the 8th inning, and he kind of shrugged off the idea that it was a big deal, but it was a huge deal, and Bruce Bochy noting what a gutty effort that was. But, my gosh, back-to-back nights coming in the 8th, close game, and then you've got the best of the best for the LA Dodgers, 3 of the best hitters in all of the sport, and you're able to just sit them up, put them down. Amazing. Shout out to D-Rob, and I doubt he's going to be available tonight, but a big-time series over the weekend that the Rangers are starting against the Mariners, and the key is going to be, look, the Rangers have gotten great pitching. They're going to have to continue that because the Mariners have had arguably the best rotation in baseball.
But they don't hit, right? That's what Ryan told us, right?
They've been amongst the best rotations in all of baseball, 5th best ERA in the sport. Tonight will be Luis Castillo on the bump for them, and this is going to be a challenge for the Rangers hitters. So you've got 2 offenses that come in a little bit that are really struggling. You've got the name recognition when it comes to the pitchers that are going to be on the bump for the Mariners over the course of the series, but Andrew Heaney, who's going to get the start and has really looked very, very impressive over his last 4 appearances. Kirby and Evaldi will be the Saturday matchup, and then Gilbert and Dunning will be your Sunday matchup. And Dane Dunning looking for a bounce back after what happened to him in the first game of that Dodgers series. That did not go well for Dane Dunning. But I'm excited. I mean, this is a huge series. Get back, try and make some hay in the AL West. Right now, I believe 5.5 games back of the Mariners. So let's get back into this thing and play some winning baseball. We talked about that red streaker, the fan.
Yeah, a guy did a backflip, got tased.
Gets tased, does the backflip, so he ends up having to go to court. He's in front of a judge. He's 19 years old. And the hearing was overseen by Judge William Mallory. And the 19-year-old that ended up doing the streaking, even though he wasn't really streaking, he had all clothes on, but he rushes the field and he does the flip. His name was William Hendon. Here's the exchange between William and Judge William Mallory.
Hi, Mr. Hendon. How are you? Have you seen any of the videos that people captured? I have not, no. Quite a few. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Everybody thinks you landed that backflip. Pretty sure I did. You got your 15 minutes of fame. Anyway, Mr. Prim, good morning. What do you want to do with this? It's now, Mr. Hendon.
We plead not guilty.
All right.
He's going to be in California, Ohio State. He's a dean for a student. It's a summertime job.
You're banned from the stadium for now. So don't go down there. Understand? Yes, sir. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You look like your daddy, by the way, because I know him. Cedar.
It's a great exchange.
He knows his dad?
Yeah, you look like your daddy, by the way. I know him.
Wow.
A little awkward. I don't know if he knows him because his dad's also stood in front of him there in court. Or maybe they know each other in another way. But I did like the response to,
go with another way based on how that interaction went.
Yeah. You did the backflip and landed it, and William's like, yeah, I did. Just
so trespassing. All you get is you can't go back to a game
for now. It's not like a permanent ban. It's just like you're banned from the stadium for now. So good for William. Overall, I think that you'll take that. Criminal trespassing and obstructing official
Was it worth
business.
it then?
It depends. I don't know what the actual. What's the punishment?
The tasing.
He got. There's some close-up pictures.
Yeah, I know those
some
pictures.
The cop with some good shot right in the middle of the back.
Well, the cop had just gotten embarrassed by not.
He was aggressive.
Not containing this guy.
Angry.
The guy, the streaker is mid backflip when the cop arrives there, and the cop can't corral him. Now he's getting away from him, and his last ditch effort is, I'll just tase you.
Should there be a test for people that are going on the field to try and corral people? Should there be a
let's make sure you're
cones, maybe like
can you run and tackle?
The hula hoop, like we see at training camp, the big loop
for the security guys.
Yeah, should you be able to bend close to the ground, be able to redirect? Should there be a if you're going on the field to grab somebody? Should there be a test for you you should pass to be able to do that?
I for my own entertainment, I say no. I love watching these guys get juked out.
Well,
and
it's great. The yellow windbreaker guys or gals.
Yeah, I love watching them getting their ankles broke by a random drunk fan.
I'm thinking if I'm in the stadiums, if I'm stadium operations, I'm putting my guys and gals to a test.
Well, this was a real legitimate police officer. This wasn't just a bright yellow. This is a taser wielding 9mm wielding.
No. I'm just saying for because we do see a lot of yellow windbreakers go on the field.
No question. This is to me, this is the first time I've ever seen we got a legit law enforcement chasing around this guy. This isn't just like a fun little bit anymore.
Yeah.
Just going to do a broad. You're going to hire a bunch of high school receivers.
I'll tell you what, Lucius, I'm going to test them out.
Yeah.
I'm going to
hungry dogs.
Summer,
good job.
Summer job. If you want a summer job, okay. I was a strong safety at so and so high school. Okay, let's test you.
A summer job for the boys of fall.
Set up some cones, and then
it's part of the interviewing process.
Right.
Bring your cleats, kid.
Yeah. See if you got agility
and your hard hat.
Yeah.
Better bring your lunch.
Do you have any lateral quickness? Let's go ahead and get this going.
Like I say,
boys.
I'm not going to let my staff get embarrassed out there. My staff is.
So you're depriving everybody of entertainment because there's nothing better than watching a drunk idiot juke out.
I'm showing everybody in the crowd that hey, if you go on the field, there's likely you're going to get lit up by one of my guys. I'm going to give him a helmet sticker for lighting you up.
Well, now they have the taser fear.
Yeah. I mean, that's double fear. If you can somehow manage to get past these hyper security guys that Brian's going to put together, you also got taser cops out there.
How far is the taser distance?
Fear.
Like, what's striking distance for a taser?
10 feet, maybe? More?
This guy seemed totally fine standing there. Like in the moment, I'm sure the taser hurts. I don't think there's a lasting effect on the taser.
No, but pictures last forever,
It
videos
knocked
last
him
forever
down.
of you doing what did you say? Dolphin out of water or something?
Yeah, the dolphin out of he's riding the lightning right there, bro. That does not feel good at all.
No, in the moment,
That will
it definitely
traumatize you.
hurts.
It
But it lands
paralyzed
the damn
him, knocked him
backflip. I think
down.
a lot of people are like, this dude's a legend.
It's emasculating.
You're looking at 15 to 25 feet of range on that thing.
Whoa.
Wow,
Okay, yeah.
that's got some serious
So
range.
you better have some wheels. I mean, your first 3 steps,
So you
your
better
10-second split better be
Damn, 15
ridiculous.
to 20 feet. That's impressive.
What's my guy's name? Ice or Blaze? What's the guy? Have you ever seen the guy in Atlanta that they do between
The
innings?
Freeze?
Freeze.
Yeah.
He runs dudes down all the time.
Yeah.
That's the guy you need, getting people off the field.
He's got wheels.
Yeah.
Got to breathe.
No, I think, I mean, this clearly the security did the judge's job there. The judge had no interest in actually keeping him accountable for invading the field and terrifying
Yeah, just
baseball
don't
players.
go back to the stadium for now.
We got to run, Nation. When we return, it's time for an edition of The Finest. Chief, what do you got for us?
Bill Belichick making the most of his time off, and we have our official members to the new Madden 99 club. Guess who it is next in the nation?
But let's talk Trajan wealth. Do you spend as much time planning for that retirement as you do planning for your upcoming summer vacation? Call Trajan Wealth today. That's TRAJAN, and plan your financial future like that dream summer vacation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Bonus cash. Plus, tax, title, and license and $150 dealer dog fee. Expires 6/30/24.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. 2 hours to go. It's the fourth hour of the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Eric Nadel coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll hit what you drinking and what you thinking, and then LA Live. Before we get there, though, in addition to the finest, Eric?
Let's do this thing, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like Dave Portnoy is doing some pizza reviews out here in D-Town. Just gave somebody in Dallas a pizza review of a 7.1.
Okay.
But he said he had a little bit of bias because he liked the frozen pizza brand that it reminded him of.
Oh, okay.
So he said it was a mix between cafeteria pizza and some other kind of pizza. I can't remember. But
you know, I think before Dave, I've probably been the biggest critic of DFW pizza. So I'm not surprised that an outsider would find those results.
He should have gone to Zalot's.
I know. We have some great pizza now, and it's starting to build up. Like in the early days of craft beer, most of it was terrible here in DFW.
Yeah.
But now, over time, now we're cranking out good stuff.
So we're improving. I've never heard of the place that he went to, Pizza Layla?
Yeah, it seems like it was a pizza place inside of a hotel. So I don't know if this was like recommended to him or if this was just like most convenient for where he was staying or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's not a place that I had heard of as well.
I don't think hotel pizza in general could possibly be good.
Well, definitely don't get one from a vending machine.
Oh, the Vegas vending machine pizza. I'm still paying the price for that. I had one bite and spit it out.
I mean, it was a fun trial, just to like do it and say that we did. But
oh, for sure. Yeah, it was worth it.
That was a one-timer.
Worth it for the content. Congratulations to Bill Belichick here. He is the #1 headline in football's finest today, as TMZ Sports reporting Bill Belichick, the GOAT, reportedly dating 24-year-old former cheerleader Jordan Hudson. How old is Bill? I mean, this is
70.
He's 70 years old?
I think he's older than that.
He's older than 70, 71 or
75,
72.
I want to say.
No days off, day by day. My guy got the Riz. 24-year-old. She's a cheerleader. I don't know if this is a former Patriots cheerleader. Can somebody do some recon for me on Jordan Hudson, please? 24-year-old. Now, I do have this little excerpt here. I see a photo of him and her on what looks to be some type of yacht situation, maybe Arthur Blank's yacht when he was interviewing for the Falcons job he never got when he got flown out to Ibiza or whatever. But I'm seeing from the TMZ report here, according to one of Hudson's former cheerleading teammates, Hudson first met the 72-year-old, so Bill's 72. They met on a flight from Boston to somewhere in Florida way back in 2021. So he's just been putting that work in over the course of the last 3 years.
Charmed her, swept her off her feet.
Exactly. You know how Bill can be romantic like that.
Hey, Bill, let me see that bank account.
Guess what? They bonded over a philosophy project that the student athlete had been working on.
Nice.
Jeez.
What are you doing later? Want me to help you out with your graduate?
Sure,
They've been dating for a while.
I'll get your A on that one.
No wonder he was so smiley at that roast.
Man, I wish this information would have came out before that roast. They would have worked old Belichick.
That would have been a content-rich environment.
They would have worked them. Wow, that's kind of weird,
Isn't
man.
that crazy?
Yeah.
If you were
Gotta watch it.
If you were 72 years old, I think a lot of guys, if they found themselves single, would love to date a 24-year-old.
Especially if you had
honest.
that paper like that.
Yeah.
Because she's not going to like you unless you have that paper. She's out for that Bella check.
That's right. I'm waiting for him to get Al Pacino'd.
Oh,
that could happen.
Or Robert De Niro'd.
He needs to watch Clip right now. He needs to go watch Clip, bro. Don't get caught up out here.
This is his right-hand arm man, his confidant, his silly cat or whatever. What is it? Silly,
whatever his
silly something.
Stupid nickname was.
Stupid.
You should have known then, bro.
This clip show, I mean, it's got my attention because I'm in on the story.
Fun.
I'm watching
The casting and some of the stuff has been a little hilarious.
Yeah, it's like a lifetime casting situation.
It absolutely is. Bill
I don't
is.
think she was an NFL cheerleader. I think she just did
maybe
like
a
some
collegiate
college
cheerleader.
cheerleading.
Where did she attend university?
Nauset that's a high school co-ed varsity cheerleader.
Is she
a University of Central Arkansas?
She's okay. So she's not he got a Southern girl. He didn't get a masshole, which makes sense.
He also got a subscription to Blue Chew.
Seriously, man. Honestly, respect to him.
You're gonna need it, bro.
Still,
not a boy.
Getting it done.
Protect your assets.
No way he's got as much stamina as PJ Carlissimo, but clearly enough. Clearly enough to get the job done, though.
Ooh,
salute to him.
Could you see like,
wow, Mr. Belichick?
PJ.
Think she calls him coach?
Oh yeah, for sure.
That was probably one of his like, hey, we're gonna do this, but you have to call me coach.
It's time for some film study, coach.
Yeah.
Coach up on a few things.
Just do your job. Just do your job.
How about the time he was walking out when they got him with the doorbell cam? No shirt, just walking out.
Maybe this was her trailer that he was leaving?
I was wondering if he was leaving her place.
It's possible. I mean, apparently they've been together since like 2022.
And they've kept it quiet the whole time?
She was sneaking into Patriot games, watching her man coach.
How old is she right now?
24.
Oh, 22.
Yeah, it would have looked weird to college senior.
Phil.
Wow.
Tell you what, man. Hey, she's
He probably bar crawled with her on her 21st birthday.
bonded on a project, huh? That's what you
Philosophy project, yeah. I got some philosophies.
Yeah.
I actually got a D in philosophy.
I'm tired tonight, coach. No days off.
All right, I got the Madden 25 99 club. If I told you one quarterback was 99 overall,
I don't know. This is a tough one.
could you
Chief.
guess it?
I
mean,
don't
if it's
know
not
if I'm enough of a football.
Okay, let me help. Here's
side
the
by
hint.
side,
Here's the
please. I
hint.
need
Here's the
side by
hint.
side here.
Here's the hint. It's not Dak Prescott.
Damn it.
Okay, thanks for whittling that down.
I mean, there's so many good ones out there. I mean, could it be Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson? Lamar Jackson did just win the MVP again.
All right, this was a brain buster, so I'll give this one to you guys. It was actually Patrick Mahomes.
Damn it.
They kind of went left field on it. It's controversial right now, but that is who they deemed 99. So
I guess they don't value regular season stats, Chief.
It's frustrating as much to you as it is to me.
Do we have Dak's rating, though? Is he in the 90 club?
I'm only looking at the 99s. I'm sorry. We do have a running back who is 99 overall, and the hint here is it is not the newly numbered 15 Ezekiel Elliott.
Christian McCaffrey?
It's probably the guy on the cover.
Good call. Good call, Brian Broaddus.
Ding, ding, ding.
You have two receivers, 99
In the
overall.
spirit of
Justin
AC/DC,
Jefferson
have a drink
would
on
be
me.
a good guess.
Justin
here.
Jefferson, you nailed it.
Okay. The other one,
What are you looking for?
it's got to be CeeDee Lamb.
The 99 overall wide receivers, there's two of them.
Puka Nacua.
It is not Puka Nacua.
Is it the other LSU receiver, Jamar Chase?
It's not.
Wow.
Hill.
Tyreek Hill. Yep.
The
Jefferson
cheetah.
and Hill.
I wonder if he finally gets 100 speed.
No, that is only for Devin Hester.
Cheetah, come on. You're right, actually. He's no longer even the fastest player in the league. Xavier Worthy should be 100 speed.
That's right. And Travis Kelce is your 99 overall tight end. There's not a single defensive player in the sport that Madden thinks is 99 overall.
Micah Parsons. Huh?
Miles Garrett?
Not even
TJ Watt?
Miles, Micah, Parsons, Garrett.
Max Crosby?
Not any of those guys. Mad Max.
Wow.
None of them.
There's going to be some. Yeah, we're gonna be seeing tweets about that during the season.
It's a bit of a slap in the face.
Deron Bland?
Walchuk mentioned the new Super Bowl rings that the Chiefs received as a team. I guess last night.
I was
last
at
night
a party.
they did this.
I was 25 years too late on that.
On the rings,
on the big rings,
the pimped out rings.
Yeah,
but I would imagine your ring compared to like
we're from the era where you can still wear the ring. Today's era, you really can't wear the ring.
It's like too big.
It's too big. It's too
big.
shiny.
Too big.
It's attention grabbing.
Well,
Unless you want to pick up a young cheerleader.
Yeah, I'm sure Bill was wearing all
Or you let the Russian
6 of his Super Bowl rings or whatever.
Putin will steal it from you.
Apparently, this
Bomb
Chiefs ring,
traps.
though,
That's right.
for all the detail that went into this, apparently the Super Bowl ring for the Chiefs has a bit of a typo. As on the inside of the ring, like the portion that's actually like sliding, that's touching your finger, that has like all of the scores and stuff of like the teams they beat in the playoffs, and next to those teams, it has their seed in the playoffs.
Yes.
And
I did see that.
for their first round matchup versus the Miami Dolphins. The Miami Dolphins were the 6th seed, but they have here that they were the 7th seed. So I mean, it's like it's not that big of a deal, but at the same time, you're like so much went into this.
Big deal.
No, you go up to
every
guy.
one of these rings.
Justin's would never.
The Steelers were the 7th seed.
Yeah, let me see a ring, and you take it off. That's the first thing you're looking at.
Let me look at that 7-seeded Miami Dolphins, huh?
Yeah.
Fake news over here. You ball sacking us?
Yeah.
I think maybe the Chiefs start to lose attention to detail. After a couple, they're
falling
obsessing
apart.
over the first couple ones.
Yeah, they're falling apart now.
Indeed.
That third one's just going to be all over the place. It's going to be like that third one's going to be like have a Niners logo on it.
No typos on the Rangers rings. I think theirs are still better.
Oh yeah, that's the best championship
When's the
ring
next
ever.
ring day? Adolis? When's that? Is that next week?
I don't know.
It's in July at some point.
Oh, is it in July?
Yeah, it's in July.
Okay.
I think next week. I think there's a replica Marcus Simeon postseason jersey.
Oh, we get a
I think
bat.
Those things are
When's the
sweet.
silver
Oh, the bat is coming up too.
The silver
Yes.
slugger bat. Get a bat.
Coming up. I don't know. First 10,000 coming up very soon though. Globe Life Field, and we
According
will
to
be.
Dawson, you don't want to
we'll
be
there
out
on
there
Monday.
getting one.
We'll be at Globe Life Field on
Losers.
Monday.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't wait in line for a bobblehead. That's all I said, and I stand by that.
What else you say?
I'm gonna go ahead and jump on that bandwagon.
I thought the ring was great. I think the silver slugger bats are amazing. Those Simeon jerseys they do are great.
A jersey would be worth it too.
I'll tell you the
some
jerseys I
functionality.
like with the cross promotion jerseys of like Dallas Stars with the Rangers.
The Cowboys one's coming up. We better get some Cowboy jerseys up in here, man.
Okay, speaking of, I have the
You quit on
NFL
'em.
Players Association.
Quit on them.
You did. You quit in
When
the
did I
last
quit on
playoff
them?
game, the Green Bay. I'm never doing this again.
Well, I mean, I think anybody with a brain was quitting on it.
I
after the
quit
first
too.
quarter.
I was with you. We were walking out of
it
there.
It was disgusting. I said to myself, I don't know if I can do this anymore.
You did. You and I walked out across that field and we're like, they need to get somebody else to do this.
This was just
seriously. It was that. It was that.
It was that defeating, dude.
Y'all were about to hang him up.
We walk. Zach and I walk across the field after and just kind of talk about what happened. And I remember Zach and I like, I don't want to do this anymore. I just don't.
Like taking the calls and trying to just to be somewhat. It's a beating. I mean, the last 2 playoff losses have just sucked the life out of me. Really,
Yeah.
it's just been
Not in a
tough.
good way.
No, not in that 24-year-old cheerleader way.
The NFLPA just
What?
released the top 10.
That's
That was
Bill.
a Bill Belichick joke. He's dating a 24-year-old.
Mm.
They met on an airplane,
Yeah.
bonded over homework.
Homework.
I have the top 10 highest NFL player sales list for the season.
For what?
Jerseys?
For the NFL. This is like all merchandise, so I guess it's mostly jerseys.
Okay.
But I'm going to give it to you on Monday as we broadcast live at Globe Life Field.
Let's go, dude. I love that. What a terrific idea. It is time now for the Eric Nadel Show. And then it'll be time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking here. This is the G-Bag Nation on The Fan. I want to chat with you about my friends at Diamonds Direct, though. We're heading into the weekend, and I cannot believe the new offer Diamonds Direct has going on this month. For the first time, when you purchase a natural diamond engagement ring, you get a free natural tennis bracelet. So if you're ready to pop the question, there's no better time. Get the perfect ring and gorgeous wedding gift.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The new HVAC unit, doing the job right. The Home Pros at A No. 1 Air. Mention at time of scheduling. Cannot be combined with any other offers. Expires 6/30/24.
If Heineken Silver was a 60-second radio ad, it'd tell you all the stuff you need to know in only 30 seconds to keep things light and refreshing. Seriously, time me. Heineken Silver, a world-class light beer that's surprisingly crisp and refreshing, made with only premium quality ingredients and just 2.9 grams of carbs and 95 calories, all without compromising on taste. Heineken Silver, all the taste, no bitter endings. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly. Whew, 30 seconds, that's it. Done. Peace.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFWsecurity.com.
If your security equipment is older than 5 years, it's time to upgrade to DFW Security. Protect your home, business, or large commercial facility now with the latest technology from DFW Security. Your local experts for over 30 years.
DFWsecurity.com.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And the Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. We'll get what you drink and what you thinking started here momentarily. It is time to chat with Eric Nadel, and today's broadcast is presented by the Texas Lottery. The Texas Lottery proudly supports Texas education and veterans. Look for teacher ticket specials at Rain.